Hello everyone's like subscriber and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part and your little brother need PC so help him also give super for help. Chapter 1 3 Strange Stories. Late at night, New York City, Midtown High School. As the sky grew darker, this once bustling school inevitably became quiet. At this time, an activity room was brightly lit, and 4 students, 2 boys and 2 girls, were playing poker inside. Hey, everyone, you haven't forgotten what we are going to do here, have you? It's almost 12 o'clock. Oh, come on, of course I remember. When the hour hand hits 12, what do we do? Mike, you are such an idiot. We need to light a candle and stand in front of the mirror. At 12 o'clock, we need to recite the spell and then blow out the candle. According to rumors, we will see something interesting. If you can't even remember something so simple, how can you say that you are a fan of the occult? Maybe Mike is here to find true love. No. Mike's dark face turned red, but fortunately no one noticed. In order to hide his embarrassment, he stood up and volunteered, I like this kind of mysterious thing. I'll be the first to try it. You guys just watch from the side. The other 3 shrugged their shoulders and didn't care. They let him try to see if the man in the mirror, a strange story that has been popular on the internet recently, is true. Seeing that the time was almost up, Mike picked up a candle he had prepared in advance, lit it with a lighter, and stood in front of a full-length mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror holding the candle, he felt nothing in his heart and even wanted to laugh. Yes, he was not interested in these supernatural things. He joined the mysterious club just to pick up girls and did not believe at all that he would see another weird self in the mirror. Mike made a face and turned to look at his partner, help me check the time, don't blame me if you miss it. Watching you, Mike. Hope you don't pee your pants later. Mike raised his middle finger in response. Soon it was exactly 12 o'clock, and the 3 people who were watching shouted at the same time. Mike immediately blew out the candle in front of him. He looked up at his normal self in the mirror, shrugged, and slowly turned around. It seems we've been fooled again. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? What's that expression? The 3 men all had terrified expressions on their faces, as if they had seen something terrible, and they backed away one after another. In the mirror, Mike's figure did not turn around, but still faced them with a weird smile. Ah! Finally, a shrill scream rang out, breaking the silence of the night. Haha, it turns out that Americans love to commit suicide. In the security booth a few hundred meters away, Levi crossed his legs and drank a sip of coffee leisurely. That's right, the so-called man in the mirror legend was concocted and spread by him, just to live more confidently. 2.5 months ago, Levi traveled to this world and learned from the photos of the mustache that could be seen everywhere that he had come to the troubled Marvel world. Fortunately, he has a plug-in. Name, Levi. Talent. 1 Belief in evil gods, the more people know of your existence, the stronger your power will be. 2 Strange body, can transform into a strange body and can only be harmed by supernatural forces. 3 Unlocked, unlocked when reputation reaches 10,000. Current reputation value, 6,078. Levi called this plug-in a reputation system. As long as he continued to improve his reputation, he could unlock more talents and become stronger. Reputation was related to the impression he left on people. The more people knew him, the deeper the impression, and the more reputation he would gain. When he first came through, he was an ordinary person and could only live his life cautiously. As more people got to know him, Levi's strength surpassed that of ordinary people, and he could easily beat 10 people alone. After unlocking his second talent, he became even bolder and figured out how to create weird stories to gain reputation. After experimenting, he found that as long as he personally created the weird stories, people who subsequently heard about them would be able to provide him with reputation points. Thus, the man in the mirror was born. It just so happened that Levi was a security guard at Midtown High School. He happened to hear that several students from the school's occult enthusiasts club were planning to commit suicide, so he had no choice but to help them. Listening to the scream that seemed to ring in his ears, Levi smiled lightly, stood up, and patted the old man next door on the shoulder. Old Martin, I'm off work. It's already so late. Okay, let's go back and go to bed early. It's still early, the nightlife is just beginning. It's great to be young, I miss those days. Levi shook his head, changed out of his uniform, waved goodbye to this colleague who looked like Mr. Stan Lee, and left the school. He returned to his rented apartment, took a casual shower, turned on the TV to create the illusion that someone was at home, and then he transformed himself into a strange body and floated out of the apartment as usual. In addition to being immune to ordinary damage, the strange body also has many abilities such as flying, invisibility, and possession. It's very much like a ghost king who is not afraid of sunlight, and it also has mental infection. Anyone who looks directly at his strange body becomes mentally unstable, that is, the SAN value decreases. Levi flew in the night sky for a long time and landed in a shopping mall. When he came out, he was fully armed, wrapping himself tightly with the tights and wearing a motorcycle helmet with black lenses on his head. If someone looks closely, they will find that there is nothing behind the lens, no face. Then it was much simpler. He picked out a group of hooligans who looked unlucky, beat them up, told them to go home to their mothers early, and took away a motorcycle, thus starting the role-playing of the Headless Horseman ghost story. That night, countless hooligans who were enjoying the nightlife were beaten up. What terrified them was that the murderer was a headless monster. After dealing with a group of guys who liked to bully the weak and fear the strong, Levi politely returned the clothes and helmet, passed through the wall into a private house, and found the couple sleeping soundly in the bedroom. Levi grinned, smiled maliciously, and slowly floated into the man's body. The next second, the man straightened up and rolled out of bed. He did not move quietly on purpose. His wife on the bed seemed to hear the noise, but she did not open her eyes to see. She just turned over and continued to sleep. Levi sighed regretfully, controlled the man to leave the bedroom, went to the study, turned on the computer skillfully, and left his posts on various forums. Shock. The headless knight is right next to me. Pictures show the truth. Family members, who understands, I actually saw the man in the mirror, help. I feel backache every morning when I wake up, and I feel like my body moved on its own last night. His 10 fingers almost danced into after images, and the keyboard was clattering. Like an army of one man, he raised the topic of the 3 strange stories to a higher level. With Levi's previous efforts, many people agreed with him, but there were also many who sneered at him. Levi had the keyboard in his hand, full of heroic spirit, and naturally sprayed back at them one by one. It seemed that because the man had not come home for too long, the wife got out of bed in confusion. She saw her husband surfing the internet in the study. She said unhappily, "Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and surfing the internet here? I see that you are quite energetic. Come on, follow me into the house." Levi turned around and saw a burly woman, and curled his lips in sympathy. "Brother, it's not easy for you either." Chapter 2. The next day, Levi slept until the afternoon, ate a quick lunch, and rushed to work yawning. "Hey, Lee, you looked like you had a lot of fun last night." In the security room of Zhongcheng High School, colleague Hij winked at Levi and showed his white teeth. Levi shrugged, "Yeah, last night was super busy. I don't know how many people couldn't sleep because of me." He changed into a security uniform and was about to go out when he met a middle-aged man with a serious face. "Captain, morning. Lee, it's getting late. Something happened at school last night. You have to be more serious tonight and do more patrols." "Got it. I'll go take a look around now." Levi nodded, knowing that it was because of the scare caused by those students who were seeking death last night, so he didn't take it seriously and planned to just mess around and be done with it. It is impossible to work seriously. When he went outside, the sun was shining brightly. Levi put on sunglasses, pushed the brim of his hat down, and walked around the campus with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. His sight, blocked by the sunglasses, scanned back and forth at the students coming and going around him. It is now the time for extracurricular activities after school. The campus is full of happy and laughing students. The atmosphere is lively and is not affected at all by the strange incident last night. "Tisk, you are worthy of being a foreigner. You have developed so well at such a young age. As Levi was admiring the beautiful scenery, suddenly a book shook in front of him, blocking his view. When I looked down, I saw a beautiful girl with long black hair. Looking at this familiar face, Levi raised his eyebrows. Well, don't talk yet, I guess you came here to ask me to help Parker. The girl with long black hair panted and rolled her eyes at him. If you know, why don't you follow me quickly, or Parker will be beaten to death by them. Why are you in such a hurry, Jessica? You think they are criminals. Parker will just get beaten up at most. That's not okay. Jessica grabbed Levi's hand and dragged him towards the teaching building. Oak. Levi didn't resist and let Jessica pull him away. That Parker is naturally our good neighbor Spider-Man Peter Parker, but he has not yet been bitten by the mutant spider and become Spider-Man, but is insignificant Parker. Thompson is Parker's old rival Flash Thompson. He is tall and strong and always likes to bully Parker. The dramatic thing is that he will become a loyal fan of Spider-Man in the future, completely unaware that he had bullied his idol before. Jessica, who is holding hands with Levi, is not an ordinary person either. In the future, she will also possess extraordinary power. She joins the Defenders as Jessica Jones. Her famous deed is that she was used as a hot weapon by a despicable villain. Of course, she is still a cute high school student now. It was no accident that Levi appeared in this high school full of hidden talents. He deliberately approached these important characters in the plot. It has been verified that the reputation points given by these plot characters are much higher than those of ordinary people. The reputation points provided by Parker alone account for 1/10 of the total. Therefore, Levi would make his presence felt in front of them from time to time, creating various encounters to deepen their impression. Unfortunately, Parker's other friends such as Harry Osborn, Gwen Stacy, and Mary Jane Watson are not in this high school. The only three who have more roles are Parker, Jessica, and Flash Thompson, which means there are fewer people to take advantage of. Levi and the other student walked quickly into the teaching building, one in front of the other. There were fewer students inside at this time, and the narrow corridor did not limit their speed. They soon turned a few corners and saw several tall students gathered in a corner. Thompson, it's you guys again. What are you doing here? Want to cause trouble? Without waiting for Jessica to speak, Levi pulled her behind him, strode to the group of students, and pressed the shoulders of the tallest student among them. Hearing this familiar voice, Thompson's heart trembled, he cursed inwardly, turned around, and as expected, saw a face that he hated. We are just standing here chatting, are we violating any school rules? Correct. You are so nosy. Even the principal is not as strict as you. The others echoed. Levi snorted, too lazy to argue with them, and directly reached out to pull them away. Get out of my way. These strong students who were on the same football team as Thompson only felt an irresistible force. They were pushed aside without any ability to fight back, revealing a disheveled figure behind them. The man was gentle and thin. The black vest and white shirt he wore were wrinkled, the glasses on his face were crooked under his nose, and his brown hair combed back was very messy. It was obvious that he had been bullied. He is Peter Parker before he became Spider-Man. Parker, are you okay? No, it's okay. Parker adjusted his glasses and murmured a response. He looked up at Levi and tried to force an ugly smile. It's okay. Levi pulled Parker to his side, and without even looking at Thompson, he dragged Parker away. He walked to Jessica and winked at her. Jessica understood and quickly followed Levi and the other man away. Looking at their departing backs, someone frowned and said in dissatisfaction, just let them go like this. What else? Are we going to beat them up again? Thompson's face looked grim. He couldn't help but recall the scene where he was easily defeated by the young security guard a few days ago. His strong arms trembled slightly and began to ache. Let's go train. On the other side, Jessica, who was leaving the teaching building, was also dissatisfied and said, just let them go like this. What else? Are we going to beat them up again? Levi smiled and said, I'm just a security guard. If I take the initiative to beat up students, I will be fired. A few days ago, it was Thompson who made the first move, and Levi took advantage of the situation and subdued him in a few moves. He successfully established the image of a mysterious Oriental Kung Fu master in the minds of these people and earned a lot of reputation points. Thompson, who suffered a loss, obviously didn't dare to provoke Levi again, and could only vent his anger on Parker secretly. In this situation, Levi naturally couldn't play recklessly. Then let them bully Parker. Jessica was still indignant. It's okay, I'm used to it, and they don't dare to go too far. I'll just endure it. Parker tried hard to pretend that he didn't care, but his embarrassed and bitter look was really unconvincing. Parker, if you keep enduring, you won't solve the problem. Instead, it will make them more arrogant. By then, you won't be the only victim. Then, what should I do? Simple. Levi smiled and showed his white teeth. Parker, do you want to learn martial arts? Chapter 3. A few days later, in the evening. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed half the sky red, as bright as blood. A strange conversation echoed in the remote grove on campus. Oh, I can't take it anymore, I really can't take it anymore, please let me go. Hold on, Parker, and take in the wonders of the human body. I can only feel that my thigh muscles are about to tear apart. Have you ever eaten the cheese pizza from the shop opposite the school gate? It's like the cheese that sticks together when you cut the pizza into pieces and pick it up. If you use a little more force, it will break, just like my muscles now. Shut up. If you save your energy for talking like Jessica, you'll perform better. In the grove, Parker and Jessica were doing horse stance in great style, while Levi found a hammock from somewhere and lay comfortably on it, chewing an apple and giving martial arts instruction to his two new apprentices. Haha. Actually Levi only had a vague understanding of it, but he couldn't help but read so many novels and watch so many TV dramas that when he encountered something he didn't understand, he would just say it can only be understood but not expressed in words. However, Parker and the others firmly believed it, mainly because there was a great master like Levi standing in front of them. Perhaps because he had become familiar with Levi, Parker changed from his previous shy appearance and began to show his talkative nature, which annoyed Levi very much. As a result, conversations like the one above often happened, and Jessica, who stayed out of it, could only smile helplessly. Okay, let's end today's practice here. Seeing that it was getting dark, Levi clapped his hands. It's finally over. Parker collapsed to the ground with relief, gasping for breath. Jessica wiped the sweat from her forehead, slowly sat down on the ground, and rubbed her thighs. She performed better than Parker, but only to a limited extent. She felt it was amazing that she could hold on. Practicing martial arts won't make my thighs thicker, will it? Girls always have different concerns. Chun-Li's image appeared in Levi's mind, and he laughed and said, how could that be? Do you think my thighs are thick? Well, it's much thicker than Parker's. Levi didn't want to waste time with her on this issue, so he made up an excuse and hurried back home to check his panel. As the three strange stories continued to ferment on the internet and in reality, and with the funding from Parker and others, Levi's reputation value finally exceeded 10,000, unlocking his third talent. Name, Leeway. Talent. One strange body, can transform into a strange body and can only be harmed by supernatural forces. 2. Belief in evil gods. The more people know of your existence, the stronger your power will be. 3. Grant abilities. You can spend reputation points to grant abilities to other creatures, control their life and death, and call upon their abilities at any time. 4. Unlocked. Unlocked when reputation reaches 100. Current reputation value, 10,086. Grant power? Levi raised his eyebrows, closed his eyes and carefully sensed this new talent for a while. After a while, he opened his eyes with a look of surprise. It seems that there are no restrictions on the types and effects of abilities. I can create them at will. I can also grant abilities that I don't have to others. However, the stronger the ability, the more reputation points are consumed. Now I only have 10,000 reputation points, so I am afraid that I can't grant abilities that are too powerful. Levi did not use this talent rashly. He calmed down, simulated various abilities in his mind, and tried to figure out the reputation value that would need to be consumed. After a while, he made an important discovery. The greater the side effects of an ability, or the greater the cost, the less reputation it consumes. For example, the Meifuwa, which consumes a lot of energy and may even cause death and has a very low success rate, is lower than the more advanced sealing techniques in Naruto. Or those abilities that can only be used under specific conditions are considered to have low value in the reputation system. So, I can create amazing abilities with very little reputation points by deliberately setting constraints. With a direction, Levi quickly came up with several cost-effective abilities. He was eager to try them out and could not wait to find the guinea pig. But how should we grant abilities? Levi held up his cheek and fell into deep thought. Moulton Mental Hospital in the eastern suburbs of New York City. Thousands of mentally ill patients are detained here, and it is a well-known one-way road to hell. Almost no patient can get out alive. The strict management system and prison-like security guards make this mental hospital an indestructible cage. At the center of this cage are many small rooms that are like a honeycomb. In one of the rooms, there was a woman with her body wrapped in straps and fixed to a vertical bed. Her mouth was sealed, but her occasional wandering eyes showed that she was still alive. Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak appeared in the corner of the room. Even her face was pitch black, revealing only a pair of scarlet, indifferent eyes. The woman still had dull eyes, as if she was not interested in anything, until the cloaked man moved in front of her and took out a ball of burning fire from his arms. He, do you want to pass on the fire? Perhaps the sound was too harsh, or the fluctuating flames were too eye-catching. The woman's eyes widened, and an expression of excitement and joy reappeared on her dead face. She struggled with all her strength, and even the sturdy bedboard creaked. Levi smiled silently and handed the flame in his hand over, then burn well. Snapped. The lights in the room suddenly went out. The supervisor said there's something wrong with room 1015 and asked us to go over and take a look. 1015? Isn't she the crazy woman who always thinks about committing suicide? What happened to her? No, it seems that the light in the room is broken. Go and fix it. Tisk, I thought that guy was finally dead. What a waste of my feelings. Two men in nursing uniforms came to room 1015 and saw through the glass window on the door that it was indeed pitch black inside. The two looked at each other, took out their keys, opened the door, turned on the flashlights, and walked in one after the other. The light switch was on the wall next to the door, but there was no response after pressing it several times. The dazzling circles of light from the two flashlights moved around the room, and finally stopped on the woman who was tied to the vertical board. Hey, wake up! The nurse called out several times, but the woman kept her head down and did not respond. Is he really dead? He walked over, put his finger under the woman's nose, and felt no breath. Fa! No more air. Real or fake? Why did you lie to me? As he spoke, he reached out to flip up the woman's eyelids, and as soon as he touched them, his body suddenly shook strangely. The other nurse didn't notice this and was still muttering, "It's better for her to die. She should have died a long time ago. I made a bet with Charlie yesterday that this woman would not live past this month. Sure enough, I guessed right." As he spoke, he walked over to the vertical board and struggled to untie the tangled straps, completely unaware that his companion turned around without saying a word and raised his flashlight high. Boom! The flashlight rolled to the ground, and the flashing light illuminated a strange smiling face. Ha, pass the fire. Fun, ha 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 ha. Boom boom boom. After the sound of many heavy objects falling, a figure covered in blood walked out of the room, leaving a bloody footprint with every step. Facing the large group of people who came over after seeing the situation on the monitor, he tilted his head and grinned. You guys also want to pass on the fire? Don't move. Put your hands on your head. Hee, forget it if you don't want it. Amidst everyone's astonished gaze, he suddenly bumped his head against the wall next to him, and a gorgeous flower suddenly bloomed on the white wall. Everyone was horrified and couldn't understand why a person who was fine just now suddenly killed someone and then committed suicide. Maybe it's because of too much work pressure. So, should we call the police? Why call the police? They're all dead. What's the point of calling the police? Just drag them to the yard and bury them. Oh. Several security guards bravely walked over. The first person who touched the corpse shuddered all over, lowered his head, and revealed the same weird smile as the man who had just died. Inspired by the first commandment, childhood trauma, not for the faint of heart. Chapter 4. 2 hours later, a black car stopped in front of the gate of Morton Mental Hospital. A man in a suit and tie with a receding hairline got out of the car. He glanced at the row of police cars and ambulances parked at the door with a serious expression. He walked quickly inside, showed his ID to the police officer who was trying to stop him, and walked unhindered to the portly inspector. Agent Coulson. Well, what's going on in there? A trace of fear flashed across the fat inspector's face, and he said unnaturally, You should go in and see for yourself. Coulson frowned and followed the fat inspector into the hospital building. As soon as he entered the door, a strong smell of blood hit him in the face. He covered his nose uncomfortably and squinted his eyes, seeing a scene that looked like hell. The floor, walls, and even the ceiling were stained with shocking red patterns, like a child's graffiti as a prank, but Coulson knew that these were not paint but real blood. Even though he was experienced, he couldn't help but shudder when he saw such a scene. It was like a massacre. Hey, what's going on? Coulson stepped back, took a breath and asked. The fat inspector pulled his collar and wiped the cold sweat with a handkerchief, and said nervously, according to the reporter, there was a riot here. Those mentally ill people attacked others like crazy. Those who wanted to escape came to the first floor, but were blocked by the locked door, so it became like this. Mental patients are just crazy. Coulson complained that he knew this matter was not as simple as he heard, otherwise he, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, would not have come here. From what I understand, you seem to have discovered something a little unusual. Yep. The fat inspector swallowed and replied, for some reason, the people who went in to search and rescue went crazy one after another, including the well-trained police officers. We were forced to empty the magazines, retreat, and temporarily block this place. Even the police officers are going crazy. Coulson's expression was stern. Sure enough, there was a supernatural phenomenon involved here. Otherwise, the police officer who was more determined than ordinary people would not become an aggressive lunatic. Oh, by the way, those lunatics seemed to be shouting something like "Pass the fire." Passing fire. Coulson frowned. This word sounded unusual. Could it be related to some evil religion? Such a scene also looks like a sacrifice. Coulson, who was lost in thought, did not notice that an ordinary police officer outside the door glanced at him and gave him a strange smile. Well, that's Coulson, the mayor of the novice village, right? Has he attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. so quickly? In the apartment, Levi, who was lying on the sofa, stood up, drank a sip of iced happy water, and let out a long breath. In order to test the third talent he had just unlocked, Levi went to the mental hospital and gave the woman the ability to transform into a ghost and possess and manipulate others. The side effects are the loss of the original body, the shortening of survival time to just 1 day, and the addition of the restriction that physical contact is required for possession. In this way, Levi only spent 200 reputation points to grant this ability, which he could earn back in less than a day. What he didn't expect was that the crazy woman was so aggressive that she destroyed more than half of the hospital management, causing a riot among patients and turning a good cage into a slaughterhouse. Forget it. It's good for them to die early and be free. Tisk, it seems that I'm not a good person either. Levi, who had come to his senses, lay back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and drank an ice-cold Coke while reviewing the results of the experiment. First, the good thing is that the person who accepts my power will have a wonderful connection with me. I can decide his life or death with a thought, and vaguely sense his vision and state. Therefore, Levi stayed at home and knew what happened over there and learned about the emergence of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is very important. There are flaws, but it is that one cannot completely control that person's thoughts and actions. And because Levi was not directly involved, the reputation points he obtained were greatly reduced. It is estimated that this was also due to her shouting "Pass on the fire." This can't be tolerated. Fortunately, Levi did not do nothing in the past half-day. Tom! Jerry! Levi shouted twice. Just as he finished speaking, two figures, one big and one small, rushed in from the balcony. The big one is an orange tabby American short hair, only 3 months old, with a slender body, and a pair of bright big eyes embedded in its round face. Its gaze is fixed on the small grey-blue figure in front of it that is within reach, and the corners of its mouth are twitching uncontrollably. It was a chinchilla, also called a chinchilla. It ran upright on its 2 legs. Even when it sensed malicious gazes behind it, it was not afraid at all. It even turned its head and made a sly face at the tabby American short hair. I was actually provoked by food? How could I tolerate this? The tabby American short hair got angry, and raised its 2 front legs off the ground. Its palms suddenly swelled up a lot, turning into the shape of a fly swatter, and it swatted the little thing in front of it hard. However, the chinchilla was well prepared. It shook its body and several identical copies of itself popped out of its body. The fly swatter slammed down and hit one of the chinchillas. With a bang, the chinchilla disappeared into smoke, leaving a strand of hair floating in its place. Unwilling to give up after failing to catch the original chinchilla, the tabby American short hair chased the others in parkour in the hall until he had beaten all of them into fur. Hey, something seems wrong. The tabby American short hair turned around suddenly and saw the chinchilla standing on Levi's shoulder, smiling proudly. You are such a scheming rat. The tabby American short hair immediately returned to normal, walking towards Levi with an elegant cat-like gait, with a flattering smile on his face. He came to his feet and rubbed his trouser legs back and forth with a whimpering sound. Levi chuckled and patted its head. Okay, Tom, you lose again this time. You should learn more from Jerry and be a brave and resourceful cat. Meow. Tom replied obediently, glancing at the complacent Jerry with a cold gleam in his eyes. Jerry held his head high and ignored Tom's hostility. Levi smiled. These 2 little guys, who seemed to have come from the next set, were the results of his experiment. The third talent did not mention that the one who granted the power had to be a human, so he went to the pet store and bought 2 of them. It turns out that animals can indeed accept Levi's gift of power. Among them, Tom was given the power of transformation, but the flaw was that he would fall asleep for a while after using the power. Jerry was given the power of clone, which would become ineffective once it was hit, which is quite similar to the shadow clone technique in Naruto. Both abilities have obvious flaws and don't cost much reputation. Most importantly, Levi can ignore these flaws after borrowing their abilities because he has a strange body. Chapter 5. In the apartment, the tabby American short-hair Tom opened his mouth, yawned, curled up at Levi's feet, and fell into a sweet dream in less than 2 seconds. It's great to be young, just fall asleep. Levi shook his head, looked at Jerry who was also yawning on his shoulder, and whispered, You should go to bed too. Jerry nodded obediently, stretched out his little hand and waved it, then jumped into Tom's soft hair. He used his hair to make a bed and a quilt, and soon began to snore. It used its ability several times, which consumed a lot of energy. Levi touched them one by one, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He chose these 2 abilities to bestow upon Tom and Jerry not for fun, but because it was related to the subsequent acquisition of reputation points. Don't forget that his third talent is not only given, but also borrowed. Levi closed his eyes slightly, and 3 strange spots of light appeared in his mind. One of them was slightly dim, representing that the first person who received his power was about to die. The other 2 spots of light should be Tom and Jerry. He extended his mental tentacles and grasped the 2 spots of light at the same time. The next moment, Levi's body shook, and he opened his eyes full of surprise. He clenched his fist, sensed it, and suddenly smiled. He pulled out a hair and blew on it. The hair unexpectedly turned into another Levi in the wind. The 2 looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Levi wanted to test the limits of the clone technique, so he continued to use it. Then, one clone after another appeared in front of him, until he felt that his abilities were becoming difficult to operate. Looking at the 5 figures in front of him, Levi sighed softly, Can I only have 5 clones at the moment? He was just borrowing the abilities of Tom and the others, and the upper limit of his abilities depended on them, not Levi, so at most he could only create 5 clones. It's enough for now. With a thought, his clones simultaneously transformed into strange bodies, flying around the room and passing through various furniture at will without any obstruction. Being immune to physical attacks naturally means that the clone technique will not be ineffective, and his clone can survive for a long time. The experiment was not over yet. The clones stopped, shook their bodies, and their images immediately changed drastically. One has thick eyebrows and big eyes, wearing a blue tights, red underwear outside, and a red cape fluttering behind him. One has a gloomy face, wearing a black battle suit, with sharp eyes. One wears a red tights, and looks a little honest. One has disheveled hair, is tall, and holds a trident, and it is obvious that he is very good at playing Hot Wheels. The last one is a heroic beauty, wearing armor, holding a sharp blade, and has the world in her heart. Admiring the 5 heroes posing in front of him, Levi's eyes flashed with excitement. With the power of clones and transformation, plus other borrowed powers, he has a large number of capable helpers. The possibility of his true body being exposed is greatly reduced, and his ability to cause trouble is greatly improved. He seems to see his reputation rising rapidly. Well, leave 2 clones to do the big things, and the other 3 clones will take turns to play ghost stories. The slit-mouthed woman, the cat-faced old lady, the red-clothed ghost, etc. will all be arranged to help the old American purify his soul. Once a strange story spreads, it is easy for it to undergo a qualitative change. The reputation value provided will not be small, it just takes time to settle. Therefore, Levi still needs some quick and effective methods. Haha, if you want to be famous, the fastest way is of course to ride on the popularity. Isn't that the most popular and talked about person in the Marvel world? I don't know what good idea he came up with, but Levi curled the corners of his mouth and smiled proudly. Oh, by the way, before that, I have one last experiment to do. Damn it! What's going on? New York Police Department Commissioner George Stacy, wearing a thick bulletproof vest, stood behind an explosion-proof shield, looking ahead in shock and anger. More than a dozen people had dull eyes and held hands, forming a human wall. They all had faces that were extremely familiar to Director Stacy. Some are old veterans who have worked in the police station for more than 10 years, some have young faces and have just become police officers, and some are just office clerks. And now, they seemed to be manipulated, gathered together and became shields for the criminals. What puzzled Chief Stacy even more was that the prisoner standing behind the human wall was actually an excellent police officer whom he had always been optimistic about. Stop it, Zio. The police station is full of our people. You can't escape. Let go of the hostages immediately. Chief Stacy pointed her gun at Zio and said sadly. Hearing this, Zio just smiled foolishly. Haha, no, I won't let go. I want to play games with them. This game is fun, haha. Listening to the strange tone and laughter, Director Stacy frowned. He seemed like a different person, not at all like the tough guy before. Boom! Zio suddenly shot one of the hostages in the head, and the hot blood sprayed onto the faces and bodies of several people next to him, but it did not cause any reaction from them. Chief Stacy's eyes were red with anger, but his hand holding the gun handle was steadier than ever. He lowered his face, lowered his voice, and said to the intercom, "What are you waiting for, you good-for-nothings? Shoot him!" As soon as the words fell, the sniper outside the house pulled the trigger without hesitation. Sparks flew and the bullet spun rapidly, shattering the window glass in the next second, leaving a bowl-sized hole on Zio's head. Zio fell to the ground in response, dragging the wall of people with him as they fell down like dominoes. Director Stacy let out a long sigh and was about to wave her hand to ask someone to clean up the mess, but she keenly noticed that a hostage lying on the ground took the gun from Zio and raised it up. Before he could speak, a gunshot was heard behind him, followed by a series of gunshots. Director Stacy closed his eyes. He knew without even looking that the hostages were doomed. If he wasn't handled properly, he would be doomed too. Fuck! What the hell are you doing? I'm sorry, but that guy was Nico, I couldn't help it. Oh no, I was worried about your safety. Director Stacy was very tired and sighed, send 2 people to see if there is anyone alive inside. Be careful. Yes. Wait. Carlson rushed over, stopped them from approaching, and showed his ID to Director Stacy. I'm sorry, Director Stacy, we are in charge of this place. What did you say? This is the New York Police Department, and I am now the Commissioner of the New York Police Department. You want me to leave? Where should I go? Commissioner Stacy said angrily. If he just left like this, where would he put his face? I know what you mean, sir. Carlson smiled politely. However, the police station is in such a dilapidated state now. You'd better find another place to work. This is also the decision of the federal government. Director Stacy, you won't refuse this kindness, right? Looking at the police station that looked a bit old, Chief Stacy coughed and nodded. Okay, it's time for the police station to move to a new building. Chapter 6. In the police station, even though she was feeling depressed and sad, Chief Stacy still had to force a smile and have a friendly conversation with the agent in front of her. Agent Carlson, can I stay and assist you in your investigation? You know, a group of my good subordinates have been sacrificed in this matter, and I can't just leave. I know how you feel, Mr. Chief. Carlson smiled and said, but this is a secret mission, so I can only say sorry. You also know how difficult those people above are, so please don't make things difficult for us. I understand, I understand. If you need any help, come to me again. Okay, I do need your help, Chief. For example, seal off the police station and keep people away. Also, bring some flamethrowers. Seeing that Director Stacy still looked unhappy, Carlson paused and added, Mr. Director, believe me, this world is not as simple as you think. There are many things that are difficult to explain scientifically. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, these things are best left to more professional people to solve. What do you think? Thinking carefully about the details of this case, it seemed that there was a weird atmosphere everywhere. Director Stacy couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and her back was soaked. He managed to calm himself down, said a few perfunctory words to Carlson, then turned around and directed his men to seal off the police station. Soon, agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. came to support, and Carlson immediately explained this special case to them. The case at the police station is very similar to the one in the mental hospital this morning. I have reason to believe that the murderer is the same. Moreover, he is hiding among the pile of corpses. In the corpse. Everyone was horrified. Yes, I suspect dirt. Carlson said in a steady tone, from the surveillance video of the mental hospital, anyone who touches the corpse will become another person. Therefore, we can't touch it, just burn the corpse into ashes. Yes. In the apartment building, Levi remotely saw the agents coming with flamethrowers, and he knew that this experiment had come to an end. As expected of S.H.I.E.L.D., they found a solution so quickly. We can only burn all the firewood in advance. Levi stretched out his hand and grasped the dim light in his mind. He squeezed it hard, and the light immediately shattered. He felt that the power that belonged to him in the distance began to lose control and riot, becoming the source of destruction. I see. It makes sense to control their lives in this way. With this protection, he didn't have to worry about the power he bestowed harming himself. Well, it's time to give the Marvel world a little shake-up. The view returns to the police station. Under the command of Carlson, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who came to support picked up the flamethrower provided by the police station, walked to a place 2 or 3 meters away from the pile of corpses, stopped, and pulled the trigger. A raging flame spurted out from the tiny muzzle of the gun. The temperature of thousands of degrees instantly ignited the corpse. Puffs of thick smoke rose up and condensed into a phantom figure of a woman in midair. The woman figure seemed to like the fire beside her. She spread her hands and smiled widely, but the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around her did not hear any laughter. Such a strange scene made these elite agents feel uneasy. Even the most vicious terrorists could be shot, but how to deal with the dirty stuff? Boss, come and take a look. Calm down, I've seen it. Carlson, who was always paying attention to the situation here, spotted the woman's shadowy figure at the first time, walked up quickly, and snatched the flamethrower from someone with a stern face. "Don't stand there, keep attacking." "Yes." As the huge flames raged, the corpse was quickly burned to charcoal, emitting a disgusting odor. Coulson remained unmoved, staring at the phantom of the woman in the air without blinking, until she suddenly revealed a look of pain and joy and slowly disappeared without a trace. Then he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, stop. Has that thing been destroyed by us?" "Yeah, probably." "Ha, if it's burned by fire, it's nothing to be afraid of. This is all thanks to the wise leadership of the boss. If you had come here, you might have become one of the corpses inside." "Haha, how is that possible?" Coulson shook his head and interrupted their conversation. "Be serious, the mission is not over yet. You stay here, and burn it if you see any movement." "Yes." After a brief explanation, Coulson went to get the surveillance footage and the name list from the mental hospital and compared them carefully in the car, and found out the identity of the woman. Is he really a patient in a mental hospital? It seems that this matter is not over yet. He frowned. It was already evening when we finished dealing with the matters at the police station. Coulson returned to SHIELD and met the director of SHIELD, the famous king of agents, the damnedest man, Nick Fury. He had a dark head, a black eye patch on his left eye, a serious face, and an intimidating aura. Seeing Coulson, Fury narrowed his remaining eye and said in a deep voice, "I heard that 17 police officers died? What's going on?" "Chief, it has been confirmed to be a supernatural phenomenon." Coulson handed over the tablet in his hand. "According to my investigation, the cause of the incident was a woman named Dickens Brenda. She suffers from severe mental disorders and self-harming tendencies." Fury looked at the pale-faced woman on the tablet and said puzzledly, "But she should be an ordinary person." "Yes, in the past 20 years or so, she had not shown any witchcraft or magical abilities. Until last night, she died." Coulson said slowly, "From the surveillance video, I found that the first person who came into contact with her body suddenly went crazy, killed someone and then committed suicide. She was like a plague, infecting one person after another and turning them into lunatics like her." "You mean?" Fury snorted, "This woman died and turned into a ghost, then robbed other people's bodies and killed 17 police officers. Well, actually, I've seen her ghost." Fury took a deep breath and said, "I remember there have been many supernatural events in New York recently, such as another self appearing in the mirror." "Yes, the man in the mirror incident." Coulson continued, "There is also the Headless Horseman incident. Many people witnessed a headless man riding a motorcycle at night." Fury was silent for a long time, then said coldly, "I have a bad feeling, as if I have returned to more than 20 years ago." Jingle bell. The shrill ring of the phone interrupted his words, and Nick Fury raised the receiver in displeasure. "I'm Nick Fury." When he heard the words coming from the other end of the phone, his expression suddenly changed and he hung up the phone forcefully. "Director?" Coulson asked nervously. Fury clenched his fist and slammed the table. "Fuck you, Tony Stark is missing." Chapter 7. Time goes back half an hour. Manhattan, New York. As the financial center of New York, Manhattan is still brightly lit even at night. In a certain big villa, there were even more lights and wine, the sound system was blasting, a large number of beauties and several wealthy men were huddled together, shaking their bodies wildly to the music, and the smell of hormones was everywhere. With everyone's attention focused on the world's biggest bachelor, Tony Stark, he was twisting his hips in ecstasy and flirting with 2 pretty young models who were only wearing bikinis. Before the music stopped, he lost his patience, hugged the 2 beauties, and said with a frivolous smile, "I think you don't want to waste time here." Those who understood the meaning of this sentence knew it, at least the 2 young models understood it, and they couldn't wait to stick close to him, giggling and saying, "Haha, you are so bad. Hee, you will know how good I am soon." With beauties in his arms, the lustful Tony didn't want to waste time. He hurriedly put his arms around their slender waists and walked into the villa. After rejecting several attempts at approaching, Tony finally stumbled into the bedroom with the beauty and accidentally fell onto the bed together. "Excuse me, ladies, I seem to be a little hot, could you help me get rid of my clothes? Hee, no, we have to take a shower. Why wash? You have to wash it later anyway. That's different. Tony watched the two women run into the bathroom with a smile on his face. He didn't know what shamelessness was and was about to take off all his clothes and run to the bedroom to cool down with cold water, but he didn't expect that his vision suddenly went dark and his head became dizzy. It's over. Did I drink fake wine? This was his last thought before he passed out. Cold, shaking. Tony woke up slowly, only to see an unfamiliar ceiling. His eyes moved slowly, and in the dim light, he found himself in a closed and unfamiliar small room. Tony realized something was wrong and sat up suddenly. He heard the sound of iron chains colliding in his ears. He then saw that one of his feet was chained and the other end of the chain was connected to the iron plate on the wall. He tried pulling hard a few times, but the chain and the iron plate didn't move at all. There was no way to unlock them without the key, so he simply gave up trying. What's going on? I was having a blast at the party, wasn't I? Why am I here? Tony was puzzled and tried to shout, "Hello, is anyone there? Which friend is joking with me? This joke is not funny at all. I am going to be angry. You know, when I get angry, the consequences will be serious." After waiting for a long time without any response, Tony rubbed his aching head and remembered that he was originally discussing life with two beauties, but his eyes went dark and he passed out. Could it be that he didn't drink fake wine, but someone deliberately drugged him? So, he is being kidnapped now? Okay, when I get out, I will fire all these security guards. As a confident person, Tony did not worry about his situation. He believed that with his intelligence, any difficulties could be solved. All he had to do now was to use his clever little brain. Tony looked down at himself. He was only wearing a vest and shorts, the same as before he passed out. It was obvious that he had nothing on him, including his cell phone. He searched for it, but found that his belongings were cleaner than those of the beggars on the street. All the things he had originally carried with him were gone. Well, I met a cautious little kidnapper. Tony shrugged and looked around the small room he was in. Well, it's 5 meters long, 4 meters wide, and about 3 meters high. It's a very normal size. He was tied up in a corner with chains. As the chain was only half a meter long, his range of movement was limited to the corner and he could not open the door on the diagonal side and walk out. The room was also empty. The only conspicuous object was the TV placed on the opposite wall and the undisguised camera on it. So, Tony sat on the cold floor, staring at the TV and camera in a daze. Now all I can do is wait for the kidnappers to take action. It was always others who waited for him, and this passive waiting was very uncomfortable. He drank a lot of wine at the party and now felt a little nauseous and wanted to vomit. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long. There was a rustling sound, and the TV turned on automatically. The picture shook a few times and froze on a dim corridor. A puppet riding a small tricycle slowly emerged from the darkness of the corridor. It was wearing a black suit, its skin was pale, its eyes and lips were scarlet as if stained with blood, and there was a mosquito coil-shaped pattern on both cheeks, which looked very strange. The wheels of the tricycle squeaked as it rolled closer and closer, and the puppet's weird face occupied most of the TV screen. As its mouth opened and closed, a harsh and unpleasant sound was heard. "Hello, Tony Stark, my name is Billy, and I want to play a game with you." Tony was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing out loud. "It's you, a puppet doll named Billy, who kidnapped me. Haha, man, I have to say, the toy you bought is really ugly. No child would like this kind of thing. GG. Billy laughed so hard it sounded like nails scratching a blackboard. Tony couldn't stand it and covered his ears. "Tony Stark, you are as sarcastic as the rumors say. Huh? You kidnapped me to this place that's even more cramped than my bathroom, and you blame me for being mean." Tony stood up and was about to say something, but gave up after thinking for a while. "No matter what, you want money, right? Simple, is 10 million enough? No, I'll give you 50 million, and if you let me go, I won't pursue the matter any further, okay?" Billy was unmoved. "Tony Stark, do you think money can buy everything? Please, you don't want to lecture me about how money is not everything and that no amount of money can buy love, do you? Tony spread his hands speechlessly and said, Dude, you're not my dad, why do you care about this? Billy was silent for a few seconds as if he was stuck, then he coughed and ignored Tony, saying to himself, Tony Stark, you claim to be a playboy and have beautiful women by your side every day, but have you really been loved? You control the world's largest arms dealer, sell weapons all over the world, and kill thousands of people. Do you really have no guilt at all? Do you still have even a trace of love in your heart? Tony pouted and was about to retort, but was interrupted by Billy. Tony Stark, I want to play a game with you. Billy took out a remote control and pressed a button. The TV screen changed and was divided into 3 screens. There was a tied-up figure in each screen. When Tony saw them, his expression changed for the first time, and his eyes became sharp. Asshole, what on earth do you want to do? Didn't I tell you that I want to play a game with you? Chapter 8. In the small room, Tony took a deep breath, his eyes wandering over the 3 figures on the TV screen, his face changing from gloomy to happy. The first picture shows a pot-bellied, bald old man. He is Obadiah Stannett, a good friend of Tony's father and a shareholder of Stark Industries. He is also a mentor and friend to Tony. The second one is a blonde beauty, Pepper Potts, who is Tony's assistant and the person he trusts the most. Seeing the figure in the third picture, Tony couldn't believe his eyes. You dare to tie up an Air Force colonel, are you crazy? James Rhodes is currently a colonel in the United States Air Force. Tony has known him since college and they have become close friends. The two have a very deep relationship. He never expected that an officer like Rhodes was kidnapped. Tony's heart was beating violently and his head was aching badly. He finally realized that he was not facing an ordinary bandit seeking money, but a madman. Facing the crazy kidnapper, Tony put away his contemptuous thoughts. He didn't dare to gamble with the safety of these 3 people, so he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, you win. Tell me, what game do you want to play? I'll accompany you to the end. Tony, it seems that you still have a trace of conscience in your heart, which is a good thing. The strange face of the puppet Billy appeared on the TV again, and his red eyes blinked slowly. With your intelligence, it will be easy for you to pass the game and find your love again. Unlike others, I have great confidence in you, don't let me down. And what about others? Yes, if they didn't have accomplices, how could Rhodes and his men be caught so easily? This is bad. If there are many gangsters, how can he save them all by himself? Tony was panicking inside, but he remained calm on the surface and snorted, Stop talking nonsense and come quickly. I have a date tomorrow morning. You look very energetic. I hope you can keep it up. Billy let out a deep laugh, took out the remote and pressed the button again. Then here comes the prize for the first level, Miss Pepper Potts. The TV screen switched to a close-up of Pepper, and Tony could clearly see her panic-stricken profile and the dark circles under her eyes that were not covered by makeup. Damn it, you actually deprived her of the right to put on makeup and exposed her bare face. I have to say, Tony felt a little disappointed and guilty. Did he leave too much work to Pepper? Don't worry about such trivial matters. Billy paused and continued, Tony, in the first level of the game, you have to walk out of this room by yourself and go to the next room to save Miss Potts, otherwise she will be cut in half by the chainsaw. Remember, you only have half an hour. Half an hour. Only then did Tony notice that there was a slowly moving chainsaw in front of Pepper. If nothing unexpected happened, the chainsaw would cut Pepper in half an hour. Law. You locked me in here, I would have escaped if I could have gotten out. Here's a tip for you, don't trust your eyes too much. Okay, let the game begin, enjoy it. Hey! Tony shouted a few times but got no response from Billy. He knew that there was no way to get more information from the kidnapper, and now he had to race against time to find a way to escape. Looking at Pepper, who was frightened by the chainsaw, Tony comforted her in his heart and began to think about how to pass the first level of the game. If you want to leave this room, you must first unlock the chains. Since that guy is deliberately trying to play a game with me, he probably won't set a situation where I will definitely die. Therefore, the key to unlock the chains is hidden within the range where I can move. Tony moved his feet, straightened the chain, and easily carved out his own range of movement. But no trace of the key was found in this area. What did that guy mean when he said not to trust your eyes too much? Is there a visual aberration? With the mentality of giving it a try, Tony simply closed his eyes, stretched out his hands, pressed them against the wall, and groped around inch by inch. He searched for a long time without feeling anything special. Just when he thought he was being cheated, he suddenly touched nothing and stretched his hand forward. When he opened his eyes, Tony found that his palm had sunk into the wall, as if it had been swallowed by the wall. That's unscientific. It looks like just an ordinary wall. Tony's interest was piqued, but now was obviously not the time to study it, so he had to suppress his curiosity, reached his hand in a little deeper, and felt something that felt metallic. He quickly pulled his hand back and found that he was holding a rusty iron saw. Tony was stunned for a moment. No way, are you asking me to use this iron saw to cut the chain? He was not a nerd who only knew how to study. On the contrary, he had strong hands-on skills. When he was very young, he disassembled his father's sports car into a pile of parts by himself. Therefore, Tony quickly calculated that by the time he successfully sawed through the chain, Pepper would be dead. This is a distraction. If it were someone else, they would have rushed to saw the chain and wasted their time. It's me. Tony boasted and continued his exploration with his eyes closed. More than 10 minutes later, he sat on the ground with dull eyes, muttering to himself, why is there nothing else? There is no reason. Using a metal saw will not work at all. But he searched several times and couldn't find anything except the iron saw he found at the beginning. It's impossible to set a dead end for me from the beginning. Is there any way to break it? Tony bit his nails hard and racked his brains to think. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind and he muttered, unless, this iron saw is not for sawing off the chain, but for me to saw off my own feet. Compared to steel, human bones are much weaker. If you are ruthless enough, it will take less than 2 or 3 minutes to saw off a leg. But the question is, can Tony be so cruel? Is he willing to trade one of his feet for Pepper's life? Oh, Billy, you've really given me a hard time. Tony looked at Pepper on TV, who was only 10 centimeters away from the chainsaw. Seeing the despair and sadness in her eyes, he helplessly smiled bitterly. For the first time, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He hated his own incompetence and the abominable bastards who played other people's lives for fun. Billy, I'm FAQ. Did you hear that? I'm FAQ. You cowardly fellow, if you have the guts, come out and fight me. I'll give you a hand. Tony cursed at the camera, venting his anger. Tired of scolding, he lay on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. I'm sorry, Pepper. It's not that I won't save you. It's just that I'm not sure I can save you in that state. Hi. Chapter 9. When Tony was in trouble, a whirlpool had quietly arisen outside because of his disappearance. As the world's largest weapons developer and arms dealer, Tony's safety is related to all aspects of the country's interests. So, when the news of his disappearance was confirmed, the police, FBI, CIA, etc. all took action. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot lag behind in this matter. After all, Tony's father Howard Stark is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Over the years, Nick Fury has been sending people to secretly observe Tony and evaluate whether he is qualified to inherit the legacy his father left behind in S.H.I.E.L.D. However, given Tony's bohemian lifestyle, the inheritance has remained in Fury's hands. Tony Stark is missing. Nick Fury got the news from his informant and immediately said to Coulson with a gloomy face, not only Tony, but also his assistant, an important shareholder of Stark Industries, and his colonel friend are missing. What? Coulson was surprised and asked, who is doing this? Is it from the north? No, they have been quiet for a long time. They will not suddenly attack an arms dealer, even if he is a billionaire. Fury said in a deep voice, the most important thing is that our intelligence network has no news at all. It seems that they have evaporated into thin air. Coulson heard a different meaning and raised his eyebrows and said, you mean? Ah. Fury turned and walked to the windowsill, looking at the dark night sky outside through the gap in the blinds, and said in a dark tone, "I suspect this is just the beginning, something is about to emerge from the darkness. I can feel the unsettling atmosphere everywhere in the air. Coulson, you must find Tony Stark." "Yes. Who can save me? I really don't want to die." In a strange room, Pepper Potts, unable to move, stared at the madly spinning electric saw so close to her, listened to the life-threatening buzzing sound, cried with tears in her eyes, and almost collapsed. She only remembered that she had finally finished her work and was about to go to bed, but then her eyes went dark and she lost consciousness. When she woke up, she found herself tied up tightly and unable to move. What's even more terrifying is that there is a running electric saw in front of him. She had always been kind to others, and she couldn't understand what she had done to deserve being treated like this and having her life ended in such a cruel way. By the way, she hasn't put on any makeup yet, she must look very ugly. It hurts to think about it. Pepper cried even harder. Just then, the door was pushed open with a bang, and an unexpected person appeared in front of her. "Tony." "Yes, it's me." "Stop crying. The more you cry, the uglier you become." Tony, habitually saying hurtful words, rushed forward at full speed and successfully shut down the chainsaw before it cut Pepper into a bloody mess. "Hi. I finally caught up." Tony collapsed on the ground exhausted and let out a long breath. Pepper, who had escaped death, was so moved that she looked at Tony with her eyes like a thread. She sniffed and said, "Tony, you saved me. I don't know how to thank you." Tony deliberately avoided her gaze and waved his hand, saying, "Work harder in the future." Little did she know that Tony was actually planning to give up on saving her. But when he lay on his back on the ground, he suddenly realized that there was a place he had not searched, that was the ceiling above his head. With the help of the metal saw, Tony could just reach the ceiling by standing on tiptoe. After a few scratches, something fell from the ceiling to the floor with a crisp metallic sound. It was a key. He used the key to unlock the chain, then rushed out of the room and rescued Pepper in the nick of time. Fortunately, the rooms were not locked, otherwise Pepper would be in great danger. Listening to Tony's extremely low EQ answer, Pepper snorted, "Boss, have you rested well? Can you help me untie those chains? They are very uncomfortable to be tied up." "Oh, sorry, I forgot." Tony stood up and found that Pepper was wrapped in circles of chains, which looked quite artistic. If it were a normal time, he would definitely study it carefully, but now he didn't know if there was still any danger, so he could only abandon these inappropriate thoughts. Tony tried hard, but not only did he fail to unlock the chain, but he made Pepper uncomfortable. He reluctantly let go of his hand. "No, you need a key to open it. I was tied up with chains just like you just now, and I also used a key to open it." "Were you kidnapped too?" Pepper asked in surprise. "Correct." "Oh my god, that's horrible. Do you know who did this?" "I just know he's a bad guy." "Then let's call the police right away." "If I could have called the police, I would have called the police a long time ago." As he spoke, Tony walked around the room, searching for any possible keys. Suddenly, Billy's recognizable voice rang out, "Wow, you are worthy of being Tony Stark with a high IQ. Congratulations on passing the first level of the game. Although the process was bumpy, when you got the iron saw, I was really afraid that you were a real man." "Stop talking about this nonsense." Tony interrupted him with a stern look on his face and raised his middle finger towards the camera above his head. "Continue playing the game, I've seen through you." "You see through me? How dare you say that?" Billy's tone didn't change at all. "In that case, then you should leave here and go to the next room. Don't even think about escaping without playing the game. It's impossible." Having said this, he turned off the microphone. "Tony, you still have to save other people, right?" Without the threat of death, Pepper returned to her usual shrewd and capable demeanor. "Yes, he also brought Obadiah and Rod here." Tony didn't lie. After playing the game just now, he thought he had seen through that guy and was much less afraid. He believed that he could complete all the games and then find out the nasty guy hiding behind them. "Go ahead, Tony, don't worry about me, I'm fine staying here." Well, I'll come back later to get you out. Before leaving, Tony dismantled the chainsaw and threw it aside. After confirming that Pepper was temporarily safe, he did not waste any more time and turned around to leave the room. When I went outside, the corridor was pitch black, except for one spot where a red light was on. Is that the next room? Tony took 2 steps and suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned his head and found that it was also pitch black behind him and the way he came had disappeared. Oh, is this what they call no way? It's just some tricks, and you think you can stop me? With previous experience, Tony found the wall, relied on the touch of his hands, and carefully took steps in the direction of the red light. Blizzard is coming back? I can play my door opening method again. Chapter 10. In the darkness, Tony groped forward and soon reached the red light. He looked closely and found that it was an indicator light embedded in the door frame, emitting a hazy red light, dyeing the door red. There were some English words printed on it. In the red light, Tony murmured, "Fire exit. Emergency exit." He instinctively felt that something was wrong, and his hand that was originally holding the door handle loosened. That bastard just said there was no door, and now there's a door in front of me. If this isn't a trap, I won't touch a woman for a month. Tony raised the corner of his mouth, smiled contemptuously, and continued to explore around with his hands. Sure enough, he felt a new door handle next to him, but in his sight, there was no door in front of him, just an ordinary wall. Ha, you really only know how to play this game. You said I saw through you, but you still don't believe it. Tony became more and more proud. He carefully turned the doorknob, opened a gap in the wall, leaned in to take a closer look inside, and found that it was a small room not much different from the previous 2. In the center of the room, his important partner Obadiah Stanek was also tied to a chair with chains, looking listless. Seeing this, Tony no longer hesitated, pushed the door open and walked in. Tony. As soon as he saw Tony, Obadiah's eyes lit up and he shouted in joy, "You finally came to save me. Quick, the key is on the wall to my right, take it down and help me unlock the chain." Key. Tony looked in the direction he said, and actually saw a key on the wall. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Seeing that there were no deadly devices such as chainsaws around Obadiah, he was not too anxious and greeted him with a smile. "Hi, Obadiah, God bless you, it seems that you were not hurt by them, otherwise I would be very sad." Obadiah's face fell, and he urged, "Tony, you can say hello after you rescue me. I'm scared. I didn't know you were so cowardly before. Didn't you and my father go through mountains of swords and seas of fire? It's not normal to be timid when you get old, and now something really happened." "That's true." "Oh, and you seemed to have known that I would show up." Tony asked his doubts, but Pepper was different from him, she knew nothing. "Yes, there was a voice before that told me to stay quiet and wait for you to come and rescue me." Obadiah couldn't bear it any longer and begged, "Tony, can we talk about this later? Please, please save me quickly." Okay, no problem." Tony responded, but he looked around and slowly took in the layout of the room. However, like the other 2 rooms, this one was still empty. The only larger items were the chair where Obadiah was sitting and a camera installed in the corner of the ceiling. Tony glanced at the camera. He would never believe that the bastard would let him get the real key so easily. He must have set a trap or used a deception to deceive people. However, after looking around, he did not see any signs of a trap. Finally, Tony stood in front of the key, and under Obadiah's constant urging, he reached out and gently touched the key. It felt cold to the touch and Tony raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is this actually true? He took the key with doubts, without triggering any mechanism, and successfully came in front of Obadiah. Facing his expectant gaze, Tony spread his hands and said, "Don't hold your hopes too high. I don't think it can necessarily untie the chains on you." Obadiah nodded repeatedly, "But we should give it a try, right?" "Okay, let's give it a try." Tony inserted the key into the keyhole, and it unexpectedly fit, so he turned it. With a click, the lock opened. But at the same time, yellow-green gas gushed out from every corner of the room, and it was obvious at a glance that it was not a good thing. Tony cursed, "Damn it! I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Obadiah looked horrified. That's poison gas. Tony, quick, take the chains away. The poisonous gas spread very quickly and immediately filled the entire room. Hold your breath. Tony held his breath and worked with Obadiah to remove the chains from his body. These few seconds seemed as long as several minutes. By the time all the chains were untied, Tony's eyes were already filled with tears from the poison gas. Quick! This way! Tony covered his mouth and nose and spoke urgently. However, what responded to him was an unreserved heavy punch. Tony was completely unprepared for Obadiah and was hit hard on the cheek, causing him to fall to the ground. Sorry, Tony, I just want to live. Obadiah said this without any regret and turned away. Tony was filled with pain and anger after being betrayed suddenly, but Obadiah's punch was too hard for him to get up for a while. He could only watch Obadiah's back disappear in the poisonous gas with tears in his eyes. At this time, Billy's gloating voice sounded at the right time. Tony, you claim to be smart, but you can never see through people's hearts. How can you see through my game? Unfortunately, you lost. You lost to your own arrogance and the complexity of people's hearts. Are you ready to die? Tony was no longer able to answer. After being punched, he inevitably inhaled the poison gas. The poisonous gas passed through his nostrils, mouth, and went down his throat into his lungs. Wherever it went, it flowed like lava, causing Tony burning pain. He felt as if his throat was on fire and he coughed violently and uncontrollably, as if he might spit out burning smoke at any moment. Tony wanted to struggle to get up, but the pain in his body made his movements as slow as a patient in bed for a long time. The distance of just a few steps seemed like a chasm in front of him, which made him despair. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. He raised his right hand helplessly and then fell down again dejectedly. Me, am I going to die? Tony closed his eyes, and various images kept flashing through his mind, finally stopping at the last time he saw his father. Father, it seems I have to go find you. It's a pity that I haven't accomplished anything great. I can't open your eyes, and I can't make you say to me sincerely, son, you are great. Damn it, I'm so unwilling to accept this. Tony's consciousness gradually became blurred. Before his mind completely disappeared, he seemed to hear two voices talking. Lord Xin, you have crossed the line. I was here first. Give me Tony Stark. He has the potential to be a successor. Can he become a torch? That's right. Darkness will eventually come, and this world needs more flames to burn and pass on. Passing on the flame is our honor. Chapter 11. Of course Tony wasn't dead. Levi still has to rely on him to earn a lot of reputation points, so how could he let him die at the beginning? The so-called poison gas is just an illusion created by using mental power. Reputation value, 18788/100. Seeing his reputation value skyrocketing by thousands in just a few hours, Levi wanted to hug Tony, who was lying dead on the ground, and give him a couple of big kisses. In his eyes, Tony is not Iron Man at all, but a sheep covered with wool, waiting for him to pluck it wave after wave. After performing a double act with his clone, Levi looked at Tony at his feet and touched his chin. What ability should I give him? In order to better collect reputation points, he worked hard to perfect the settings of the Salary King, and dragged Tony into the trap for this. It doesn't matter whether you are capable or not, it's better to be interesting. After thinking for a while, Levi made up his mind, smiled, raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, rubbed out a ball of light and threw it at Tony. As the ball of light sank into Tony's body, his painful expression eased. Seeing this, Levi chuckled, turned and walked into the shadows and disappeared. Tony Stark, give full play to your subjective initiative and perform well. Don't let me down. What did you do to me? If you look at it flattened out, this is a big guy. We need time. Look, I can fly. I am Iron Man. Tony suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, with the pain he felt before he lost consciousness lingering in his eyes. After a few seconds, he gradually came back to his senses, his hands fumbling around on his body, his face filled with confusion. I'm not dead. Not only did he not die, but all the injuries from being beaten and the discomfort from inhaling the poison gas disappeared. His physical condition was even better than before, as if he had returned to the age of 20 when he had not yet completely indulged himself. What's going on? Could it be that what I just experienced was all an illusion? Tony stood up and looked at the normal room in front of him without any trace of poison gas, and his doubts grew. Or maybe all of this is true, and what I heard before I lost consciousness is also true. Someone called the Fire King saved me? He also said that I have the potential to become a Fire King? What does passing on the fire mean? Also, I seemed to have a dream that I was kidnapped again, and then I built a suit of steel armor and became Iron Man. It was a weird dream. The more Tony thought about it, the more headache he felt. So he simply stopped thinking about it and decided to escape from here first. Rhodes and Pepper were still waiting for him to rescue them. He thought of Obadiah who had betrayed him and could not help but snort coldly. He would remember this grudge and would definitely take revenge on him when he got out. With one last glance at the camera in the corner, Tony turned and left the room. The corridor outside seemed to have returned to normal. There was no strange darkness blocking his vision. He easily found the room where he and Pepper were imprisoned not far away. It turned out that they were in the same corridor. So the last room is where Rhodes is imprisoned. Tony thought about it and decided to go see Rhodes first. After all, he was a colonel. What if he had a good way to escape from here? It would be better than Pepper. Now all signs indicate that the Billy puppet seems to have given up playing games with him. Tony is not very anxious, and even feels empty. He wants to rush to that guy, beat him up, and vent the frustration accumulated in his heart. Please, death is really painful, he doesn't want to suffer this again. With complicated thoughts in his mind, Tony stood in front of the last door, put his right hand on the door handle, and felt inexplicably nervous. He soon realized why he was nervous. When Tony pushed open the door, the scene in front of him made his pupils shrink suddenly. His best friend, Colonel Rhodes, was hanging in the room in the shape of a cross like the Son of God, with his head lowered, his body in a disheveled state and covered in blood, obviously having been severely beaten. Tony's eyes suddenly turned red. If he hadn't seen a TV in the room showing the face of the puppet Billy, he would have rushed over. But he had just encountered a life-and-death crisis and did not want to fall into a trap again, so he fixed his feet in place as if they were welded to the ground, without moving an inch. In a way, Tony has matured. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Billy was still riding his tricycle in the dim corridor, waving at Tony with great interest. You didn't expect it, I'm still waiting for you here. Tony observed his surroundings calmly, gritting his teeth and said, yeah, I didn't expect that the Fire King didn't kill you. A mere ordinary salary king wants to kill me? What a joke! Billy shook his wooden finger and smiled creepily. I have to say, you are quite lucky, Tony Stark. This can even bring you back to life. Well, I will give you one more chance. Play one last game with me. Is there really a Cinderella King? Why is it called an ordinary Cinderella King? Is there more than one Cinderella King? Tony silently noted down this useful information, pointed at Rhodes, whose life or death was unknown, and said, okay, let me play another game with you. If I win, I want him, alive. Oh, of course. Billy spread his hands and said, because Mr. Rod was naughty and wanted to ruin the game between you and me, he suffered a little punishment. Don't worry, he is not dead yet. If you win the game, I will let him go. Call. Tony secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, okay, tell me, what is the content of the game? Ha, the rules of the game are very simple. Billy leaned sideways and stretched his head forward as if he wanted to look out of the TV. He raised his finger in the direction of Rhodes and said with a grin, all you need to do is find a piece of paper from Colonel Rhodes, then face the camera and read out loud the words on it. That's it. Tony frowned, not because it was too difficult, but because it was too easy. The simpler the rules of the game, the more traps there are. He dared to gamble 1 billion yuan, so there must be all kinds of vicious traps waiting for him ahead. Yes, it's that simple. Come on, Tony, hurry over to Rod's place. Billy looked even more excited than Tony. He even started dancing, just watching the fun. Tony became more alert. As long as I do what you say, you will let Rhodes go. Not only Rhodes, but you too, and Miss Pepper, will all leave here safely and start your new lives again. Oh, by the way, Mr. Obadiah has completed his game and successfully escaped from here. Ha, I have to say, he contributed a very good drama. The only flaw is that the betrayed hero survived. You bastard! Tony suppressed his anger and said, sooner or later I will tear your disgusting head off and kick it like a ball. Billy waved his hand dismissively, begin the game first before you say such big words. Chapter 12. In the last room, Tony stared at Billy on TV, his chest heaving violently. Tony, what are you waiting for? You don't want to wait for Obadiah to lead a group of police officers over, do you? Ha ha ha. Billy clapped his hands and laughed, I advise you to pay more attention to poor Rod. His wound has not stopped bleeding. If you wait too long and something happens, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Hearing this, Tony turned to look at Rhodes. He really felt that his condition was not good. The pool of blood under his feet was enough to make 10 girls scream. There's nothing we can do about it, just go for it. Tony adjusted his breathing, tentatively raised one leg, slowly lowered it to the floor in front of him, and tried to step on it twice. Well, it's pretty solid, not a trap. No way, you actually think I would set a trap for a kid like this? Are you kidding me? Who are you looking down on? Billy kept chattering. Tony selectively blocked out his voice, insisted on acting cautiously, and walked slowly and firmly towards Rhodes, taking one tentative step at a time. Finally, a few minutes later, he came in front of Rhodes, looked up at Rhodes' closed eyes, dry lips, and the black face that seemed to be a little pale, and anger surged in his heart again. Such a strong man, how much hurt must he have suffered to become so weak and unable to take care of himself? Unexpectedly, the next second, Rhodes' eyes opened a crack and blinked gently at Tony. The corner of Tony's mouth twitched, and he quickly shouted at Billy to cover up, you are such a bastard. Thank you for the compliment. Hurry up and take out that piece of paper. Billy really didn't seem to notice their little tricks, and he continued to urge, friendly reminder, check the trouser pocket on the left side of his body. The left side of the trouser pocket. Tony glanced over there reflexively, and sure enough, he saw a tiny bit of white paper sticking out of his trouser pocket. Do you want to get it? With the possibility of Rod's cooperation, Tony quickly thought about whether there was another way to escape that did not require Billy's control. Unfortunately, I couldn't figure it out. The person behind the scenes never showed up from beginning to end. Even when he was behind the camera, he used a puppet as a cover. It was difficult to trick such a cautious person out and catch him on the spot. The only key to breaking the deadlock lies in Rhodes, because the person behind the scenes cannot let Rhodes get hurt out of thin air, nor can they make paper appear in Rhodes' trouser pocket out of thin air, so Rhodes, who pretended to be unconscious, is very likely to grasp the clues related to the person behind the scenes. His safety is of vital importance. Tony successfully convinced himself, reached out with a serious face, and pulled out the paper. After taking a quick look at the book, Tony's face immediately turned red, and he shouted excitedly, you actually want me to read this kind of thing? Impossible. There is absolutely no way I can read it. Oh, is it so? Billy smiled strangely. In the early morning, the fiery red sun poked half of its body out from the horizon, completely wiping out the remnants of the darkness. The gangsters' carnival time is over, and the daytime for the working people has arrived. Sean is an ordinary worker who works from 9 to 5. He wakes up from his sleep on his own without an alarm. The seat next to him was empty and still warm, as his hard-working wife had already gotten up. As usual, he went to the bathroom to put away the overnight supplies, took care of his personal hygiene, sat down at the dining table, took a sip of coffee, and habitually picked up the remote control to turn on the TV. The morning news every day is a must-have side dish for his breakfast. However, today's news seems a little different. Hello everyone, I don't need to say much, you all know who I am. On TV, a man with a scruffy mustache was holding a piece of paper and said reluctantly, "Yes, I am Tony Stark, the boss of Stark Industries, the playboy you call." Sean was stunned for a second, then quickly put down his coffee and shouted to his wife who was busy in the kitchen, "Honey, come out and watch the fun. I feel like it's going to be big news." There was no way the Tony on TV would stop to wait for her, so he continued talking on his own. "Well, this is a confession letter. My, is this ridiculous? Okay, everyone listen up. I want to confess. Shield." Nick Fury, who had been working all night, wanted to take a nap and was woken up by Coulson. "Chief, look, Tony shows up." Fury rubbed his eyes, looked at Tony who was confessing himself in the video, and looked at Coulson with an expression of disbelief. "Am I still dreaming?" "No, this is not a dream." Coulson replied, "I have asked someone to track down the source of the video, and there will be results soon." "Phew, at least it means Tony is okay for now, right?" Fury leaned back in his chair, leisurely admiring Tony's somewhat awkward facial features and embarrassed expression. "I'm not a human. I'm a beast that only gets into heat. In the past decade or so, I've ruined hundreds of women. No, this is a matter of mutual benefit, ahem, yes, the rumors are true. I had a wonderful encounter with those 12 calendar girls. I've had a bad influence on many teenagers, and I feel very sorry." However, Tony's expression did not show any apology, but was full of pride. "I thought I could do anything if I had money. In fact, I couldn't buy love, and even friendship was pitifully rare. I only had one friend I could talk to, and he's hanging behind me now. I'm a poor little man who has lacked love since childhood." In the villa, Tony's bodyguard leader Happy took a bite of his burger and felt inexplicably sad. He suddenly shouted to the surrounding police officers, "Hey, haven't you found Tony yet? Poor boss, look, he's starting to talk nonsense. I am still an executioner. Even though the advanced weapons I developed personally killed countless enemies, they also caused many soldiers to sacrifice their lives in vain. This is my fault. I should have invented more powerful weapons to maintain world peace. I wasted too much time on women, which is wrong." Tony spoke more and more fluently, and read out his 10 major crimes. Finally, he frowned and said with a stiff face, "Well, I want to apologize to my assistant Pepper. Between a foot and you, I chose my foot. I am a coward. In fact, I don't ask for your forgiveness. I just want to say sorry." The video ends here. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. found the original location where the video was sent. "Chief, we found out, it's Hell's Kitchen. Go, save our good baby Tony." Ahem, Chapter 13. At this moment, Tony just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. As proud as he is, when has he ever apologized to others so humbly? Even when facing his respected father, he argued with reason. What's more, he felt that he had done nothing wrong and the so-called 10 charges were simply nonsense. Isn't it normal for him to be handsome, rich, and have many girlfriends? The weapons he developed have put America 100 years ahead of others, so what's wrong with taking more rest? Can this be blamed on him? What made Tony most uncomfortable was that the shameless Billy must have edited what he said to the camera into a video and sent it to the whole world. You could tell by how happily he was smiling. From now on, he has a dark history known to people all over the world. Tony, who had lost all his dignity, sat dejectedly on the floor, ignoring Rhodes's smile that even an F-22 fighter jet couldn't suppress. He looked like he had lost all hope in life and sighed to Billy on TV, "Are you satisfied now? You destroyed the proud Tony Stark with your own hands." No, Tony, I believe your pride is not so easy to be destroyed, unless you become an idiot who can't even do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division." Billy put his big face close to the camera and laughed, "Anyway, your performance surprised me. You win this time, Tony. The police and agents will come here soon to rescue you. You are free." Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This tiring experience was finally coming to an end. At this moment, he didn't feel any joy of victory and just wanted to go back and have a good sleep. However, Billy's next words made him nervous again. But don't think this is the end. This is just the beginning. Congratulations on officially entering the extraordinary world. Take on the responsibility of carrying the torch. It is a gift, but also a curse. Supernatural world? Gift? Curse? What does this mean? Tony stood up and asked urgently. Billy showed an intriguing smile and waved goodbye to Tony. You will know these later. Goodbye, Tony, I look forward to our next meeting. After saying that, the TV screen flashed and went black. Tony, curious, took 2 steps forward, grabbed the TV and shook it hard. Hey, don't run, speak clearly. Are you the Riddler of Gotham? Cough cough cough. Rhodes coughed a series of times and said weakly, Tony, why don't you help me bandage my wound first? I feel like I'm too old. Oh sorry, I'll be right there. Tony had no choice but to let go of the innocent TV for the time being and turned back. But when he was trying to bandage Rhodes' wound and accidentally touched his skin, a series of strange images with Rhodes' figure flashed back and forth in Tony's mind. Tony couldn't help but hold his head as the stabbing pain came with it. What's wrong, Tony? Rhodes asked with concern. Fine. Tony shook his head vigorously and asked Rhodes in confusion, well, have you ever given me any extreme awards before? The Pinnacle Prize. Rhodes was even more surprised, you know? I just found out not long ago that the military wants to give you the Extreme Award and will hold a large award ceremony next week. I originally wanted to tell you the news, but I was attacked as soon as I left the base. Tony didn't want to listen to what was said next. He was almost confused. The award ceremony is next week, why did I see the picture of Rod presenting me the award? Could it be that the images I saw were all things that would happen in the future? Wasn't I dreaming before? I saw my own future? Will I become Iron Man in the future? So, I have the ability to predict the future? This is not scientific at all. Suddenly, Tony remembered what Billy said. It's a blessing and a curse. Hoo-hoo. Obadiah was breathing heavily, and the beard on the corners of his mouth drooped limply due to too much sweat, making him, who always advocated elegance, look a little embarrassed. However, he was unwilling to stop. The darkness behind him concealed a disturbing aura. He now just wanted to run as hard as he could and escape from here. Fortunately, Obadiah regularly exercised in his spare time, and finally before he ran out of energy, he passed through the dark corridor and came to a door. He stretched out his hands, used up the last bit of his strength, and pushed the door open. The light of hope shone on his face. Obadiah stumbled out into the light, unable to suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha! I made it out alive. He is still alive, but Tony is likely to have died from the poison gas. Now, who can stop him? It won't be long before he inherits Stark Industries, becomes chairman, and becomes the largest shareholder. Just thinking about it was so exciting that Obadiah couldn't help laughing twice. At this moment, several helicopters appeared overhead, familiar sirens sounded, and a steady stream of police cars roared over and stopped neatly in front of him. A large group of armed police officers filed out of the police cars and surrounded him in an instant. The smile on Obadiah's face froze. He slowly raised his hands, opened his mouth, and uttered a word that struck his soul, ah! Hell's Kitchen, a luxurious villa. The underground King Jinbing sat alone at the long dining table, wearing a spotless white suit, with a triangular napkin tucked at his collar. He held the fork in his left hand and the knife in his right hand, slowly and elegantly cutting the steak in front of him and putting it into his mouth. He closed his eyes in ecstasy, and while chewing, he savored the feel of the beef rolling between his teeth. Suddenly, the door of the villa was opened with a bang, and a large group of men in black suits rushed in. All the security guards of the villa were pinned to the ground, unable to move. Jinbing clenched his hands, slowly opened his eyes, and the murderous intent in his eyes emerged without any concealment. Who are you? Don't you know that it is very rude to disturb others while they are eating? The leading black-clad man smiled contemptuously and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Jinbing, we have sufficient evidence to prove that you are involved in a kidnapping case. This is an arrest warrant. Please follow me. Jinbing felt puzzled. How could a kidnapping case be traced back to him? He was the underground king of New York. Those gluttons sitting on the top were all won over by him through bribery or threats. How could someone suddenly come to arrest him? He smelled something unusual. But no matter what, elegance cannot be lost. Jinbing took out a napkin and wiped his mouth, then said in a deep voice, "I need to finish my breakfast first." "Humph, I gave you face." The leading man in black waved his hand, and several other men in black rushed forward and pushed Kingpin down on the dining table, with the specially made thick soup splashing on his face. Jinbing's eyes widened, and the muscles hidden under his clothes suddenly swelled up, knocking several people on his body to the ground in one fell swoop. He wiped his face, straightened his clothes, raised his chin slightly and looked at the group of people in front of him who had pulled out guns. "Don't make a move, I'll go with you." Chapter 14. Tony suddenly opened his eyes and vaguely recognized the familiar ceiling in the darkness. His tense body gradually relaxed. "Call." He let out a long breath, rubbed his eyes, and called out, "Jarvis." A gentle voice suddenly sounded in the room, "Sir, I'm here. Turn on the lights." "It is good." All the lights in the bedroom came on. Tony squinted his eyes, and after adjusting to the bright light, he turned over and climbed out of bed. "Jarvis, what time is it now?" "It's 7 o'clock in the evening." "Is it that late already?" After he was rescued from that place by the police in the morning, he refused all questioning, interviews and inspections, went straight back home, and slept until now. "Although I didn't sleep very soundly and woke up from my sleep from time to time, I always felt that there was a strange puppet hiding in the quilt." Tony took out a can of cold beer from the small refrigerator beside the bed, opened it and took a sip, then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and pulled all the curtains aside. Looking at the colorful night scene outside, the smile on his face grew wider. "Jarvis. Gentlemen. Nice to have you." After admiring the night view for a while, Tony was brought back to reality by the violent protest of his stomach. He smiled helplessly and turned to walk towards the door. As soon as he opened the door, Tony was startled by two burly men in black standing upright on both sides of the door. "Hey, who are you? Why are you in my house?" "Boss, we are your bodyguards and are responsible for protecting your safety." "Protect me? Haha, no need." As he was speaking, a fat man with small eyes ran over. He was Tony's driver and bodyguard, Happy Hogan. "Boss, they are good people that I carefully selected from the company. They can definitely guarantee your safety." Tony put his hands on his hips and shook his head, "No need, I can protect myself, let them all go back. Right now." Happy opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he knew Tony was a man of his word, so he just waved his hand and asked everyone else to leave. When they were alone in the corridor, Tony sighed and said, "Happy, I know you're worried about me, but I don't want you to take matters into your own hands, understand?" Happy smiled and said, "It's not my own decision. I asked Miss Pepper." "Neither can Pepper." "Oh." Tony rolled his eyes and headed downstairs, Happy hurriedly following behind him. "Boss, it's fine if you don't want them, but you have to let me stay. I'm your bodyguard. You know I'm a strong boxer." As he spoke, Happy also struck some cool boxing poses. Tony seemed to remember something. He raised his eyebrows, stopped, turned around and said, "Put out your hand." "Huh? Oh." Happy obediently stretched out his arms and spread out his chubby hands. Tony held his hand tightly, and as his body trembled, many more images of Happy appeared in his mind. "What's wrong, boss? Are you feeling unwell?" Happy asked worriedly. "No, I'm fine." Tony let go of his hand, patted his shoulder, and smiled, "Happy, you should have never met a red-haired beauty named Natasha." "No, probably not." "Well, listen to me. Next time you meet her, don't show off your boxing skills. It will be embarrassing." Tony blinked, patted him on the shoulder twice, turned and left, leaving Happy with a confused look on his face. "What's going on? Why don't I understand? Is the boss in a bad mental state? It's all because of those damn kidnappers. What are you mumbling about? Send me some cheeseburgers down to the basement. You know where to get them." There was no words telling Happy to get out. Happy understood the meaning, smiled happily, and ran out happily to buy a cheeseburger for Tony. As for what Tony said just now, he didn't take it to heart at all. Tony transformed the basement of his house into a world-class laboratory, which is an important place for him to work and conduct research and development. After filling his stomach with the only dry food left at home, Tony immediately went to the laboratory. During last night's kidnapping incident, he seemed to have gained the ability to predict the future from the Fire King, but he couldn't confirm its authenticity without verification. The simplest way to verify it is to wait and see whether the image in his mind will appear in the future, but such a passive approach is not his style. Tony chose a simpler method, directly replicating the iron suit that appeared in his mind. With his intelligence, he can guess the technology required for the kernel just by looking at a model. It is much easier to replicate it than to create it from scratch. Technology is often the most critical to the initial inspiration. Tony stretched his muscles and prepared to start work. Jarvis, cancel all previous tasks, we are going to start a big project. Okay, sir. In an ordinary apartment, Levi watched Tony's perspective remotely and smiled with satisfaction. As expected, Tony has started building the mecha. Let's observe a second of silence for Obadiah and those guys from the Ten Commandments gang. If Obadiah still went against Tony as planned, they would not be facing the Playboy, but the superhero Iron Man. It's a good thing you didn't give your real predictive ability to Tony, otherwise he would be able to change the Marvel world beyond recognition without our help. Sitting opposite Levi was another Levi, who played Billy the puppet in Saw. He had just played a few games with Tony and went back home to rest after finishing the filming. The clone and the original body share memories and thoughts, and can know each other's thoughts and experiences without speaking. If Levi did not have a mental power that is dozens of times stronger than that of ordinary people and is constantly increasing, it would not be so easy for him to process so much information. Of course, due to his interest, he still speaks during normal communication. Of course, I'm not stupid. Levi smiled and said, you can improve their strength, but you have to ensure that I have absolute initiative and control. I don't like things that are beyond my expectations to happen. In fact, Tony does not have any predictive ability. It's just that Levi processed some of his Marvel-related memories and packaged them and stuffed them into Tony's pockets. After touching the relevant characters, some related images were released from the memory package. The granting of this ability only cost Levi 18 reputation points, which was really good value for money. The clone nodded and said, I understand. I'm a wretched old coin. When I play games like PUBG, I always hide and survive until the final round. In short, I'm afraid of death. Haha, when you get angry you even scold yourself, right? Levi glanced at him and snorted, hey, you have nothing to do, right? If you have nothing to do, then go get some work. We need a good reporter who is hard-working and simple-minded. Whether our deeds can be widely spread depends on him. Okay, I'm going to go out and play. You can just stay here and live your old age life. The clone said hello to Tom and Jerry, then immediately flew up and disappeared by the window. Chapter 15. The Global Times Building. Eddie, I need first-hand information. Sorry, I haven't got it yet. You know Stark hates being interviewed, especially by men. Stop talking. I don't care about the process, I only care about the result. You know the whole world is paying attention to this matter and how important this news is to us. In a word, can you do it? If not, I will hand it over to someone else. Okay, go out and call Caroline over for me. Okay. A ruffian-looking young man came out of the office dejectedly, walked up to a tall blonde beauty, and said, Caroline, the editor-in-chief wants you to come in. Oh my god! Why did the editor-in-chief suddenly call me? Did he want to scold me? Eddie smiled bitterly and shook his head, probably not. I'm sure it's a good thing. That's great, thank you Eddie. You're welcome. Eddie returned to his workstation with a gloomy face. He was a gold medal reporter for the Globe and Mail. Just because she wasn't a pretty woman and couldn't please Tony Stark, he had to give up this big news? Damn Tony Stark! Why does he set his preferences so rigidly? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He didn't want to see the green tea girl showing off, so he simply picked up his bag and left. After a while, Eddie was walking in a dim alley. The street lights on both sides were dim and flickered from time to time. Suddenly a strong wind blew, and Eddie was blinded by the flying dust. Just as he was about to raise his hand to cover his eyes, a piece of parchment suddenly flew over and stuck to his face. Eddie was startled. He quickly tore off the parchment, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it twice. "Damn it! Even you come to bully me!" Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly found that there seemed to be words written on the parchment. He picked it up and took a look. The words on it surprised him. "Eddie, do you want to know the inside story of Tony Stark's kidnapping? Whose prank is this?" Eddie looked around but didn't see any other suspicious figures. For some reason, he felt a little uneasy. He quickly threw away the parchment and ran back home. "Turn on the light and sit on the sofa." Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly saw a piece of parchment on his table with the same line of words on it. "My Dharma! Didn't I throw it away? How did it appear here?" Eddie was terrified and jumped up in fear and hid far away. After a while, nothing unusual happened, so he calmed down a little, walked back to the table, and spoke to the parchment through the air. "Hey, who are you? I'm telling you, don't mess around. I'm a devout Catholic." You asked me if I wanted to know, so of course I did. Hey, give me some reaction." He kept on talking for a long time, and the parchment remained motionless on the table. Eddie laughed to himself, "There's nothing dirty there. It must be someone playing a prank on me." He walked forward and picked up the parchment. After thinking for a moment, he took out a pen from his inside jacket pocket and wrote under the words on the parchment, "Yes, I want to know." The ink gradually dried up, and Eddie's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw a long paragraph slowly emerging below the sentence he had written. Eddie put down the parchment and took a big gulp of the soda. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have obtained something extraordinary, and his eyes gradually brightened. "I'm going to the Stark Industries press conference tomorrow. Time flies and one night passes." Tony blinked his sore eyes, but a smug smile appeared on his face. In his hand, there was a palm-sized round device, which shone with blue and white light and looked magnificent. "It's not that difficult to make a miniature arc reactor. There is a large arc reactor in the Stark Industries headquarters that is many times larger than this one." Before Tony, he had never thought of shrinking it and using it as a driving energy source for a humanoid power suit. The most important part of the steel armor has been completed, and the subsequent work will be much simpler. Tony stretched, yawned, and left the lab. Back in the living room on the first floor, Happy was lying on the sofa, hugging the cushion tightly and snoring loudly. Tony shook his head and laughed, looking at the other visitor to his home. "Pepper, I can't believe you were able to stay here the entire time without knocking Happy awake." "Because I'm wearing earplugs." Pepper took off her earplugs and smiled at Tony. Tony took out 2 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator and handed one to Pepper. "Are you fully recovered?" "Well, I'm not hurt. I'll be fine after I go back and get some sleep." Pepper took the drink and played with it in her hand. "I went to ask about Rhodes' situation. He only suffered some minor skin injuries. He will be fine after a few days of rest." "That's great news, and worth a toast." Tony raised the drink in his hand, tilted his head back and took a big sip. The cold liquid flowed down his throat, dispelling much of his sleepiness. Pepper smiled. Yeah. It's great that everyone is okay. And..." She paused, the smile on her face faded a lot, and continued, "I watched the video. Although it is obvious that you were forced to act like that, it is better to hold a press conference to avoid being taken advantage of by those with ulterior motives." Okay, you can do whatever you want." In this situation, even though Tony was a playboy, he felt a little embarrassed. Did he have to explain his dilemma at that time? It seemed unnecessary. He believed that a normal person would choose to protect himself first in such a situation, not to mention the selfish Tony Stark. Besides, he still saved Pepper in the end, so he didn't owe Pepper anything. After thinking it through, Tony felt much calmer and even had the mood to joke. What do you think after reading it? Are you thinking about quitting? Do not. Pepper shook her head and said, I wouldn't quit a job with such good benefits. I'm just a little disappointed. Maybe I asked for too much. The two fell into silence. Just then, Happy woke up. He saw Tony and Pepper, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and said, I didn't miss anything, did I? No, you're doing great, Happy. It would be even better if you didn't snore when you slept. Tony stood up and walked towards the stairs. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Let's talk about the press conference after I wake up. Tony, wait, I have asked the reporters to arrive at the headquarters at 10 in the morning. Then let them continue to wait. If we give them a red envelope later, they won't have any complaints. Looking at Tony's disappearing back, Pepper shrugged at Happy. It's our blessing to have such a generous boss, isn't it? Really? Happy nodded seriously, then asked quietly, do I really snore loudly when I sleep? Well, it's a bit big. Chapter 16. Tony didn't sleep well that night. When he woke up, he found it was just past 11 o'clock in the morning. He didn't want to continue sleeping, so he got up and left the bedroom. Happy was the only one in the living room. When he saw Tony appear, he pointed at the takeout box on the table as if offering a treasure. Boss, would you like some lunch? Tony nodded slowly and looked around. Seeing his searching eyes, Happy immediately understood and replied, Pepper has already returned to the headquarters. She asked me to wait for you to wake up and then send you to the headquarters immediately. Okay. Tony didn't object anymore. After finishing his lunch, he put on a handsome suit, tidied his appearance, and got into Happy's car. After speeding all the way, they soon arrived at the Stark Industries headquarters in Manhattan. Even though a large number of reporters had been invited to attend a special press conference inside, there were still many reporters blocking the entrance of the headquarters. As soon as they saw the car driven by Happy, they rushed forward like crazy, not afraid of being hit by the car at all. Being hit was even better, because they would have another big news. Fortunately, the security of Stark Industries was very professional and adept at handling such matters. In less than 5 minutes, they cleared a safe passage through the crowd, allowing Happy to drive into the headquarters unimpeded. Those guys are really crazy. Boss, have you thought about what to say later? Happy asked. What? Tony, who was sitting in the back seat, looked up in confusion. He had been thinking about his iron suit and had no time to deal with irrelevant people. I forgot. In this case, Pepper would have prepared a speech for you long ago. Yet, Pepper has always been very capable. In fact, Tony had already made plans and was not going to follow Pepper's arrangements. When they arrived at the place, Tony narrowed his eyes as soon as he got out of the car. Obadiah, who had been waiting here for an unknown amount of time, smiled happily, walked up quickly, and opened his arms to Tony. Tony, that's great. I'm relieved to see that you're okay. Tony stretched out his arms to block his hug and sneered, Obadiah, but I feel very bad to see that you are okay. Obadiah was a little embarrassed, but he forced himself to keep smiling. He winked at Happy, who was watching the show, and said, Happy, go in first. Tony and I want to talk alone for a while. No, that's not necessary. I have nothing to talk to you about. Tony didn't give him any face at all, not only because Obadiah almost killed him, but what he couldn't tolerate was Obadiah's betrayal of him. This kind of thing will happen again if it happens once. How can he trust his back to someone who has stabbed him in the back? Tony put his hands in his pockets and walked straight past Obadiah. Happy didn't understand what was going on, so he gave Obadiah a helpless look and quickly followed him. Obadiah gritted his teeth. For a pampered man like him, being so humble was tantamount to losing his face. How could Tony not appreciate it? Damn you, little brat! Have you forgotten who has been helping you since your father passed away? I did hurt you, but aren't you okay? Do we have to fall out? After all, he is just a hot-headed brat. Obadiah took a deep breath, forced a smile, and chased after him. He is different. He knows how to bend and stretch. He will temporarily stabilize Tony and maintain his position in Stark Industries. Later, he will slowly find a way to deal with Tony and avenge the humiliation he suffered today. After Tony walked into the elevator, Obadiah hurried over, pulled Happy out of the elevator, walked into the elevator himself, and quickly pressed the door closing button. Happy was a beat too slow and was locked outside the elevator. Tony and Obadiah were the only ones left in the elevator. Tony frowned. "Obadiah, you are so shameless. If I were you, I would quit my job and find a place to retire, and never show up in front of me again." "Hey, Tony, I just wanted to apologize." Seeing Tony's cold expression, Obadiah became angry and bent his knees. With a thud, he knelt in front of Tony. Tony's eyes widened. "Hey, what are you doing? I know it's all my fault." Obadiah gave a performance that would put even professional actors to shame. As he spoke, his eyes were wet and his face was full of guilt and apology. "I shouldn't have attacked you from behind. But the devil threatened me that if I didn't do what he said, I would die there. I have 4 children at home. The youngest, Jenny, is only 4 years old. Do you remember her? You are her favorite. I didn't want them to lose their father so early, so I made a big mistake because of my distracted thoughts." By the end, Obadiah was in tears. Even Tony was stunned for a few seconds when faced with this situation. He shook his head and snorted, "Do you think I will forgive you just like this? Tony, I know I am not qualified to ask for your forgiveness, but I just hope that I can continue to stay by your side and help you, which can also alleviate my guilt." "Ugh!" Tony sighed, then suddenly clenched his fist and swung back fiercely. Under Obadiah's astonished gaze, he hit him directly in the face and knocked him to the ground. Obadiah felt half of his face numb and raised his head with difficulty to look at Tony. Tony seemed to be in a trance for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he looked at Obadiah with a meaningful look. "I returned that punch to you. There will be no second chances. Do you understand?" Just then the elevator stopped. Tony walked out of the elevator door, turned back and said, "By the way, you have really bad taste." He continued walking forward, whispering in a voice that only he could hear. "Iron Overlord? What a name!" Obadiah didn't understand the meaning of Tony's last sentence, but he understood the first half. He exchanged a punch for Tony's forgiveness, so it was worth the trip. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes frighteningly gloomy. "Tony, it's still unclear who will have the last laugh." "Oh, Tony, you're finally here." Backstage, the nervous Pepper breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Tony. "Here, this is the speech I prepared for you. Is there anything you want to change?" Tony just took a quick glance at it, crumpled it up and threw it into the trash can. "No need, mine is better." "Yours?" Pepper laughed angrily. "Tony, don't cause trouble for me at this time." "Making trouble? How could that be? I am serious about solving this matter." Tony blinked and gave a reassuring look. "Don't be nervous, just leave it to me." After saying that, he pushed open the door, walked calmly to the podium under the illumination of countless flashes, and gently patted the microphone in front of him. "Hey, have you guys eaten yet? It looks like you all have." Tony smiled and said, "Come on, everyone, point your cameras at me, and remember to make me look handsome. Are you ready? I'm going to tell you." As hundreds of reporters watched, Tony raised his middle finger and said, "See, Billy? I swear I will find you and kick your ass." Chapter 17. Mr. Stark, who is Billy? Do you admit your previous confession? Are you really sorry? Now many people are not optimistic about your changes. Do you have confidence? After declaring war on Billy, Tony ignored the crazy reporters and turned away from the noisy press conference. Tony proved to the world with his actions that he is still the Tony Stark who does what he wants and has a strong personality. He was in a hurry to go home and continue building the mecha, so how could he have the time to argue with a group of reporters here? "I took the time to come here just to declare war on that damn puppet Billy, and you want to run away after playing with him? It's not that easy. It's going to be hard for Pepper again." Tony walked off the stage and winked at Pepper, who rolled her eyes and walked towards the podium in extreme silence to deal with the rest of the trouble for Tony. "Everyone, Please be patient. Mr. Stark is feeling unwell temporarily, so let me read the statement below. Tony Stark is running away? Many reporters were unwilling to give up, especially Eddie, who had spent a lot of money to get in. He was also prepared to use the inside information that only he knew to silence Tony Stark and make him famous. As a result, this is it. Eddie was so disappointed that he had to sell the information anonymously to the newspaper at a high price. It's okay to have money without fame. As for the evidence proving these things are real? It's just news, what evidence do you need? With the capable Pepper around, Tony felt relieved to give up the task and prepared to take Happy home. However, they were stopped by a few unexpected guests. Tony Stark, we are from the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, and we have something to ask you. Hard-working Coulson showed his ID to Tony and the other man with a warm smile on his face. What bureau? Tony scratched his ear to indicate that he didn't hear clearly. It's the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, or SHIELD for short. Coulson, who had a lot of experience, promptly explained, we mainly deal with various strange incidents and are affiliated with the International Security Council. Dealing with various strange events? Tony's first reaction was that the other party knew that he had acquired the strange ability to predict the future, but he quickly realized that this possibility was too small. He had never revealed this to anyone, so it was unlikely that they would know. So he was here for the puppet Billy who kidnapped him? That guy was one of those strange cases? Thinking back to that eerie darkness and the illusion, it was indeed quite strange. Tony's original intention of leaving perfunctorily disappeared without a trace, and he extended his hand to Coulson with interest. SHIELD? That sounds good. What's the name? Just call me Coulson. Coulson glanced at Tony's hand, smiled and shook it. Can we spare you a moment? We want to know the details of your kidnapping the night before yesterday. Tony didn't answer, instead he closed his eyes. He underestimated the future information he would get from Coulson this time. A large number of images appeared in his mind, giving him a splitting headache. Commissioner Fury? The Hulk? The Hammer? Aliens? Tony was completely enlightened by so much information he had never heard of before. It turned out that he had never really known this world. Tony opened his eyes and faced Coulson's inquiring gaze. He shook his head sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't rest well these past 2 days and I feel a little dizzy. But it's okay. I'm willing to cooperate with your investigation. Are you still affected by what happened the day before yesterday? Coulson didn't expect that Tony, who was always self-centered, would be so easy to talk to. He nodded in understanding. Okay, I will try to shorten the time. Let's find a place to have a nice chat. Tony also wants to get more information about Billy from Coulson. In the reception room, Tony and Coulson sat opposite each other, and the others stood guard outside the door. Tony skipped the information about how he almost died and came back to life, and briefly recounted what he saw and heard after being kidnapped that day. Then he took a sip of coffee to moisten his throat and said, "That's about it. Do you have any clues? Can you catch that bastard soon?" As an excellent agent, Coulson concealed his embarrassment very well. Your intelligence is of great help to our investigation. We will arrest him as soon as possible. Then at least we have a suspect, right? Yes, we have arrested the owner of the underground secret room, Jin Bing. He is a gang leader and may be in collusion with the criminal Kingpin? Tony wrote down the name and continued, anything else? Sorry, this is confidential. I can only reveal this much to you. I have other questions. Tony asked curiously, what is the so-called strange incident? Simply put, it is an event that cannot be explained by common sense. In consideration of Tony's active cooperation, Coulson briefly revealed 2 sentences. For example, the abnormal dark phenomenon you just described cannot be explained by common sense. No, this can also be done with technology. Tony spread his hands. Okay, does this happen often? Not that often. What was the most recent one? Sorry, confidential. When faced with his subsequent questions, Coulson remained silent, which disappointed Tony greatly. Okay, let's talk about this then. Tony didn't force it, and stood up neatly. I want to go home and rest, Agent Coulson, please go ahead. After saying that, he left the reception room. Coulson shook his head. He really is a free-spirited person. No wonder the profile says he's difficult to get along with. Anyway, the goal of this trip had been accomplished, so he didn't try to stop Tony from leaving, but instead called Fury. Director, your worries have come true. Back home, Tony went straight to the underground laboratory. The amount of information he received today was a bit too much. What the world hides was beyond his expectations. In comparison, Obadiah's betrayal was simply not worth mentioning. In order to better face the future and deal with more bizarre events, he must create the Iron Suit as soon as possible and become a real Iron Man. No, I want to be stronger and more perfect than my future self. Tony looked up at the camera hanging from the ceiling and murmured, by the way, Jarvis also needs to be upgraded. The internal database of S.H.I.E.L.D. must contain many unknown secrets. Besides, Jarvis is also needed to search for Billy's whereabouts. What he said in front of the media was not a joke, he really wanted to find Billy and give him a good lesson. After learning that Billy possessed extraordinary abilities, Tony was forced to suppress his desire and make building the Iron Man suit his top priority. If nothing unexpected happens, he will spend half a month or a month in this laboratory until he successfully puts on the iron armor. Jarvis, come to work. Yes, sir. Chapter 18. Reputation Value, 40782/100. Levi, who was on duty in the security room, never expected that Tony would be so cooperative and say Billy's name in front of so many people. As the live news appeared on televisions in every household, the name Billy became known to thousands of people, and Levi's reputation value soared by more than 20,000. It's not over yet. With the help of reporter Eddie, the image of Puppet Billy will become richer and more specific, and he will gain a steady stream of reputation points in the future. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the fourth talent is unlocked. It would be a lie for Levi to say he was unhappy. As his reputation increased, his strength also became stronger, and his ability to stir up troubles was greatly enhanced. Now he could make some more in-depth plans. Go ahead. There's no need to keep so many people in small New York. Our goal is the vast land outside. He already had a plan in his mind. As soon as he made a decision, his clones knew about it and headed towards the designated locations. Only 2 clones were left in the base camp in New York. One of them is responsible for daily ghost story performances, while the other has a more important task. Austin Group, top floor conference room. Chairman Norman Osborn sat in the main seat, looking at the assistant on the stage talking endlessly, with a deep sense of uneasiness in his eyes. Beside him, an old man in military uniform looked suspicious and interrupted impatiently, "Don't give me explanations that I don't understand. Osborn, I just want to know when your human body strengthening potion will be ready." Facing the expected questioning, Norman was well prepared and said with a smile, "General Ross, please rest assured that our human enhancement potion has reached the final stage. As long as the last flaw is resolved, we can conduct human experiments." General Ross stared at him with his cold eyes, which made Norman flustered, but he still pretended to be calm on the surface. After several seconds, General Ross spoke up, "I hope what you said is true. I'll give you 1 more week. If I don't see any substantial research results after 1 week, you can forget about the huge investment. You should know the consequences." Don't blame General Ross for being so anxious. He has been committed to the Super Soldier project and wants to create an unprecedented super force. A few years ago, the Super Soldier experiment conducted by Bruce Banner, who he had high hopes for, failed, and only created a terrible and crazy green monster, which almost killed his daughter. In the process of hunting down the monster, General Ross did not give up his plan and instead cooperated with Norman's Oscorp group. Not only did he inject a large amount of capital to revive the declining Austin Corporation, but he also handed over all the information about the super serum that created Captain America half a century ago to Norman. However, several years have passed and no results have been seen. Can we blame General Ross for getting angry? If it were any other capitalist, Norman would have been sunk to the sea long ago. Norman also knew that he was in the wrong, so he nodded and promised, "Okay, I will explain to you in a week." "Hope so." General Ross stood up and left with his soldiers. After they all left, Norman could no longer hold on and staggered back to his seat, with beads of sweat on his forehead. The assistant came over with a worried look on his face. "Chairman, we only have 1 week. How can our medicine be successful? We have no clue how to solve the genetic defect. I have to succeed no matter how hard it is. I won't allow the Austin Group to be destroyed in my hands." Norman regained his spirits and slammed the table vigorously. "Everyone work hard this week, and don't go home until you finish it. Good. The 103rd animal experiment failed. The 112th animal experiment failed. The 117th animal experiment failed." Looking at the little white mice in the incubator that had died of genetic collapse, Norman's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. After 2 full days of sleepless efforts, there was not even a single step forward. There are still 5 days left before the deadline. If they can succeed in these 5 days, it will only happen by a miracle. "Oh, a miracle?" Norman held onto the table and smiled bitterly. "Chairman. I'm fine, just take a rest, you guys continue." Norman said this calmly and returned to his office like a zombie. He walked to a full-length mirror and looked at himself with grey hair and haggard expression. He sighed and grabbed his hair tightly. "Can anyone tell me what I should do? I can help you." The sudden sound scared Norman. He looked around but couldn't see any other people. He also thought he was overworked and had auditory hallucinations. "Look here, idiot. I'm here." Following the direction of the sound, Norman turned his head and found that the person in the mirror was showing an evil smile, with an expression very different from his own. Norman stepped back in fear and asked in a trembling voice, "You, who are you?" "I am you, Norman Osborn." "You are me." Norman in the mirror raised his lips and laughed, "It's just that I'm not as useless as you. I can help you solve the problem of the potion, as long as you come over and put your hand on the mirror." "Can you help me? Help the Austin Group?" Norman was expectant but also a little skeptical. "If you don't even trust yourself, who else can you trust? Come on, it's very simple, just put your hand on the mirror, and all your troubles and worries will disappear. You will find that all your problems are solved. Besides, do you have anyone else to rely on?" "Yes, I have no other hope." Norman nodded slowly, walked towards the mirror in a trance, and placed his hand on it. The next second, the world was spinning, and Norman came to his senses, finding himself in darkness with only a rectangular area of light in front of him. He looked carefully and saw a familiar office through the light. Another of himself was standing in the office with a smug look on his face, revealing a familiar evil smile. "It's you. You actually locked me in the mirror." "Bingo. Correct answer, but no reward. I will help you solve the problem, but the price is your body." "No, I don't want it. Give my body back to me." Norman screamed in horror. "It's not up to you." The former Levi's clone, now Norman Osborn, walked to the safe with a smile, skillfully entered the password, pressed the fingerprint, and took out a test tube containing green medicine from it. He shook it, uncorked the tube, and drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. Sweet. Under Norman's shocked gaze, his hair became shiny black again, the wrinkles on his face disappeared, and even his hunched body gradually became straight and strong, as if he had become 30 years younger. How can a mere mouse compare to the human body? Human body strengthening potions must be used on humans to be effective. Do you understand, Norman? Norman in the mirror looked dejected. Chapter 19. At the same time, in the slums of Brazil and South America, a young man covered in sweat opened his eyes, ending his practice. His name is Bruce Banner. Because his body was corroded by gamma rays during the experiment, whenever he is angry or even a little excited, he will turn into a terrible green monster and crazily destroy everything around him. In order not to hurt innocent people and to avoid being hunted down by General Ross, he fled all the way here, trying to heal himself and learn to control his emotions, but unfortunately, he made little progress. When he thought about how he almost killed the person he loved most, he felt an uncontrollable anger towards the monster in his body. He is a human being, not a monster. Get out of my body. Drop, drop. The watch with heartbeat monitoring function gave a sharp prompt sound. Banner, who was almost furious, was terrified. He took several deep breaths and finally suppressed the restless hulk. Call. He let out a long sigh, then lay back on the floor exhausted with a sad look in his eyes. When will this horrible day end? Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Banner was so scared that he quickly stood up and hid by the door alertly. While evading pursuit, he became more and more vigilant, and any slight movement would arouse his alertness. However, it shouldn't be that group of guys who knocked on the door so ostentatiously and just broke in with guns pointed at their heads. Banner's nervousness eased a little, and he whispered to the door, "Who? My name is Jules, a priest who specializes in guiding lost people onto the right path." "Father? Sorry, there are no lost people here. Please go somewhere else." Banner thought he was here to preach, and since he didn't want to expose himself too much to others, he simply chose to refuse. "No, no, no, you are the poor guy who is lost." The next second, the door handle twisted by itself and the door was pushed open heavily. Banner realized something was wrong and wanted to escape, but he found that his feet and hands seemed to be bound by something and he could not move. He could only watch the guy who claimed to be a priest slowly walk towards him. He was wearing a black priest's robe. His face, about 30 or 40 years old, had sharp edges and corners. His eyes were bloodshot and he stared at Banner excitedly with a crazy smile. "Look, look! What a wonderful body, it's simply a gift from God. Ah, my brain is trembling, I am so diligent, I found one so quickly." Jules walked around Banner, occasionally getting close to smell his scent, and said strange things, which scared Banner to death. "You lunatic, let me go now, or you will regret it." "Haha, don't be afraid, we are family." Jules stretched his neck and showed a weird smile. "You've taken the wrong path. You shouldn't despise it or hate it. Instead, you should understand anger, control anger, and finally, become anger." Cherry Blossom Country, Fukushima Nuclear Power Plant. A man floating in the air whistled and looked curiously at the rows of white buildings in front of him. "This is the nuclear power plant? It looks ordinary." At his feet, a 3-meter-long Komodo dragon stuck out its long tongue, and a human-like greed appeared on its cone-like face. It shook its big tail violently and used all 4 legs to quickly crawl towards the nuclear power plant in front. The man ran after him, cursing and laughing. "Why are you in such a hurry? Be careful not to get caught and skewered." Under the influence of the men's abilities, no one could discover their traces. Finally, they entered the nuclear power plant. Seeing the rolling water flowing out, the Komodo dragon couldn't wait to jump in and drink its bath water. "Drink it, drink it." The man chuckled and said, "Instead of dumping so much waste into the sea, it is better to use it as nutrition for your growth. Godzilla, grow up quickly, you are destined to be the king of monsters." "Well, a single titan is too shabby, why not create a sea monster? I just don't know if the reputation value is enough." Eastern Europe, Sokovia. No one would have thought that the Hydra organization, which suffered a devastating blow in World War II, had a hidden base in this poor and turbulent small country. On this day, a man wearing a red cloud and black cloak arrived at the seemingly quiet base. He stood in front of the base hidden like an ordinary compound, sensing the densely packed secret sentries, surveillance cameras, and weapons ahead. He remained expressionless and continued to move forward. Strangely, none of the agents could spot him, and even when he walked right in front of them, there was no reaction. Without opening the door, he walked straight through the iron gate, entered the base, then walked down the secret passage and entered the real Hydra base. He seemed to have a clear goal, and there was no hesitation in his steps. Soon, he turned into a small room and looked up at the beautiful girl in red in front of him. "Who are you?" the girl asked. She was the first person who could see the man's figure. Looking at the man who suddenly broke into her room, she did not feel very alert because he gave her a very close feeling. "My name is Tian Dao." The man lowered his head slightly, revealing his purple eyes with circles of arcs. "Follow me." For some reason, Wanda Maximoff was actually following him. The man who called himself Tiendao no longer hid his figure, but all the Hydra agents who saw him laid down their weapons, knelt on the ground, with the same fanaticism on their faces as always. "The same psychic powers as mine? But much more powerful than mine." Wanda followed silently behind, watching her brother Pietro Maximov and the children who were experimental materials like them join the team. Tiendao came to the central control room of the base, and Baron Strucker, the leader of Hydra's Sokovia branch, knelt on the ground without saying a word and swore allegiance. "You have been in pain all the time." Tiendao sat on a high chair, looking down at the people below, mainly Wanda and Pietro, like a god without any emotion. "It is precisely because you have experienced unimaginable pain that you long for peace in your heart. Do you want this war-torn country to have permanent peace? Then become stronger, stronger than anyone else. Anyone who wants to hurt you and this country will pay 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times the price. From now on, no one will dare to do anything rude to this country. How can we become stronger?" Wanda stepped forward and said what was in the hearts of everyone present. "Worship me, believe in me, and respect me as a god. From now on, there is no Hydra here, only Akatsuki." The night ends, and the light finally appears. Chapter 20. Bench press 5,657 kilograms, clean and jerk 5,226 kilograms. 50 meters in 3.76 seconds. "Oh my god! You are simply Superman." Everyone in the lab looked at Norman in disbelief as he stood in the physical test room wearing only shorts. A few seconds later, cheers broke out one after another. "Haha, we succeeded. We have developed a human body strengthening drug. No, I think it should be called the superhuman serum. No matter what, we made history." Everyone's face was filled with smiles. The stress and anxiety of the past few months were released. People hugged each other in groups of 3 or 4, and some even kissed in public. When Norman came out after putting on his clothes, they immediately changed their target, crowded around him, lifted Norman up and threw him into the air. After a long commotion, Norman finally pressed his palms and said loudly, "Okay, I know you are all very happy, and I am very happy too. Our efforts over the past few years have not been in vain. That is why we cannot relax at the last minute. Everyone keep working hard, conduct the final verification, and continue to improve our superhuman serum. Of course, I didn't forget that after get off work, everyone should go to the finance department to collect 2 months' salary as a bonus. Long live the boss." Everyone returned to their posts excitedly, leaving only an old man with thinning hair. He is Dr. Strom, the head of the laboratory and Norman's important assistant. Different from other employees who were only happy and excited, he did not seem that happy, and there was a hint of worry between his brows. "Norman, you are really reckless. How could you drink the superhuman serum alone? It's too dangerous." "Strom, I had no choice at that point." Norman held his shoulders and suddenly smiled. "Fortunately, the god of miracles did not give up on me or us." Ugh! Dr. Strom also knew how much pressure Norman was under, so he didn't say much, but there was one situation that he was very concerned about. "Norman, how do you feel? I mean, as you know, in the last few experiments, the mice have been in a state of irritability and aggression. Are you worried that I'm a psychopath or a potential murderer?" Norman smiled and put his arm around Dr. Strom's shoulders. The smile on his face was gentle and sincere. "Do you think I look like myself? Strom, I am still the same me. The experimental results of mice are not applicable to superhuman serum. Dr. Erkins developed the super soldier serum based on the human body 60 years ago." Looking at Norman, whose expression did not seem fake, Dr. Strom nodded slowly, "Maybe you are right." "Haha, Strom, how about you also get an injection of superhuman serum? That'll be your reward." Norman smiled and said, "I feel great now, and my mind is clearer than ever before. Perhaps compared to those soldiers, you outstanding doctors are the most suitable carriers of the superhuman serum. Who doesn't want to have a healthy body?" Dr. Strom was somewhat tempted, but his inner reserve made him wave his hand and decline. That's not a good idea. Let's talk about it later. Whatever. This little episode of Dr. Strom did not affect Norman's good mood. The first step of the plan to show up and prove that there was no problem with the serum was easily completed. The second step was to gain the trust of General Ross. It's just as simple, just show him the birth of a Superman. Naturally, the information about this superhuman candidate cannot be leaked out. Norman looked around, smiled, and turned back to the office. At night, in the Osborne family's luxurious villa, Norman got out of the car and walked straight into his big house. Hearing the noise, Harry Osborne, who had returned home from school a long time ago, came out of his room. Seeing his old father, who seemed to be decades younger, he tried to call out, "Dad! What's wrong, my dear son? Don't you recognize your dad?" Norman looked at the handsome young man who was exactly the same as in his memory, and smiled and opened his arms. "Really you?" Harry walked over and gave Norman a big hug, and said in disbelief, "Dad, where did you get some maintenance done? How come you look so much younger? Oh, have you forgotten what your father does?" "You mean? Human strengthening potion?" Harry's eyes suddenly lit up. "You finally developed it." Norman returned to the living room and sat down, smiling and nodding, "Yet." After getting a positive answer from his father, Harry ran to Norman excitedly and pinched his father's shoulders in a flattering manner. "Dad, you injected yourself with human enhancement drugs. It's the Superman serum. It's been renamed today. Superhuman serum? Good change." Harry asked tentatively, "Can I also be injected with the superhuman serum?" As the prince of the Austen group, he often went to the laboratory to play, and of course he knew the effects of the superhuman serum. According to his understanding, in animal experiments, the strength of a small white mouse even reached 800% of its original strength. He was extremely excited when he thought about himself turning into a powerful Superman and appearing in front of his classmates. From now on, it wouldn't just be one-on-one, 1 against 10 should be no problem, right? "Silly boy, of course you can." "What?" Seeing Norman agreed so quickly, Harry was a little surprised and began to doubt, "Is there something wrong with the serum? What are you thinking about?" Norman was speechless. "You are my son, would I cheat you? Superhuman serum can not only enhance a person's strength, but also prolong their lifespan. I don't want you to die before me." Harry suddenly realized and scratched his head embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, Father, I didn't understand your good intentions. When can I be injected with superhuman serum?" He began to look forward to it. Looking at the sunny smile on Harry's face, Norman curled his lips and said, "Come to the company in 2 days and Dad will give you the injection himself." "That's great, thank you, Dad. I'm a little hungry. I'll ask someone to prepare dinner right away." After Harry left, Norman glanced at the smooth floor, where another Norman's face was revealed. "Asshole, what do you want to do to Harry? He's your son too. Oh, so you're still here." In the past few days, he has been extracting memory fragments from the original Norman and digesting them. It can be said that he is equivalent to the real Norman. As for the dark personality that was born from the superhuman serum, he had eliminated it long ago. "Thank you for the last reputation you provided me. You are no longer of any use to me." "Sorry." Norman snapped his fingers, and the last remaining mark was crushed into ashes and disappeared without a trace. He would not be so foolish as to leave traces that would expose himself and become the key to his being tricked. Chapter 21. During this period, Central City High School remained calm, and the turmoil in the outside world did not affect this place. Flash Thompson still bullies Peter Parker. The magical martial arts that Parker learned from Levi only slightly improved his physical fitness and endurance. He is no match for Thompson, not to mention that the other side is always a large group of people. So, the more Parker resisted, the more he got beaten. However, change has not occurred. During the break, Thompson, who was punished by the teacher for not paying attention in class, decided to vent his anger to Parker. "Hey, let's go play with Parker." Thompson saw Parker leaving the classroom and said to his best friends around him with a smile, No, okay. Unexpectedly, those best friends looked embarrassed. Parker is becoming more and more difficult to deal with. What if he makes things worse? They are not just hooligans who live a life of idleness and wait for death. Many of them are excellent in academics, have excellent physical fitness, and have a bright future. Originally, they and Thompson just wanted to have fun with Parker, but as Parker's resistance gradually increased, they became a little panicked, fearing that the matter would get out of hand and affect their future. Thompson looked at the shrinking crowd, his anger growing stronger and stronger. How could they be scared by a cowardly nerd? If you don't go, I will. After saying that, Thompson walked out of the classroom and chased after Parker. In the toilet, Parker was comfortably clearing his memory when Thompson suddenly rushed in aggressively. Seeing that the situation was not good, the others quickly pulled up their pants and left. Parker said nervously, "Hey, Thompson, if you don't want your clothes to get wet by the tip of my gun, please wait until I'm done." Hearing this, Thompson's expression froze, he stopped, and his aura disappeared. Parker relaxed, and after finishing, he pulled up his pants and faced Thompson. "Come on, I'm ready." Looking at Parker, who was eager to try and had no fear at all, Thompson felt mixed emotions for some reason. "Why? You always looked so timid before, why have you changed so much in such a short time? Is it a big change?" "Maybe." Recalling his experiences these days, Parker smiled. "Maybe it's because someone told me that if God wants people to accomplish an important task, He will definitely set up various tests in advance to train their courage and physique so that they have the ability to complete this task. That's probably what it means, so I think, I can't let God down, right? Is it that simple? Just one sentence can change you." Thompson didn't believe it. Parker shrugged. "Of course not. Mainly because compared to the beating I received, your picking on me is nothing. He hit me much harder than you did." That's Lee. It turned out to be him. Thompson suddenly realized that maybe this was the magical Oriental magic. He thought for a moment and said, "You are no longer the Parker who didn't dare to look up at people. I will never bother you again. You have won my respect, no, our respect." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Parker with a surprised look on his face. I actually made that Flash Thompson surrender? Oh my God!" Parker looked at his hands in disbelief, and suddenly he smiled confidently. "Yes, he is no longer the Parker he once was. Oh my God, you won't believe what happened to me today." In the grove, Parker paced back and forth, dancing and speaking excitedly. "No, we believe it. You've said it 3 times. That's enough," Jessica said helplessly. Levi, who was lying on the hammock, had already put on headphones and listened to the rhythmic music to block out Parker's spell attack. "Oh, even you are like this, please, can't you just listen to me?" Parker put his hands on his hips, very dissatisfied. "This is a monument worth remembering in his life journey, right? You don't have to say it several times, do you?" Jessica shook her head and said, "We might as well talk about tomorrow's extracurricular activities. Visiting the biological laboratory at Columbia University is a very rare opportunity. Have you done your homework in advance, Parker?" Elemental awareness. Levi moved his ears and squinted his eyes. The headphones were just a cover-up. He could listen when he wanted to, and not listen when he didn't want to. Biological laboratory? Could it be that Parker is going to make a comeback? No, he hasn't nodded yet. Of course, I also read the papers of the doctors in the laboratory several times and benefited a lot from them. Parker nodded. Jessica, do you want it to be so rolled? She regretted bringing up the subject. Parker, do you want to work in the biological field in the future? Well, physics or chemistry is fine. I haven't decided yet. No, you would have been a reporter if I hadn't intervened. Levi crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and ignored the conversation between the boys and girls. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, I'm back. Parker's parents died in an accident many years ago, and Parker was raised by his Uncle Ben Parker and his Aunt May Parker, with whom he still lives. Uncle Ben and Aunt May are both retired, with white hair and old looks. They usually take some private jobs to earn a living. Therefore, when Parker returns home, he restrains himself and becomes the good boy he used to be. Parker didn't tell his two elders about any of the bullying he suffered at school because he didn't want them to worry. While eating dinner, Parker talked about tomorrow's extracurricular activities. Going to Columbia University is great. You should cherish this opportunity and study the techniques taught by the teachers well. Aunt May said kindly. Aunt May, we're just visiting. You can learn something from visiting. Well, probably. Uncle Ben listened to their conversation with a smile, and an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Peter, why don't I go with you tomorrow, driving my old friend? What? Parker was too embarrassed to refuse, so he nodded and said, that's what I thought, Uncle Ben, just drive me to the school gate. Uncle Ben opened his mouth, wanting to nod and say yes, but when the words came to his lips, they turned into, why, do you dislike Uncle Ben? Can't I go in with you to visit? I haven't been to Columbia University yet. Uncle Ben, that's not what I meant. Parker quickly explained, the school does not require parents to accompany you. I was worried that you couldn't get in. Yes, Peter has grown up now, what are you going to do with him? Aunt May also echoed. I usually have nothing to do anyway, so what's wrong with going for a walk? Uncle Ben was not convinced. Besides, I am also an old electrician with more than 30 years of experience. What if I can be noticed by someone there and find a job? Under his strong request, Parker had no choice but to agree. Chapter 22. The next day, Parker got up early, had breakfast with Uncle Ben who had been waiting for a long time, packed his things, and went out together. Uncle Ben's old friend is a beige sedan. It looks old, but it is actually quite sturdy, just like Uncle Ben. The two got in the car, Uncle Ben sat in the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator. It seems like we haven't had a good chat during this period. You always come back late. Yeah, I have some stuff at school. It's good to have something to do. Uncle Ben smiled and said, when I was your age, I always thought everything was boring, until I met your Aunt May. She was so beautiful, I fell in love with her at first sight and regarded her as the love of my life. In fact, I did it. Yes, I envy your love. Haha, Peter, you will meet your destined one in the future, or have you already met him/her? Me? No, I haven't. Parker was a little shy. He actually had a secret crush on a cute girl in his class named Liz Allen. However, due to his introverted personality, he kept it to himself and never told it even to his good friends Levi and Jessica. Uncle Ben had eaten more salt than rice, so he could see what Parker was thinking, but he didn't expose it. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter if there is love. A man who has never experienced love is not considered grown up. You just need to remember to treat others wholeheartedly. Okay. The time of chatting passed extremely quickly. Parker suddenly noticed that Uncle Ben had parked the car on the side of the road, and across the street was the traditional famous University Columbia. Parker put on his school bag and said, Uncle Ben, do you really want to go in with me? Why not? Uncle Ben got out of the car and walked towards the gate of Columbia University with the anxious Parker. The team from Midtown High School gathered near the main gate. Parker first checked in with the team leader, then introduced Uncle Ben's identity and why he wanted to go in for a tour. Unexpectedly, the team leader agreed without hesitation, great, I'm worried about whether I can take care of so many children, can you help me with this? Uncle Ben winked at Parker and nodded, of course no problem. How come the team leader, who usually has a bad temper, is so easy to talk to? Parker shook his head. Fortunately, his relationship with Lightning Thompson had improved, otherwise he would have to worry about them causing trouble. Afterwards, Parker introduced Jessica to Uncle Ben, and after everyone gathered, they walked into Columbia University in a mighty procession. The laboratory we visited mainly studies radioactive experiments on animals, observing how they change under radiation conditions, and thus. In the laboratory, everyone gathered around the teacher and listened to the introduction with great interest. Uncle Ben seemed to be listening to a foreign language, so he simply walked over to the display cases and took a look. You know what, those colorful spiders are pretty nice. But he knew that the more beautiful the insects looked, the more dangerous they were, so he didn't dare get too close and just took a quick look around. Returning to the team, Uncle Ben looked at Parker, who was getting along well with his classmates, put aside his worries and smiled with relief. Just at this moment, he suddenly felt a tingling pain on the back of his hand. He shook his hand and saw a colorful spider crawling quickly on the ground, which soon disappeared under the counter. "I was bitten by a spider? It shouldn't be a big deal, right?" Uncle Ben frowned. He didn't know if it was due to psychological factors, but he always felt that his heartbeat was gradually getting faster. In order not to affect Parker's extracurricular practice, he found Parker and lied that he had finished the visit and was going to go home first. Parker looked at Uncle Ben helplessly and nodded, "Okay, be careful. You too, be careful and don't get bit by the spiders and bugs here." "Oh, how is that possible?" Uncle Ben left the school alone, endured the discomfort and drove back home. Without even saying hello to Aunt May, he lay down on the bed and covered himself with the quilt. The intense pain, like bones being crushed, slowly spread throughout his body. He clenched his teeth tightly and did not say a word until he passed out. He didn't know how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes, it was already dark. Aunt May was sitting beside the bed, looking at him with strange eyes. "Oh, you scared me. Why are you sitting here and not talking?" Uncle Ben felt better than ever. His legs and waist didn't hurt anymore, and even his presbyopia seemed to be gone. He could see every wrinkle on Aunt May's face clearly. "I was just wet all over and felt a little uncomfortable." He took off his clothes and suddenly realized something was wrong. Why did his six-pack abs return? Uncle Ben walked to the mirror with a strange look on his face. Looking at the middle-aged man with muscular body, he slowly opened his mouth. "May, what's wrong with me?" Hearing his panicked voice, Aunt May came to her senses and walked to his side. "I don't know what happened to you. I thought you were tired and wanted to sleep, but when I came to see you a little later, you became like this." She stroked Uncle Ben's handsome face, her eyes full of fascination. "I can guarantee that this is what you look like when you are 38 years old, and it is also the most handsome and charming time." "You mean, I'm 20 years younger?" Uncle Ben said in disbelief. "Not only do I look younger, I also have more muscles." "No, I went to the gym regularly and had quite a lot of muscles. I dare say it was not as beautiful as it is now." "Beautiful?" "Yes, those muscles, they look beautiful." Uncle Ben flexed his biceps and sighed. "I feel like I could even enter a bodybuilding competition, and maybe win." "Yes." Aunt May nodded seriously. Then the two fell silent and looked at each other. What the hell happened? When Parker returned home, what he saw was a handsome middle-aged man hugging Aunt May in an extremely intimate posture. "Oh no, Aunt May, you!" Parker obviously misunderstood. "Silly child, don't you recognize me? I am your Uncle Ben." "What?" After Uncle Ben and the other explained, Parker slowly said, "So, Uncle Ben, you were bitten by a radioactive spider in the lab, and then you became younger. I have several times more strength. Now I can easily lift your Aunt May with one hand. I can even shoot spider silk." Uncle Ben looked into Parker's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Peter, you are my family. I don't want to hide it from you. I may have become a weirdo now." "So cool!" Parker interrupted excitedly, "I mean, this is so cool, you're like Superman." "No, more like Catwoman with cat powers." "Oh, and you can crawl on walls like a spider." That should be okay, right?" Uncle Ben asked curiously. "Peter, aren't you afraid?" "I'm not afraid." "Will you hurt me?" "Of course not." "That's okay." Aunt May hugged Uncle Ben's arm like a little bird, as if she had returned to her youth. She chuckled and said, "Ben, don't think too much. You are you. No matter how you change outside, you are still the same person in your heart." Plum. "That is." Parker's excitement hadn't yet subsided. "Uncle Ben, will you become a superhero like Batman?" "Well, I guess I will." Uncle Ben nodded seriously. "After all, with great power comes great responsibility. Then we need to give it a catchy name. How about Spider-Man?" Chapter 23. Squeak. Short break sounds were heard one after another, and several black cars stopped in front of the Osborne building at the same time. Shareholders of the Austin Group got out of the car one after another, among which the largest shareholder was the military representative, General Ross. He looked up at the skyscraper in front of him with a not quite obvious look of anticipation on his face. "Are you ready, Osborne? This is your last chance. Today is the day." Agreed to accept the results. A large group of people consisting of numerous shareholders, secretaries, and bodyguards, with an aggressive momentum, went straight to the laboratory where the superhuman serum was developed. Norman and a group of experimental personnel had been waiting for a long time. They greeted him with a smile. "General Ross, long time no see. You look good." "You are, Osborne." Seeing the much younger Norman, General Ross did not hide his surprise. "You look like this. Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? There's something even more amazing." Norman smiled and opened his palm, and there was a pistol in his hand. Seeing this, the bodyguards' expressions changed drastically and they became extremely nervous. They reflexively pulled out their pistols from their waists and pointed them at Norman. However, the bodyguard closest to Norman and General Ross couldn't find his pistol. He stared at the one in Norman's hand in surprise. "When was it? Why is my pistol in your hands?" "Just now." Norman shrugged. "Don't be nervous, I just want to perform a trick for General Ross, that's all." He exerted force with both hands, and the hard barrel of the pistol slowly bent into a U shape and tied a knot. Everyone was stunned, and General Ross could not hide his excitement. "You have already developed a human body strengthening drug." "Correction, it's the superhuman serum." Norman waved the twisted pistol in his hand. "It's obvious, isn't it? Here, I give it back to you." The pistol was thrown back into the bodyguard's hands. He tried to straighten it back out of despair, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge it at all. General Ross's eyes became brighter and brighter. "Onaman, you are such a genius. You have accomplished a great feat that no one else could accomplish. I knew I was right about you." "Ha, General Ross, don't get too excited yet." Norman was not surprised by the 180-degree change in his attitude. He accepted it calmly, put his arm around General Ross's shoulder, and personally led him into the laboratory, standing in front of a blurry glass wall. Everyone lined up at the back. "After all, seeing is believing. It would be best if I could let you see the effects of the superhuman serum firsthand." General Ross glanced over his shoulder, smiling like a flower on his face. "Norman, you really did a perfect job. This is very good, very good. Thank you for your praise, General. Without further ado, let's invite the volunteers for this experiment." Norman waved his hand, and the glass wall immediately became transparent. Through the glass wall, General Ross saw a handsome young man tied up in a sturdy experimental cabin, surrounded by many researchers in white coats busy like bees. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from behind. "Norman, isn't he your son Harry?" Son?" Facing everyone's surprised gazes, Norman nodded and admitted, "Yes, he is my son, Harry Osborne. Look, doesn't he look a lot like me? He is really outstanding." "His?" Everyone gasped. General Ross glanced at Norman with a rare feeling of admiration in his heart. Even he only tacitly allowed his daughter to approach and win over the outstanding genius Bruce Banner, but Norman directly put his son on the experimental table. "This is simply a small king meeting a big king. It's not necessary, Norman. It's really not necessary." General Ross was worried that if something went wrong with the experiment, Norman would go crazy. He couldn't accept such a risk and tried to dissuade him. "I already understand your determination and confidence. That's enough. Let him out and let someone else go in." "No, this is my own decision and Harry's own wish." Norman turned around and looked at everyone in confusion. "Do you think this is a danger, a disaster? No, this should be a gift from God. If you don't hold on to it, you will be punished by God. So, ladies and gentlemen, please open your eyes and witness the birth of a Superman." After that, Norman turned around and put his mouth to the microphone. "Harry, can you hear me? Are you ready?" "Of course, I'm ready." From Harry's perspective, he did not see the crowd of people outside. He was still immersed in the excitement of becoming Superman, but he still had some small concerns. Dad, what is the success rate of this superhuman serum? For now, 100%. Hi, then I'm relieved. General Ross twitched his mouth secretly. Currently, only Norman had been injected with the superhuman serum, so the success rate was naturally 100%. But if you fail, your success rate will plummet to 50%, silly boy. Norman coaxed his silly son, communicated with Dr. Strom who was in charge of the experiment, and gave the order for the injection. Go ahead, Strom. Ah! Feeling under great pressure, Dr. Strom raised his index finger, took a deep breath, and pressed the red button in front of him hard. Then, the valve opened, and the green superhuman serum flowed through the pipe, slowly flowing into Harry's body. Ugh! Harry's body suddenly straightened, his eyes widened, and his handsome features twisted into a ball, looking particularly ferocious. Harry, hold on, this is just the beginning, Norman encouraged. Dad, don't worry, I can still hold on. Harry said with difficulty. Dr. Strom swallowed and continued to pump the superhuman serum into Harry's body. 7%, 13%, 45%, 71%. When the progress reached 80%, Harry's eyes had turned white and veins on his face were exposed, which made some ladies hold their breath nervously. Norman remained calm. Strom, go on, Harry can do it. No, Norman, he can't hold on any longer. Listen to me, keep going. Dr. Strom closed his eyes helplessly and injected the last bit of superhuman serum directly into Harry's body. Ah dash! Harry's body swayed, he screamed, then dropped his head and remained motionless. Harry? Harry! Open the door! Norman ran in quickly, held Harry, and shouted, Harry, wake up! No one at the scene saw that Levi, who had transformed into a strange body, threw the ball of light in his hand into Harry's body, and then disappeared, as if he had never appeared. The next second, under everyone's nervous gaze, Harry suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 24. At Norman's call, Harry suddenly opened his eyes were extremely red. Norman saw that the situation was not good and squatted down quickly. The next second, two beams of red and burning rays shot out from Harry's pupils, just brushing past Norman's hair, and hit the ceiling straight on, creating a large ball of sparks. To make matters worse, Harry had just woken up and was frightened by the explosion before he could fully realize his true colors. He turned his head around in confusion. The heat rays then drew two scorching marks from the ceiling downwards. Wherever they passed, electrical wires, instruments and equipment were destroyed. Even the special glass wall that could block the bombardment of artillery shells only lasted for a few seconds before it was completely shattered. The flying glass fragments made the people behind the wall dodge in panic, as frantic as mice. For a moment, sparks flew and screams were heard in the laboratory, looking like a complete disaster scene. Norman, who escaped, quickly grabbed Harry's arm and shouted, Harry, close your eyes quickly. His words were like a beacon of light in the darkness. Before Harry could think about it, he followed his instructions and quickly closed his eyes. The terrifying heat rays dissipated without a trace. Without the source of the disaster, the scene slowly became quiet, with only the sound of people's rapid breathing and faint sobs being heard. Dad, have I made a serious mistake? Harry's excellent hearing allowed him to hear the whispered conversations of many people not far away. They were afraid of him. No, it's not your fault, Harry. Norman patted Harry's shoulder and comforted him softly, you just haven't had enough time to get familiar with the huge extra power in your body. There is no time to blame yourself. What you need to do now is to quickly control your body. Do you understand? Well, I see. Norman told him to stand still and not move. He took a glance and saw that Dr. Strom was still alive and well, so he turned around and went to General Ross with peace of mind. I'm sorry, General, I almost got you into trouble. But what I want to say is that this kind of situation often happens in the laboratory. Yes, I know. A few years ago, General Ross also experienced an accident in the laboratory, and he almost died under the angry fist of the Hulk. So, when he saw that the situation was not good, he hid behind a sturdy bodyguard. He only had a small cut on his cheek from the flying glass fragments, which was almost equivalent to no injury. He still maintained his elegant demeanor and smiled. Compared with these insignificant losses, the success of the experiment is what we should focus on. Congratulations, Norman, you and your son have made history. Thank you for the military's investment. Of course I will not withdraw my investment. I will also persuade them to increase their investment in large quantities. I think it is only a matter of time before your Austin group surpasses Stark Industries and becomes the #1 military supplier. Ha ha ha. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter, forming a sharp contrast with the group of frightened people behind them. Because of the accident in the laboratory, although fortunately no one died, they still had to deal with the almost scrapped laboratory first. The frightened shareholders were in no mood to discuss subsequent cooperation. They only had a brief discussion and more specific plans would be discussed later. General Ross and others did not stay long and soon left Osborne Building. When leaving, a not-so-conspicuous female secretary quietly left the crowd while no one was paying attention, walked to a remote corner, and made a phone call. "Hello, Chief, it's me, Natasha. Natasha, why did you contact me suddenly? Did General Ross find the Hulk again? It's worse than this." Natasha tilted her head and clamped the phone between her shoulders. She took off her glasses and disguise and said, "The super soldier project that had been silent for a long time was suddenly successfully developed into a superhuman serum by Osborne. I witnessed the birth of a super soldier, no, I should say a Superman." "Superman? More powerful than Captain America?" "Not sure, maybe. That's terrible news, he's opening Pandora's box. Once those supermen get out of control like the Hulk, we'll be in trouble." "Chief, what should I do?" In SHIELD, Director Fury, whose face was as black as charcoal, spoke gloomily and slowly, "General Ross is the representative of the largest force in the military who has been pushed to the surface. He has a deep background. We cannot directly disrupt his plan. But we can't do nothing. At least when General Ross messes up, we can have the ability to fight against those superhumans. Natasha, you go get close to Osborne and find a chance to copy the information of the superhuman serum. Remember, don't let anyone else know." "Yes, I know. Also, keep an eye on Norman Osborne. I don't trust that guy." "Yes." Natasha turned off the phone, and her office uniform had turned into a tight-fitting bodysuit, showing off her perfect figure to the fullest. She got on a motorcycle beside her, put on a helmet, and sped away with the engine roaring. "How is Harry?" "It's still very stable at the moment. Look, these are his statistics." After sending General Ross away, Norman transferred Harry to another laboratory for a physical examination. Judging from the test results, his physical data are much higher than Norman's. Also, we have detected a huge amount of energy hidden in his body, which is why his eyes can emit heat rays. Dr. Strom was puzzled. "This is very strange. Superman serum should not have this effect." Norman smiled and said, "Maybe Harry's physique is more compatible with the superhuman serum." "Harry, you really didn't let me down. You are the best." Harry, who was lying not far away, obviously heard Norman's words and smiled brightly and happily. "It's my honor to help you. How do you feel now?" "Great, super." Harry closed his eyes tightly and clenched his fists tightly. "I feel like I can do anything now." He tore off the restraints on his body, and under the watchful eyes of Norman and Dr. Strom, he slowly left the ground and stayed steadily in midair. "Not only do I have heat rays, I can also fly." "Dad, you're right, I'm just like that Kryptonian in the comics, I'm Superman." "Yes." Looking at his masterpiece, Norman smiled happily, "But you should have a more resounding name, such as the Homelander. A native of the motherland. Well, aren't you willing to use your strength to protect this free country?" "Of course." Harry nodded heavily. "From today on, I am a native of my country." Chapter 25. After a period of familiarization, and after destroying 10 steel plates, 18 sandbags and hundreds of eggs, Harry finally succeeded in controlling his sudden increase in strength. The ultimate killer weapon, the heat ray, has also been initially mastered. Although it is not yet able to adjust the intensity by itself and reduce it to the level where it only heats milk without hurting people, at least it can decide when to use the heat ray. The previous scene where the laboratory was almost turned into ruins due to operational errors will not appear again. Yes, Harry, now you have what it takes to be a superhero. Norman was relieved and announced the lifting of Harry's grounding. You can go help those in need. Great. Harry was so excited that he wanted to rush out the door immediately, but was stopped by Norman. What's wrong, Dad? Are you planning to go out like this? What else? Harry was confused. Norman sighed, pointed at his clothes and said, although wearing a t-shirt and shorts is friendly, it doesn't have any logo that people can recognize you at a glance, so you need a special suit. Special suit? Harry, do you like green? Okay. Norman took the confused Harry to the weapons department of the Austin Group. The Austin Group has achieved even more brilliant results in biotechnology, and has also dabbled in the development and supply of arms. After all, the arms business is the most profitable business in the world. If it weren't for the profit support from the weapons department over the years, the Austin Group would have changed hands long ago. How could it have waited until now to make a comeback? Now that the superhuman serum has been successfully developed, it has become a new money-making point for the Austin Group. The weapons department has become the icing on the cake. Harry, who seldom came here, looked curiously at the various strange equipment in front of him until Norman brought him to a suit of green armor. This is the latest development of the weapons department. We were going to sell it to the military, but now there's no need. Do you like it? I'll give it to you. Harry stroked the shiny armor in front of him, and seemed a little conflicted. There's no need to give me such a good one. My body is already strong enough. Haha, I know you're very strong. Norman smiled and said, but if we encounter a fierce battle, ordinary clothes will be easily damaged. Do you want to run naked in public? When Harry thought of that scene, his body trembled. Haha, I understand, he is worthy of being a dad, he is so thoughtful. So, Harry put on the green goblin armor in front of Norman. Well, it should be called Superman armor. The armor automatically adjusted according to his body curves to fit perfectly. The metallic armor, coupled with his already handsome face, makes Harry look even more dashing and handsome. He will definitely have no shortage of female fans in the future. Not bad, not bad. You have the style I had back then. Norman nodded, then suddenly frowned. No, something seems to be missing. I see, it's the cape. How can Superman be without a cape? Harry, it looks like you have to wait a little longer. Harry shrugged. The expectations in his heart had long been worn away, as if it didn't matter if it was a little late. Very good, you finally seem to be a little calmer. Norman patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, you won't have to wait too long. A suitable enemy will come to you soon. You just need to train yourself during this time and try to deal with the enemy beautifully. As for those simple things like helping old ladies cross the road, let the police do it. Good. Hackio. On the rooftop, a middle-aged man wearing clothes with a red background and a spider web pattern sewn on the back sneezed loudly. Fortunately, he lifted the hood covering his entire face in time, otherwise he would have to wash the hood again. Peter, do I really want to wear something like this? Uncle Ben said helplessly, you saw how dangerous it was just now. My saliva almost got stuck in it. Even if I didn't sneeze, it would have an unpleasant smell after a while, right? But a superhero has to wear a hero costume, right? Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and even the seemingly not-so-smart Flash all know how to wear a costume. Parker held Uncle Ben's right hand and said seriously, please consider that I worked hard for several days to design this. Oh, this dress was sewed by Aunt May herself. Aunt May, who was standing nearby, tilted her head and gave Uncle Ben a sweet smile. So, Uncle Ben, you don't want to let us down, do you? Uncle Ben sighed and put the hood back on honestly, let me make it clear first, if the clothes seriously hinder my movements, I have the right to request modifications. Of course. Parker's eyes flashed with excitement, and he raised the camera hanging on his chest. Uncle Ben, hurry up and start your first heroic attack after putting on the uniform. I'm ready. Under Aunt May's worried gaze, Uncle Ben easily jumped onto the 1-meter-high guardrail on the roof. He has not been idle these days. With the help of Aunt May and Parker, he has successfully figured out most of his abilities. One of them is that his body has extremely high coordination, which is better than that of professional gymnasts. Therefore, he can perform various difficult moves, such as... Uncle Ben took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, then he bent his legs slightly, pushed the railing hard, and jumped up like a cannonball, flying over 10 meters and landing steadily on the roof of the building opposite. Pretty. Parker captured the moment when Uncle Ben was suspended in midair and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Uncle Ben, try spider silk. Uncle Ben nodded slightly, then slowly began to run again, stepped on the railing again, and jumped up. This time, when he was in the air and about to fall, he bent his wrist and shot out a white spider web that stuck to the outer wall of the building. Uncle Ben grabbed the other end of the spider thread and swung like Tarzan. When he rose to a certain height, he took the initiative to release the spider silk and shot out the spider silk with his other hand. By alternating between his left and right hands, he was able to fly between the rooms. After a brief moment of tension, the continuous secretion of adrenaline made him excited. It was such a fascinating thing to fly freely in the air. Parker looked at Uncle Ben's back as he walked further and further away, and for some reason he felt a sense of loss. Aunt May, do you feel lost? Uncle Ben has become so young, and you are still. Aunt May retracted her gaze, rubbed her dry eyes, and showed a gentle smile that seemed to never change. Of course not, I will only be happy for him. Parker, I am old, you have to take better care of your Uncle Ben in the future. Although he looks younger, he is still that stubborn old man in his heart. Parker clenched his fists and nodded, yeah. Chapter 26. Osborne Building. Miss Natasha. I'm. Black Widow Natasha changed back into the office outfit that can be seen everywhere, but she didn't wear glasses on her nose. Her hair, which was originally dyed black for camouflage, has now been dyed brown, making her look elegant and graceful. In view of your outstanding performance, we have decided to hire you as the chairman's secretary. Congratulations. Thank you. Natasha had a smile on her face, but she was not that happy in her heart, because there were 7 people who passed the interview and became the chairman's secretary. Oh, no, including the secretary general who has been there from the beginning, there should be 8 in total. What the hell is Osborne doing? Doesn't the information show that he is a practical man who doesn't like luxury or ostentation? Why did he hire so many secretaries at once? Not only secretaries, researchers in the biotechnology field hire more. Is this a preparation for massive expansion? Natasha suppressed her doubts and followed the other 6 people, including the Secretary General, to the Secretariat office. The chairman's office was right next to it. This is where you will be working from now on. I have mentioned your job content before. You will be responsible for assisting Chairman Osborne in managing the Osborne Group and reducing his workload. I will tell you the specific content and format tomorrow. The Secretary General is a pretty girl who handles things efficiently and resolutely. Now you should first familiarize yourself with the personnel and organizational structure of the Austin Group, as well as the products we mainly sell. After saying this briefly, she returned to her workstation and continued to work hard. Natasha took the lead in occupying a position where she could observe the chairman's office. She looked around and found that everyone was showing a serious attitude towards work, whether genuinely or fakely. She secretly took out a USB flash drive, inserted it into the computer from the blind spot of the surveillance camera, implanted a Trojan program, and quietly downloaded information from the company's internal database, but did not find any information about the superhuman serum. Obviously, the confidential data was not placed in the database. Natasha was not disappointed. The most important quality of an agent is patience, and she waited patiently for her opportunity. Soon, the opportunity came. Suddenly the General Secretary stood up and said, "Here is a document for Mr. Osborne to sign. I can't leave. Who can help me deliver it? I go." While the others were hesitating, Natasha had already stood up and held out her hand to her. Give me the file. Is Mr. Osborne in the office? No, Mr. Osborne is on the 17th floor, in Dr. Connor's laboratory. It is good. Natasha picked up the documents and headed for the elevator. Dr. Connors? I think I've heard of him somewhere. Connors, long time no see. In the laboratory, Norman's sudden appearance obviously frightened the biology professor named Kurt Connors. He had sparse blonde hair, wore black framed glasses, looked a little frail, and his right hand below the elbow was empty, with only half an arm left. Why are you here, Norman? Connors seemed a little nervous and stuttered. He obviously realized it and quickly adjusted himself. I thought you would be busy in the laboratory over there during this time. Well, it was true before, but it's no longer necessary now. We have developed the superhuman serum. Norman mentioned it briefly, then moved his eyes to his broken arm, and curled his lips. Connors, I have said a long time ago that I would help you install a mechanical arm. Now it seems that you are still as stubborn as before. You still don't give up, right? Norman, I will succeed soon. The broken arm is an eternal pain in Connor's heart. He feels that his incomplete self makes him an outlier among humans, and everyone looks at him with strange eyes. He didn't want to continue living like this, he wanted to make his broken arm grow back again. As you know, a lizard can regenerate a broken tail. If I can transfer this gene from the lizard to humans, I can also regenerate a broken arm. If you inject a lizard's genes into a human, then is he a human or a lizard? Of course it's a human. As long as we use the original rejection effect of the gene after repairing the broken limb to eliminate the lizard gene, we can achieve the regeneration of the broken arm without any side effects. They discussed a little loudly, and Connors glanced at the looks from the researchers around him, pulled Norman into his office and closed the door. There are tens of millions of disabled people in the world. If this technology can be successful, it will bring extremely rich rewards to the Austin Group. That's enough, Connors. Stop it. I've heard you say this so many times. Norman said coldly, I just want to ask you, what stage has the research progressed to? How long will it take to complete this technology? Just one last step. Animal experiments have been successful several times. If they succeed a few more times, we can conduct human experiments. It will only take a month, no, 2 weeks. I'm sorry, I can only give you a week. If you can't succeed, I will cancel this project. A week is too short. Connors. Norman emphasized, the superhuman serum was successful. You know what this means. Don't cling to your broken arm. Your talent shouldn't be wasted here. If you can't accept it, just pack up and leave, and see who will give you funding to do the experiment. After saying that, Norman ignored the pale Connors, opened the door and left the office. As he closed the door, a smile spread across Norman's face. Sorry, Connors, it's your turn. I'm just giving you a push. Whether you want to become Dr. Lizard or give up your obsession with broken arms and be a human being, your fate is ultimately decided by you. As soon as he walked out of the laboratory, Norman ran into Natasha holding documents. Norman did not show the slightest bit of surprise. He had already sensed Natasha's appearance. He just smiled, nodded, and looked away, preparing to walk past Natasha. Mr. Chairman. Natasha stopped Norman and handed him the document. I am your newly hired secretary. You need to review this document. Oh, now that I think of it, I think I've seen your resume. Norman took the document and said, if I remember correctly, your name is Natasha, right? Yes, you have a good memory. Natasha tilted her head slightly and pretended to unconsciously lift the hair by her ears, revealing her beautiful face. If it was before, I would definitely not remember it. Norman closed his mouth in time, paused, and said, your resume is very good, I am very optimistic about you, work harder and you will be guaranteed more benefits. Okay. Natasha smiled sweetly. I met my target on my first day at work and left an impression on him. It seems like a good start. Chapter 27. King Bing, let me ask you again, do you know that guy named Billy? No matter how many times you ask, my answer is always the same, I don't know him. You were involved in the kidnapping of Tony Stark, right? No, I never thought of kidnapping Tony Stark. He and I are worlds apart and have nothing to do with each other. Then how do you explain Tony Stark being tied up in your secret base? Do not know. Oh, you're still quibbling, right? Then keep going and see who gives up first. Don't blame me for not reminding you, your wife and children are outside, I can't guarantee their safety. Boom. Jin Yong pounded the table hard, leaving a large dent in the iron table. His eyes were red, like a violent beast that could attack and hurt people at any time. The strong murderous intent made the agent sitting opposite him feel as if he had fallen into an icy cave. He overturned his chair in shock and stood up suddenly. When he came to his senses, he had already backed away and leaned against the wall. If you dare to mess around, I will kill your whole family when I get out. I mean what I say. Asshole, you are just a prisoner, and you dare to threaten me. The agent was furious at his subconscious retreat. How could he be frightened by a prisoner whose hands and feet were tightly locked? Burning with rage, he pulled out the baton from his waist, rushed forward quickly, swung the baton with a whoosh sound, and hit Jin Bing's head hard. Kingpin's head was knocked to one side, but he quickly turned it back, letting the bright red blood flow from his forehead to his chin and drip onto the table. He remained unmoved and stared at the agent with fierce eyes. The agent felt a chill in his heart, his original anger disappeared, his arms trembled, and he couldn't even bring down the second strike with the stick. Just then, the interrogation door opened and another agent walked in, giving him a step down. He took back his baton and took 2 deep breaths. If you confess your guilt honestly, your wife and children will be protected by us. Your protection. Jin Bing smiled contemptuously, sorry, I don't believe you. Humph, you are so stubborn. Then you can just stay here. After a simple treatment for his wound, Jin Bing was sent back to the luxurious solitary cell. Staring at the snow-white wall, Jin Bing's expression was sometimes ferocious, sometimes worried, and sometimes reluctant. No one knew what he was thinking. He didn't know how much time had passed before his eyes darkened. The lights in the prison went out one after another, leaving only the light above his head, emitting a faint glow. The patrolling personnel and all the sounds strangely disappeared in an instant. Jin Bing had a cold face and narrowed his eyes. In the darkness in front of him, a winding path suddenly appeared. At the end of the path, a red light was getting closer and closer. Such a strange scene made Jin Bing full of doubts. He stood up, clenched his fists, and stared ahead with a vigilant look, ready to deal with any danger that might arise at any time. After a few seconds, he saw the true face of the red light. It was an oil lamp burning with a red flame. It was held in the hands of a guy wearing a grey cloak and whose appearance could not be seen clearly. Kingpin frowned and said to the cloaked man who walked up to him, "I'm dead? Are you the soul collector from hell, trying to take me to hell? My name is the Fire King, not some damn soul catcher." The Fire King walked up to Kingpin, revealing his face that was as withered as a skull. His 2 empty eyes stared straight at Kingpin, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Not bad, you are very good." Jin Bing, who was always fearless, felt a chill on his back at this moment. He gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice, "I don't care if I'm the King of Fire or some other ghost, get away from me." He clenched his right fist and suddenly smashed it towards the Fire King in front of him. Boom! Before the fist as big as a casserole could touch the Fire King, Jin Bing's sturdy body weighing more than 200 pounds suddenly flew backwards and hit the wall heavily, sticking to it strangely. It was as if a huge hand was pressing him against the wall, and he couldn't move. "What have you done to me, asshole?" "I haven't done it yet." The Fire King smiled slightly, revealing a terrifying smile that made people tremble with fear. He raised his hand and clenched it, and a ball of burning fire appeared in his palm. "Kingpin, you have the qualifications to be a fire bearer. Accept this flame, burn yourself, and join the glorious fire bearer." Under Jin Bing's shocked gaze, the Fire King pressed the ball of fire on him and entered his body. Ho ho ho! Jin Bing felt as if a ball of burning flame had appeared inside his body, burning his body into ashes inch by inch, and he could only groan in pain helplessly. Boom! He fell heavily to the ground, and a different kind of pain suddenly woke him up. The darkness in front of him and the cloaked man holding the oil lamp all disappeared. The light once again emitted a dazzling light, making his eyes dizzy. "Hey, stop pretending to be dead, get up quickly." The familiar voice appeared again. "Is it an illusion?" "No, it's not." Jin Bing slowly clenched his fists and felt an unprecedented force in his body, power. "Lord of Fire? Firebringer? Burn yourself? Haha, it turns out there are such interesting things in this world. How can I be trapped in this place?" He reached out and grabbed the 2 iron bars on the fence gate and pulled hard. Suddenly, a hole appeared in front of him that was big enough for him to walk out. The guard outside the door widened his eyes and sounded the alarm. Amid the shrill alarm, Jin Bing smiled slightly, raised his foot and stepped out, stomping hard, and many cracks immediately appeared on the hard cement. Driven by the reaction force, his body shot out like a cannonball, directly came behind the guard, and punched him with all his might. Boom! He rammed the guard's head hard into his body. Kingpin looked at his swollen fist, and a flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. "It turns out that not only has my strength become stronger, but I can also control the muscles in my body. Is this the essence of fire transmission? That's really, really great." Jin was in no hurry to leave. He stood there, exploring his new abilities, waiting for a large number of armed soldiers and agents to surround him. "Kingpin! Put your hands up in the air and kneel on the ground immediately." Looking at the familiar guy in the crowd, Jin Bing smiled grimly, and his body as strong as a bear quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary person, and he rushed towards the crowd. The leading agent no longer hesitated. "Quick, fire!" Bang bang bang! The dense bullets blocked the space in front like raindrops, leaving almost no blind spots, but when they fell on Jin Bing, they could only tear his prison uniform, without leaving even a scar on his body. "This is impossible." In the blink of an eye, Jin Bing rushed into the crowd, and no one could withstand his punch. Soon, the ground was filled with corpses, and Jin Bing grabbed the neck of the agent who had beaten him and lifted him up. "Why, aren't you afraid of bullets? As long as you tense your muscles enough, they will be harder than steel. The human body is amazing, isn't it?" Click! Jin Bing dropped the corpse in his hand and walked out the door calmly. The killing continues. Chapter 28. Shield. What? Kingpin escaped from prison? And destroyed the prison? After hanging up the phone, Carlson looked solemn. As a kidnapping case involving the world's largest arms dealer and a military colonel, the authorities attached great importance to it and sent FBI agents to jointly interrogate the suspect Kim Byung with the military. Of course, SHIELD has to get involved in this kind of thing, forcibly intervene and send out its own agents. However, just now, the bad news came that Jin Bing killed almost all the armed forces there and escaped from prison successfully. This is not a power that a human should possess. How could he have hidden it for so long? Carlson retrieved the surveillance video from there and saw the strange changes in Kingpin's body. He took a breath and immediately reported the matter to Director Fury. "I originally thought he was a pawn that someone deliberately abandoned, but I didn't expect that he was actually related to that incident." Fury made a prompt decision and said, "Coulson, recall Barton immediately and arrest Kingpin at all costs." "Yes." Coulson nodded. "Where will Kingpin go after he escapes from prison?" The two looked at each other and said in unison, "Hell's Kitchen." Hell's Kitchen has been famous throughout New York for its simple and dark atmosphere since ancient times. Any New Yorker of a certain age knows that you should never step into Hell's Kitchen after dark, because you may have stepped into hell. At night, reporter Eddie stood on the roadside with a conflicted look on his face. In front of him was Hell's Kitchen, with few street lights on. Behind him was a colorful and splendid civilized city. He seemed to be standing at the intersection of two worlds. As a veteran reporter, he had certainly heard rumors about Hell's Kitchen, but this time he came with a purpose. Ever since Eddie got the magic parchment, he has been doing very well in the journalism industry. Not only did he make a lot of money by exposing many details of Tony Stark's kidnapping, he also successfully captured scandals between big stars and politicians, becoming a supernova in the journalism industry. Some people thought he was lucky, but only he knew that it was the parchment that did the trick. After various attempts these days, he almost understood the function of parchment. It was like a goddess high above. Eddie wrote a lot of questions on it, and it would only occasionally give answers. Fortunately, every answer was true and accurate. The questions that were answered were all related to the reporter's news, and other questions such as what is today's lottery winning number and which stock will rise sharply were not responded to. Today, Eddie, who had tasted the sweetness, wrote down on the parchment the question he had asked dozens of times: what time and where can I get the big news today? Fortunately, the parchment gave the answer: tonight at 9 o'clock, Hell's Kitchen. So, here he comes. But he hesitated. Eddie is just an ordinary man, and he is still a little worried about entering a dangerous place known as Hell, fearing that he will become the protagonist of big news. In the end, wanting both fame and fortune, he gritted his teeth and stepped into Hell's Kitchen. But he was not unprepared. He was wearing a tattered overcoat and a woolen hat, had a haggard face and a scruffy beard, and dressed like a common homeless person in Hell's Kitchen. He held his precious camera tightly in his arms, not daring to show it easily, otherwise it might become the death warrant for him. But Hell's Kitchen is so big, where will the big news appear? Soon, he didn't have to think any more. There was a loud bang, and a ball of fire rose in the distance. Hiss, it really is big news. Eddie hugged the camera tightly and ran in that direction. Go back a few minutes. Ever since Kingpin, the underground emperor of Hell's Kitchen, was invited for tea, the gangs have lost the people restraining them, and their suppressed minds have become active again. Even the forces originally under Kingpin have fallen apart. Which gangster doesn't want to replace Jinbing and become the new underground emperor? But the prerequisite is that Jinbing cannot come back. In case Jinbing comes back, they hope to have hostages that can make Jinbing surrender. As a result, Jinbing's wife and children became the objects of their competition, and they made a gentleman's agreement that whoever captured them first would become the leader. Tonight was the day when their patience ran out and they wanted to take a gamble. Bang bang bang! A secret villa of Jinbing has been surrounded by several gangster factions, and the daily gunfight in the free country has broken out. Ma'am, please rest assured, we won't let them break in. The still loyal subordinates protected Kingpin's wife Vanessa and tried their best to fight back against the gangs outside. They have the advantage of geographical location and seem to be able to handle the situation with ease. Vanessa hugged her 5-year-old son tightly in her arms, covered his ears with her hands, and said in panic, "If anything happens, don't worry about me. It doesn't matter if I die. Please save the child's life. Please, I beg you. Don't worry, you'll be fine." Before he could finish his words, there was a loud bang. All of a sudden, the whole villa shook violently, gravel and dust fell from the ceiling, causing Vanessa to scream and hold her son tightly in her arms. Outside the villa, the gangsters who had been attacking for a long time took out heavy weapons, rocket launchers, and bombarded the villa continuously. For a time, Jinbing's only remaining loyal subordinates suffered heavy casualties. Seeing that the enemy's defense was almost torn down, they put down their rocket launchers and rushed forward like a tide under the temptation of huge bonuses. They wanted to capture Vanessa and her child alive, but of course, they could accept it if one of them died unfortunately. Fortunately, the villa was built quite sturdily, and Vanessa and her children were just a little frightened and were not seriously injured. Hearing the fierce gunfire and screams coming from downstairs, the few people who stayed with them were forced to go out to fight, and they were the only two left in the room. "Oh God, this is all my fault. Please don't blame the child. He is innocent. Please save him." Vanessa prayed devoutly while crying. Suddenly, her eyes went dark and all the lights in the villa went out. She didn't know whether it was caused by the explosion or if someone turned them off intentionally. At this moment, the gangsters staying in the villa encountered another man who should not be messed with in Hell's Kitchen. Yes, it's Daredevil. He shows up. Damn it, stop shooting. You almost hit me. Turn on the light. Damn it, isn't Jin your enemy? Why are you helping his wife and children? A guy heard the groans of pain from his companions around him, and he became nervous and couldn't help but yelling. Because my enemy is not only Kingpin, but also you. A man in black with half his face covered by a sewing cap appeared behind him and knocked him to the ground with a stick. Anyone who threatens Hell's Kitchen is my enemy, so are you ready to lie in the hospital? Chapter 29. Daredevil, whose real name is Matt Murdock, just graduated from Columbia University and became a trainee lawyer. When I was a child, I went to save an old man who was nearly run over by a truck, and the radioactive chemicals loaded on the truck caused me to go blind. As a result, my other senses were greatly enhanced. He can use his keen hearing to identify the position and movement of people or objects in the dark, comparable to a bat, which is equivalent to having a built-in image scanner. Yes, he is comparable to Batman in the DC universe. He also follows the principle of not killing and is more ruthless towards his enemies than Batman. The only difference is that he does not have as much money as Batman, who is as wealthy as a country. Matt's father was brutally murdered by gangsters, and he inevitably embarked on a path of fighting against evil. His activity area is usually his hometown, Hell's Kitchen, so Kingpin became his nemesis. I thought Hell's Kitchen would become better after Kingpin was arrested, but the result was the exact opposite. It became even more chaotic and worse. Is it really as Kingpin said, that Hell's Kitchen needs him more than Daredevil? No, it's not. Criminals should be sent to prison. The only reason Hell's Kitchen hasn't gotten better is because too few bad guys are being sent to prison. After thinking it through, Daredevil's face became resolute and he swung the stick with greater force, with each blow accompanied by a whistling sound. Not long after, all the gangsters who entered the villa were wiped out. They all lay on the ground groaning, and not even one of them escaped. Before Daredevil could even catch his breath, his ears suddenly moved slightly and he heard a sharp sound of breaking through the air. He frowned slightly and moved his feet to avoid it. The next moment, an oval object the size of a fist flew in from the broken glass window, passed over Daredevil's body, hit the wall and bounced back. After seeing the appearance of that thing clearly, Daredevil's body tensed up and he quickly rolled to the side, grabbing the body of an unlucky guy on the ground to block himself. Boom! The grenade suddenly exploded into a ball of fire. The powerful impact force knocked Daredevil away, and he rolled to the corner and hid. He swallowed the blood that was about to overflow from his mouth and shouted to the outside, "Bullseye, I guessed it was you, have you betrayed your master too?" Outside the villa, Bullseye, who was also wearing a mask, stood alone. The other gangsters stayed away from him and did not dare to get close to him, for fear of being killed by Bullseye. Hearing Daredevil's call, Bullseye played with the knife in his hand, snorted coldly, and responded, "Daredevil, are you stupid? I am a mercenary, not Kingpin's subordinate. I will go with whoever pays more. In fact, Kingpin still owes me a large balance." Through Bullseye's voice, Daredevil determined his position, quietly moved his body, and hid in a blind spot for the throw. He knew how accurate Bullseye's throwing technique was, but Bullseye also had weaknesses. He was limited by his vision and could not identify the position by sound like Daredevil. So, when Daredevil hides in a blind spot, Bullseye's attack cannot hurt him. "Hey, little mouse, just keep hiding." Bullseye couldn't find Daredevil, and probably understood his intention, so he laughed cruelly, "You are not my target." "Huh? Damn it!" Daredevil stood up and ran towards the stairs, but halfway there he heard several familiar sounds of breaking through the air. He twisted his body into a strange shape, and his right hand shook into a phantom, using a stick to knock away the attacking knives one after another. But he still missed a flying needle hidden in the dark, and the flying needle pierced his arm, causing him to groan in pain. Not only that, he began to feel numbness in the wound on his arm, which quickly spread throughout his body. Poisonous. Daredevil knew that he had fallen into a trap. He acted decisively, hid back in his original place, picked up the pistol on the ground, pointed it sideways at the wound and pulled the trigger. Boom! Hearing the gunshot, the confident target's expression changed slightly. He just wanted to trick Daredevil out. After all, his mission was to capture the two people upstairs alive, not to kill them. "I didn't expect Daredevil to react so quickly." Bullseye snorted coldly, turned to the gangsters and said, "He's already injured. Send someone in to arrest him if you don't want him to rescue Kingpin's wife and children. The gang leader wanted to ask why you didn't go, but he was worried about his life, so he didn't ask. Instead, he listened to the advice and sent out some of his remaining elite subordinates. Go, the reward for capturing the woman and child is 1 million. The boss is mighty. What about Daredevil, how much is he worth? What do I want him for? Kill him if you see him. Yes. Dozens of elite gangsters rushed forward again, and several other gangs who wanted to take advantage of the situation also sent out their subordinates, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. At this time, on the second floor, Vanessa looked at the familiar figure that suddenly appeared in front of her, burst into tears of joy, and rushed over with her child in her arms. Fisk, you're okay, that's great. Oh no, it's very dangerous here. Fisk, take us away quickly. No, no need. Kingpin smiled gently and hugged his wife and son tightly, so tightly that Vanessa felt uncomfortable. Fisk, you're hurting me. Jin did not answer, nor did he loosen his hands. Instead, he placed his large palms on Vanessa and her faces. I'm sorry, Vanessa, I love you so much that I almost did what those guys wanted and confessed to a crime I didn't commit. Love is so terrible, I really love you so much. Feeling it becoming increasingly difficult to breathe, Vanessa couldn't believe the pleading look on the face of the man in front of her who loved her so deeply. At least let the child go, please, Fisk. Kingpin understood what she meant, tears filled his eyes, and with deep apology, he slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, I also love our children deeply, and your existence is my weakness. But, you know, as Kingpin, I can't have weaknesses. Vanessa's eyes gradually became desperate, and the love in her eyes turned into resentment. Vanessa, hate me as much as you want. I don't blame you. I still love you deeply. Goodbye, Vanessa. Goodbye, my child. Feeling that the two bodies in his arms were no longer struggling and had no life, Jin Bing finally couldn't help it and burst into tears. He looked up to the sky and howled, roaring and howling like a wild beast. Ah! Vanessa, Vanessa, my favorite Vanessa. This heartbroken voice was heard by Daredevil, Bullseye, all the gangsters, and Eddie who rushed here. An irresistible chill rose in everyone's heart. Jin Zhang gently placed the body in his arms on the ground and made a calm but firm declaration, tonight, everyone here must die. Chapter 30. King Bing was released. Vanessa is dead? Who did it? Damn it, I told you not to use heavy weapons, but you didn't listen. There are so many of us, why should we be afraid of him alone? Why not just kill him here? You're right. There is an lingering hostility in the hearts of gangsters. They take life and death lightly and will fight if they are not convinced. Except for a few bosses who were used to a life of luxury and gave up watching the fight and told their drivers to drive away, the rest of the gangsters all rushed towards the villa. The only one who noticed the clue was Daredevil. He could hear only one extra breathing sound upstairs, and after this breathing sound appeared, the other two breathing sounds quickly weakened until they disappeared completely. This shows that Vanessa and her children were killed by Kingpin. He killed the only thing in his heart and went completely crazy, becoming the underground emperor without weaknesses again. More importantly, the reappearance of the Kingpin gave Daredevil an invincible feeling. His sensory ability, which was much superior to that of ordinary people, was sending him a warning, and every cell in his body seemed to be shouting run away. Daredevil bit his lower lip hard, ignoring the blood in his mouth. He rushed to the windowsill and shouted, "Don't come over here, run away." Escape? No one can escape. Jin Bing's face was filled with murderous intent. He roared, and his muscles swelled suddenly. The shirt he snatched exploded into a pile of pieces, revealing his terrifyingly strong muscles underneath. With just a simple punch, a big hole immediately broke out in the more than 1 meter thick concrete wall in front of him. Kingpin leaped up from a 4 or 5 meter high building, crossed a distance of dozens of meters, and landed directly behind the crowd. His huge body smashed a big hole in the ground. He ignored those minions and rushed towards the gang leaders who were trying to drive away. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and drive!" A gangster boss was so panicked that he kicked the slow driver out of the car, sat in the driving seat himself, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom without caring whether it would damage the luxury car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. With the roar of the engine, the car rushed out all of a sudden. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw that terrifying face appear in front of him. "You want to die? I'll kill you." He kept his foot on the accelerator, staring at Kingpin standing still in front of him, with ecstasy on his face. "I killed Kingpin." Facing the car getting closer and closer, Jin Bing smiled contemptuously, raised his right foot and stepped down hard. Boom! An invisible shock wave spread out from under Kingpin's feet. It was as if a giant beast passed through the ground in front of him, shattering it into small pieces. It shook the oncoming car into the air, passed over Kingpin's head, rolled many times, and finally turned into a huge fireball. Jin did not intend to stop. His strong thigh muscles gave him an explosive speed greater than that of a car. He easily caught up with all the vehicles that wanted to escape, and smashed the people and the vehicles into pieces with one punch after another. This unrivaled momentum and monstrous power frightened everyone, and they finally realized that they were facing a real monster. I don't want to die. I surrender, don't kill me. Asshole, I'm going to fight you. Running away, surrendering, fighting, all of them are useless. In front of Jin Bing, they were as fragile as babies, unable to fight back. There was only one end waiting for them, and that was death. This was not a battle, but a one-sided massacre. Such a bloody scene made Eddie, who was hiding in the bushes, almost vomit all the food he had eaten that night. Parchment, oh Parchment, you have done me a disservice. This is indeed big news, but I don't know if it can be published. No, it's also unknown whether I can survive. He didn't dare to move. Whoever ran the fastest would die first. Now he could only pray that the police would come soon. Well, even if they are the police, they have no chance of winning against such a monster that is not afraid of bullets. In just a few minutes, most of the gangsters were killed or injured. Daredevil finally overcame his fear and stood in front of Kingpin. King Bing, you killed your wife and children with your own hands. You also killed so many people. The evidence is irrefutable. You will never come back to Hell's Kitchen again. No, you killed Vanessa. The 2-meter-tall Kingpin looked down at the opponent who had once given him a headache, and said with gritted teeth, "It's you who made it so difficult for me to go back to my Hell's Kitchen. It's all your fault. Everything has its own gains and losses. Thanks to you, I have obtained this invincible power. Soon I will rule the world, and Hell's Kitchen will also be mine." No, Hell's Kitchen never belonged to you. Daredevil raised his head fearlessly. Don't you understand? Power alone cannot rule the world. No, you can't even rule Hell's Kitchen. You're the one who doesn't understand. Kingpin gave up trying to reason with Daredevil and suddenly swung his fist. Daredevil, who was well prepared, tried to dodge sideways, but he underestimated Kingpin's speed. He was not only strong, but also fast, which Daredevil could not match. Daredevil only had time to put his hands in front of his chest before he was knocked flying by Kingpin's punch. Like a cannonball, he smashed through the window of the villa, stuck to the wall on the other side, and slowly slid down. His head drooped and his life or death was unknown. Jin was not at all surprised that he defeated his former tough opponent with just one punch. This was a perfectly normal thing. How can a mere mortal human being compare to him who has obtained the power of a god? The Lord of Fire, the being who could easily bestow upon him such invincible power in the world, if not a god, then what else could he be? Perhaps the word devil would be more appropriate. Otherwise, why would they favor a guy who kills people like crazy? He doesn't care whether it is a god or a demon, they are all irresistible to him. He just needs to vent the evil in his heart before he is completely burned out. The first step is to kill all the people who are in your way. Jin Bing narrowed his eyes and walked towards the villa. Daredevil, just kill him too. After taking 2 steps, Jin Bing suddenly reached behind him and grabbed a familiar throwing knife. He turned his head and looked at Bullseye, who had not taken any action before, and asked doubtfully, "You want to save Daredevil?" "No, I wish he were dead." Bullseye showed a crazy smile, "It's just that I have never killed someone as powerful as you, so I want to give it a try. Anyway, you are not going to let me go, right? Jinbing nodded, then go to hell. The next second, Bullseye saw a car flying towards him. Chapter 31. Forest Hills, Queens. Parker locked himself in the room, fiddling with something. In the living room, Aunt May leaned on Uncle Ben's arms as they watched TV together. Suddenly, an urgent news message was interrupted on the TV. According to a call from an interested person, a fierce gang fight broke out again in the Clinton area. Now a large number of police officers have rushed to arrest the relevant personnel. Citizens are requested to stay away from this area as much as possible to avoid endangering their lives. Clinton? Isn't that Hell's Kitchen? Aunt May looked up at Uncle Ben. Yes. Uncle Ben nodded and said, I also lived in Hell's Kitchen for a while when I was young. It was indeed quite messy. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the TV and his brows were furrowed. Aunt May left his arms and chuckled, Go ahead, finish your work quickly and come back soon. I'll wait for you. Uncle Ben smiled awkwardly and stood up, Well, I'll go take a look and be back soon. After getting the hero suit, he played Spider-Man in his spare time to help people in need. But the process was not smooth. When people saw him in strange clothes, their first reaction was to be wary. Once they even pulled out a gun and pointed it at him, mistaking him for a masked robber. However, even if he only helps others once and gets a brief thank you from others, he can be happy for the whole day. He feels that it is really great that he can still create value in his old age and has not been abandoned by the society. So, when he saw this news, he thought there must be a lot of people there who needed help, and that's when Spider-Man came on the scene. Wait me back. Uncle Ben kissed Aunt May gently on the forehead, slowly took 2 steps back, then quickly turned around and went upstairs, taking off his pajamas as he walked, revealing the Spider-Man suit underneath, putting on the mask, and jumping out of the open window. Uncle Ben shot out spider silk that stuck to the wall of a building in the distance, then swung skillfully and quickly approached the direction of Hell's Kitchen. In less than 5 minutes, he entered Hell's Kitchen. After looking at the crowd being evacuated by the police, Uncle Ben walked in the opposite direction of the crowd. Along the way, he actually saw several helicopters, more than a dozen military armored vehicles, and countless police cars, blocking and surrounding the area ahead. Isn't it a gang fight? Why does it look like a war? What's in there? Uncle Ben stopped at the eaves of a building. There would not be much cover to hide his figure if he went any further. He would definitely be discovered by the helicopter circling overhead. He didn't know whether he should continue to move forward. Ho ho ho! Bullseye was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. His hands, which he was so proud of, were no longer there as they were beaten into a pulp by Kingpin. Excessive blood loss made him dizzy and he could only scream wildly with his last breath. Kingpin, kill me, just kill me if you have the guts. Jinbing stood in the bloody open space in front of the villa, which was like hell. He didn't even look at the target. He was already useless and not worth Jinbing's effort. Except for Bullseye lying on the ground and Daredevil whose life or death was unknown, and perhaps a few little mice hiding, the rest were sent to hell by him. There was no need for them to let Jinbing do it himself. Jinbing looked up at the helicopter flying towards him and the armored vehicle in front of him, knowing that the military's firepower bombing was about to come. When the time came, the endless flames would cleanse the evil here. Jinbing was thinking, his muscles can block bullets, can they block missile bombardment? Should he leave or fight? Before he could think it through, the attack helicopter above him had already made the decision for him. 2 anti-tank missiles and 2 small air-to-ground missiles, with brilliant tail flames, bombarded down at a high speed. Very good, let's fight. Jinbing's face was extremely ferocious. He took a deep breath, a big bulge appeared on his chest, and then he exhaled a hurricane-like air wave towards the flying missile. The missiles were blown out of direction and collided with each other, exploding into a huge ball of fire. Eddie was lucky enough not to be killed by Kingpin while hiding in the bushes, but the sudden and indiscriminate military attack made him completely panicked. He knew that if he didn't escape, he would surely die. He clutched the precious camera in his arms tightly and ran out of the bushes yelling, "Hey, there are still people here, I am innocent. However, as soon as Eddie came out, he saw that the armored vehicles fired many missiles and flew straight towards him. There was despair on his face, and as he closed his eyes, waiting to die, his body seemed to be tied up by something and he was suddenly pulled up and flew. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was being held by a guy in strange clothes with a white rope and was swinging in the air. Eddie opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but the next second, flames shot up into the sky. The terrible gust of air caused by the explosion blew his words back into his stomach. His whole body was like a small fishing boat in the stormy sea, tossing up and down and left and right involuntarily. Uncle Ben held him in his arms and managed to escape from the danger zone before a stronger air wave hit them. Boom boom boom. Missiles continued to explode, and the dilapidated villa finally collapsed. The corpses, broken limbs, and blood on the ground were burned to ashes. Jinbing, who was at the center of the explosion, was immediately covered in flames. General Ross, who was standing in front of the big screen in the Combat Command Center, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Even if we can't kill him, we should be able to injure him severely, right? No, we can't continue. It's best to capture him alive. Kingpin's strange changes attracted his attention. Even with the superhuman serum in his hands, he inevitably became greedy. After all eggs cannot be put in the same basket, and he cannot put all his hopes on Norman. The missile bombardment continued for 2.5 minutes before General Ross called a halt. Okay, stop. Wait a minute. The special forces will come in and make sure Kingpin is dead or alive first. Before he could finish his words, a scream came from the intercom, "He's not dead." General Ross suddenly looked up at the big screen, and saw a huge figure nearly 3 meters tall rushing out from the flames, jumping to a height of dozens of meters, and smashing the helicopter down with one punch. With a loud bang, the figure fell back to the ground, and General Ross saw his face clearly. It was a terrifying monster that made people tremble with fear. Its bulging muscles covered its body like a suit of armor. It seemed that it had been bombarded by artillery fire, and its skin was wrinkled like dry bark, appearing grey-black. The sides of his cheeks also bulged with muscle armor, and one could vaguely see the appearance of Kingpin. Is this the Kingpin? General Ross took a deep breath and quickly picked up his phone and dialed a number. Norman, I need your help with something. Lend me Harry for a while. Chapter 32. How powerful is Kingpin? Before he gained the ability, he built up a muscular body through his own efforts. Don't think he is fat just because of his muscular build, because in fact, 90% of his body is muscles. With strength alone, he is even able to overpower many superpowered beings, including Spider-Man. After gaining the ability to control his muscles, Kingpin has undoubtedly become even more terrifying. People sometimes experience a sudden surge in strength when they are extremely angry or in danger. You must have heard a lot of news about this. This is because when emotions are out of control, muscles temporarily lose their self-protection restrictions and are able to exert greater strength. For Kingpin, he has no such limitation and can control the amount of strength his muscles can exert with just his mind. Now, in order to survive the missile bombardment, Jinbing has released all restrictions, a state he calls muscle liberation, 100%. Ha, thank you for letting me know. It turns out I can really ignore these ordinary missile bombardments. Kingpin, who had turned into a muscle monster, tilted his head slightly and forced a smile, but, it really hurts, so please die. He stomped the ground hard, creating a strong vibration like an earthquake. His figure appeared in front of an armored vehicle like a ghost, and his fist as big as his head smashed down like a sledgehammer. This armored vehicle made of steel was easily flattened like a toy car, and the remaining shells and gunpowder inside exploded, creating another huge ball of sparks. Before the explosion, Kingpin had already left. His eyes, full of amusement, scanned back and forth between his prey. Second one, who's next? Seeing his brutal performance, General Ross couldn't help but think of the Hulk, who also had incredible power. No, in a way, the current Kingpin is even more terrifying because he has not lost his mind, and while he possesses extraordinary powers, he is still a sinister and cunning gang leader. Everyone, retreat temporarily and don't make unnecessary sacrifices. After speaking into the intercom, General Ross switched to another channel. "Hey, didn't your shield say you were going to take down Kingpin? Don't just stand there and watch the show and do nothing." Coulson's voice came from inside. "General, the situation has changed. We at SHIELD can't handle such a monster. I've asked a helper to come over. You just need to keep him busy for 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Coulson hesitated. After seeing Kingpin's performance, it was hard for him to maintain confidence in Hawkeye Patton. Hawkeye is the ace agent of SHIELD. If he dies here, it would be like breaking an arm of SHIELD. General Ross said coldly, "There is no time to hesitate. You should know that if we let him escape this time, it will not be so easy to track him down next time. Once an enemy like this lurks, you know how terrible it will be." "Okay." Coulson finally nodded. "We will try our best to keep him busy for 3 minutes. If we catch Kingpin, we at SHIELD also have the right to interrogate him." "Of course." After getting General Ross's promise, Coulson immediately contacted the agent on the scene. "Hawkeye, go ahead and be safe. Is it my turn to fight Kingpin?" "Oh, all right. Coulson, after this is over, you have to tell Director Fury that I'm going to take a few days off. Don't even think about asking me to work overtime." "Okay, definitely." "Oh my god, am I dreaming?" Eddie was rescued by Uncle Ben and taken to the top of a big tree. He could vaguely see a ferocious monster in the distance. "So many missiles can't kill that monster. I can prove that you are not dreaming." Uncle Ben said, "You stay here first. It should be safe here. I will send you away when I come back." "Hey, where are you going?" Eddie quickly grabbed Uncle Ben's arm. "You don't want to cause trouble for that monster, do you? Don't go and die. I haven't thanked you for saving me yet. Maybe I can do an interview with you about why you wear such a suit. Also, what are these sticky ropes? Can you see that I am a reporter?" He spoke a lot of words in a rapid succession. Uncle Ben smiled and said, "You sound a bit like my nephew when you nag. But sorry, let's wait for the interview next time. I have to stop him, otherwise many people will die." While they were talking, another armored vehicle was shattered into pieces, and the soldiers inside undoubtedly went to see God. "But it's no use if you go. You'll die. Everyone will die, including me, but few people can choose how they die." Uncle Ben's tone seemed to be describing something extremely mundane. "Besides, I may not die." After saying that, he broke free from Eddie's hand, shot out spider silk and swung away. Eddie froze for a moment and shouted at his back, "Hey, at least tell me what your name is." "I'm Spider-Man." "Spider-Man." Eddie quickly picked up the camera and pressed the shutter button quickly, but only a picture of his back with a spider pattern on it was left on the camera. Under the horrified gazes of the soldiers, Jin Bing walked to the last armored vehicle under the machine gun fire and excitedly admired the ugly appearance of those people inside. He has never been a bloodthirsty person, even though he smashed his alcoholic father's head with a hammer when he was a child. He enjoys the power and authority to control everything. But he had to admit that moderate killing was more helpful in relieving the pressure that had been accumulating in his heart, and he was in a much better mood now. "This is your only value." Jin Bing showed a creepy smile and raised his huge fist, ready to end this one-man show. Unexpectedly, a sound of breaking through the air sounded in his ears. Jin Bing stretched out his hand and grabbed it, then looked sideways and saw that it was an arrow with a distinct sense of technology. With 2 clicks, the arrow suddenly exploded, and thick smoke and dust instantly obscured his vision. SHHHHHH. The second arrow, the third arrow and the fourth arrow followed closely and shot into the thick smoke. Hawkeye on the rooftop in the distance was about to make his next effort and shoot the fifth arrow, but suddenly his pupils shrank and he saw a huge armored vehicle roaring out of the thick smoke and flying towards him. "My Dharma!" Hawkeye cursed, turned over and jumped off the building. He had already fixed himself to the railing with a special rope and slid down gracefully. He jumped a little too early, and the armored vehicle was caught by a spider web that suddenly unfolded when it was halfway in its flight. Even if it was blocked for just 1 second, it was enough for the armored vehicle to lose its ability to soar in the air. Uncle Ben used all his strength to pull the spider silk and pulled it down, and it landed safely. Kingpin waved away the smoke around him, and seeing Uncle Ben in strange clothes, he sneered, "Look, another idiot playing superhero games has appeared." Chapter 33. Only by standing in front of Jinbing can you truly feel the suffocating feeling of oppression. Uncle Ben opened the driver's door and rescued the soldiers trapped inside, then turned around and looked at Kingpin, who was already standing in front of him. The spider sense in his body was fully activated, all the pores on his body closed, his hair stood on end, large patches of goosebumps appeared on his body, and everything in front of him seemed to be red, which symbolized that if he went forward he would die, and the only way to survive was to retreat. Is the difference that big? But he couldn't retreat. If he did, who knows how many people behind him would die. He had to at least hold this guy back for a minute or two. "Hey, big guy, stop it now, is it so rewarding to kill someone weaker than you?" "No, it's not a sense of accomplishment, but it's fun." Jinbing laughed and said, "It's like when I was a kid, I used fire to burn an ant nest. It was interesting to see the ants struggling to be swallowed by the fire, isn't it? Like this." Kingpin suddenly swung his fist and hit Uncle Ben head on, knocking him away, but Uncle Ben bent his wrist almost at the same time and shot out several spider webs, successfully covering Kingpin's eyes. Boom! Uncle Ben felt like he was hit by a huge truck. His body flew backwards uncontrollably, broke a big tree, and rolled on the ground for several times before stopping. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, which dyed the originally red hood even brighter. His head was dizzy and he couldn't stand up for a while. "Ah, damn uniform clown, I'm going to kill you." Due to carelessness, Kingpin was caught in Uncle Ben's spider web. While trying hard to clean the spider web off his face, he roared loudly in anger. At this time, Hawkeye, who had slid down from the building, also joined the battlefield. He quickly seized this rare opportunity, pulled out arrows with various effects from the quiver behind him, and shot 3 arrows at Kingpin at the fastest speed in his life. Unfortunately, even though Jinbing was furious, he still did not lose his mind. Hearing the sound of 3 arrows cutting through the air, he took a big step over a distance of 3 or 4 meters and dodged. Compared to Kingpin's speed, the arrow is still a bit slow. Hawkeye is a very good support, but due to his limited personal strength, he can only do a little bit in high-end games. After a delay of 1 or 2 seconds, Jinbing had already torn off the spider web that covered his eyes and regained his sight. The first thing he saw was Hawkeye, who was 100 meters away, with murderous intent in his eyes. Not good. Hawkeye thought something was wrong and quickly rolled to the side. His reaction was quite quick, but it was still too late. Jin Yong stomped hard on the ground, and the road beneath his feet broke into many pieces of stone and flew up. He swung his strong arms violently, as if swinging a huge baseball bat, and hit the gravel in front of him away. Driven by powerful force, the stones instantly crossed a distance of 100 meters like cannonballs and arrived in front of Hawkeye. Hawkeye stared with wide eyes, watching the stones falling on him. One of them hit his head. Hawkeye groaned and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Coulson was furious when he saw this scene. Regardless of the possible danger, he rushed out of the cordon and carried Hawkeye back. "Ha, I got rid of another annoying little fly." Jinbing snorted coldly and was about to kill the uniformed clown who had just played a trick, but he felt a sharp pain in his arm. "Huh? I just hit a few rocks and tore several muscles? How can this be? Could it be that I can't continue in this state for too long?" It would be unwise to sacrifice himself here because of a momentary anger, so Jinbing decided to let Uncle Ben go and retreat temporarily. He looked at the military forming the defense line in the distance, sneered, and swaggered forward. Jinbing saw it very accurately. When such a powerful military force could not resist him just now, facing Jinbing who was walking over, General Ross was very frustrated and asked everyone to retreat, took the initiative to withdraw the defense line, and let Jinbing leave. The gap in strength was too great, and they didn't even have the mind to resist. "Damn it, if I've already assembled an army of supermen." General Ross pounded the table hard and decided to let Norman prepare more superhuman serum as soon as possible to arm his troops. He didn't even want Harry to show up here on time. It would be hard for Harry to be a match for that guy alone, right? This time, he admitted defeat. Humph, a bunch of trash. Endless ambition and passion surged in Jin Bing's heart. Who could force back an entire army by himself from ancient times to the present? Only him, Kingpin. This is a new era opened by Jin Bing himself. From now on, the power of the individual will prevail over the so-called military group. Okay. Jin Bing suddenly felt something was wrong. When he raised his head, he saw two beams of red rays shooting down from the sky. He hurriedly raised his strong arms to block them in front of him. Boom! The heat ray hit Jin Bing's arm directly, and the powerful impact made Jin Bing feel pressure for the first time. What? Jin Bing raised his head and finally saw a guy wearing green armor and a black cloak fluttering in the wind falling from the sky. The two heat rays were actually shot out from his eyes. It's actually a person? Someone who can fly in the air. Jin Bing was a little bit unbelievable. Finally come. General Ross nervously watched Harry appear on the big screen, and rubbed his hands together unconsciously. Can Harry win? Is that the Superman that the Austin Corporation created using the Superman serum? Coulson sent someone to send Hawkeye to the hospital for emergency treatment, but he himself remained there and recognized the Superman mentioned in Natasha's report. It's you who destroyed this place like this? It's unforgivable. The passionate young man Harry was filled with rage. He adjusted the power of the heat ray to the maximum and bombarded Kingpin's arm continuously. Turns out he's just a brat. Seeing Harry's young appearance, Kingpin sneered, stepped quickly, moved to the side, dodging the heat rays, leaped up, came to Harry's side, and punched him. Go to hell. Harry, who was extremely confident in his own strength, did not dodge and also swung out his fist. Two fists, one big and one small, collided with each other more than 20 meters above the ground. After a brief pause, a powerful air wave burst out from the intersection of the two fists, making the branches of the big tree below rustle. Eddie, who was hiding in the tree, was so scared that he quickly hugged the trunk to avoid falling down. He looked at Harry who had just emerged, his eyes shining. Oh my god, he can fly, and his eyes can shoot heat rays. Isn't this Superman from the comics? Why isn't his underwear worn outside? Eddie silently cheered for the powerful Superman in his heart and took out his camera. Come on, Superman who never wears underwear outside, kill this disgusting monster. I will give you the biggest page in the Global Times. Chapter 34. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Homelander Harry and the muscular monster Kingpin collided fiercely in midair. Harry felt a powerful force that was no less than his own coming from the opponent's fist, and watched in disbelief as his body was knocked flying. Kingpin didn't win either. He was in midair with no foothold, and was also knocked down by Harry's power. His feet slammed heavily on the ground, and two holes immediately appeared under his feet. He raised his head and looked at Harry, who had stopped moving. Both of them felt serious and regarded the other as an opponent they could fight. Damn, where did such a powerful guy come from? Is he also a fire bearer? Kingpin guessed correctly. Harry, who was simply injected with superhuman serum, was at most at the level of Captain America and Spider-Man. However, in order to create a powerful Homelander, Levi gave Harry heat rays, super strength, and the ability to fly. Compared to the original Homelander, Harry is even better. So, after playing low-end games for a whole night, the gradually inflated Jin Bing finally met his opponent. The bad thing is that he had been in the muscle liberation, 100% state for a long time, and now he was about to reach his limit. It must be resolved quickly. Jin Bing narrowed his eyes and immediately made up his mind. At this time, General Ross couldn't help but stand up. Seeing the fight between the two, he was relieved. A draw? No, Harry has the ability to fly, so he is already invincible. We can slowly wear him down. The key now is who can persevere to the end. Commander, did you see that? Yes, got it. Director Fury was sitting in SHIELD, and when he saw Harry's performance, he couldn't help but sit up straight. Hawkeye's serious injury and critical condition dealt him a heavy blow, and made him realize that times have changed, and now the so-called super agents are just cannon fodder. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to regain control of the situation, it must have powerful individuals like Harry and Kingpin. It seems that Natasha needs to hurry up. S.H.I.E.L.D. must get the superhuman serum at all costs. Harry didn't know that his performance had caused many organizations, including S.H.I.E.L.D., to covet the superhuman serum in his father's hands. He was breathing heavily, staring at the muscular monster below. To be honest, Harry grew up under the protection of his father and had never experienced a proper fight. This was the first time he faced a strong enemy alone, the first time he stepped out from under his father's protection, and the first time he demonstrated his fighting spirit as a fellow countryman in front of so many people. Therefore, he can only win and not lose. Monster, die! Harry swooped down from the sky and shot out another powerful heat ray at Kingpin. Even the air was distorted wherever it went. Jinbing had experienced the power of heat rays before, so he naturally didn't want to resist it again and turned around and ran away. Harry chased after them without thinking, and the two of them quickly left the evacuated area one after the other. Only 2 armed helicopters that had survived followed closely behind them, reporting the battle situation to General Ross and others. In less than 2 minutes, they left Hell's Kitchen and entered the bustling streets. The number of cars on the road increased visibly. Wherever he went, there were screams. Kingpin naturally didn't care. He rushed along recklessly, and occasionally even grabbed a car waiting for the red light and threw it at Harry behind him. After discovering that Harry was restrained and forced to save the people in the cars, Kingpin grinned and became even more aggressive. "Damn it, you monster, you don't dare to fight me fair and square." Harry caught another car, very angry. In response, another car flew over. Harry could even see the terrified faces of the female driver and 2 children in the car. He could only grit his teeth and flew forward to catch the car steadily. Just as he was about to put it down, Kingpin's ugly face suddenly appeared in front of Harry, with a smug look on his face. "Got you!" Kingpin grabbed Harry and threw him down from mid-air, causing him to fall diagonally onto the road below. He used Harry as a rag, wiping out a road full of irregular gravel and crashing into an office building nearby. Boom boom boom! Kingpin waved his fists wildly and hit Harry like a pile driver. Harry could only put up his arms and resist with difficulty. The Superman armor on his body was almost scrapped and the anger in his heart continued to accumulate. Finally, his anger exceeded the threshold, Harry's eyes widened, and he once again shot out the heat ray that had been accumulating for a long time. Boom! The powerful impact caused Kingpin's huge body to lean back suddenly. Taking this opportunity, Harry quickly flew up from the ground, hit Kingpin's head, pushed him to the ground, and the two exchanged positions. "Asshole, I caught you!" Harry used all his strength to grab Kingpin's head tightly, bent his upper body backwards as far as possible, and then suddenly bounced back, and the two foreheads collided hard. After fighting for so long, Harry did not gain nothing. He keenly noticed that Kingpin's body was protected by thick armor, making it difficult to cause effective damage to him. The protection on his head is obviously the weakest, and that is his weakness. Then let's see who is more stubborn. Boom! 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 Harry gritted his teeth, endured the dizziness in his head, and hit Kingpin's forehead again and again, even though his forehead was red, swollen, and blue. Kingpin's condition was even worse than Harry's. The repeated headbutts seemed to have given him a concussion. His head was buzzing and he was unable to think at all. Boom! After another heavy headbutt, Harry finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he seemed to have double vision in front of his eyes. He suppressed his nausea, grabbed Kingpin, and flew out of the gap in the wall. He hit the exterior glass of the building opposite and flew upwards, creating a rain of glass fragments for the crowd watching the show below. "How's the situation now? It looks like the Homelanders have the upper hand. They caught the Kingpin and flew into the sky, higher and higher, and have already exceeded our flying altitude. We can no longer see them." General Ross heaved a long sigh, walked to the window, looked at the dark sky outside, and finally let go of his worry. Once in the air, it was almost certain that Harry had won. "All units, prepare yourselves, arrest Jinbing as soon as possible. Even if he is dead, bring his body back to me." Yes. At this moment, thousands of meters in the sky, the final life and death struggle was taking place. The cold air woke Kingpin up, and his first reaction was to hug Harry tightly. Harry naturally didn't want to be tightly hugged by such a monster, so he struggled desperately, and the two of them wrestled in the air. At the critical moment, Harry activated the pumpkin bomb stored in the armor. The powerful explosion separated the two people who were tightly pressed together. Without Harry, the Kingpin began to plummet. Looking at the bustling city getting closer and closer, Jin was unwilling to believe that he had failed. No, it's impossible, I won't lose. I am the fire bearer, the one chosen by God. Boom! 2 heat rays blasted his back, helping him land quickly. Harry floated in the air, watching Kingpin fall coldly, his face full of fatigue. Chapter 35. It is finally over. The same words echoed in everyone's heart. They had been really tormented that night. From their indifference and determination at the beginning, to their shock and fear later on, they were only now able to completely relax. Chief, the Homelander won, Coulson said. Homelander? What a good name. Fury had already arrived at the SHIELD medical facility. Looking at the bright red light in the emergency room, he ordered, "Go find Kingpin. If possible, take him down before General Ross does. At least get some useful information out of him. Given his personality, if he had such a powerful force long ago, he wouldn't have used it now. I want to know what happened to him in the past 2 days." Yes. After hanging up the phone, Coulson, who was already in the car, asked his subordinates in the driver's seat to speed up. However, before reaching the place where Jin Bing fell, his car was stopped by a group of armed soldiers. SHIELD. Coulson showed them his credentials. The soldiers looked at each other and shrugged. What is SHIELD? Have you heard of it? No, I don't. Maybe it's the name of a dance hall. Oh, I bet there's a hot-assed girl in there. Ha ha ha. Listening to the soldiers' teasing, Coulson's face darkened. The situation he feared most had occurred. General Ross had no intention of keeping his promise and sharing the information with them, but was prepared to keep it for himself. With the mentality of giving it a try, he took the initiative to contact General Ross, and strangely, the call was connected. General Ross, I request a meeting with Jin Bing. This is what we agreed on. Agent Coulson, I have some unfortunate news for you. Kingpin is dead, so it's useless for you to see him. He can no longer answer any of your questions. Doing this? Coulson's first reaction was that General Ross was lying. General, I think you know how terrible Kingpin is. You won't fake his death and make some stupid deals with him, right? Heh, let me say it again, he's dead, and his body is in the custody of our military. It has nothing to do with your SHIELD anymore. That's it. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, the honest Coulson couldn't help but clench his fists. This was the right that Hawkeye had fought for with his life, but he was fooled by such a light sentence. It was simply unforgivable. After he reported the situation here to Fury, Fury's tone seemed very calm. Politicians are like this, you have to get used to it. It's okay, we at SHIELD have our own way of doing things. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Look for the survivors tonight, they may know something. It is good. Jin Bing's villa has become a ruin. Coulson asked Fury for a group of helpers, who used various instruments and equipment to remove the piled-up rubble and search for possible survivors. Suddenly, a young man dressed as a tramp was brought over by his subordinates, twisting his shoulders. What's going on? Coulson asked. When we went to look for the strange man in red, we found him hiding in a tree, so we brought him here. Hey, you're their leader, right? Eddie pretended to be a crazy tramp and said nonsense seriously. I was sleeping peacefully in the tree, why did you catch me? You made a lot of noise all night, can't I sleep? Coulson took out a palm-sized instrument and directly collected Eddie's fingerprints, and immediately obtained his identity information, Eddie Brock, a popular reporter for the Globe. He once. Stop, stop, stop. Stop talking. Eddie raised his hands and admitted defeat. Okay, I am indeed a reporter, and I came here to find out some big news. However, This news is so big and terrifying that I can only hide. I dare not show my head at all. If I go out, I will be dead. So, please rest assured that I didn't take any photos." Coulson chuckled, "So how did you get to the tree?" "Well, Spider-Man got me there." Seeing their bewildered expressions, Eddie added, "Oh, that's the weird guy in red you mentioned. Can I ask, was he beaten to death by that monster?" "Spider-Man? What is going on in this world? Why do so many weird and powerful guys suddenly appear?" Coulson shook his head and said, "No, he should be fine. We are also looking for him. If you have more information about him, please let us know." "No, I'll tell you when I find out. Then, I'll leave first." After saying that, Eddie wanted to turn around and leave, but was blocked by the two burly men. "I'm sorry, you can't leave now. Please come back with us and assist in the investigation." "What? Uncle Ben is certainly not dead." After being hit by Kingpin's punch, he just felt like he was hit hard by a car and was a little weak, but the injury was not very serious. After a short rest, he chased after Harry and Kingpin, and cleaned up the mess for them, keeping himself busy. After Uncle Ben saved all the people he could and saw Jin falling from the sky and getting hurt miserably, he completely relaxed and headed home, completely forgetting that there was someone alone in the tree waiting for him to come back. Quietly returning home, Uncle Ben took off his Spider-Man suit, revealing a large bruise underneath. He reached out to touch it and grimaced in pain. He found some medicine in his home medical kit, applied it on himself, and felt much better. After spraying some perfume on himself to cover up the smell of the medicine, Uncle Ben opened the door and walked out. The house was quiet. Uncle Ben went to Parker's door, gently opened it and went in. Parker was sleeping soundly. Maybe it was too hot in the room. He kicked the quilt aside, exposing his belly. He was still mumbling something, but no one knew what he was saying. Uncle Ben curled up the corners of his mouth, smiled silently, pulled the quilt for him, and looked at the desk beside him. There was a stack of papers on top, all filled with sketches of Spider-Man in various poses with slightly different patterns on his costumes. How come this child cares more about this than I do? Will this affect his studies? I have to talk to him about it tomorrow. Uncle Ben shook his head and exited the room, carefully closing the door. Going downstairs, Aunt May was lying on the recliner with her head tilted to one side. She had also fallen asleep. The TV was flickering on and off, broadcasting a boring late-night drama. Uncle Ben picked up the remote control, turned off the TV, walked to Aunt May, bent down, picked her up, and said something softly in her ear. "May, I'm back." At the same time, Harry stood in front of Norman with a bright smile. "Dad, I'm back, it's easy to solve. As expected of my son, you did a great job. However, the Superman armor is completely scrapped and needs to be remade. The funds will be deducted from your pocket money." "What?" Chapter 36. Name: Eddie Brock. Gender: I say, these are obvious, so there's no need to ask again, right? Just answer whatever you're told to answer. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hey, man, I guess you don't know that I'm a reporter with millions of fans? If you treat me badly again, I'll scold you to death. What's your name? Oh, it's the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Hearing the full name of his own SHIELD from someone else for the first time, the curly-browed agent who was recording Eddie's statement raised his eyebrows and wrote it down in the file. He had a good memory and spoke in a garrulous manner, probably because he was too nervous. Later, he couldn't stand Eddie's nagging anymore, so he warned him sinisterly, "Haha, you come in here, do you think you can get out?" Eddie instantly became nervous and said with a smile, "Dude, I'm just kidding you, keep asking." If he had known that this guy was a coward, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. The curly-browed agent added a few words to the file and continued to ask, "Gender: male. Age." After a while, Agent Curly Eyebrows came out of the interrogation room and ran into Coulson head-on. "How is it? Is he cooperating?" "Well, he seems to be quite cooperative, but I always feel like he's making up stories." The curly-browed agent handed over the transcript in his hand and said, "He has always insisted that he just happened to pass by Hell's Kitchen and ran into a gang fight. He thought it was big news, so he hid in the bushes. But later he found out that things were not simple. But the memory in the camera we seized from him was blank. He said he was scared and forgot to take pictures." Carlson flipped through the transcript a few times and frowned slightly. He is lying. No matter how scared he is, he shouldn't have no photos. This is not the quality of a professional reporter. I heard that most reporters carry an extra blank memory card with them, fearing that there will be insufficient memory. So, he hid the memory card with the photos. Well, it shouldn't be wrong. Okay, I'll have someone go over there and search carefully now. The curly eyebrow agent took 2 steps forward, then suddenly turned around and said, "By the way, we also found a blank parchment on him. I don't know why he carried it with him." Blank parchment. Carlson was stunned for a moment, then turned around and went to the room where evidence was stored to find the parchment. As expected, he saw that it was blank and extremely neat, without even a crease, but the cuts around it were uneven. It doesn't look like a carry-on notepad, nor does it look like something used to wrap a camera. Carlson's intuition told him that there was something wrong with the parchment, so he took the parchment to the interrogation room and asked Eddie directly, "What is this?" Eddie looked at the parchment, a look of panic on his face, and he stammered, I don't know." Carlson pulled out a chair, sat down, and insisted, "This was found on you, and you don't know about it." "Well, ahem, because I picked this up from the ground." "Found it on the ground? Are you sure?" "Yeah, I'm sure." "Oh, so this parchment has no owner, so let's confiscate it." "Ah!" Eddie was extremely shocked and said in a lost voice, "Confiscate? You are robbing me, right? It's not yours, how can you say you stole it?" In front of Eddie, Carlson slowly and methodically folded the parchment into palm size and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. Eddie watched helplessly, his face showing a mixture of reluctance and confusion. "If I tell you the true purpose of parchment, it will definitely be confiscated and I will get into trouble, so I might as well just say nothing. But my heart hurts so much." Eddie covered his chest and said in pain, "Ha, ha, ha, it's just a piece of parchment. Take it if you want." His expression made Carlson even more certain that there was something seriously wrong with the parchment, but Eddie refused to say anything and there was nothing he could do. He couldn't torture an ordinary person who had done nothing against the law, could he? How about stuffing some contraband into his house? Carlson quickly killed this terrible idea in his mind. After all, he was one of the few honest people in S.H.I.E.L.D. and was embarrassed to use such a trick. "Okay, then you can stay here for a while. If there are no other problems, you can leave at noon tomorrow." Tomorrow afternoon. Fortunately, it didn't last long. Eddie felt relieved. After watching Carlson leave, he yawned, took off his shoes, lay down on the sofa beside him, and fell asleep soon. That night, he was frightened and scared and was extremely tired. Carlson studied the parchment over and over again, but couldn't find anything special about it, so he had no choice but to show it to Fury. He came to the director's office, knocked twice on the door, heard the words come in from inside, pushed the door open and walked in, and saw Fury standing in front of the window looking at the scenery outside. "Director." Carlson felt inexplicably nervous. Fury turned around, revealing his usual serious face. "Don't worry, Barton is not dead yet, but his condition is not good. The doctor said that he suffered a severe brain injury, and unless a miracle happens, he will never wake up again." "Vegetative state." "Correct." Fury nodded and said, "Carlson, we have to prepare to lose Hawkeye for a long time, but I believe he will come back eventually. Before that, I need you to lead a study called Project Tahiti. We can't afford the death of another super agent." "Project Tahiti. Well, after I finish the things on hand, I will tell you the content of the plan." "It is good." Carlson nodded heavily, quickly adjusted his mood, took out the parchment and handed it to Fury. "Director, this is what I seized from that reporter. It feels a bit strange, but I can't find out its real function." "Oh." Fury took the parchment and glanced at it, nodding slowly, it is indeed a bit strange. It looks so old, but there is not even a crease on it. Not only that, I scratched it with my finger and 5 minutes later the scratch was gone. Parchment with self-healing properties. Fury became interested and waved Coulson to leave and continue his work, while he studied the parchment alone. Suddenly, Fury's pupils shrank, and several lines of neat handwriting appeared on the parchment. Nick Fury, do you want to know how to wake up Hawkeye? Do you want to know who is suitable to join the Avengers? Do you want to know the whereabouts of Captain America? Chapter 37. In the office, Fury stared at the parchment in front of him with his only remaining eye, his expression changing constantly. What on earth is this parchment? Why do you know about the Avengers project? Why mention the long-dead Captain America? Why did you ask about Hawkeye's awakening? Does it know the answers to these questions? Fury has always been suspicious, so he was naturally very wary of Parchment, which suddenly displayed strange abilities. He would not be fooled as easily as Eddie. However, the answers to these questions were so tempting to him that he tried to say to the Parchment, "Yes, I want to know. Can you tell me?" Fury didn't see that an illusory figure had been floating beside him. Hearing his words, the figure smiled slightly and tapped the parchment with his fingers. A sentence immediately appeared on the parchment: one question, one sacrifice. Does the answer to a question require a sacrifice? Sacrifice? This word sounds very bad. Fury felt more at ease. If the parchment directly answered his question, he would doubt the authenticity of the question. He has never believed that there is a free lunch in the world. Fury stared at the word sacrifice for a while and decided that if conditions permitted, he'd better not take the risk himself, so he called Coulson back. "Coulson, can you read the words?" Coulson stared at the parchment with wide eyes and shook his head. "No, there is not a single word on it." "Really?" Fury was not surprised. It seemed that Parchment chose the trading partner with a purpose. Could it be that the reporter named Eddie was also special? Thinking of this, Fury instructed Coulson, "Let that Eddie join S.H.I.E.L.D. as an informant, and don't let him leave unless he agrees." Coulson was a little confused about Fury's sudden mention of Eddie, but he was more concerned about something else. "Director, what's written on the parchment? There should be words on it that you can only see, right?" "Good." There was no need for Fury to hide anything from this excellent agent who was both his close friend and loyal subordinate, and he briefly told him the contents of the parchment. "Originally I wanted to use a trick to get death row prisoners to help me get intelligence, but now it seems that won't work." Seeing Fury's determined expression, Coulson knew what he had decided, so he quickly dissuaded him. "Director, this parchment is too weird. It's like it's inhabited by the soul of a devil. You don't need to take the risk yourself." "It's okay, Coulson, I'm just trying," Fury said confidently and firmly. "Believe me, even the devil can't shake my doubts." Coulson knew that once he made up his mind, it would be difficult for anyone to change it. He sighed helplessly and said, "Well, you are the director after all." He left the office with concern. Back to being alone, Fury stared at the parchment and pondered for a long time, deciding what his first question would be. The first thing to be ruled out is the method of waking Hawkeye up. What if something goes wrong and Hawkeye really dies? The second person to be excluded is the members who can join the Avengers plan. This answer has too much uncertainty, and he will not rashly let a stranger join his team. So, there is only one left. Parchment, or if you prefer, little piece of paper. Well, it doesn't matter. Please tell me the exact latitude and longitude coordinates of Captain America Steve Rogers, who was born on July 19, 7 and is still alive. To avoid the trap of inaccurate description, Fury came up with a question that added a lot of adjectives. Among them, the condition that Captain America is still alive is the most important. Although he doesn't want Captain America to be exposed in the wilderness, he doesn't want to pay a heavy price and then see a skeleton. Haha, people with evil hearts see everything as evil. Levi's clone hiding nearby sneered secretly. He has always been kind and generous, so he would not set such a language trap. He has now moved towards finding fun. If it were any other time traveler, he would have probably started the city massacre mode long ago, right? Iron Man and Spider-Man kill anyone they see and then steal their women. Scarlet Witch, General Okoye, Proxima Midnight, and even the Ancient One cannot escape their clutches. Look, compared to this, isn't Levi considered magnanimous and merciful? One thing must be pointed out, it's not that he is impotent, it's just that as his strength increases, the women in his eyes are simply disgusting, even the mites crawling on their faces are clearly visible. Who would still be impulsive in this situation? Levi is not extremely hungry. Well, farther away. Closer to home. Under Fury's slightly nervous gaze, the previous words on the parchment slowly disappeared, and another line of words appeared, "Sacrifice your other intact eye." Fury cursed "fuck you" in his heart and felt that Coulson was right, this parchment was the embodiment of the devil. If he sacrificed his other intact eye, wouldn't he become blind? Well, with technology so advanced nowadays, replacing an eye doesn't seem to be a big deal. Fury is cruel to his enemies and not very kind to himself, always putting his own interests first. Trading one of his eyes for a superhero is a good deal. Fury no longer hesitated. How should I offer the sacrifice? Parchment, remove the eyeball and place it on the paper. Fury nodded, and the next second, he rolled up the parchment, sealed it with a safe, and stuffed it into the secret safe. He would go for the trade, but not now. Shield is at a critical moment and he cannot afford to make any mistakes. Besides, preparing new eyeballs takes time. Time passes slowly, the night recedes and the day comes. As more and more people got up, what happened last night continued to ferment. After finishing the things at hand, Fury was about to take a rest, but he didn't expect a rare guest to come. "Pierce, why are you here?" "Fury, why didn't you inform me of such a big thing last night?" The Minister of the World Security Council, Alexander Pierce, pretended to be angry, but opened his arms and hugged Fury. "I heard about Hawkeye. It's a pity. He was an excellent agent. He is also a comrade in arms worthy of trust." Fury added, smiling, "You didn't come here just to comfort me, did you? Haven't we seen enough of separation and death?" "Of course not. You're much stronger than me." Pierce smiled back, "What I want to know is, what's the matter with that kingpin?" "I'm also checking, but unfortunately General Ross has blocked the news." "General Ross has been very popular recently." "General Ross?" Pierce gave an intriguing smile, "I see, I'll go talk to him." Chapter 38. "Hey, wake up, Eddie, how long do you want to sleep in?" With a rustle, Coulson pulled open the curtains. The dazzling sunlight shone through the window onto Eddie, forcing him to pull up his coat to cover his face. Unfortunately, he was not alone in his rental house. Coulson gave a look and someone immediately came forward and snatched Eddie's coat, allowing the sunlight to shine on his face again. "You guys!" After finally getting a good night's sleep, he was always disturbed. Eddie opened his eyes angrily and was about to greet their family, but he saw a group of men in black surrounding him and quickly swallowed the rest of his words. The strong sleepiness that I had felt before also disappeared. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't mess around. I'm a taxpayer." Eddie crossed his arms and trembled. Coulson curled his lips and smiled, "Don't be nervous. I just want to tell you that you have two choices. One is to accept our torture and force you to tell us everything you know. Trust us, the interrogation is professional and we guarantee that your skin will be torn but your life will not be harmed." After knowing the purpose of the parchment, Coulson naturally couldn't let Eddie go. The transcript report said that Eddie was a tough guy, so he threatened him directly. Eddie swallowed nervously and laughed, "What about the second option? Join SHIELD and confess everything you know. Not only will we not confiscate the photos you took, but we will also allow you to publish what happened last night. Of course, we will review the content. The treatment between the two options is quite different. Any fool knows how to choose." Eddie immediately straightened his attitude and nodded, "Agent Eddie is in place, please give me your orders." "So easy? If I had known, I should have just scared him last night." Coulson let out a frustrated breath and said, "No, you're not an agent yet, just a little informant, understand?" "Understand." This makes Eddie happier. As an informant, he only needs to pass on information and does not have to get involved in any dangerous things. He just wants to be famous, make some money, and find a beautiful girlfriend. He doesn't have any other requirements. Carlson waved his hand and asked those who came to fill the scene to go out and work. He stayed, sat on a chair, and took out his notebook. Okay, you can tell me now. What's the situation with the parchment? Parchment? Eddie rolled over and got off the table, sitting opposite Carlson, smacking his lips. My mouth is a little dry, it would be nice if I had something to drink. I could speak more fluently, too. How could his boss tolerate this guy? Carlson frowned and slammed the table. There's a water dispenser over there, go get it yourself. Carlson with a stern face is still quite majestic, at least better than Eddie's boss. Eddie shrank his neck, not daring to push any further. He ran to get a glass of water dejectedly, took a few big gulps, and let out a long sigh. Ah, it feels so good, I feel like I'm alive again. Do you want one? I'll give you a full glass. No, I have this. Carlson took out a thermos from somewhere, and as soon as he opened the lid, a mellow and familiar smell floated into Eddie's nose. Coffee? Pour me a cup too. Look at my dark circles. They must be very dark. Your dark circles were so dark last night. Carlson knocked on the table again. Don't waste time, speak quickly, you can only eat when you finish speaking. Touching his hungry stomach, Eddie chose to bear the humiliation and began to talk about his emotional entanglement with the parchment. It was a dark and windy night. I worked overtime and on my way home, I came across the parchment. That was our first meeting. Carlson listened patiently to his long story with a gloomy face and concluded, in other words, the parchment revealed a lot of big news to you, making you a popular reporter, but it never asked you for anything. Well, that's about it. This is not normal. Why did Director Fury ask for the sacrifice when it was his turn? Even the parchment knows how to treat them differently now? Carlson circled this doubt in his notebook and said a possibility, perhaps, this price has been taken away without your knowledge. What? Eddie was frightened by what he said and stood up suddenly. Could it be that it deliberately sent me there to die last night? If you think about it carefully, it is indeed very likely that if he had not been lucky enough to meet Spider-Man, he would have died in the missile bombing if not killed by Kingpin. Eddie felt a chill down his spine, and his original intention to ask for the parchment back disappeared. Whoever wants to take this dirty thing can take it and don't bother him anymore. I already know the basic situation. Carlson closed his notebook, stood up, and said, to ensure safety, I suggest you stay here and get a comprehensive physical examination to see if you have any strange problems. Eddie looked embarrassed. Is it free? Yes. That's no problem. Okay, I'll have someone come and take you there later, and I'll also tell you some things to note as an informant. Okay, take care. Eddie nodded and watched Carlson leave, then slumped in the chair as if defeated. He just wanted to be famous, so how did he become an informant for a secret government agency? However, looking at it from a bright side, with this additional identity, he seems to be a person with a background. I don't have to look at my boss's face anymore. Eddie. Where have you been all day? I can't find you and you didn't return my calls. Do you know what's hot on the internet right now? Superman, it's Superman. More than one person claimed to have encountered Superman who could fly in the air last night. But until now, there has not been a single photo of Superman on my desk. It was already evening when Eddie returned to the Globe Daily. He lowered his head and listened to the editor-in-chief's loud scolding with spit flying everywhere. He slowly wiped his face and took out a photo from his pocket. I have a picture of Superman. Oh, to be exact, his name is Homelander. Okay. The editor-in-chief suddenly widened his eyes, took the photo from Eddie's hand doubtfully, looked at it carefully for a few times, and then showed a bright smile as if turning the pages of a book. Ah ha ha ha, I knew I was right about you. Eddie, you're simply the ancient Greek god of news. The editor-in-chief put his arm around Eddie's shoulders affectionately, grinning from ear to ear. Editor-in-chief, you're too happy. I have a press release. Please read it first. Oh. The editor-in-chief looked at the press release and covered his heart in bewilderment. It's exciting. So exciting. Chapter 39. There is an old saying that goes, a nuclear war begins with a gunfight. A small bank in Queens was robbed again. This group of bank robbers looked like repeat offenders. 3 armed robbers quickly took control of the bank, forced the manager to open the safe, put a large amount of money in a sack, and quickly left the scene after succeeding. The last robber was waiting in a car on the roadside, with his foot on the accelerator, ready to drive at any time. If nothing unexpected happens, they will successfully escape to the chaotic place of Hell's Kitchen and hide there. After the storm passes, they will have a smooth path to becoming nouveau riche. Unfortunately, an accident happened. A tall figure in green armor dropped from the sky and landed in front of the robbers, blocking their path. "Boss, did this person fall from the sky?" "Shut up." The leading gangster simply raised the muzzle of his gun and pulled the trigger. The bullet flew forward at a speed invisible to the naked eye under the eruption of gunpowder, and was then caught by 2 fingers. What? Under the masks, the 3 faces were extremely shocked. Before they could continue, Harry's face was cold, and he moved to their side like lightning, and ruthlessly twisted their hands holding the guns. "By the way, I used my hand knife to gently hit the back of their necks, hoping to make them unconscious without damaging their brains. Unfortunately, I was not very skilled and one guy was hit by the hand knife twice." The robber in the car saw this scene in the rearview mirror, his eyes turned vicious, he suddenly stepped on the accelerator and reversed rapidly, wanting to run Harry over to death. Harry simply extended one hand to stop the oncoming car, and with a little effort, he lifted the pickup truck high up and then lowered it down in front of the shocked crowd. The robber in the car naturally followed his companion's footsteps. I don't know if it was Harry's intention, but he was stabbed 3 times until his eyes rolled back. Hearing the sound of sirens in the distance, Harry shook his head. The police were always late, and it turned out that he had to rely on him to solve these problems. Looking at the increasing number of people around him, he took a deep breath, revealed a charming smile, waved to them, then flew into the sky. His figure turned into a black dot, and quickly disappeared. "What's going on? Are you filming a movie? What movie? Did you see the camera? Dude, don't you guys use the internet? This is Superman. I heard a lot of people saw him fighting a monster last night." "Huh? Please elaborate." Listening to the discussions of the crowd below, Uncle Ben, who was lying on the outer wall of the building, frowned with some worry. He didn't know whether these reputations would have a bad influence on the child who looked the same age as Parker. Besides, this kid was a bit cruel. Looking at the twisted arms of the robbers, Uncle Ben sighed, swung away on the spider silk, and continued to look for people in need of help. There was nothing he could do about Harry for the time being. An outsider's preaching will often only have the opposite effect, so just do your own thing first. Uncle Ben had a feeling he'd meet the young Superman again. We can see that the fire is very fierce and has spread to the 27th floor. Our firefighters are busy rescuing people and hope to save more people. The floor is too high, which has a very bad impact on our rescue. We will try our best, but there are some things that humans cannot do. I'm sorry. Oh my God, did you see it, my audience friends? A man flew to more than 20 floors. Oh no, he went in. Did he want to rescue the people trapped inside? Too risky. Look. He came out, he rescued a lot of people. Now people are shouting Superman. Yes, he is Superman. General Ross turned off the TV in front of him, turned his head to look at the familiar face on the projection screen, and asked doubtfully, "Norman, what do you want to do? Do you want Harry to imitate the Kryptonians in the comics and become Superman in the real world?" "No, to be precise, to become Captain America." Norman flexed his arms and smiled. All American people know that period of history. At that most difficult and darkest moment, Captain America appeared. He was like a beam of light, dispelling the darkness in people's hearts and leading us to victory. Nowadays, various situations are emerging one after another, and people like Jinping may appear frequently. So I think we need a spiritual leader. Instead of letting others be the spiritual leader, it is better for us to create a spiritual leader ourselves. You know, whoever can gain the support of the people is equivalent to controlling the country. Why Harry then? General Ross admitted that he was persuaded by Norman, but why didn't he let his loyal soldiers take the position but give this heavy responsibility to an underage child? When it comes to influence on Harry, he can never compete with Norman as his father. Therefore, if Harry becomes the spiritual leader of America, Norman will be the biggest beneficiary, not him, General Ross. Because Harry's image is good enough and he already has a good influence. Norman knew General Ross's concerns and said with a smile, "Don't worry about our future cooperation. My plan doesn't just involve Harry. I also want to imitate the Justice League in the comics and set up a Patriot League. Except for Harry, you can decide on the other members of the League." The Patriot League. Isn't this exactly the same as the Incredibles that he has been dreaming about? The difference is that the Incredibles he imagined was hidden in the palm of his hand, while the Patriot Alliance was exposed to the spotlight and people's eyes. The two don't seem to conflict. No, this patriotic alliance will be established by the military, and Harry was just recruited to join it. General Ross clasped his hands lightly, indicating that he wanted them all, but he could not ignore Norman's feelings. After all, he had not yet obtained the superhuman serum. Of course, after joining, Harry will be the captain. Listening to General Ross's words, Norman's expression did not change at all, and he still smiled and nodded. "No problem, it makes sense to focus on the military." "Very good." Afterwards, the two discussed the details of the plan and ended the call. General Ross's face suddenly darkened. He walked out of the room and came to a heavily guarded area. He stared at the inhuman figure in the specially designed cell, then looked at the researcher in a white coat standing beside him. "Dr. Adela, how is he doing?" "It's terrible. His muscles are atrophied all over. If it weren't for the magical power in his body protecting his internal organs, he would have died long ago. Do everything you can to keep him alive. You can cut off his limbs and study them just in case. It is good." After watching General Ross leave, Dr. Adela showed a strange smile and silently said in his heart, "Long live Hydra." Chapter 40. With the support of the military, all obstacles were quickly cleared away, and Superman's name became widely known both on the internet and among the people. Everyone was very curious about Superman's true face and identity. Is it that Superman came out of the comics, or is he a secret weapon of the government? Some people even revealed that Superman appeared more than 20 years ago and was an alien. Such a discussion also took place in a certain office building. "Hey, Sean, what do you think Superman's identity is?" "I think he goes to work just like us." "Oh, and of course, he must wear a pair of glasses so that his colleagues around him can't find out his true identity." "Oh, it's impossible in our company anyway. Well, I'm going home after get off work. See you tomorrow." Sean smiled, took his briefcase and left the company. On the way home, he suddenly discovered that the roadside newsstand, which had originally had little business, was now crowded with people. Out of curiosity, Sean walked over and heard the boss shouting, "No more, no more, the special issue of the Global Times has sold out." Special issue? Did something big happen? Looking at the excited people there, Sean moved closer and saw the title on the cover, Superman? Homelander? What? So Superman is the latest product developed by the military and the Austin Corporation? I thought he was an alien. Still in Superman. His name is Homelander. It says on it that his real name is Harry Osborn, the biological son of the chairman of the Oscorp Corporation. Who knows if it's true or not? They're not just making it up, are they? No, there are so many photos on it, it must be real. And photos. Those who didn't get the special issue were getting more and more itchy, including Sean. He didn't say it, but he actually yearned to be a superhero in the comics. If they really appeared in reality, wouldn't it mean that he could also become a superhero? Those who read the special issue on site saw that it was profitable and started bidding to sell the copy they had. Sean paid $120 and successfully won the deal, and couldn't wait to read it. The person who was discussing it just now was not lying. There are many photos in it, including a frontal photo of Homelander alone, and a scene of Homelander fighting a scary-looking monster. What excited Sean the most was the photo of Homelander with red eyes shooting out 2 heat rays that left 2 charred marks on the ground. So amazing! He turned to the end and found that the special issue actually revealed that the birth of Homelander was suspected to be related to a plan jointly undertaken by the Austin Corporation and the military. The plan has now reached the completion stage, and the potion that allows Harry Osborn to become Homelander is expected to be mass-produced, and by then everyone will have the hope of becoming Superman. Can everyone become a Superman? Sean closed the special issue, let out a long breath, looked at the huge crowd in front of him, and couldn't help but shout, "Anyone still want it? $200! Can everyone become a Superman? Tisk, just think about it in your mind. Saying it out loud will make you laugh. No one will believe it is true, including those crazy reporters." Like sharks smelling blood, they all swarmed into Osborn Building as soon as they received the news, focusing only on Homelander's true identity and ignoring the last paragraph. What no one expected was that the Austin group seemed to have anticipated this situation and had already arranged the venue for the press conference. After registering and confirming their identities, all reporters who came to the Austin group were taken into the spacious open-air venue, sat in their seats, and waited for the press conference to begin. Please be safe and avoid crowding. There are still many empty seats in the venue. Please wait for a moment. The protagonist you hope to see will appear soon. Natasha, who is beautiful and has a sweet voice, was invited to be the guest host. Under her gentle voice, the frantic reporters gradually calmed down. They looked at their colleagues around them vigilantly, put on fake smiles, and were polite to each other. Of course, the focus of the whole audience is now on the man sitting in the first row. Damn it, where did the Globe get this information? I heard that it was that Eddie Brock who risked his life to rush into the battle scene between Superman, no, Homelander and the monster, and took those photos. With the photos, wouldn't it be easy to find Homelander's identity? That's awesome. I definitely wouldn't dare to do that. So the person who took the photo wasn't you, but Eddie Brock. Hearing the faint voices of people talking about him, Eddie could not help but hold his head high and sit up straight. He could not hide the smile and pride on his face, as if the dark circles under his eyes were proof of his great achievements. Suddenly he smelled a strong fragrance, and when he turned his head, he saw a beautiful brown-haired woman standing beside him. She opened her red lips and said, "Excuse me, is there anyone here?" Eddie felt his throat was a little dry. "Well, I think there should be no one here. Anyway, I haven't seen anyone sitting here." "Thank you." The beauty pulled back her cool skirt and sat next to Eddie. Her scattered hair brushed across Eddie's nose, making the fragrance even stronger. Eddie rubbed his nose, crossed his legs and pretended nothing had happened. However, the beauty didn't want to let him go so easily, and directly extended her slender hand to him. "Hello, my name is Liz, Daniel Liz." "Hello, Eddie Brock." "Oh, I know you, the famous Eddie Brock. Your name has been ringing in my ears recently." Liz crossed her arms and looked at Eddie curiously. "How did you do that?" "What? How can you always find big news?" "Perhaps, an excellent sense of news. And not afraid of death." "Haha." Eddie laughed and said, "Don't listen to them. I've always been afraid of death, but a friend told me that it's actually a good thing to be able to decide how you die." "Is your friend also a journalist?" "No, he's a superhero." "Superhero?" Liz's eyes lit up, she reached out and touched Eddie's thigh, showing a charming smile. "I'm very interested in this topic, shall we discuss it in detail tonight?" "Ahem, okay." The two were chatting excitedly when suddenly dazzling lights came on and shot up into the sky, causing all the reporters to raise their heads. "Look, there's someone there. It's my countryman." The scene immediately became lively, with shutter sounds ringing incessantly and camera flashes turning the area below into a sea of light. Harry stood in the air, took a deep breath, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he suddenly flew down and stayed steadily in the center of the stage. The green armor and black cape make him look even more charming despite his already handsome appearance. Harry looked around and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Yes, I am from my motherland. Chapter 41. Wow! In the spacious underground laboratory, screws, iron sheets, and other parts are scattered everywhere. A silver Iron Man with a strong metallic feel was making strange noises and flying crookedly in the room with the help of flame-throwing thrusters on his palms and feet. Suddenly, he didn't have time to turn and crashed into the wall in front of him. A noisy sound like a house demolition scene rang out, and the laboratory was messed up. Cough, cough, cough. Tony took off his helmet, revealing his tired but excited face. Haha, I finally made the first Iron Man suit. Well, I have to give it a nice name, let's call it Mark I. Jarvis, help me take off the suit. Okay, sir. Artificial intelligence butler Jarvis controlled several robotic arms to dismantle Tony's battle suit. Tony wiped the sweat off his head and felt a lot more relaxed. He looked at the Mark I disassembled into several pieces, pulled his beard and thought, the air circulation system needs to be further optimized, and the color should be dyed more beautifully. Silver is too monotonous. The future red and gold color is not bad, so let's do it this way. The rest were minor issues that could be fixed in less than an hour. Tony stretched and decided to take a break. He took a bottle of drink from the refrigerator, sat on the floor without any image, and drank the drink in big gulps. Jarvis, is there anything big happening in the world recently? Tell me about it. Okay. Internationally, the Eastern European country of Sokovia suddenly announced a government reorganization and strongly demanded that the armed forces of other countries leave the country. After being rejected, those armed forces were completely wiped out in less than a day, which attracted the attention of many countries. These international disputes happen every day, and Tony is not very interested. Talk about America, especially what's happening in New York City. Yes. Many major events have happened in New York City recently. The most far-reaching one is that Harry Osborn, the son of the chairman of the Osborn Corporation, admitted in front of hundreds of media that he is a native of the motherland. Puff. Tony suddenly spat out the drink in his mouth, coughed twice, and said in great surprise, "What did you just say?" "Forget it, just show me the video." Okay. Jarvis projects a projection onto the white wall. In the picture, a young but heroic figure fell from the sky, landed on the stage, and said directly to the camera, "Yes, I am from my motherland." His. Tony felt his scalp tingling for some unknown reason, as if something had been taken away from him, which made him very unhappy. What is Homelander? Give me all the information about him. After a 2-second pause, layers of densely packed boxes suddenly appeared on the projection screen, which made Tony confused and he called for a stop. Jarvis, what's going on? Sir, Homelander is currently the hottest topic in America and even the world. He is the first person to publicly declare that he has superhuman abilities and is welcomed by tens of millions of people. According to statistics, Homelander's influence has now surpassed yours. He had only been forging iron for a few days, how come a guy suddenly showed up and stole all his limelight? Tony couldn't tolerate this happening, and immediately became alert and ordered Jarvis, "Go and find the internal database of S.H.I.E.L.D. and find the information about Homelander. No, just pack up all the confidential information and bring it back." Yes. Tony had already upgraded Jarvis' system these days. It should be easy to invade a S.H.I.E.L.D., but it would take some time. While waiting, Tony used his mobile phone to search for Homelander on the internet, and sure enough, a large number of pages appeared. He picked out information from some news websites, and his understanding of Homelander gradually became clearer in his mind. The ability to fly without any equipment, the strength to lift a large truck with ease, and the ability to shoot powerful heat rays from the eyes. Tony looked at his Mark I Iron Man suit and snorted, "What's so surprising? Can't I do the same when I put on the Iron Man suit?" After a long while, when Tony had finished his meal, Jarvis finally finished. "Sir, I have downloaded the confidential files of S.H.I.E.L.D. to your computer. Because there were too many files, they discovered them during the process, but they couldn't know it was you who did it. If you know, you know. What are you afraid of?" Tony sat in front of the computer and browsed through the confidential documents. The first one was some videos of Harry fighting with Kingpin. Seeing Harry's performance, Tony raised his eyebrows nonchalantly. It doesn't seem that great. However, Jin Bing's presence made him look twice. Where did this monster come from? Tony shook his head and continued to read through the documents one by one. The more he read, the more shocked he became. Project Pegasus, Project Avengers, and Project Tahiti are fine, but what is the Cosmic Cube? What about the man in the mirror, the Headless Horseman, the Faceless Man, the Possessed Devil, the Red Ghost, the Slit-Mouthed Woman, the Ghost Hotel, and the Horror Amusement Park? Tony looked up blankly. Although he had long known that the world was not as simple as he thought, there were too many weird things here. It completely overturned his worldview. Moreover, it seems that they all appeared in New York only recently. Then, he also saw the information about Puppet Billy and the Firebringer that were related to him. In addition to kidnapping him a few days ago, it seems that Puppet Billy has not been idle in recent days. He has kidnapped several celebrities or politicians with strong social influence, becoming the most notorious criminal in America. Oh, just keep showing off, I'll catch you. Tony uttered a harsh word and looked at the information about the Firebringer. It turns out that he was not the only one. There were many others who became fire-bearers, whose characteristic was that they suddenly possessed strange abilities, but most of the people who were recorded did not end up well. Even that Kingpin is likely to be a Firebringer. Seeing that the intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D. listed Cinderella, who created Firebringer, as an extremely dangerous person, Tony nodded in agreement. Being able to allow an ordinary person to gain power far beyond that of an ordinary person at will must be even more terrifying. What is his purpose? Is it just to spread chaos? It doesn't seem like it. As a firebender, what mission do I have? Tony was in deep confusion. Forget it, why think so much? I'll first perfect the Mark I, take care of my own business, and then build my own team. Tony is unwilling to sit idly by in the face of an increasingly dangerous world. Instead of joining another group, become a leader yourself. Jarvis, get up and work. Okay, sir. Chapter 42. Haha. In the night sky, a little iron man with red as the main body and golden patterns drew a beautiful arc. The tail flame under his feet was shining like a stream of fire, making passers-by who saw this scene think they had encountered a UFO. Inside the thick battlesuit, Tony was like a kid who got a remote control toy car for the first time, with a smile on his face that never stopped. After testing the smoothness of his flight, he gradually became inflated, wanting to try how high the suit could fly, and flew straight into the sky. Passing over an altitude of 10,000 meters, he penetrated the troposphere and reached the stratosphere. The temperature dropped sharply and the thrusters on the soles of his feet actually shut down and froze. The armor that lost power slowly stopped and then fell down. Tony was startled and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Fortunately, when it was about to fall to the ground, the ice water on the thrusters melted quickly, restoring its original function and carrying Mark I back into the sky. Tony, who escaped the danger, no longer had the heart to continue testing, and drove the Iron Man suit back to the villa. No, the Mark I is too heavy. I will also switch to a lighter material. Of course, I also need to solve the problem of the thrusters freezing at low temperatures. Tony took off his battle suit and immediately began to design a new one with better performance, Mark II. After working for a while, Jarvis suddenly said, "Sir, Ms. Pepper called." Tony swung the hammer and hit it, then said without turning his head, "Take it." After a beep, Pepper's voice came out, "Tony, this is my last call, if you don't go to work tomorrow. What's going on that even Obadiah can't handle, and I have to step in? Tony, the core of Stark Industries is you, not him. The current environment is very bad, and our stock price continues to fall. I hope you can show up at the headquarters and give employees and shareholders a shot in the arm." The stock price fell? How is that possible? Tony stopped what he was doing, as if he had thought of something. "I see, it's because of Homelander again, right? Yes, it seems that you haven't completely become a savage. Due to the existence of the motherland, the stock price of the Austin Group has soared, and the military also attaches more importance to the Austin Group, so So, without Tony Stark, Stark Industries will only decline further. Tony smiled and said, "Okay, see you tomorrow, Pepper. I hope this isn't an excuse for you to deal with me." "Of course not." After finishing his conversation with Pepper, Tony picked up the hammer and continued forging iron. He had to speed up and build the Mark II. Early the next morning, Pepper drove to Tony's villa. Before she could speak, Jarvis opened the door on his own. "Welcome, Ms. Pepper." "Thanks, and good morning, Jarvis." "Good morning." As soon as Pepper entered the door, she happened to meet Tony coming out of the underground laboratory. Seeing his haggard and slovenly face and the dark circles under his eyes, Pepper frowned. "You stayed up all night again?" "No, I slept for an hour." Tony yawned loudly and went straight upstairs. "I'm going to take a shower, you sit and wait for a while." "Where's Happy?" "I don't know. I should go buy breakfast." Pepper sat on the sofa, but couldn't sit still, so she turned on her computer and started handling official business. Ever since Tony stayed at home all day and didn't go to work, her workload has increased day by day. She is basically earning a secretary's salary but doing the work of a chairman. Pepper had had enough of this kind of life. When Tony had dealt with the company's affairs, she would confront him and tell him to either raise her salary or fire her. Pepper nodded vigorously, making up her mind. After a long while, even Happy, who had gone out to buy breakfast, came back, and Tony finally returned to his original Playboy appearance and appeared in front of the two of them. "Well, not bad, let's go." "I didn't even have breakfast." "Same thing with eating in the car, just like you can get it on with those women in the car." Tony and the other two rode in the same car and headed to Stark Industries together, without saying a word along the way. When they arrived at the place, Tony got out of the car. Several reporters who had received the news from somewhere jumped out from the bushes and put the microphone to Tony's mouth. "Mr. Stark, what do you think of the superhuman serum of the Oscorp Corporation? Can a being as powerful as Homelander really be mass-produced?" "Mr. Stark, Norman Osborn described you as a well-behaved, sensible and corrective child in an interview. How would you feel and respond to this?" "Mr. Stark, some people believe that Stark Industries is on the decline and the future belongs to Austin Corporation. Do you agree?" "Mr. Stark." Tony was annoyed when he heard more and more unpleasant questions. He stopped and said coldly, "Stark Industries has never been willing to compare with any other company. We just need to move forward. As for the Austin Group, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with it." With that, Tony turned and walked away, and Happy used his broad body to block the reporters. Seeing Tony walking further and further away, the reporters stopped tacitly and looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. "Haha, I knew I could get big news from Tony Stark. I even thought of the title." Tony Stark bluntly said that Austin Corporation is not worthy of being compared with Stark Industries. People like to watch big shots fighting and swearing at each other. "No, I have to go back early before others get there first." After taking a wary look at their colleagues, these reporters, who were masters of fanning the flames, hurried away. Tony came to the headquarters conference room with a sullen face. Obadiah, who had been waiting there, stood up and opened his arms, wanting to give Tony a hug. "Oh my Tony, we haven't seen each other for a long time." "Stop." Tony stretched out his hand to block it and sat directly in his seat. "I'm not in a good mood. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't do anything useless." Obadiah awkwardly withdrew his arm and glanced at Pepper, who smiled and said, "Sorry, we just ran into a few reporters." "Oh, those reporters are really hateful. They always want to stir up trouble and have blocked my way several times." Obadiah sat down again, sighed, and said worriedly, "But this time, the Austin Group is indeed coming with great force. Tony, how about we take a step back? Retreat? Ha, if anyone wants to retreat, it should be them." Tony said impatiently, "Come on, you should have discussed the countermeasures. What should I do?" Obadiah coughed and said, "It's simple. Didn't the military ask us to research some new weapons? Tony, take our latest results over there and shock them. Let them know that when it comes to weapons, we are still the best." "Okay, where to go?" Afghanistan. Oh. Tony curled up the corners of his mouth, almost smiling. Chapter 43. From those pictures representing the future, Tony only saw himself being attacked in a desert environment, forced to build his first iron suit in a simple cave, and then fighting with Obadiah, who was driving the ironmonger. Given his usual style, it is unlikely that he would reveal the production method of the battle suit to others, so how did Obadiah create the ironmonger? In the conference room, Tony looked at Obadiah, who was full of joy, and suddenly a guess came to his mind. Tony, I'm counting on you this time. The military has urged us many times. How about setting it for the day after tomorrow? Obadiah asked. Okay, just let me know when the time comes. Tony nodded indifferently and stood up. Is everything okay? If you are fine, I will leave. Have. Pepper quickly grabbed Tony, who wanted to leave, and took him to the chairman's office, which had been empty for a long time, and took this opportunity to let him finish all the piled up work. Tony, this is your job, don't throw it at me. Looking at the pile of documents in front of him, Tony shrugged and said, this can also be your job. How about you be the chairman? How could he waste his time on such boring tasks after knowing the secrets of the world? Just leave the small matter of making money to Pepper. After working with her for all these years, Tony knew that with her work ability, she was fully capable of handling the duties of chairman. What? Pepper looked at Tony in disbelief until she realized that Tony didn't seem to be joking. She covered her mouth helplessly. No, this is too difficult, I can't do it, right? Really? Are you going to give up this opportunity? Then I can only let Happy become the chairman. No. Pepper blurted out excitedly, how can I give it to Happy? Well, I'm not saying that Happy is bad, it's just that he is not very good at handling these tasks. Tony spread his hands. Who told me to only trust you two? If you don't want to, then I can only find Happy. Pepper took 2 deep breaths, but she still couldn't calm down. This is one of the largest companies in the world. How could I become the chairman of Stark Industries? Isn't she dreaming? Seeing this, Tony smiled and said, don't rush to reply to me. Think about it slowly and I will tell you the answer when I come back. You can decide on these documents yourself. Watching Tony getting up to leave the office, Pepper suddenly called out, Tony, what about you? You're not at Stark Industries, what are you going to do? What to do? Of course, what I want to do. Tony smiled handsomely in return and turned to leave. When Tony got home, he immediately told Jarvis, from now on, monitor all of Obadiah's communications and electronic devices. If there is anything unusual, notify me immediately. Okay, sir. Unexpectedly, problems arose soon. Tony's face was as gloomy as he watched the conversation relayed by Jarvis. Good for you, Obadiah. It's really you. If the last time he was kidnapped, he had to take advantage of the situation, then this time it was out of obvious wolfish ambition. He felt that all these years of love had been wasted. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tony swung the hammer hard and gritted his teeth, as if he was facing the murderer of his father. 2 days later, at the airport, Colonel Rhodes glanced at his watch, his face full of anxiety, and finally couldn't bear it anymore and took out his cell phone to call. Hey, Tony, where are you now? Do you know how long I have been waiting for you at the airport? Rod? You are the military representative. I thought you were still lying in the hospital and could only flirt with the nurse. I'm not you. Rod rolled his eyes. I just lost too much blood. My injury is not serious. I will be almost healed in a few days. No, don't change the subject. Come here quickly. We are running out of time. Didn't anyone tell you? What? Your private jet is terrible. I decided to fly there myself. Let's meet at the military exercise base. This is a special plane that only generals can use. It has everything, even a bar, a karaoke room, and of course your favorite big bed that can accommodate 4 or 5 people. Are you tired of it? Yeah, it sucks compared to what I'm sitting on now. In the blue sky, Tony, wearing the newly built Mark II, is crossing the vast Atlantic Ocean at an astonishing speed of more than twice the speed of sound, heading towards the Middle East. Okay, stop talking. I'm almost there. You should leave as well. After hanging up the phone, Tony breathed a sigh of relief and asked in a deep voice, Jarvis, have you locked their location? Yes. Very good, then we'll have a good fight. The red and gold armor flew through the air and disappeared in an instant. In a cave in the sand, a group of ferocious-looking guys wearing white hats were hiding and cleaning their guns. They are the 10 Commandments, the most powerful and feared terrorists around, and they have made a dirty deal with Obadiah, trading Tony Stark's life for a large reward. However, the leader of this group of terrorists is no fool. He decides to capture Tony alive and force him to help make powerful high-tech missiles. He will then kill him after squeezing out all his value and raise the price to cheat Obadiah out of more money. Their calculations were jingling loudly, but unfortunately they did not expect that the one who was about to come to their door was not the god of wealth, but the god of death. Suddenly, a stream of red gold flame fell from the sky and landed directly at the entrance of the cave. Before the terrorists could react, they saw several smoking bullets shot in from the hole. The anesthetic gas instantly filled the entire cave, and anyone who tried to escape from the cave entrance was knocked to the ground by Tony's iron fist. Some vicious gangsters covered their mouths and noses with cloth and fired at the cave entrance, only to be met with accurate headshots in return. The identity has been confirmed. He is a wanted terrorist. It is good. Tony fired a small missile into it, and in a huge ball of fire, it turned and flew high into the sky. He easily dealt with the ambushers in this place, and the next location was their base. Tony in the iron armor was a dimensionality reduction attack on them. Even if there were enough people and firepower in the stronghold, they could not withstand Tony's firepower suppression. Only 5 minutes passed from the arrival to the end of the battle. After killing all the terrorists, Tony walked towards a bald man who was squatting in the corner with his head in his hands, waiting to die, and lifted the mask of his battle suit, revealing his face. Hey, Dr. Ethan, congratulations on being free. Chapter 44. In the cave, Dr. Ethan, who had closed his eyes waiting to die, heard Tony's voice and looked up in surprise. His eyes widened when he saw that iconic face, Tony Stark. Do you know me? Tony reached out and helped him up. Well, we met in Switzerland several years ago. Oh, really, you do look a little familiar. You actually have no impression of me, right? It doesn't matter. I know I'm just a nobody, and this is normal. The weird thing is, how do you know my name? Tony didn't know how to answer for a moment. Fortunately, Dr. Ethan did not intend to know the answer. He took off his glasses, wiped off the dirt with the corner of his clothes, squinted his eyes, and carefully looked at the iron armor in front of him. He sighed sincerely, it's so beautiful, really so beautiful. It's simply the perfect combination of technology and art. Mr. Stark, is this your latest research result? This compliment touched Tony's heart. He smiled and nodded, well, thank you for your compliment, but we'd better wait until we leave here to talk. Doctor, shut up. Okay. Tony stepped forward and held him between his arms. He glanced at the weapon with the Stark Industries logo on the side. The hood fell down to cover his changing face. He activated the thrusters under his feet and rushed out of the cave at rocket speed and flew high into the sky. Behind him, there was also a huge fireball left behind. What's going on? Didn't Tony say he left before me? Where are the others? As soon as he got off the plane, Rhodes rushed to the military demonstration site, but after looking for a long time, he couldn't find Tony. Faced with the questioning looks from a group of big guys, Rod felt a lot of pressure and was sweating profusely. He quickly took out his cell phone and called Tony. Hey, Tony, where are the people? Everyone is waiting for you. I'm sorry, an unexpected situation occurred, which delayed me a little. But it's okay, I'll be there soon, just don't try to stop me. What? Rhodes wanted to ask more, but Tony hung up the phone. While I was confused, I heard a message from the radar room through my headset, warning. Warning. An unknown object is approaching here very quickly. Do you want to intercept it? Remembering what Tony said before, Rhodes quickly replied, no need to intercept, it's Tony, Tony Stark's plane. Plane? This size doesn't look like an airplane. Okay. Rhodes looked up at the sky, put his hand on his forehead, and soon saw a small black dot flying rapidly from far to near. The next second, a steel armor shining with red and gold light in the sun dropped from the sky and landed on one knee in a handsome manner, shocking everyone including Rhodes. The soldiers were shocked and reflexively drew their guns, aiming at the strange robot that suddenly appeared. Rhodes stepped forward to stop the soldiers and asked tentatively, "Tony. Hey Rod, you look like you're recovering well." The mask fell off, revealing Tony's face with an ostentatious smile. "Hello, I'm Tony Stark." "Ha, Tony, you're always the unexpected." On the sand, Rhodes looked at the sunset in the distance. Thinking of the situation not long ago, he couldn't help but complain to Tony beside him, "You may not have noticed that those old guys almost lost their eyes. I was wondering why you suddenly disappeared for such a long time. It turns out you were preparing this groundbreaking work. With such a high-tech armor that is flexible and not lacking in firepower, why would you even bother looking at the Jericho missile? You can just focus on watching Tony demonstrate the superior performance of the Iron Man suit." Tony curled his lips. "It's a bit early to talk about epic making. Now we are just taking the first step." "The first step? You are really a genius, Tony." Rhodes hesitated and asked, "But are you sure you want to hand over a set of armor to the military?" "Not the military, but you, Rod." Tony suppressed his smile and said, "I always thought that the weapons I developed were used to protect the people, but in the end, I saw the weapons I developed myself in the hands of a group of damn terrorists." He was so late because Dr. Ethan couldn't stand such a great stimulation and vomited all over. Tony was forced to send him to a city to settle down temporarily. When the two were chatting, Dr. Ethan mentioned this matter. It was precisely because this group of terrorists obtained the weapons of Stark Industries a long time ago that they were able to fight against the government's encirclement and development and get better and better. The weapons he developed not only failed to serve as a shield to protect the people, but instead became sharp knives in the hands of the enemy. Tony regretted it. "Rod, I don't want to see them have an extra set of Iron Man suits in their hands again in the future, understand?" "Yes, I know." Rhodes knew that it would be difficult to hold the Iron Man suit in his own hands. The military would definitely find ways to find the technology to replicate the Iron Man suit. He could only make sure that the Iron Man suit in his hand would not become the enemy's weapon. Tony patted Rhodes on the shoulder and didn't say much. "Are you going back now?" "Well, I have some things to take care of. I'll leave Dr. Ethan in your care. Tell him that if he's willing to work at Stark Industries, I'd welcome him." "It is good." Rhodes looked up, watched Tony rise into the air and disappear, and sighed slightly. New York. Obadiah stayed in his study, pacing back and forth restlessly, looking at his mobile phone from time to time, waiting for good news from the other side. "I don't think we'll fail. With the weapons I provided and Tony's exact location, it will be easy to take him down without them knowing." After simulating the situation in his mind more than 10 times and confirming that Tony was dead, Obadiah relaxed a little and poured himself a glass of expensive red wine. Just as I was about to enjoy a delicious bite, a shrill siren suddenly sounded in my ears. Obadiah's hand trembled, and the wine glass fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. The bright red wine stained the carpet, as dazzling as blood. He stood there in a daze, watching the police break in and Tony's bodyguard named Happy walk over. "Tony asked me to tell you that you can spend the rest of your life in prison without worry. He will take good care of your children and wife." "No, no, that's not the case. I am innocent, Tony." Obadiah shouted frantically, but no one at the scene paid any attention to him. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, Tony was wearing the Iron Man suit, enjoying the cool breeze and drinking red wine, looking relaxed. "At least I saved Dr. Ethan, who was supposed to die, right? This shows that the future is not static. What kind of person you want to be and what you want to do depends on yourself." Iron Man. Well, I quite like this name. Chapter 45. When Obadiah was taken away in despair, Dr. Connors, who was far away in the laboratory of Osborn Building, was also facing a turning point in his life. After several days of hard work without sleep or food, he fixed the tiny flaws that appeared in many animal experiments and achieved perfection. However, tomorrow is the deadline for acceptance results. Where can he find suitable volunteers? It was already late at night, and the laboratory was quiet. Everyone except Dr. Connors had already left work. Staring at the reagents stored in the incubator and thinking about the near-perfect experimental results of the past few days, Dr. Connors slowly stood up, walked to the incubator, reached out to open the box, and took out a tube of reagent from it. The slightly pink liquid in the reagent tube exuded an attractive color, causing Dr. Connors' breathing to quicken. He hesitated for a while, but finally made up his mind, pulled out the tube, exposing the needle tip, and stabbed it directly into half of his arm. Soon, the reagent reacted rapidly in his body, and the place where his arm was broken suddenly felt itchy. Dr. Connors looked closely and found that his arm was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, he had a complete arm again. I succeeded. Looking at the 5 fingers that could be moved flexibly, Dr. Connors almost cried with joy. After so many years, he finally turned into a normal person again. However, he was so happy and excited that he did not notice that a scale had quietly grown on his elbow. When he calmed down and wanted to give himself a physical examination, he was shocked to find that half of his arm had grown dense scales, which looked shocking. The speed at which this is spreading is not normal. Dr. Connors knew that this was a side effect of the reagent, but unlike the results of animal experiments, it was more obvious in humans. The combination of lizard genes and human genes is surprisingly harmonious, with very little rejection reaction. Dr. Connors felt a little uneasy and tried to find a drug to remove the gene fragments, but at this moment, the laboratory lost power. Only a few important instruments were still operating with the help of external power supply. In the dark laboratory, Dr. Connors' scream suddenly rang out. No. Time goes back to 2 minutes ago. After get off work, Natasha, disguised as a secretary, found a place to hide and waited until late at night when everyone went home to sleep. Then she came out leisurely. He had taken off his business suit and put on a black tights. Natasha pressed her ear, and a voice came from the headset. Natasha, the location of Homelander has been determined. He is at a cocktail party organized by the military and will not be able to return to Osborne Building in the short term. It's time to act. Receive. After a few days undercover, Natasha has figured out the locations of all the important places. She first connected her computer to the company's internal network, implanted a special Trojan program, took over the computers in the monitoring room, and replaced all real-time monitoring screens with looping playback of a certain time period. This way, she can act without restraint. However, what she never expected was that someone else had also set their sights on the Austin group, and their methods were even simpler and more brutal than hers. Suddenly, all the lights in Osborne Building went out, followed by a thunderous roar. Natasha's face suddenly changed when she heard where the voice came from. It's from the chairman's office. She immediately closed the computer, and rushed over like a nimble cheetah, saying in the communication, "Director, something happened, I need reinforcement." But there was only a rustling sound in the earphone, and her face became more solemn. A minute later, Natasha appeared at the door of the office and just in time heard a loud explosion inside. She hurriedly stretched out her long legs and kicked the door hard. As the door was kicked open, she rolled in and looked up to see that the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office had disappeared. A man with disheveled hair and wearing a mask was using a metal arm to take out a test tube of green liquid from a broken safe and put it into the wallet in front of him. At this time, there were several tubes of the same reagent lying in the open briefcase on the table. Hearing the noise, the man exuding a cold aura turned his head and looked at Natasha, without any emotion in his eyes. As their eyes met, Natasha's mind was filled with memories, and a picture suddenly appeared in her mind. The severe injury on her waist began to ache again. It's him. The next second, the two men drew their guns and shot at each other. However, Natasha used a small pistol, while the Winter Soldier, who almost killed her with one shot, used a large-caliber shotgun. After a shot was fired, Natasha's pupils shrank and she rolled sideways without hesitation. At the same time, a row of dense bullet holes appeared on the wall behind her. If she hadn't dodged quickly enough, she would have been beaten to a pulp. Damn it! How could this guy appear here? Natasha did not expect such an accident, and she was immediately in danger due to her lack of preparation. Seeing that there was no room to dodge, she gritted her teeth, took out a few discs from her pocket while rolling, and slid over along the ground. The Winter Soldier fired a gun with one hand and held the superhuman serum in the other. When he saw the disc appearing next to his feet, he made a quick decision and jumped back. Tsitsiza! The disc released an arc of electricity visible to the naked eye, and even though the Winter Soldier dodged in time, he was still affected a little, especially his metal arm. Taking advantage of the little breathing time, Natasha quickly approached the Winter Soldier with 2 somersaults, then jumped up, clamped the Winter Soldier's neck with her straight legs, and used her weight and momentum to knock him to the ground. But the Winter Soldier was not the ordinary people she had dealt with before. Such an attack did not cause effective damage to him. As he fell, he raised his metal arm and punched Natasha hard. Natasha dodged nimbly, and the metal arm slammed into the floor, smashing several tiles into pieces. Since you can't win in ranged combat or close combat, you can only rely on equipment to win. Natasha took out something from behind her and threw it at the Winter Soldier. A dazzling white light flashed and the Winter Soldier's vision became blurred. He could only rely on his feeling and punched hard in the direction of the safe. Natasha, who wanted to take the opportunity to snatch the serum, was forced to hide away. The two were preparing for the second round of competition when the wall at the door suddenly shattered, and a tall and strong upright lizard man in a white coat appeared in front of them. In a pair of brown vertical pupils, there strangely appeared bloodthirstiness and wisdom at the same time. Wow, this is so lively! If you don't want to be killed by me, please get out of here. The superhuman serum is mine. Chapter 46. At the brightly lit banquet, all kinds of celebrities gathered together, toasted to each other, drank, had a good time and chatted happily. But almost everyone's eyes were on the young man with a shy smile. Even Norman Osborn, chairman of the Oscorp group standing next to him, was overshadowed. It seemed that under the influence of the superhuman serum, Harry, who was not short to begin with, grew a little taller. With his angular facial features like a sculpture, he stood out among the old men, looking extraordinary. Norman, Harry, let me introduce you to these people. They are the pillars of our country. General Ross revealed the identities of the old men in front of him, and they were indeed big figures who often appeared in the news. And now I can stand with them. Harry felt more and more proud, but he seldom attended these formal occasions, so he seemed a little embarrassed, not as at ease as his father, who wore a polite smile throughout the whole process and only responded when he was mentioned. General Ross noticed Harry's restraint and said with a smile, "Haha, it seems that our omnipotent motherland can't handle things. Go, don't stay with us old men, go find those young people like you. Of course, many of them are beautiful women." Me? Harry looked at his father expectantly. Norman nodded slightly, "Go ahead, remember to be a gentleman." "I see." Harry politely apologized to the bigwigs around him, then slowly turned and left. Looking at Harry, who was soon surrounded by many beauties, General Ross smiled and said, "Harry is such a good boy." "Yes, so he is from the motherland." Norman raised his glass to signal everyone, took a sip of red wine, and smiled meaningfully. "Shield, Hydra, Dr. Lizard, the Osborn building is really lively tonight, but no one has notified me yet, it seems the signals have been blocked." "Okay, then I won't participate. You guys just play with him slowly." Norman looked at Harry, whose face was flushed with amusement from the beauties, and shook his head with a smile. In the shattered office, Natasha and the Winter Soldier looked at Dr. Lizard, who broke through the wall. Hearing its domineering and murderous declaration, Natasha immediately realized that this tall lizard man was not easy to deal with. Among the 3 people fighting for the serum, she was undoubtedly the weakest one. After weighing the pros and cons, she immediately raised her hands and slowly stepped back. "Okay, the serum is yours, but the prerequisite is that you have to defeat the ruthless Mr. Iron Hand first." "Humph." Dr. Lizard saw Natasha's intention to reap the benefits, but he was not afraid. After transforming from the cowardly and ignorant Dr. Connors into the noble lizard man, it possessed superpowers that are difficult for humans to match. The only ones it has to worry about are the superhumans who have been injected with superhuman serum. In order to create more of his kind and make the lizardmen the strongest race at the top of the food chain, Dr. Lizard, who has completely changed his mind, immediately seizes the Superman serum to reduce the obstacles for the lizardmen to rule the world. Then, it would have to kill Norman Osborn and his people, completely eliminating the possibility of the Superman serum being recreated. Hey hey! Dr. Lizard sneered a few times and took 2 steps forward. His dark green skin was revealed in the moonlight. His height of over 2 meters allowed him to look down at the cold man in front of him, with only his eyes exposed. The sharp claws stretched longer and longer from the fingers, flashing a terrifying cold light. Human, you're not going to run away? Or are you too frightened to move? The brainwashed Winter Soldier has no emotions at all, including fear. The only thing he cares about is completing the mission. His mission is not to fight the woman in black or the big lizard, but to bring back the superhuman serum. So, when Dr. Lizard approached, the Winter Soldier directly took out a pistol and shot at Dr. Lizard, and at the same time moved sideways to the wallet, discarded the 3 tubes of Superman serum remaining in the safe, and directly closed the wallet, preparing to retreat. Judging from his rich experience, the longer they stay here, the greater the possibility of mission failure. But the Winter Soldier still underestimated Dr. Lizard's defense and burst. The bullet hit the hard scales on its body and only produced a spark. Just as he closed the wallet, Dr. Lizard appeared in front of him, and its claws flashing with cold light reached for his chest like lightning. Clang! The sharp claws grabbed the Winter Soldier's metal arm, making a loud metal collision sound, and the sharp claws left 4 deep holes on the metal arm. With the help of the thrust of the collision, the Winter Soldier rolled back twice, came to the broken French window, and jumped out, but the next second, his right leg was caught by Dr. Lizard's tail and pulled back. The Winter Soldier frowned slightly, loosened his grip, and threw the wallet and case down the stairs. This is a specially made wallet case. You don't have to worry about the Superman serum test tube inside breaking. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be someone to meet you downstairs. So, mission accomplished, right? Boom! The Winter Soldier was thrown out hard, knocking a hole in a wall. Damn it, how dare you! Dr. Lizard looked at Natasha, who took the opportunity to take the remaining 3 tubes of superhuman serum. He became furious. His vertical pupils turned red and his long tail slapped the floor. He might pounce on her at any time. Natasha laughed dryly and prepared to run away, but suddenly she realized something was wrong. The table and safe in front of her, the sofa next to her, and the murals on the wall seemed to have gone through decades of time in an instant and became dilapidated. The coating on the walls peeled off, revealing large areas of bricks and stones, and the floor tiles were covered with layers of dust and dirt, becoming extremely dirty. In the distance, the sky outside turned dark yellow, and the originally bright moon turned red, emitting a strange light. Smelling the faint smell of rust, Natasha knew that she had encountered a mysterious event that had not yet been recorded in the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives. This is what they call misfortunes never come singly. What? Dr. Lizard also keenly discovered that something was wrong. Such bizarre changes were beyond his knowledge. He couldn't understand what was happening. He only felt more and more irritated and depressed, as if something terrible was staring at him. It's an instinctive fear of creatures higher up the food chain. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps were heard, as if a huge monster was walking towards this side outside the corridor. In addition to the sound of footsteps, there was also the sound of dragging chains. Natasha took a deep breath and prepared herself for battle. Dr. Lizard breathed uneasily and stared at the door. Even the severely injured Winter Soldier got up silently and clenched his fists. Finally, a tall figure over 3 meters tall appeared in their sight. He was in human shape, with a naked, muscular upper body and a huge triangular iron sheet covering his head, so his features could not be seen. In his right hand he held a 3 or 4 meter long machete, in his left hand a spear of the same length, with shackles on his feet and a 1 or 2 meter long iron chain dragging behind him. This guy. Natasha took a deep breath. Chapter 47. Bang bang bang. While Natasha was fighting a life and death battle with the Winter Soldier and the Lizard Man, a fierce gun battle was also taking place on the road around the Osborn building. One of the parties is the SHIELD agents led by Director Fury himself. This mission to steal the Superman serum is of vital importance to SHIELD. Not only did S.H.I.E.L.D's best agent, Natasha the Black Widow, infiltrate the interior to take on the most difficult part of the mission, but Fury also brought a group of trustworthy and outstanding agents to wait outside in person to serve as support in order to prevent possible accidents. But I never expected that an accident would really happen. Tonight, not only them, but also a group of men in black whose identities are unknown, also attacked the Superman serum. The other side dispatched armed helicopters and a large number of armed personnel, easily tying down most of the security forces of Osborn building. For the safety of Natasha and the superhuman serum, Fury immediately led his men to join the battle. However, the enemy seemed to be aware of their presence, and their sneak attack failed, so they passively entered the offensive phase. Damn, who are these people from? Their weapons and equipment are better than our shield. Coulson couldn't help but say. They, SHIELD, were suppressed by the enemy's firepower and could not show their heads. It was simply unbelievable that such a thing happened on the streets of New York. Could it be someone from the military? But doesn't the military have close cooperation with the Austin Group? The military is not a monolithic entity either. Fury snorted coldly. Anyway, they are just some shady guys. Their support will not be as fast as ours. They won't be able to hold on for long. What I am worried about now is the situation over there with Natasha. Even if they eventually wiped out this group of guys, but failed to obtain the Superman serum, and even lost the excellent agent Natasha, it would be a complete failure for SHIELD. Time is also not on SHIELD's side. It seems that I still have to use this. Fury took out a large box from the car, entered the password to open it, took out the parts inside, and quickly assembled them into a gun that was more than 1 meter long. No, to be precise, it should be a cannon. Chief, you actually brought it out with you. Coulson was surprised. Well, just in case. There's no need to do that. Fury carried the cannon on his shoulder, ordered everyone to cover him, found the right opportunity to aim at the opposite position, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A beam of dazzling light shot out from the muzzle, landed on the opposite position, and exploded into a huge fireball. The strong recoil made Fury's shoulders numb. He threw the disposable alien weapon aside and shouted in a deep voice, "Fight back hard!" Yes. At this moment, a black leather wallet case fell from the sky and landed on the ground between the two sides. The case was severely deformed and split into two halves. Many green medicines inside scattered out, but they were not broken. That's the superhuman serum. Fury's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered his men to increase firepower. He went back to start his car, stepped on the accelerator and rushed directly into the battlefield. The other side was not a fool either. They immediately realized that what fell was Superman serum. They went crazy and not only drove over, but also called for the helicopter that was hovering in the air to pick up the Winter Soldier to provide fire support. The two sides fought fiercely and suffered casualties on both sides. In the end, the other party grabbed a portion of the Superman serum and withdrew decisively. Fury chose not to continue the pursuit. He took the remaining Superman serum and took the uninjured agents into the Osborn building. Unexpectedly, the building was very quiet and there was no sign of invasion. After they came in, they didn't see anyone, not even a dead body. Fury looked at the bloodstains on the ground and frowned. Has the signal been restored? Yeah, but Natasha hasn't responded. Search in groups of 2. After 10 minutes, regardless of whether you have found anything or not, hurry back here to gather. Yes. Fury took an agent with him to the monitoring room on the 2nd floor. The road was quiet, so strange that not even a sound was heard. When I arrived at the monitoring room, it was also empty. There was an overturned cup of coffee on the table, as if someone had knocked it over in a hurry. A footprint stained with coffee appeared on the ground, but when the footsteps reached the door, they mysteriously disappeared out of thin air. What on earth happened? Fury was confused. 10 minutes passed quickly and Fury returned to the meeting point to find that Coulson had found a security guard. But the security guard seemed to be stimulated by something and kept trembling. "It's none of my business, it's really none of my business." Obviously, saying this meant that the strange situation here was related to him. "That's what he looked like when I found him in the bathroom. Take him with you, and we'll retreat first." "Yes." After the SHIELD team evacuated, more than a dozen police cars roared in, as if they had calculated the time precisely. New York, SHIELD branch. "Chief, the police have completed their search and have confirmed that everyone in the Osborne building has disappeared. They found signs of a fierce fight in the chairman's office on the top floor. Even a lot of the walls were broken, and there was this on the ground." Looking at the picture Coulson handed over, Fury narrowed his eyes. "These are Natasha's things. She once fought with someone here, but they all disappeared together." "Well, Chief, this is most likely a mysterious incident." Fury nodded slowly. He had already guessed this. "Where's that guy? We've assigned him a psychiatrist, and he should be more or less calm now. Let's go ask him. He should know something." The two men came to a holding room, opened the door, and found the security guard curled up in the corner, with deep fear still in his eyes. "Owen, fear won't solve the problem. Tell us everything you know and we'll help you solve it." "No, he is invincible. Everyone dies in his hands." Fury narrowed his eyes. "Who is he?" He is." Owen gritted his teeth and said, "He is God, the God who rules over punishment. Anyone who is guilty will be judged by him and fall into hell." "I don't know. I don't know that he really exists." "A God who rules over punishment?" Fury continued to ask, "So, you summoned him here? What method did you use?" No, it wasn't me, I didn't do that." Owen suddenly went crazy and desperately dug his right palm with his fingers, which soon became bloody. Coulson quickly grabbed his hands to stop his self-harming behavior. Fury grabbed his palm and saw a red triangular pattern on the center of his hand. Even though it was bloody and mangled, the pattern was still clearly visible. As if absorbing his blood, the triangular pattern became more and more vivid and eye-catching. Chapter 48. What? My company was attacked. Norman was still chatting and laughing at the party when he learned from the police that Osborne building had been attacked by an armed group. After answering the phone, his face darkened in just a moment, and he looked at General Ross beside him. "General, the superhuman serum has been stolen." "What?" General Ross's expression changed immediately. These superhuman serums were supposed to belong to him, but now they were stolen by someone? Unforgivable. "I clearly sent an elite team of my men to guard there, but they still couldn't hold out until reinforcements arrived. The other party used signal jammers to block the signal from the Osborne building, and also used a large amount of munitions." Norman swept his eyes across the banquet and whispered in General Ross's ear, "The other party just chose a time when Harry and I were not available. This was an organized and premeditated attack." General Ross's expression froze, and he thought of something deeper. However, more bad news came later. 13 researchers involved in the development of superhuman serum, including the laboratory director Dr. Strom, disappeared, and another 3 researchers were killed in the resistance. Looking at General Ross's uneasy eyes, Norman shook his head. "As long as I am here, the superhuman serum can be recreated, but before that, I think you should first find out all those guys hiding in the dark." This is easier said than done. General Ross has a vague feeling that the opponent's strength is even stronger than he imagined. However, now he could only nod. Through comfort, hypnosis, and scientific equipment, Fury and others finally learned the whole story from Owen. 2 days ago, while sleeping, Owen suddenly dreamed of a cloaked man holding an oil lamp. He called himself the Cinder King and was constantly looking for a suitable fire bearer. This time, the Cinder King chose Owen and gave him the ability to summon the god of punishment. When he woke up, Owen saw the triangle pattern on his palm and realized that his dream was probably real. Last night, due to the invasion of the armed group, his colleagues suffered heavy casualties. In order to save his life, Owen used his ability. As a result, not only the invaders, but also his colleagues all disappeared without a trace. The reason why Owen couldn't stand the stimulation and became like this is because whenever he closed his eyes, he saw those people being killed by a triangular iron-headed man. Coulson briefly repeated Owen's notes and looked up at Fury, who was sitting behind his desk. "Director, it's that salary king again." Fury let out a long sigh, his face looking very gloomy. The existence of the salary king has brought countless troubles to New York, but they can hardly track down the whereabouts of the salary king, let alone deal with this troublesome guy. No, even if we find him, we can only negotiate terms. Once the battle starts, 100% of the people who die will be S.H.I.E.L.D's people. The most important thing is that S.H.I.E.L.D. now knows nothing about the Lord of Cinder's purpose. He is like a thorn that penetrates deeply into the heart of S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't think about the Cinder King for now. The most urgent thing is to find out whether Natasha is still alive. Fury looked up at Coulson and asked, "You hesitated when I was reading the transcript just now. Just say whatever you think." Coulson hesitated and said, "I think it's very likely that those missing people are not dead, but have been transferred to another world." What he said about seeing people being killed by monsters as soon as he closed his eyes is not an illusion, but something that is really happening at this moment. Fury did not comment. "Go on. The reason I have such an idea is because it feels very strange. Even if the monster called the God of Punishment has extremely powerful strength, it should be difficult to kill all the people in a building in just a few minutes. Moreover, there are only traces of bullets at the scene, and no damage caused by the monster." Coulson spoke more and more fluently. "Besides, with Natasha's ability, even if she couldn't escape, she would definitely leave clues. But there is none of this. So, they were suddenly transferred to another world." Fury nodded and praised, "Coulson, that's a brilliant guess. The reasons you mentioned are exactly what I find strange. Natasha definitely won't die that easily. So, we're going to rescue her. Of course. But before that..." Fury looked at the 5 vials of superhuman serum on the table and said in a deep voice, "We need to become stronger. Black, endless black." Matt thought he had gotten used to the darkness, but when he was really in it, he still felt lonely, as if he was the only one in the world. "Matt." He was awakened by a call coming from far away. His eyelids moved but did not open. However, his ears had received various information around him and imagined a familiar figure in front of the bed. "Coulson. It's me." Coulson looked at the man lying on the bed with his body wrapped in gauze and smiled. "I knocked on the door, but you didn't respond. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I came in directly. Sorry, I was just too bored lying there all the time, so I fell asleep." Matt is Daredevil. He was punched by Kingpin a few days ago and fainted. Fortunately, he was not crushed by the collapsed house. Only his lower body was crushed and his legs were fractured in multiple places. However, his injuries were not as serious as those caused by Kingpin. After being rescued by S.H.I.E.L.D., he stayed in S.H.I.E.L.D. for recuperation, gradually became familiar with Coulson, and learned about the general responsibilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. "You have something to ask me?" This is not a question, but an affirmation. Coulson nodded, and remembering that Matt was blind, he quickly added, "Yes, we need your help." "Me? A wounded man who can only lie in bed. If you want, I can make you healthy again in no time, or even stronger." Coulson pulled out a test tube containing a green potion from his pocket. "This is Superman serum. After our testing, it can accelerate cell activity and help wound recovery. Of course, its main function is to turn you into Superman." "Superman? Remember the Kingpin? He was defeated by a Superman." Matt snorted, "It seems that the favor you asked me to do is a bit dangerous." "No, it's extremely dangerous. There are a lot of people trapped in one place. Whether you agree to go or not, we have to rescue them. But, with you here, the success rate will be much higher." "That's it." Matt thought about it for a moment and nodded slowly, "If it's about saving people, I'm willing to help." Chapter 49. The loud screams lasted for a long time before gradually stopping. Carlson stepped forward to help untie the ropes that bound Matt's body and asked with concern, "Matt, are you okay?" "Well, it's okay. I just feel like my bones were crushed and then grew back." Matt opened his eyes and could only sense vague shadows as before. He sighed, clenched his fists, and felt his strength increased several times. If he were the current him, he should be qualified to fight Kingpin, so that he could save those people who died tragically. Matt slowly stood up from the bed, got out of bed, and took 2 tentative steps. He didn't feel any discomfort. His foot also healed after the injection of Superman serum. "Matt, congratulations on your recovery. After checking your body, please become proficient in your strength as soon as possible. We don't have time." "Clear." Carlson gave a few instructions to the researchers nearby, walked out of the room, and said to Fury, who was standing at the door, "Everything went well. Matt's injuries have all healed just as we expected." "Yes, I have seen it. Come with me." Fury took Carlson back to his office, where 2 people were already waiting. Both of them are ladies. One of them has a calm face and short hair. Her name is Maria Hill. She is the commander of SHIELD and a senior agent. She is Fury's important helper and has been assisting Fury in managing S.H.I.E.L.'s internal affairs. The other person is Asian, tall, with brown wavy hair. Her name is Melinda May, a senior agent of SHIELD, nicknamed Iron Knight, and Carlson's right-hand man. These 2 people are the ones Fury trusts the most besides Carlson. "I asked you to come here because of the superhuman serum." Fury took out 3 bottles of superhuman serum and said, "After being personally verified by Daredevil, this superhuman serum is real and effective. You are all the people I trust the most, so I should give you one. Of course, whether you are willing to take the injection depends on your own wishes." Carlson immediately shook his head and said, "No, I don't want my body to become unlike myself." Hill followed suit and said, "Director, you are the one who should be injected. I seldom go out on field missions, and the superhuman serum is of no use to me." Fury waved his hand and said, "I will make my own decisions, and S.H.I.E.L.D. also needs a strong person to take charge to avoid any accidents." "Hill, this reason is not sufficient, so don't refuse." He was still full of doubts about the superhuman serum in his hand. If time was not urgent, he would not let his confidants inject the superhuman serum, but waited long enough to make sure that it would not affect people's thinking and emotions. Hearing this, Hill could only nod. "May, what about you?" "I am willing. It is good." Fury looked at Carlson and said, "Then, except for Carlson, the 2 of you will be injected with the superhuman serum immediately. If successful, immediately join the plan to rescue Natasha." "Yes." Hoo. In the dim corridor, Natasha was panting and running with all her might, turning her head from time to time to look at the situation behind her, as if something was chasing her. This was indeed the case. In the darkness, the sound of heavy footsteps and the dragging of chains rang out from far away. Natasha didn't dare to delay. Even though she was extremely tired, she still wanted to escape and keep running. After witnessing the powerful lizard man being cut in half by the triangular iron-headed man, and the Winter Soldier being pierced through the body by a spear and nailed to the ground, she gave up the idea of fighting the monster and resolutely chose to escape. She played a deadly game of hide-and-seek with the triangular iron-headed man. Unfortunately, ever since her encounter with the terrifying triangular iron-headed man, she has found herself trapped inside the building. The outside is shrouded in thick fog. "No matter where I go, I always return here and can never leave." She was not the only one trapped here. She had met several people in security uniforms, probably the security guards in Osborne Building. However, in repeated chases, they were ruthlessly killed by the triangle iron-headed man and turned into ashes. Now, she is the only one left. Suddenly, a spear shot out from the darkness, rubbing against the rusty air and making a sharp sound. Natasha's face suddenly changed and she quickly fell to the side, but was still scratched on the thigh by the spear, splashing a little blood. Looking around, Natasha gritted her teeth, covered the wound on her thigh, and staggered forward. Boom, boom, boom. A tall figure emerged from the darkness. The triangular iron-headed man walked with heavy steps to the spear, pulled it up and held it in his hand. He saw the remaining bloodstains on the ground extending into the women's restroom next to him, so he raised his foot again and walked over slowly. On the other side, Natasha leaned against the door, holding her breath, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the footsteps gradually fade away. In a moment of desperation, she dripped her blood on the door of the women's restroom and hid in the men's restroom opposite. I didn't expect that I could actually trick the triangle iron-head man. Can he think? Natasha sighed. Even if she was tricked, what would happen? With her injured thigh, she couldn't hold on for much longer. At least before you die, leave some information for those who come after you. Thinking of this, she took out the lipstick she carried with her and prepared to leave a message on the wall. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw something that seemed to be written on the wall next to her. She took out the cell phone from her pocket, turned on the bright light and shone it on the wall. Her pupils suddenly contracted and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. The wall was covered with densely packed words, and the handwriting was extremely familiar. With shaking hands, Natasha drew a few strokes on the wall with lipstick. The next second, a huge machete pierced through the toilet door, pierced through her chest and nailed her to the wall. Natasha spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the light in her eyes quickly disappeared. After a few seconds, her body turned into ashes and disappeared with the wind. Immediately afterwards, the filthy walls, floors, and rusty iron doors all returned to their original appearance. Many figures appeared in various places in the building one after another. The only thing that remained unchanged was the thick fog surrounding the building. On the top floor of the building, in the chairman's office, Natasha suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Dr. Lizard and the Winter Soldier who were confronting each other in front of her in a trance. She felt vaguely that something was wrong. She clutched her chest, feeling empty inside, as if something was missing. "Hey, human, why don't you run away?" Natasha looked up and saw Dr. Lizard approaching the Winter Soldier. The two started fighting again in front of her. She frowned and couldn't help but said, "Hey, stop fighting. Why, you want to stop me again?" "Hey, why did I say again?" Dr. Lizard was very puzzled. Chapter 50. Are you ready? In front of Fury, there were more than a dozen fully armed men standing in a neat row, including Hill, May, and Daredevil Matt who had been injected with superhuman serum, as well as 10 elite agents. Matt was wearing a black uniform made of special material, and the hood almost completely covered his face, leaving only his nose and mouth exposed. In order not to affect his hearing, his ears are also exposed. There are 2 short sticks on his waist, and several tactical pockets are loaded with various small tools, enough to deal with various situations. Facing Fury's question, Hill, who was standing at the front, took a deep breath and nodded, "We are ready. All 13 members are here and the equipment has been checked." "It is good." Fury put his hands behind his back, showing great momentum, and narrowed his one eye slightly, with a cold light flashing in it. "This special mission is very different from the previous ones. We need to deal with not a human, but a terrible monster. But no matter how terrifying the monster is, it can't resist our shield and you, a group of excellent agents. This is the first time we have taken the initiative to attack such a monster, and I don't want to see the result fail. Rescue Black Widow and kill the monster, can you do it?" "Can," everyone said in unison. Only Matt felt a little uneasy. He heard the deep uneasiness hidden in Fury's words, but as a foreign aide, he could only act according to circumstances. "Very good. Hill will be the commander of this operation. Everything will be left to her." "Yes." Then, Fury nodded slightly to Coulson behind him and prepared to leave. For safety reasons, they had already evacuated everyone in the base in advance. After they leave, Hill and others can enter the place where Owen is imprisoned, use mental stimulation to enable him to activate his abilities and summon the God of Punishment. If Coulson's guess is correct, they will enter another world and meet Natasha there. However, a situation occurred that no one expected. Owen, who was imprisoned in the room, suddenly raised his head, his eyes dull, and slowly raised his right arm. The triangular mark on his palm emanated a mysterious power that quickly spread and instantly encompassed the entire shield base. Fury took 2 steps forward and suddenly discovered that everything in front of him was rapidly decaying and aging. Large patches of moss appeared on the walls, as if decades had passed in an instant. The originally bright lights all turned into a deep orange color and continued to flicker. The end of the corridor was pitch black and nothing could be seen, like a huge monster with its bloody mouth open. Fury's face darkened and he turned around suddenly. Coulson and the 13 team members who were following him and were about to carry out the mission had all disappeared, and were replaced by an equally dim corridor. Broken. Fury finally understood where his uneasiness came from. The security guard named Owen had very poor psychological quality and might have been corrupted by the monster long ago and became its slave. Fortunately, their preparations were complete, with only Fury and Coulson being the only 2 additional people. The most important thing right now is to find Hill and the others and gather together with them, otherwise it will be easy to be defeated by the monsters one by one. At this moment, Fury seemed to see a dark shadow swaying in the darkness ahead. He calmly took out his pistol and stared ahead with bated breath. When the black shadow swayed again, he shot without hesitation and hit the black shadow accurately, and the sound of a thud falling to the ground was heard. Fury raised his eyebrows and walked over carefully, only to find a man in a security uniform lying on the ground. He looked terrified, with a bullet hole clearly visible on his forehead. "Hey, brother, why don't you say anything?" Fury felt a little guilty, but not much. After a second of silence for his brother who died tragically at the hands of his gun, he squatted down and closed his eyes tightly, and checked his body. He is indeed a living person, a security guard of the Austin Corporation? His appearance here means that Coulson's guess is correct. Those missing people are not dead yet, they have just been transferred to another world, and the worlds are connected. Now he is considered missing. Fury laughed at himself. Finally, there was some good news. If nothing unexpected happens, he will meet Natasha here. Fury stayed there and waited for a while. Seeing that the corpse did not undergo any strange changes, he felt relieved and began to explore this unknown world. On the other side, Matt was also walking alone. He should be the first person to notice the changes in the surrounding environment. More than 10 heartbeats disappeared at the same time, and there was an unpleasant smell of rust in the air, which made him, who had a sensitive sense of smell, very uncomfortable. Soon, Matt stopped. He heard heavy footsteps coming from not far away and approaching him quickly. He calmly took out the 2 short sticks from his waist, combined them into a long stick more than 1 meter long, and got into position, ready to deal with the next battle. As the footsteps got closer, Matt's mind also outlined the appearance of the thing, more than 2 meters tall, medium build, with a long tail waving behind it. It's indeed a monster. Matt no longer hesitated. He stomped his feet on the ground and rushed out like a phantom. In an instant, he appeared in front of the monster and swung the long stick in his hand mercilessly. Boom! The long stick was firmly held in his claws. Dr. Lizard stared at Matt with his cold eyes, and murderous intent suddenly emerged. "Human, you provoked me first." It vaguely felt that the human in front of it was different from the ones it had encountered before, and didn't want to cause trouble at this time, but the wildness in its body took over, driving it to tear apart the human in front of it who dared to provoke it. The long tail lashed out like an iron whip, but Matt sensed it in advance and dodged it calmly. Matt disassembled the long stick, held the short stick at the other end in his hand, and smashed it on the unsuspecting Dr. Lizard. His current strength is incomparable to before. Even Dr. Lizard felt pain and the other short stick in his hand was taken back by Matt. Matt swung the 2 special short sticks, leaving after images that hit Dr. Lizard and made it retreat repeatedly. Such noble lizardmen were actually suppressed by a human? Dr. Lizard was furious, his eyes turned red, and he gave up on defense. He adopted an injury-for-injury approach and swung his claws at Matt desperately. Tear! The uniform on Matt's chest was torn into 3 pieces as thin as paper, revealing the delicate skin with blood oozing out from it. On the other hand, Dr. Lizard's scales that had been knocked off grew back in just a few seconds. Its recovery ability was so strong that it could even quickly repair a broken limb. Exchanging injuries for injuries is undoubtedly a disadvantage for Matt. However, a monster of this magnitude is not enough to keep S.H.I.E.L.D. on high alert. So, he hit the wrong monster? Chapter 51. In the dim corridor, a game of chase was once again being played out. Monsters are chasing and Natasha is escaping. Once the monster catches up, she will die. She was very confused as to why this triangular iron-headed man ignored the larger lizard man and the stronger winter soldier, and instead stared at her, who was obviously the weakest, as if he was determined to chase her to the ends of the earth. A sharp sound of breaking air was heard, and Natasha rolled to the side road automatically without thinking. The spear brushed her hair and pierced deeply into the floor, but did not cause any substantial harm to her. Natasha looked back and let out a breath. Well, it seems that her body has gotten used to this kind of chasing game earlier than she has. She turned around and continued running forward, and at this moment, the scene before her changed again. The corridor became a little narrower, and the original Austin Corporation logo on the wall was replaced with the S.H.I.E.L.D. logo that she was very familiar with. Natasha widened her eyes, realizing that such a change was most likely caused by outside intervention. Did someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. come to rescue her? She was a little surprised, a little touched, but more worried. Chief, you shouldn't be so reckless. You don't know how terrifying the monsters here are. Natasha raised her head slightly and continued running forward. She seemed to be no different from before, but her brighter eyes seemed to be filled with hope of survival. Fuck. At this moment, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is also being chased by monsters, and they are a group of monsters. These monsters were all humanoid, some wearing security uniforms, and some wearing the black clothes of the armed team, but their faces were dark blue, and their hands, feet, and necks were twisted into incredible angles. They moved quickly towards Fury in all kinds of strange postures. Fury called them oddballs. After realizing that emptying the magazine would not kill any of the monsters, Fury began his escape. Perhaps he was old, or perhaps he had become lazy after becoming the director, but Fury soon felt his breathing become much heavier, making a whirring sound like a bellows, and he was finally caught up by those weirdos. A strange creature, which was on all fours and crawling on the ground like a spider, leaped hard, jumped onto Fury's back and knocked him down. Fury grabbed its head and threw it away. Before he could get up, the other weird creatures rushed over and surrounded him, punching and kicking him countless times, and some were pulling his head and legs, as if they wanted to break his body into the same shape as theirs. Suddenly, with a loud bang, an invisible shock wave rushed out from the innermost part in all directions, blowing away all the strange things, and many of them stuck to the wall like a piece of pancake. Fury dropped the last means of self-defense in his hand and struggled to stand up. Blood was flowing from his nose and mouth, and his eye patch was removed, revealing 3 conspicuous scars on his back. His clothes were tattered and he looked very embarrassed. Seeing those weirdos standing up again with their heads shaking, Fury sighed, slowly backed away, leaned his back against the wall, clenched his fists, and prepared to continue resisting. He regretted not paying attention to the superhuman serum, which resulted in his death at the hands of these monsters. The weirdos didn't care about the identity of the old guy in front of them and rushed forward again. At the critical moment, several flashes of fire appeared in the darkness in the distance. Bang bang bang! Several bullets flew at a speed invisible to the naked eye and accurately hit the strange creatures jumping in the air. The attacked freak left the black old man who had almost no resistance and turned to the other side. Fury was refreshed, wiped the blood off his face, and trotted over there, wanting to fight the one who attacked. Now, victory can only be achieved by combining our strength. After walking more than 10 meters, Fury found that there were only 2 reinforcements. One of them was Coulson, whom he was most familiar with. The other had disheveled hair and was waving a metal arm. In a close fight with those monsters, he knocked a monster away with one punch. The 5-pointed star pattern on the metal arm made Fury narrow his eyes. Coulson also saw Fury and quickly called out, "Director, this way, those monsters are hard to kill, we need to retreat." Fury readily took the pistol thrown by Coulson, fought off the weirdos around him, and successfully reunited with the 2 of them. Then he fought and retreated, turned a few turns, and hid in a random room. The strange monster kept chasing after them and banging on the door until Fury and his friends moved the long table, benches, bookshelves and other things to block the door, and the banging noise gradually subsided. The crisis was resolved. Fury breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the familiar-looking man next to him, and asked, "My name is Nick Fury, Director of SHIELD, and who are you?" "Sergeant James Buchanan Barnes, the Howling Commandos." The cold man codenamed Winter Soldier seemed to have forgotten how to smile, and the corners of his mouth just twitched. "You can call me Bucky." Hearing this familiar name, Fury frowned slightly and looked at Coulson, receiving a slight nod from his subordinate. "But, according to the files, you have fallen off a cliff and died a long time ago, Sergeant Bucky." "I know, Coulson has already told me, it's the 21st century, even Steve." Fury still had doubts about him and asked again, "Where have you been all these years? What have you done? Why do you still look so young?" Bucky's face flashed with pain. He frowned and was silent for a while before shaking his head. I don't remember. I only remember that I fell off the train, and when I woke up I found myself here, and soon I met Coulson." "Have you even forgotten how your metal arm appeared?" Bucky stroked his metal arm, stopped talking, and just shook his head. "Director, let's ask these questions later." Coulson could see that Bucky's confused expression was not fake, and he quickly stepped out to adjust the atmosphere. "Anyway, Sergeant Bucky is not an enemy now. The most important thing for us is to find everyone and leave this damn place." Fury nodded, agreeing with Coulson's opinion. As he looked at the unfamiliar layout of the room, he said, "Coulson, your guess is correct. When I was first pulled into this alien world, I met a normal person dressed as a security guard. They were the missing people in the Osborn building. I don't know what happened to them, but they turned into monsters." Coulson wisely did not ask about the whereabouts of the security guard and added, "I found out that this is not only SHIELD, but also Osborn building. The two worlds have merged together, so we ran into those people." "Well, that means we can meet the missing Natasha here." "Natasha, the beautiful woman with long brown hair?" Bucky interrupted. "Yes, you have seen her. Then we need to move faster. She should be being chased by a powerful monster now." Chapter 52. Natasha is in a very bad state now. She felt that she had tried her best, but no matter what, the footsteps like the coming of death still followed her like a maggot attached to her bones and she could never get rid of it. Natasha was just an ordinary, well-trained person. How could she hold on forever? She couldn't bear running at full speed for a while. Not only that, with the addition of the shield branch puzzle, the original route became unrecognizable, and as she ran, she found herself lost, perhaps going in circles. Finally, she stopped panting and leaned against the wall with sweat all over her forehead. She could not run anymore. Seeing the bathroom right next to her, Natasha felt something in her heart moving. She felt inexplicably familiar, so she raised her foot and walked over slowly. When she pushed open the toilet door, a strange and strong smell hit her in the face. She endured the discomfort and walked in. After closing the door, it became dark inside. Natasha's eyes had long since adapted to the darkness, and she soon noticed that there seemed to be some words written on the wall next to the door. She took out her cell phone, turned on the light, shone it on the wall, and her eyes immediately widened. "Director, the triangular iron-headed man is not afraid of gunfire and has amazing strength. You have to be careful. Why are my words on it? Is someone imitating my words? No. No, what I wrote is the information I want to leave behind. Have I been here before? True or false? Be careful of the door." The messy and scribbled handwriting on it all belonged to her, as if someone had written down her reactions in her handwriting in advance. There was also a possibility that these words were really written by her own hand. How is this possible? At this moment, a familiar sound of footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Natasha was startled and quickly jumped into the compartment. The next second, the toilet door was chopped into pieces by a machete. If Natasha had not dodged in time, she would have been killed by the machete. The triangle iron-headed man finally caught up with her and blocked her in this closed bathroom. It seemed that she was destined to die at his hands. Could it be that she has died several times? After each death, the memory will be cleared, so you can't remember what happened before? Natasha vaguely felt that this was the truth, and she wanted to keep this important information, but the triangular iron-headed man was already standing at the door of the compartment, pointing the machete that had killed her several times at her. Damn it, am I going to die? Natasha looked unwilling. Death was not scary to her. She had fantasized about her own death every time she went on a mission, but she definitely didn't want to die worthlessly. At least help others who come here. Natasha pulled out a short blade from her waist pocket and held it in her hand. She gritted her teeth and actively faced the machete like an ant trying to shake a tree, stabbing out the short blade in her hand. Boom! A long stick suddenly stretched out from the door and hit the hand of the triangular iron-headed man. The hand holding the machete did not waver at all, and the rusty blade cut off the short blade in Natasha's hand and chopped off her beautiful face. Natasha's eyes were still firm, without a trace of pain, but they lost their luster in an instant and turned into ashes along with her body weathering. No! Sensing the strong heartbeat inside dissipate in just 1 second, Matt, who rushed here at the last moment, couldn't help but let out a roar. Why? Why is he 5 times stronger than before, but still can't save the person in front of him? Why is he always so incompetent and only worthy of being a bystander? Because you are too kind. You should have held back when you hit her with the stick for the last time, right? Ha, so it was you who killed her. It was your weakness and kindness that killed her. Come on, cut off your weakness, accept the darkness in your heart, and master your true power. Listening to the crazy voice deep in his heart, Matt fell silent. The triangle iron-head man would not hesitate for a moment because of his opponent's pause. After killing Natasha, his target shifted to Matt in front of him. He turned around and raised his machete with a great record of success again. The evil in Matt's heart is no less than that of others, but he has always been bound by his father's teachings and his own justice. When he transformed into Daredevil, he also restrained his impulses and never killed anyone. However, the setback he suffered this time became a spark that ignited the evil thoughts in his heart, and under the catalysis of that voice, they became more and more intense. Boom! The machete brushed Matt's nose and slammed heavily on the floor. The dirty floor tiles shattered and turned into countless fragments and powder that swept in all directions, stirring up a thick smoke screen. Matt leaped back, dodging the machete's horizontal blow again, exited the bathroom, stood in the corridor outside, and stared fiercely at the tall figure in the smoke. Why should I hold back when facing a monster? That's right, it was my weakness that hurt her, it's all my fault. It's just killing a monster. The priest will forgive me and God will only praise me. I want to kill him to prevent more people from being harmed by him. This is also my confession. Even if there are thousands of words and millions of thoughts, all they add up to is a capital letter kill. Kill, kill, kill. Under the hood, Matt's eyes suddenly turned dark. He showed a ferocious smile, tightly gripped the long stick in his hand, and swung it out with all his strength. When the long stick hit the tip of the machete just right, making a crisp sound. For the first time, the machete deviated from its original trajectory and was blocked to the side. Taking this opportunity, Matt turned the long stick into 2 short sticks, went around behind the triangular iron-headed man, and launched an attack with all his might. Countless stick shadows fell on the triangular iron-headed man in an instant. His Dr. Lizard, who was standing not far away and ready to retreat at any time, stuck out his long tongue, surprised at Matt's brutal performance. Did he hold back when fighting me? This human is really not simple, maybe he can really kill that monster. No, no matter whether it is human or monster, they must die. It originally wanted to watch the fight until the 2 men decided the winner and then easily deal with the remaining guys, but after waiting for a while, a large number of humans arrived instead. Dr. Lizard's gloomy eyes swept across the Winter Soldier, and stayed for a while at Fury and others, as if judging the fighting ability of these humans. Chief Hill and others also came here, but several elite agents were killed and they all looked a little disheveled, as if they had also been attacked by monsters. Fury was even more injured. It took them a lot of effort to break through the blockade of the strange species and get here. He looked around and didn't see Natasha, and his heart sank. Where's Natasha? You mean the woman in the tights? Dr. Lizard grinned. Unfortunately, she died. She died at the hands of a monster. Natasha is dead. Shock, sadness, disbelief, everyone's expressions changed one after another. Fury narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, kill this lizard man." Dr. Lizard. Chapter 53. I'm just standing here harmlessly, and haven't done anything yet. Why do you want to target me first? Shouldn't you go and attack the guy who is fighting with your companions? Dr. Lizard looked at Fury, who was giving the order with confusion, and said in a cold voice, "Hey, black salted egg, if you want to die, I don't mind teaming up with the monsters to send you off." Fury remained unmoved by the threat. When he got here, he quickly looked at the situation and found that Matt was fighting closely with the terrible monster and his life was not in danger for the time being. Therefore, he decided to deal with the third force besides them and the monsters first, a talking lizard man. He looked gloating when talking about Natasha's death. It was obvious that he was not a good person. It was reasonable to kill him first to prevent him from causing trouble later. The agents present quickly understood what Fury meant and surrounded Dr. Lizard. "Ugly reptile, if you don't want to die, join us in attacking the monsters. Otherwise, just die here." Fury gave it an ultimatum. Dr. Lizard glanced at the agents who were eyeing him eagerly and sneered, "You don't really think you can defeat me, do you? If not." Upon learning of Natasha's death, Hill felt a fire burning in his heart. He did not tolerate Dr. Lizard and took the lead in raising his hand and pulling the trigger continuously until the magazine was empty. More than a dozen bullets hit Dr. Lizard's scales with a crackling sound, splashing bright sparks. "Human, your guns are just toys to me." Dr. Lizard lowered his arms that were protecting his eyes and was about to say a few harsh words, but he saw a black pistol flying towards him and hitting him on the forehead. What followed was a full-strength kick from Hill, which created a whistling sound that filled Dr. Lizard's ears, causing him to look startled, and he quickly raised his arms to block the kick. Dr. Lizard was not the type to just take a beating without fighting back, so while blocking the whip kick, he also swung out with his flexible tail, but was stopped halfway. Agent May came behind Dr. Lizard at some point, grabbed its restless tail, exerted force with both hands, shouted loudly, and directly swung Dr. Lizard, who weighed more than 300 kilograms, and slammed him to the ground. Hill jumped up from the wall, rolled in the air, and stepped heavily on Dr. Lizard, crushing its head with his toes, with a cruel and angry expression on his face. The whole process, from Dr. Lizard's threats to its lying on the ground, took less than 5 seconds, which made Fury and others' eyelids twitch. Hill and May, have they ever been that violent before? Of course not. Fury and Coulson looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. As an agent, emotional management is the most basic ability. Showing anger completely on one's face like now is not what a good agent would do. There's something wrong with the superhuman serum. Fury immediately realized the problem, but now was not the time to deal with it. "That's enough, Hill." "May." Fury frowned and shouted to the stunned Dr. Lizard, "Now you should know what choice you have made, right?" Dr. Lizard came to his senses and felt his cheek rubbing against the floor. A huge feeling of humiliation surged into his heart. It roared wildly and burst out with all its strength to throw Hill and May aside. It stood up again, stared at Fury and others fiercely, then turned and ran. Everyone was stunned and opened fire, but it still broke through the encirclement and escaped. "No need to chase." Fury spoke up to stop Hill and the other two who were about to chase after them. Seeing that they could obey his orders and stop, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as they didn't lose control, otherwise they would really be wiped out here. Dr. Lizard, who had fled into the darkness, let out a series of unhappy roars. He was a noble lizard man, but was first scared away by a monster, then he was unable to do anything to a human, and finally he was even pinned to the ground by 2 humans. He was completely humiliated. Damn it, damn it! How could there be so many powerful humans? How can the lizardmen rule the world? Dr. Lizard gnashed his teeth with a crackling sound, feeling that he was powerless and outnumbered. No, it's too much for me to do it alone. I need to create more of the same kind. However, if this happens, it must first leave this hellhole and pray that the humans successfully defeat the monsters. It cannot secretly trip up and plot against those humans. Fuck. Dr. Lizard cursed angrily and his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. After letting go of the shackles in his heart, Matt felt better than ever. He was also aware of every move of the monster in front of him, as well as the heartbeats, emotions, and actions of Fury and others not far away. He no longer has to restrain himself and can fully demonstrate his strength. But why couldn't he kill this triangular iron-headed man? Why can't I kill him? Matt's face became increasingly ferocious. He tirelessly swung the short stick in his hand with all his strength again, hitting the naked back of the triangular iron-headed man, leaving a small dent in his back instantly. The movements of the triangular iron-headed man were not affected at all. He squatted slightly and continued to chop the machete horizontally steadily. The blade shattered the door frame and wall of the bathroom, almost grazed Matt's scalp, and hit the wall on the other side, leaving a large gap. The spear in his left hand stabbed out like lightning, but Matt dodged it by leaning sideways, and it pierced into the floor, making a big hole. In just a few minutes of fighting, they demolished more than half of the bathroom, which was better than the most professional demolition team. Of course, the main force is the Triangle Iron-Head Man. Matt took a breath. Facing this enemy that he couldn't defeat no matter what, he felt unhappy and his chest felt like it was about to explode. Asshole, just die. In response to Matt's growl, the triangular iron-headed man turned around and turned his back to Matt, pointing the machete and spear in his hands at the slowly approaching agents Hill and May. After clearing out the unstable factors on the field, SHIELD officially gathered together and took action against the Triangle Iron-Head. Faced with endless strange events, Fury is eager to get a victory to prove that S.H.I.E.L.D. has not lost control of the world. Saving Natasha is just a suitable reason to mobilize other agents. Go ahead, the future is in your hands. Fury stood aside and watched the battle nervously. However, the Triangle Iron-Head Man did not intend to let them have it so easy. He raised his head for the first time, crossed the machete and spear in his hands, and hit them hard. When? As a slight sound spread, Fury suddenly discovered that many dark shadows appeared in the darkness on both sides, and one of them seemed different. Looking at the familiar figure standing in the center of the strangeness, Coulson couldn't help but screamed, "Natasha!" Chapter 54. Amidst all the strange happenings, Natasha, who had been dead, reappeared in front of everyone. Fury looked at Natasha's lifeless eyes and shook his head. She is no longer the same Natasha. Don't hold back. We have to stop them all. Coulson gritted his teeth, nodded heavily, and formed a line of defense with the remaining agents to resist the attack of the monsters. Under the powerful fire suppression, only a few monsters could rush to their front, and then were knocked away one by Buggy. There was no problem for the time being. But the ammunition they carried was limited and would run out sooner or later, and those monsters would still be alive and kicking even if their limbs or even heads were broken. Only by breaking all their limbs could their movements be temporarily curbed. Moreover, there was a Natasha standing behind the monster, staring at them hungrily, but not taking any action for the time being. "Chief, we can't hold on much longer," Coulson shouted. "I know." Fury looked back and saw that Hill and his two companions had already started fighting with the Triangle Iron-Head Man. However, the space was limited and it was very difficult for them to dodge. It was not even as easy as when Matt was alone. "No, we have to choose another battlefield, a spacious place with a door. I know where it is," Hill replied, and rolled to the other side where there were no monsters, avoiding the attack of the Triangle Iron-Head Man's machete, and shouted to Agent May and Matt, "Follow me." Agent May rushed towards Hill without thinking, and Matt hesitated for a moment, then ran after him. The triangular iron-headed man stood there, seemed to hesitate for a moment, turned his head to glance at Fury, and finally turned around and chased Hill and the other two. Fury breathed a sigh of relief. When the monster turned towards him, he felt the air suddenly become extremely sticky and he almost couldn't breathe. Fortunately, this feeling soon disappeared. He looked at the back of the triangular iron-headed man leaving and waved his hand, saying, "Let's follow him slowly. Be careful of monsters." "Yes." Everyone moved slowly, retreating while continuing to suppress the monsters with fire power. At this moment, Natasha, who was standing there blankly, moved. He moved as quickly as a rabbit, and moved nimbly among the strange things. With the help of the strange cover, she quickly came to the front, waved her hands, and threw out 2 round objects. "Be careful, it's a smoke bomb." Just as he finished speaking, there were 2 soft bangs, and thick smoke enveloped Fury and his group. In order to avoid hurting teammates, the gunfire stopped immediately. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Natasha rushed into the smoke with an expressionless face, flipped her little hand to grasp a dagger, and stabbed it directly at the agent in front of her. Snapped. A metal arm stretched out from the smoke and firmly grasped Natasha's hand. Bucky's face was calm and he shouted calmly, "You go, I'll cover you." "Sergeant Bucky." Coulson knew very well what the consequences would be for the people left behind. Out of love for Captain America, he couldn't bear to let Captain America's good friend die in this place. Fury looked at Bucky deeply and shouted, "Coulson, let's go. There's no time to hesitate." In just a few seconds, the strange monsters also rushed up. Once they rushed into the crowd, the whole army would be wiped out. Coulson naturally knew this truth, and he whispered, "Take care," then caught up with the retreating people without looking back. Bucky threw the restless Natasha aside, waved his 2 fists, and tried his best to stop the passing monsters, but more monsters still passed him and chased Fury and others. Intensive gunfire was heard again in the distance. Looking at Natasha who reappeared in front of him, Bucky sighed and clenched his fists, "Come on, I can spend the whole day with you." Facing the shameless Bucky, Natasha took out a green potion from behind and injected it into her body. Bucky raised his brows, suddenly feeling like a disaster was about to happen. As the saying goes, darkness is 3 times stronger, widening is 7 times weaker. The whitewashed Bucky stayed behind to cover their retreat, and when he met the evil Natasha, he was obviously in great danger. But Coulson didn't have time to think about it. With the reappearance of the Stranges, they entered combat status again. After fighting and retreating for a while, Fury heard the sound of Hill and his men fighting again, and immediately led the agents to move over there. Soon, Fury walked through a small door and the view in front of him suddenly opened up. This is the underground parking lot of SHIELD, which has a huge space and is filled with many rusty and old vehicles. In the distance, there was a fighter jet parked, but judging from its shabby appearance, it should not be able to be started and was just a decoration. Hill and his 2 companions brought the Triangle Iron-Head Man to this place. The fierce fight destroyed countless cars and cleared a large open space. As the space became larger, it became much easier for them to dodge and they were not in any danger. Fury felt relieved and asked everyone to guard the door to stop the monsters from chasing them. With the advantage of terrain, their interception became easier. At least it can last for more than 10 minutes. Fury looked at the people fighting in the parking lot again. The outcome there would be the key to determining the final result. After observing for a while, Fury frowned and found something wrong, they all lacked powerful weapons. Matt still had a long stick in his hand, while Hill and Agent May were only holding a dagger. They could only cause a little damage to the triangular iron-headed man each time, and they would recover quickly. On the contrary, once the triangular iron-headed man's attack falls on them, they will be seriously injured at best, and die at worst. The fault tolerance on both sides is simply not equal. Just as he was thinking about where to find suitable weapons for them, Fury suddenly had an idea and shouted, "Hill, go grab his weapons." "Yes, doesn't the Triangle Iron-Head Man have ready-made weapons in his hands?" Hill's eyes lit up, he seized the opportunity and pounced forward, grabbing the Triangle Iron-Headed Man's right arm. Agent May also reacted quickly and immediately restrained the Triangle Iron-Headed Man's left hand. Matt understood what they meant and rushed forward excitedly, reaching out to pry open the fingers of the Triangle Iron-Headed Man that were holding the machete. 1, 2, 3. The three superhumans who were injected with superhuman serum used up all their strength. Finally, the triangle iron-headed man's right hand loosened, and Matt directly snatched the machete. When he held it in his hand, Matt finally felt the true weight of the machete. "So, you have been fighting us with such a heavy object? That's amazing." Matt raised the machete with all his strength, the murderous intent in his body bursting out like substance, and chopped it down with all his strength. "Then die, monster." Under the gaze of everyone, the machete successfully split the triangular iron-headed man into two. But the next moment, endless black gas gushed out from the triangular iron-headed man's body, swallowing up everything. Not only Fury and others who were present, but also Bucky, who was strangled by Natasha, and Dr. Lizard, who was hiding in the distance, were all swallowed up by the black air. Chapter 55. Where is this place? Am I dead? In the thick darkness, Bucky walked alone with a confused look on his face, his arms folded. He was no longer the elegant and promising sergeant, but a helpless wretch. He staggered in the dark and lonely world, feeling abandoned by everyone. Suddenly, a strong light appeared in front of him. Bucky raised his hand to cover his eyes and vaguely saw a very familiar figure standing in the light. "Steve." A happy smile appeared on the old man's face again after decades, and Bucky rushed up excitedly like a child seeing his playmate. Looking at the unchanging star-spangled shield, his eyes couldn't help but moisten. "Steve, my brother, I finally see you again." However, the next second, he felt as if he had fallen into freezing water, and his heart was in unbearable pain as if it was being cut by a knife. "Brother? I don't have a brother as evil as you. Look at your hands. How many sins have you committed?" "My hand." Bucky looked down at his hands, which were stained with sticky blood. His vision was all red. He shook his head subconsciously. "No, I didn't do it, it wasn't me. Really not." The fragments of memories buried deep in his heart rolled out of his mind at the same time, and many strange yet familiar scenes appeared continuously in front of Bucky's eyes. Be they women, the elderly, children, agents, officials, or engineers, they all died at the muzzle of his gun or had their throats strangled by his metal arms. "No. This isn't true." Bucky rolled over on the ground holding his head, unable to accept the fact that his hands were covered in blood. "Bucky, you executioner, go to hell." The tall figure slowly left, taking away the light that represented warmth. "No. Don't leave me, Steve." Bucky looked at the gradually disappearing figure and lowered his head in despair. Fury walked cautiously in the dark, holding a pistol tightly in his hand, which gave him a little sense of security. He clearly remembered Matt taking the machete from the triangle ironhead and successfully cutting him in two. But now, how did he come to this strange place? It looks like it's not over yet. Fury looked around vigilantly, fearing that a strange person might suddenly appear. As if his thoughts were heard, many shadows suddenly appeared in the darkness, and their faces slowly appeared under Fury's gaze. There were men, women, young and old, and they looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Some were shot in various parts of their bodies and were bleeding, and some had black blood oozing out of 7 orifices. Fury looked at them strangely and sneered, "Why, you appear in front of me to let me know how many times you have made contributions? I could kill you before, and I can kill you now." A guy in a security uniform couldn't stand it anymore and made a hoarse sound. "Oh, it's you, brother." Fury shrugged, his expression unchanged. "I've already apologized, what else do you want? Please, you don't want me to pay with my life, do you? You are so naive. At most, I can give your relatives a small pension, just 1,000, no more." As the king of spies, he has always been thick-skinned and black-hearted. How could he be scared by a mere dead person? Suddenly, a cat meowed in the darkness. Fury's expression changed slightly, and he stared at that direction. He saw an ordinary orange cat walking out of the darkness. He shook his head and said in disbelief, "Impossible, how could it appear here? Unless all this is fake, it's all an illusion." He held his increasingly painful eyes and gritted his teeth as he watched the orange cat come to him, tilting its head to look at him, looking so adorable. Fury tightened his grip on the pistol but did not shoot. If it was the orange cat in his memory, no amount of guns would be of any use. Memory? Fury seemed to realize something. At this moment, the orange cat opened its mouth, and several thick tentacles covered with mucus suddenly stretched out from it, instantly wrapping around Fury's limbs and torso, lifting him up. It is indeed a UN-devouring beast. Even though his whole body was tied up, Fury was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered, "It's a pity that the UN-devouring beast I know is no longer on Earth. You are a fake." This sentence seemed to anger the orange cat, and a tentacle stretched out from its mouth again and pierced directly through his chest. Fury spat out a large mouthful of blood, feeling the pain of being pierced through, but his eyes did not change at all. "It's useless. This is all fake. When it comes to deceiving people, you're still a little bit behind." He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the darkness in front of him had disappeared. He was back in the underground parking lot, with all kinds of groans and screams surrounding his ears. Fury let out a long breath and looked around calmly, and found that everyone, including Coulson, was lying on the ground, with expressions of either fear or sadness. It seemed that they were trapped in that illusion and unable to escape. Even Hill, May, and Matt, who were not far away, were deeply immersed in it and couldn't extricate themselves. At the scene, only Fury woke up. He looked around and didn't see any monster, so he breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately walked to Coulson and shook him hard. "Hey, Coulson, wake up, that's an illusion." Coulson showed no sign of waking up. Instead, his brows furrowed even deeper, and he murmured to himself, "Lola, I am sorry for you. If it weren't for me, Barton wouldn't have been. Damn it, this is none of your business." Fury knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. He didn't expect that Coulson still felt guilty about Hawkeye. What does an agent do with such high moral standards? Fury shook his head in frustration and tried to wake up the others. Just at this moment, an agent let out an extremely shrill scream. A triangular iron helmet was covered on his head at some point. His clothes burst open, revealing his expanding body and limbs. Fury's eyes widened as he watched his subordinate turn into another triangular iron-headed man. All the shock and frustration in his heart turned into one sentence, and he blurted out, "Fuck you. This monster is difficult to kill, but after being killed, it can take over other people's bodies and resurrect again. It's a big deal." Fury felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. He no longer wanted to fight this damn monster to the death. He just wanted to get the remaining people out safely. Seeing that the Triangle Iron Head man had been resurrected successfully, he took a deep breath and rushed towards Hill. Behind him, the triangular iron-headed man looked at his empty right hand, raised his head to look at the machete in Matt's hand, raised his foot, and took a step forward. His speed was actually a bit faster than before. Chapter 56. In the underground parking lot, Fury was forced to burst out all his strength and reached Hill faster than the Triangle Iron Head man. She untied the tactical backpack that had been on her back and took out an iron box from it. A trace of solemnity flashed across Fury's eyes, and he carefully opened the iron box. Beams of bright blue light could not wait to drill out from the gap, reflecting Fury's dark face into a light blue like the sea, with rippling waves. "This thing is called the Cosmic Cube. More than half a century ago, it was in the hands of Hydra, and a large number of powerful weapons were developed through it. But Fury knew that this was only the smallest effect of the Cosmic Cube. More than 20 years ago, he experienced a major event that changed his life and met the strongest human being to date. The so-called Homelander that is being sought after by people in the world today is not qualified to be compared with her at all. She is the one who single-handedly annihilated a group of space battleships in the universe. The reason why she became so strong was because of the Cosmic Cube in front of Fury. Finally, with the help of metamorphosis, the Tesseract fell into Fury's hands, but because he was worried that its powerful energy would cause more danger, Fury only did a brief study of it and sealed it in the secret vault of Shield. Now, in order to fight against this god of punishment, Fury took out the Cosmic Cube in advance and gave it to Hill before going on the mission, allowing her to use it at the critical moment. Now, the critical moment has arrived. Fury took out the cosmic cube from the iron box, looked at the triangular iron-headed man who was almost in front of him, his face turned grim, he raised the hand holding the cosmic cube, and smashed it hard to the ground. He didn't know the true use of the cosmic cube, but he found in previous experiments that strong impacts would stimulate part of the cosmic cube's energy. In short, great effort can make miracles happen. The cosmic cube slammed heavily to the ground, and the next moment, a powerful energy wave burst out from the cosmic cube and spread in all directions. The air waves caused by the fluctuations blew away Fury and others who were nearby in the blink of an eye, and even the triangular iron-headed man was pushed back. Not only that, wherever this wave passes, the scene becomes extremely unreal like a mirage, and the white ground and brand new cars can be vaguely seen. That's the real world. Fury, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but smile. This time he made the right bet again. In an apartment dozens of kilometers away, Levi took a bite of the apple that Tom fed him and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Hey, I thought there was something strange in that backpack. It turns out it's really the cosmic cube? Black salted egg is really courageous. He's not afraid of losing both the wife and the army." He naturally knew that the space gem contained in the cosmic cube was actually one of the 6 infinity gems, which could just restrain the field expansion ability of the triangle iron-head man. It seemed that the play he directed was about to end. Levi glanced at his panel. Reputation value, 99643/100. After the continuous development of several strange stories during this period of time and the spread of Norman's reputation, after deducting the reputation points spent on granting abilities, his current reputation is about to break through 100,000, and he is almost able to unlock his 4th talent. Then let's have an unforgettable farewell ceremony. As for the space stone, it's of no use to him now, so just keep it in shield. It will be his sooner or later anyway. Under the power of the cosmic cube, or the space stone, the area covering the SHIELD base slowly disintegrated, revealing the originally clean and comfortable real world. Under Fury's intense gaze, the figure of the triangular iron-headed man gradually faded until it disappeared. But the cosmic cube did not stop. It trembled slightly on the ground, releasing a colorful light that enveloped Fury. Director. When Hill woke up and saw this scene, he flew out and pushed Fury away, and was enveloped by the colorful light. The beam of light shot straight up into the sky, and when the light dissipated, Hill had disappeared. "Hill!" Fury shouted, but naturally received no response. He walked wearily to the cosmic cube, which slowly stopped vibrating, picked it up, put it back into the iron box, and sealed it again. At this time, the survivors such as Coulson woke up one after another, looking at everything familiar around them with dazed expressions, as if they had had a very long nightmare. "Chief, has the triangular iron-headed man been dealt with?" Coulson walked over and asked. "No, I don't think so." Fury looked forward with a serious expression. Coulson followed his gaze and took a breath, only to see the blurry figure of the triangular iron-headed man appear in front of them. Around his enormous body, there were many strange figures gathered together. One of them was a familiar face that made Coulson clench his fists. Natasha. The triangular iron-headed man stared at the 2 men for a while, then turned around and took a step forward, holding his spear. Those strange figures, including Natasha, turned and left, and soon disappeared from the sight of Fury and the others. "Chief, where did they go?" "I don't know, maybe there will be another no-entry zone in New York City soon." Fury clenched his fists, feeling very depressed. This operation was a complete failure. Not only did it fail to solve the problem of the triangular iron-headed man, but it also resulted in the loss of 2 outstanding agents, Natasha and Hill. SHIELD is increasingly short of staff and is in urgent need of an injection of fresh blood. Fury glanced at Matt, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and walked over. "Matt, after this incident, you should have discovered that the world is not as safe as you thought. Many people's lives are threatened. SHIELD needs you very much." Matt didn't say anything. "I will form an elite team specifically to deal with this kind of monster, and you will be one of them." Fury emphasized, "Matt, we really need you." Matt nodded and said, "I can help you, but I have two conditions. First, Hell's Kitchen is under my control, and S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot interfere. Second, I need a very, very sharp knife. Fury was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he nodded. Yes, welcome to join the Avengers. The Avengers. After watching Fury and others leave, Matt gently stroked the palm of his right hand, where a raised mark appeared at some point. The shape is very similar to the machete he took away. Is this the Lord's arrangement for me? Then I don't need to hesitate any longer. Matt grinned and laughed evilly. Elsewhere, Dr. Lizard found himself back in the real world. Before Fury and the others could react, he quickly fled the base and hid in the sewers, continuing to work on his plan to open up the Lizard Kingdom. Just wait, damn humans, the world belongs to the lizard people. Chapter 57. In the detention room, Owen, the security guard who was the fire bearer, had been dead for a long time. It seemed that all the blood in his body had been sucked out by something, and his body was shriveled as if he had been dead for a long time. Coulson covered his nose and walked forward, looked at his palm, stood up and said, "Director, the mark on his palm has disappeared." "Just as I guessed." Fury said in a deep voice, "He is just the medium for the Triangle Ironhead to come into the world. After this incident, the Triangle Ironhead is likely to become stronger and can act alone without a medium. It is also possible that he will take the initiative to find a medium like Owen and create a serious incident like this again." Coulson recalled the many figures of the Triangle Iron Man leaving with a group of monsters including Natasha, and was shocked. If we ignore him, won't he create more and more monsters? By then, America will become a desolate world with no living people, only monsters. Fury turned and walked out of the holding room, leaving behind a cold voice, "So, we must completely eliminate him before he becomes unstoppable. The only good news is that the Cosmic Cube can work on the Triangle Iron Man, but it can only repel it, not destroy it, so the focus of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s work in the future will be to redevelop and study the Cosmic Cube." Fury deeply regretted wasting so many years and letting the Cosmic Cube gather dust in the warehouse. When a powerful weapon appears in front of him, he should not be afraid, but should completely control it. Coulson caught up with Fury and said, "Director, have you decided to launch the Avengers project?" "Yes, this incident also shows that the human wave tactic is no longer applicable. We need a strong team capable of handling all kinds of dangerous situations. The number of people does not need to be too large, 5 or 6 will be enough, but they must be able to stand the test and be truly willing to make sacrifices for the country and the people." Fury turned his head to look at his loyal subordinates and said, S.H.I.E.L.D's resources will be tilted towards them and we will fully support them. Currently, I have only invited Matt Murdock. His performance this time is remarkable. The only doubt is whether the side effects of the superhuman serum will distort his personality. Through observation of Agents Hill and May, it was not difficult for them to discover that the superhuman serum was likely to have the side effect of making people irritable and violent. Now, Agent May has been sent for a psychiatric evaluation, and the remaining superhuman serum has been sent for in-depth research and analysis, and the results will be out soon. Coulson nodded slightly. Matt is indeed outstanding. I will try my best to arrange for him to undergo a psychiatric evaluation. In addition, I would like to recommend someone else. It's Sergeant Bucky, right? After returning to reality, they quickly found the injured Bucky and sent him to treatment. Correct. He's a good candidate, but he's not in the right shape right now, and we don't know anything about his past decades. Leave him to me, I'll take care of it. Row. Fury patted Coulson on the shoulder and didn't tell him about Hawkeye. Fury believed that Coulson would deal with his inner problems. In the apartment, Jerry was doing housework, Tom was serving Levi, and Levi was enjoying himself. It was a beautiful scene of joy and happiness. Similar to what Fury and the others thought, the Triangle Ironhead Man will continue to move in the future, creating more strange things and harvesting wave after wave of fear and reputation. Of course, the harvesting speed cannot be too slow or too fast. We must leave them enough time to breed fear and let this strange story spread, but we must also give them a little pressure to enable them to thrive. Norman did not make this move randomly. He shoulders a more important role, such as recruiting more and more heroes under his command, marching into the universe in the near future, and spreading ghost stories to all parts of the universe. Are 70 billion humans on Earth a lot? It is indeed a lot, but compared with the vast universe, it is not worth mentioning. Instead of waiting for the purple potato spirit Thanos to attack on Earth, it is better to take the initiative. Thanos, the reputation he can provide must be quite a lot. Levi chuckled and looked at the panel. Reputation value, 100147/10. Talent. One strange body, can transform into a strange body and can only be harmed by supernatural forces. 2. Belief in evil gods. The more people know of your existence, the stronger your power will be. 3. Granting abilities. You can spend reputation points to grant abilities to other creatures, control their life and death, and use their abilities at any time. 4. Void creation. You can create items with strange abilities, which requires reputation points. 5. Unlocked. Unlocked when reputation reaches 10. Tisk tisk, with only the 4th talent, he can already create things out of thin air? This is too powerful. Levi didn't know how strong he was now, but anything like Thor should be able to solve with just a snap of his fingers. He didn't know if he could defeat Ancient One and Odin, but as long as they didn't cause trouble for him, he would continue to stay away. In a year or two, Levi would no longer take them seriously. However, the 5th talent actually requires 10 million reputation points to unlock. Isn't it even more outrageous in the future? Fortunately, Marvel has enough heroes to fight for. Then let's play with some little gadgets first. Levi spread out his palms, and with a subtle wave, a book with a black cover, a strange-shaped fruit, a mask with a hideous face, and a bottle of ordinary potion that looked like a drink appeared on his empty palms. The next step is to find someone who is destined to be with you. Recently, Eddie has been very successful. Because he came out on top in reporting on his homeland, he became a famous journalist far and wide. Every day, beautiful women of all kinds come up to him, hoping to get even a little bit of the latest information from Eddie. Of course, there are always some interesting things happening during this period. Due to limited space, I will not describe it in detail here. Anyway, that night, Eddie escaped from a group of beauties again, burped, and walked outside the bar. He looked around with drunken eyes, and walked to a vending machine at the corner of the alley, ready to buy some sobering drinks. However, he saw some strange things placed inside, only one of which looked like a drink. What's going on? Vending machines are selling groceries too? 10 yuan? That's quite expensive. It's okay. I have plenty of money. Eddie didn't take it seriously. He took out a few coins, put them into the vending machine, and clicked the buy button, without noticing that the price below the drink was not $10, but 10 years of life. Boom! The purchase was successful, and the drink fell to the bottom and was taken out by him. Assassin's Potion? Hi, weird name. Tons, tons, tons. Eddie unscrewed the cap and drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 58. After briefly dealing with the affairs of the New York branch, Fury handed the rest of the matters to Coulson, and he returned to the SHIELD headquarters in Washington to deal with more pressing official business. At least, this incident caused quite a stir, and many people probably heard about it, so he needed to carefully consider how to write the report. Oh, if only Hill were here. She handled all these tasks very well. Also consider who will take over Hill's job. Fury walked towards his office while thinking. When he grasped the door handle of the office door, he frowned, reached his right hand behind him and grasped the pistol. He gently pushed the door open, quickly slipped in, and pointed his gun at the dark shadow in the room. Well, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for most of the night. A very familiar voice sounded, and Fury loosened his grip on the pistol a little, turned on the light, and saw a man wearing red and gold armor, chewing a hamburger in his hand. Tony Stark? How come you are here? This scene was really beyond Fury's expectations. In his impression, Tony should stay at home or go out to have fun. How could he wear a strange armor, run into SHIELD, and sit in his seat? Tony stuffed the remaining burger into his mouth, chewed it with big mouthfuls, licked the salad dressing left on the fingers of his battle suit, and replied, "Of course I have something to do with you. You are the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, right? Tisk, you're even darker than in the photo. I'm asking you, why do you know the location of SHIELD? After saying that, Fury suddenly reacted and narrowed his eyes. The SHIELD database was attacked some time ago. It was you who did it. Bingo. Tony smiled and crossed his legs. Your network is rubbish. It hasn't been upgraded in a long time. Hey, put your guns away quickly. Be careful of accidental discharge. Fury's face darkened. He put away his gun and said, the SHIELD network is upgraded every month. Well, then I advise you to fire them all. I will upgrade your firewall and ensure that no one can break it in the future. Fury ignored him and walked to the desk, resting his hands on it, looking down at Tony. Take care of yourself first. You should know that just because you broke into SHIELD without permission, I can arrest you immediately for espionage. Tony's heart was not injured and he was very strong. He didn't care about Fury's threat at all. He smiled and said, "Come on, don't tell me these useless things. Let's just be direct. I'll say it first. I'm here to cooperate with you this time." Cooperation? About what? About the Avengers. Hearing these words, Fury's pupils shrank slightly and he stared at Tony. Tony didn't care and continued, "Many of your SHIELD's secrets are not secrets to me. I also know very well what this glamorous world is hiding in secret. The man in the mirror, the Headless Horseman, the Faceless Man, the Firebringer. You can't solve any of these. So, you really need my help now." "You? A dude's help? Oh, it seems that your intelligence is not very well informed." Tony pointed at his iron suit and said, "I'm not a playboy now, I'm Iron Man." Iron Man? Fury looked at the high-tech armor Tony was wearing and cursed the guys from the intelligence team in his heart. How come he didn't get any intelligence about such an important matter? "I can join the Avengers, provided that I become the captain," Tony said confidently. "Trust me, I will lead the Avengers to wipe out all those ghosts." Before today, Fury still had a 10% chance of believing what Tony said, but now, after experiencing the education of the Triangle Iron Head Man, he just wanted to sneer. "Tony, you know nothing. They are not something that can be explained by science." Fury shook his head and said, "Besides, I will not let you be the captain. I already have a better candidate in mind." Tony stopped smiling and said in disbelief, "A better candidate than me, are you kidding?" There was no smile on Fury's face. The two of them stared at each other without giving in. After confirming with their eyes, they knew that they were both strong-willed people and it would be difficult for them to bow to each other. All right. You're going to regret this, Nick Fury." Tony stood up, his mask fell to cover his face, his eyes lit up with orange light, and then flames spurted out from the soles of his feet and the palms of his hands. He flew up, smashed the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, rushed into the night sky, and soon disappeared. Fury looked silently at the broken glass on the ground, waved his hand to tell anyone who heard the noise to leave. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. Things shouldn't have developed like this. Even if Tony was qualified to join the Avengers, he should have been the one to invite Tony to join. However, Tony's powerful appearance made Fury realize that his control over him was invalid, and the former playboy had become Iron Man without his knowledge. He would never regret rejecting Tony, because he would not allow an unstable person like Tony to join his Avengers, which would only make the situation more out of his control. The Avengers should also be the Avengers of SHIELD. "Damn you, you rejected me? No one can reject Tony Stark." Tony flew in the air in the iron suit, and the anger in his heart slowly dissipated. "Forget it. It doesn't matter if things don't go the same way. Maybe things will be better if I don't cooperate with him. That guy looks like a super evil person. He might sell me out." The only mistake was that Tony didn't find a good opportunity to touch Fury and couldn't see more future scenes. "Then let's implement the second plan, and I will form the team myself." Tony already had a candidate. The first one is his good friend, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, who controls an iron battle suit specially designed for him, and his strength is not much different. Then the second one is... okay, Tony couldn't think of a second candidate for the time being. He couldn't let Happy go, right? It's too hard for Happy. Or, why not just create a large number of Iron Man suits and let Jarvis control them? That seems like a good idea. I'm such a genius. Tony immediately decided that in the process of looking for the third member, he would continue to create new iron suits and form his own iron suit army. When the time comes and we encounter the enemy, thousands and thousands of iron suits will go into battle and will be invincible. This is his money power. Chapter 59. In the bright room, Bucky was lying on the bed, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the strange ceiling above, not knowing what he was thinking. He has been in this position for a long time. Suddenly, there were 3 knocks on the door. After a few seconds, Coulson pushed the door open and looked at Bucky, who didn't react. He pursed his lips, smiled and said, "I just passed by and saw the light in the room, so I came in to take a look. I knew you might not be able to sleep, so I brought you a bottle of wine." Coulson pulled over a chair and sat down, then handed the bottle of wine in his hand to Bucky. "Come on, have a drink. This is vodka. It has a high alcohol content and it's easy to get drunk." Bucky's eyes finally showed some fluctuations. He turned his eyeballs and looked at the vodka in front of him. He slowly stood up, held the bottle in his hand, and his dry lips trembled slightly. "I haven't had a drink in a long, long time." "Then you should drink it. Come on, cheers." Coulson raised the beer in his hand, took several gulps before putting it down, then shook the bottle and signaled with his eyes. Bucky stroked the bottle and easily unscrewed the cap with his metal arm. He smelled the strong and familiar smell of alcohol, and his throat moved unconsciously. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised the bottle, brought the bottle mouth to his mouth, closed his eyes slightly, raised his head, and savored the high-concentration alcohol entering his mouth, flowing through his throat, leaving a burning sensation. Cough, cough, cough. Bucky covered his mouth and coughed violently a few times. Coulson at the side smiled and said, "Drink slowly, it's very strong." Bucky calmed down and nodded, "It is indeed very high. Very good. I used to like drinking strong liquor, and those people were no match for me, including Steve. At that time, he was still very thin and weak, and was often regarded as a child and kicked out of the bar." As he spoke, Bucky took another sip of vodka, his eyes blurry and a faint smile on his lips. "I remember one time, I asked Steve to come over to my house to play. We were the only 2 people at home, so I went to steal my dad's wine to drink. Steve only drank 2 sips and his face turned red. He fell asleep drunk. This incident made me laugh for a long time." Coulson listened quietly at the side, occasionally drinking a sip of wine with envy on his face. This kind of friendship that grows together from childhood to adulthood is the most precious treasure in the world. But Bucky's expression suddenly became painful, tears flashing in his red eyes. "I am no longer worthy of standing by Steve's side. It would have been great if I had fallen off the cliff and died directly. Why did you let me survive? Why did you let me be captured by Hydra and brainwashed into a killing machine that only knows how to kill? I am no longer the hero that everyone admires. I am an executioner and a bastard who deserves to go to hell." From Bucky's few words, Coulson reconstructed Bucky's experiences over the past few decades. The anger and regret in his heart were intertwined, making him feel deep sympathy for the soldier in front of him who should have been a hero. No wonder he appeared in Osborn Building. It turned out that he was ordered to snatch the Superman serum from Natasha. In other words, the armed team that day were from Hydra? Wasn't Hydra supposed to have been destroyed decades ago? How come it still has such a strong influence? Coulson realized that there was a huge conspiracy hidden in this, but before informing Fury, he had to first counsel the man in front of him who was unable to extricate himself from the pain. "Bucky, are you going to admit defeat? Are you going to give up?" Coulson grabbed Bucky's shoulders and looked him straight in the eyes. "Look into my eyes and tell me, are you willing to die with the name of executioner? Or are you willing to use the rest of your time to change it and become a hero in people's hearts again? The past cannot be changed. Instead of dwelling on it, we should focus on the future. Bucky, think about it, if Captain America is in front of you, what will he say to you? After drinking a few bowls of chicken soup, Bucky's eyes gradually brightened. Steve, would pat me on the shoulder and let me follow him. Yes, Captain America will not give up any of his teammates. No, no. Bucky shook his head again. Once I face those Hydra guys, I will most likely be controlled by them again. I can't resist. Coulson gave him a reassuring look. Don't worry, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. will handle this matter, and we will never let you be controlled by Hydra again. Until then, just stay here. Looking at Coulson's sincere eyes, Bucky finally nodded, okay. The next day, Eddie woke up because he was suffocating. He opened his hazy eyes, crawled out from the pile of white arms, and with his remaining little thinking ability, he staggered to the bathroom, took out the water pipe, and sprayed out a stream of hot water. After finishing, he shivered, pulled up his pants, washed his hands casually, and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing the spring scenery all over the bed, Eddie slowly regained consciousness, his mind full of question marks. What's going on? What happened last night? Why don't I have any recollection of coming here? He woke up one of the beauties and wanted to ask her what happened last night, but the beauty looked very happy. Of course I did a lot of things. I did all this. Who else is it if it's not you? Impossible. He knows his own business. If he were 10 years younger, Eddie would still be able to pat his chest and say I really did it. But now, it is a great achievement for him to satisfy one or two people. How could he have such a miraculous record? I said, you didn't take medicine. Take medicine? Eddie suddenly had an idea. He seemed to have really drunk a bottle of drink last night. It seemed to be called Assassin's Potion? No way. He had a bad feeling in his heart, so he quickly put on his clothes and ran out. As soon as he started running, Eddie clearly felt that his body was very different from before. His heavy body, which used to be out of breath after running a few steps, became extremely light. With a light jump, he leaped 3 or 4 meters, and his aura did not change at all. When he ran to the corner, Eddie was about to run into a breakfast cart pushed by a waiter. His pupils shrank, and he put his hand on the cart. His body jumped up directly, rolled 2.5 times in the air, perfectly past the cart, and landed lightly on the floor behind it. Eddie looked at his hands in shock, certain that something was really wrong with his body. Could it be that what he drank last night was not some drink, but a real and effective assassin potion? Oh, that vending machine! Eddie ran back to the door of the bar last night, but he couldn't find the vending machine from last night. It had disappeared out of thin air. Broken. This was the only thought in Eddie's mind. Chapter 60. Something bad is going to happen. In the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson looked at Eddie, who looked panicked, and frowned slightly. Calm down and speak slowly. Oh. Eddie took a deep breath, looked around carefully, and said softly, I think I ran into something dirty again. Coulson raised his eyebrows, tell me more. So Eddie told him what happened last night when he was drunk. I went to look for that vending machine early this morning, but it just evaporated and disappeared. Could it be an illusion that you saw when you were drunk? How is this possible? Eddie was a little anxious. Although I don't remember them clearly, I drew them all based on my memory. Look. He handed over a picture album. Coulson took it and opened it. The first thing he saw was an ordinary vending machine that could be seen everywhere. He didn't see anything strange about it. The next few are a bit weird. First, there was a brown bottle with Assassin's Potion written on it, which should be the potion that Eddie drank. Then there was a hideous mask shaped like an evil spirit and a fruit with strange patterns on it, and finally a black book with Death Note written on the cover. Death Note? Coulson was surprised and asked, you were drunk, weren't you? How can you remember all these details so clearly? I have a good memory. Eddie rolled up his sleeves and showed off his bulging biceps. The most direct evidence is my body. I used to be just fat, but now I am full of muscles. I can easily beat your elite agents. Carlson snorted, and instantly seemed to be possessed by a host. Really? I don't believe it. Unless you fight with our agents right here. In fact, he already believed most of it, but since Eddie always liked to exaggerate, he wanted to actually evaluate Eddie's fighting ability. Eddie smiled confidently, no problem. You'd better pick a stronger one. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and might hurt him. You don't have to worry about this. Carlson took Eddie to the training room and found a tall and handsome agent. He's Ward, the most capable fighter among my men. Oh, hi, I'm Eddie, nice to meet you. Ward nodded lightly, picked up the gloves beside him, threw them to Eddie, and put on another pair of gloves. Okay, that's a cool dude. Eddie shrugged, put on his boxing gloves awkwardly, and said in a frivolous tone, I want to apologize to you in advance. I haven't mastered my strength yet. I might accidentally hurt you later. If you can't do it, remember to admit defeat. This sentence plus his asking for a punch tone made Ward slightly angry. He jumped onto the ring, looked down at Eddie and hooked his finger at him. Wait a minute, I'll be quick. Eddie was still struggling with the gloves. Carlson couldn't bear to watch it and walked over to help him put them on. Come on, Eddie, show me what you can do now. No problem, just keep your eyes open and watch carefully. Eddie stretched his muscles and looked at the more than 1 meter high railing of the ring. He was a little nervous. It would have been difficult to jump over it before, but now. He took a deep breath and jumped hard. It was as if his feet were equipped with springs. He jumped 2 or 3 meters high and almost hit his head on the ceiling. Wow! Eddie, who was in mid-air, screamed in panic and even closed his eyes in fear. But in the eyes of Carlson and Ward, he was like a feather without any weight, floating across the small ring and landing on the ground on the other side. Carlson's face suddenly became solemn. This scene that violated the laws of physics was indeed another mysterious incident. According to the naming rules of S.H.I.E.L.D., this should be an incident code named MS-026, which is the 26th mysterious incident discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. Are there 26 of them? There are more and more. On the other side, Eddie found that it was just a false alarm. He opened his eyes and smiled embarrassedly, haha, sorry, I used too much force. He tried again, this time he controlled his strength a little, and finally succeeded in jumping onto the ring. Now, Ward no longer looked down on Eddie. Although the other party was stupid and ugly, he did have a power beyond that of ordinary people. He also slowly stretched his muscles, preparing himself to go all out. Cough cough. Carlson coughed twice and reminded, are you two ready? Ready. Ah. Then let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, Eddie struck a strange posture and made a few weird noises from time to time, which scared Ward, who didn't know what was going on, and he took 2 steps back, thinking that he was using some big move. Only Carlson sighed silently, seeing through that Eddie was just trying to be cool, but it wasn't cool. Ward quickly calmed down when he saw that Eddie was simply circling around him without any other movements. Then he found that Eddie was full of flaws. He hesitated for a moment and did not rush forward, but chose to continue observing. 2 minutes later, Ward was quite sure that Eddie was just a rookie in fighting who knew nothing, so he slid forward with a sneer, ready to beat him up. As a result, when Eddie saw Ward rushing towards him, he got nervous and started shouting and pumping his fists. Ward only felt dense fist shadows appearing in front of him. Before he had time to retreat, he felt countless fists falling on him. He groaned, flew backwards, hit the guardrail of the ring, and his nose was bleeding. The old Eastern proverb "a random punch can kill a master" echoed in Carlson's mind, and he hurried forward to help Ward up. Ward, are you okay? No, it's okay. Ward raised his head and covered his nostrils, not wanting to expose his miserable appearance to others. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Eddie stepped forward with a deep sense of apology, I swear, I really don't want this to happen. It's okay, just a superficial wound. Carlson gave Ward a quick check and let him go to the medical room for treatment on his own, but a question arose in his mind. Considering the way Eddie punched just now, it's a bit unusual that Ward only got slightly injured, unless Eddie's agility was enhanced and his strength wasn't actually increased much. To see if it was as he guessed, he would have to ask Eddie to have a full body checkup. What? Another checkup? This is necessary. You don't think that you can obtain this kind of power without paying any price, do you? There is no such good thing in this world. But I was fine last time, too. Carlson suddenly stared at Eddie's hair and said in a strange tone, "You seem to have a lot more white hair on your head." "No way? Maybe I'm too tired lately." "No, maybe there is another possibility." Chapter 61. Dr. Lizard, wearing a coat that he had stolen from somewhere and wrapped himself tightly, stood in a corner, looking at the heavily guarded Osborne building in front of him, cursing in his heart. "Damn it, my experimental equipment and other things are still in the lab. If I can't get them, I'll have to spend a lot of time preparing them again." It originally planned to break in when it was dark and windy, but the Osborne building had just experienced a serious accident and there were a lot of people coming in and out. It waited for a whole night but didn't find a suitable opportunity. Of course, it doesn't care about these people, but if it is discovered, the native may soon appear in front of it. Ever since being educated by those people from SHIELD, Dr. Lizard has put away his arrogance. He has to admit that there are many humans who can compete with him. So, it has to proceed with caution. Seeing more and more people on the road, Dr. Lizard sighed helplessly, lifted the manhole cover, and his figure quickly disappeared. In Osborne building, Norman hadn't slept for a long time. "We encountered an attack? Haha, that didn't happen. The media just made it up. With our countrymen here, who would dare to mess around in Osborne Tower? Of course, the Superman serum is fine." With the help of the military to block the news, Norman announced to the public that it was just a minor accident in the laboratory in Osborne building and it was nothing serious. Therefore, the share price of Austin Group was not affected too much. However, the shareholders kept calling, which made Norman feel annoyed. Then let's find an opportunity to let them become destined people and disappear one by one in the mysterious incident. After hanging up the phone, Norman breathed a tired sigh of relief. Opposite him, Harry's eyes were full of anger. "Father, haven't you found out who did this? They are simply tired of living. Calm down." "How do you want me to calm down?" Harry clenched his fists until they made a crackling sound. "Those guys actually dared to attack Osborne Tower and steal all the superhuman serum. They didn't even take me seriously." "Ah." Norman smiled and said, "If they didn't take you seriously, they wouldn't have deliberately chosen a time when you couldn't get away. They are just a bunch of little mice living in dark corners. They are not worth our attention. Sooner or later, we will step on them and kill them. Harry, what you have to do now is to be a good citizen of your country and crack down on criminals. Make those evil guys tremble when they hear your name." After hearing his words, Harry slowly calmed down. "Father, you are right, I just need to wait for them to jump out and then step on them to death. Then I will go around again to see if there are any criminals." Having said that, without waiting for Norman to speak, he flew out of the open French window and disappeared in an instant. Tisk, what innocent children there are! Norman took a sip of black coffee and smiled with satisfaction. By now, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra should have discovered the flaw in the Superman serum. With their scientific research level, it won't take long for them to eliminate this defect. However, they will soon discover that the injection of superhuman serum without side effects will be much weaker than the original one. Therefore, whether to choose strength or reason is really a difficult decision. No matter what choice they make, the world will become more chaotic and superheroes will have a better environment to survive. By then, there will be more and more people waiting to take advantage of the situation. It was a wonderful time. Norman leaned back in his chair and looked out the window. It was sunny outside. "It's fine. Your mental evaluation is within normal range, but it would be better if you could get some rest." "Well, I'll pay attention." Matt smiled as he said goodbye to the S.H.I.E.L.D. psychiatrist, but when he turned around, his smile immediately disappeared. Then he found Carlson who was busy. "The doctor said I needed to rest." "Well, you do need to rest for a while." Carlson paused and said, "I'll contact you again in a few days. There are some things we need to resolve." "Understood. I'll be ready." "Well, Go ahead. You probably haven't been home for a long time. Home, huh? Walking out of SHIELD and feeling the warm sunshine, Matt smiled to himself and put on his hood to block out the sunlight. He lost his home a long time ago. In other words, Hell's Kitchen is his home. After Kingpin's fall, things in Hell's Kitchen didn't get better, they got worse. It was so bad that even the money-making business of the Handicap Society was affected. The Hand is an evil organization composed of a group of ninja killers. Its headquarters is in Sakura Country. Its top leaders are Mrs. Gao and 5 other fingers. The current head of the Hand in New York is Mrs. Gao, who mainly does some food processing business in Hell's Kitchen. Due to their incorrect skin color, the Hand has been suppressed by Kingpin in Hell's Kitchen. Now without Kingpin, Mrs. Gao's ambitions begin to stir. This is the most appropriate time. As long as she secretly conquers a local gang and helps them become the new generation of underground kings of Hell's Kitchen and even New York, it will be equivalent to the Hand taking control of the underground kingdom of New York. So, Mrs. Gao quietly controlled a group of local gang members, used ninjas to assassinate other gang leaders who posed a threat, and expanded her territory on a large scale. However, the complexity of Hell's Kitchen is far beyond Mrs. Gao's imagination, and it will take some time to fully control Hell's Kitchen. Before that, Mrs. Gao needed a green channel for the circulation of food to ensure that everyone in Hell's Kitchen had food to eat. In the dark factory, a group of ragged people are manually processing and packaging food. Mrs. Gao, who is beautiful and kind-hearted, brought them here specifically to prevent them from being persecuted in Hell's Kitchen. Not only did they provide them with simple jobs, safe homes, and delicious meals, they also considerately blinded their eyes to prevent them from being inattentive at work and seeing things they shouldn't see. Of course, all communication tools such as mobile phones will also be confiscated. In order to allow the workers to work with greater peace of mind, there are fully armed security guards patrolling everywhere, which greatly enhances the sense of security, and there is no need to worry about anyone causing trouble. However, there are still people who cannot accept this kind of blessing. In the darkness, a ghostly figure loomed, occasionally appearing behind a security guard, slitting their throat with an equally dull rapier, and slowly knocking them to the ground. Although his actions were perfect, the monitoring room soon realized that someone had broken in and sounded the alarm. The quiet factory immediately became boiling, the workers were driven into the dungeon for protection, and the security guards were filled with righteous indignation and vowed to kill the hateful intruders. Chapter 62. Quick, the people from Group 7 have stopped him. He's gone again. All the people in Group 7 are dead. How long has it been? Turn on the lights. No, the circuit is destroyed. What? The person in charge of the monitoring room was sweating profusely as he listened to the screams on the intercom. He couldn't understand how a mere one person could easily kill so many people while surrounded by so many security guards. Even now I still can't see his appearance clearly. Could it be that it's not a human but a ghost? Recently he often heard about strange things happening somewhere. He used to scoff at it, but now he is horrified. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. He turned around and saw a crutch falling down. He resisted the urge to dodge and took the blow head-on, falling to the ground with a groan. Even though there was a wound on his forehead and blood was flowing, he did not dare to reach out to wipe it. He just lay on the ground tremblingly and said respectfully, "Madam." The one who hit him with the cane was Mrs. Gao. She was leaning on a cane, her body hunched over, and her face full of wrinkles and age spots, but one could still vaguely see her former beauty and charm. Now, Mrs. Gao's face was full of anger, and she picked up her crutch and poked the floor with force. "You are all useless. With so many people, you can't even catch one person. What use do I have for you?" "No, ma'am, he's not a man, he's a ghost." "What ghost?" "It's obviously the evil-hating Daredevil. Only he can move unhindered in the dark." But, doesn't Daredevil never kill?" "Hi, never kill." Mrs. Gao said disdainfully, "Only children would believe such a statement. Once a person possesses power beyond that of an ordinary person, he will sooner or later release the evil in his heart. Human nature is evil, and he is just returning to his normal self." In her opinion, Daredevil, who used to suppress himself, was sick and twisted, but now it is normal for him to kill people like grass. Then, what should we do? The person in charge asked hesitantly. Daredevil who started killing people was undoubtedly a nightmare for people like them. Mrs. Gao smiled grimly. It doesn't matter, I have already sent out 4 shadow killers. No matter how powerful Daredevil is, he is dead. I do not think so. With a loud bang, the door of the monitoring room was kicked open, and Matt, wearing a special SHIELD battle suit, walked in and threw out a guy dressed in black ninja costume. As soon as he hit the ground, the man's entire body turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. Mrs. Gao is a beautiful and kind-hearted person who never kills Daredevil. The two people who are at the top of Hell's Kitchen finally meet. Mrs. Gao narrowed her eyes at Matt who had barged in. There was no fear on her face, only confusion. The shadow killers can actively slow down the heartbeat, and they happen to be your nemesis. How did you kill them? It's simple. I'm better than them. Matt's tone was calm as if he was stating something that was a matter of course. He looked at Madame Gao and said, "You are the leader of these ninjas? Tell me, do you want to live or die?" Mrs. Gao laughed angrily. She had lived for more than 400 years and had seen many ignorant people, but Daredevil was the only one who knew her identity and dared to talk to her like that. "Young man, don't be so arrogant. Have you heard this saying? There are always people better than you." Matt shook his head. "I used to think I could convince others with words, but now I understand that fists are more effective." As he said this, he raised his feet and walked towards Madame Gao. "Who is the mountain outside the mountain? You have to fight to find out." "Good, good." Mrs. Gao shouted 3 times, then suddenly raised the cane in her hand and stabbed Matt. However, Matt was faster. He quickened his pace and barely dodged the cane. He approached Mrs. Gao and turned the bloody dagger in his hand, slashing it towards Mrs. Gao's neck. So fast! Mrs. Gao finally knew how the shadow killer died. The reflection of the dagger in her pupils grew bigger and bigger, and her hair stood on end, and she actually felt the threat of approaching death. At the critical moment, she flipped her left palm and pushed forward with all her strength. Boom! The sudden gust of air hit Matt, pushing him back several meters and back to the door. "What is this? Your palm clearly didn't touch me." Matt looked up and asked in confusion. "After taking a full-strength palm strike from me, your breath isn't disturbed at all?" Mrs. Gao's right eyelid twitched. She reached out and touched her neck. Her fingers were wet and stained with blood. Almost had her throat cut. Why is Daredevil so strong? How can Daredevil be so strong? For so many years, she thought she had forgotten the oppression of death, but she actually felt it in this boy. Matt didn't hear Mrs. Gao's answer, and he didn't get any information from his stagnant heartbeat. He snorted and walked up again. "If you rely on this trick, you're making a wrong calculation." "Wait a moment." Mrs. Gao's expression changed, and she raised her voice. "Daredevil, there is no hatred between us, there is no need to fight to the death. There is no life and death struggle, only life and death. Daredevil, I admit defeat. Tell me your purpose." Madame Gao's ability to judge the situation is indispensable for her to live to this day. She also wants to restore her youth and live hundreds of more years. How can she die in this place? Matt stopped and said, "You and your men must submit to me and become my subordinates. Otherwise, you will die." It turned out that he just wanted to subdue them. Mrs. Gao thought it was an even more excessive request, but they were indeed just young people. She has pretended to surrender before, but so-called face is worthless to her. "No problem." Madame Gao answered decisively, "From now on, I am yours. However, I only lead a part of the hand. There are 4 others at the same level as me. It doesn't matter. As long as they don't come to New York or Hell's Kitchen, I won't bother with them." Can I ask what your plans are for the future?" "Plan?" Matt said in a deep voice, "I will conquer all the gangs in Hell's Kitchen and rule the entire Hell's Kitchen. I will replace Kingpin and become the new order maker in Hell's Kitchen. From now on, the evil in Hell's Kitchen will no longer exist." Mrs. Gao took a deep breath and felt more and more that Matt was seriously ill. "Daredevil, how about we aim higher? At least rule all of New York. Don't question my decision. Matt warned sternly, don't think I don't know what's in your mind. Remember, I can kill you anytime I want. Also, let's destroy this place and resettle those workers. Yes. Mrs. Gao's eyes blurred and she could no longer see Daredevil. Her eyes gradually turned cold as she looked at the man huddled in the corner. No, don't kill me, I didn't hear anything. Daredevil? Ha, he's just a stubborn lunatic. Mrs. Gao took back the red-stained cane, regained her previous elegance, and slowly left the factory. Behind him, the flames burned fiercely and did not go out for a long time. Chapter 63. What? My bones are 10 years older than my years. At the SHIELD branch, after seeing his own test report, Eddie Hood stood up with shock and heartache written all over his face. Damn vending machine, not only did it cheat me out of 10 years of my youth, it also swallowed up $10 from me. Is this the point? Carlson held his forehead, speechless at Eddie's train of thought. However, I don't know why these strange events favor him so much. Last time he encountered a parchment that was suspected to be made by the devil, and this time he was cheated of 10 years of his life. Fortunately, it was not in vain, at least his physical fitness has improved a lot. Is this the special talent that Director Fury mentioned? Maybe it will really have miraculous effects in the future. Carlson thought for a while and said, Eddie, from now on, you are an official member of SHIELD, not just an informant. Oh. Eddie responded weakly, still grieving the loss of 10 years of life and $10. It doesn't matter whether he is an informant or a formal member. Looking at the dejected Eddie, Carlson raised his eyebrows and said, you still need a lot of training to master your strength. Come with me, I will find a suitable teacher for you. Oh. Immersed in his own sorrow, Eddie dazedly followed Carlson to the training room. As soon as he opened the door, the smell of sweat mixed with a strange aroma wafted into Eddie's nose. He immediately came to his senses and looked carefully. In front of him, there was a beautiful woman with a curvy figure working out on a butterfly machine. Every time he squeezed his chest and expanded his chest, he showed the charm of strength. Eddie soon widened his eyes and stood up straight. Cough cough. Carlson coughed twice, waking Eddie up, and introduced, this is May, an elite agent of SHIELD. This is Eddie, who will probably be your new teammate in the future. He hasn't fully mastered his powers yet, so he needs you to train him. Agent May looked at Eddie, whose eyes flickered, and curled the corners of her mouth. Training? Sure, what I like to do most is to train newcomers. Eddie didn't notice the deep meaning in Agent May's smile. He nodded repeatedly and said, May, Agent May, please give me more advice in the future. Seeing that neither of them had any objections, Carlson gave Agent May a go-easy look, observed 2 seconds of silence for Eddie, then quickly walked out of the training room and closed the door considerately. Hi, another thing is done. Although Eddie is not very reliable, he is still a man worth using. Let's report it to the director and let him make the decision. Carlson returned to the office and took out a document from a pile of documents. When he opened it, he saw a photo inside of it, showing a man in a red and blue uniform wandering between buildings. Spider-Man, maybe he can too. Hackio. Uncle Ben, who was swinging the spider silk between the buildings, suddenly sneezed and almost hit the wall on the side. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and shot the spider silk to the building on the other side in time, changing the direction and avoiding it. He landed on the eaves of a detached villa and rubbed his nose. Who is talking about me again? Is there someone who wants to ask me for help? At this time, a childish voice sounded, who are you? Uncle Ben looked down and saw a cute little girl of about 4 or 5 years old. She was standing in the yard, looking up at himself who was squatting on the eaves. Hello, lovely lady, my name is Spider-Man, what's yours? My name is Patty. Spider-Man, can you help me take down the kite up there? Oh, of course, baby. Uncle Ben looked around and soon found a swallow kite entangled in the antenna. He carefully untied the rope, picked up the kite, jumped lightly, landed in front of Patty, and handed the kite in his hand solemnly. Here you go, little Patty, don't lose it again. Thank you. Hearing the noise outside, the adults in the house came out, but saw only their daughter holding the kite in the yard. "Petty, who were you talking to just now?" "It's Spider-Man. The daily good deed mission is completed." Uncle Ben was in an extremely happy mood. With the help of the spider silk, he unknowingly moved away from the quiet residential area and came to the bustling commercial district. There are tall buildings and countless wealth here, which makes it easier for evil to breed. Soon, Uncle Ben, who was wandering around, found his target. Oh oh oh! Suddenly, there was the roar of an engine on the street, and a motorcycle carrying two people rushed out. The man sitting on the back seat grabbed the shoulder bag of the woman walking on the side of the road and tried to snatch it away. However, he did not expect that the woman would react so quickly. She grabbed the bag tightly and was dragged by the man along with the bag, sliding on the road. Oh no! Seeing this scene, passers-by screamed a few times, but no one dared to stop the speeding motorcycle. At this moment, two spider webs stuck to the woman and the man in the back seat at the same time. The other end of the spider silk was held in Uncle Ben's hand. He wrapped his feet tightly around the street lamp and pulled it hard. The man didn't react for a moment, and his hand on the motorcyclist's shoulder didn't hold tightly, so he and the woman flew into the air, hanging upside down on the street lamp, screaming in fear. When the motorcyclist looked back and saw his companion being caught, he chose to escape without hesitation, and immediately stepped on the throttle and sped away at an even faster speed. Uncle Ben put the injured woman down, asked passers-by to help call an ambulance, and swung on the spider web to chase the escaped criminal. Suddenly a green figure flashed past him, and then two scorching rays hit the fleeing motorcycle. With a loud bang, the motorcycle immediately turned into a fireball, and the miserable motorcyclist was pushed into the air by the blast. Just as he was about to fall onto the asphalt road and get his head broken and bleeding, a spider web appeared below him in time and caught him. Uncle Ben breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the figure standing in the air, and frowned. "Kid, you went too far, you almost killed him, do you know that?" "I don't know. I just saw this guy almost killed someone." Harry looked down at Uncle Ben from above and said coldly, "Also, I'm not a child, please call me a countryman." "Well, Homelander, you obviously have the ability to capture him directly, why do you have to use such a dangerous method?" Uncle Ben was a little angry. Even if he committed a crime, it should be left to the judge to decide. They look so old-fashioned, but so naive. If I don't teach them a lesson, how can they truly repent? Did you hear the cheers of those people around? They all applauded my actions. Harry stared at Uncle Ben, his eyes flashing with dangerous red light. "Not only are you hiding your true identity, but you are also biased towards criminals. I now doubt your identity and true intentions. You should go to the police station and give a clear account." Uncle Ben suddenly shuddered, feeling as if a disaster was about to happen. The next second, two heat rays shot towards him. Chapter 64. Spider Sense is another skill that Uncle Ben has mastered, which allows him to sense impending danger in advance and achieve the effect of prediction. When the heat rays shot out rapidly from Harry's eyes, Uncle Ben's body had already dodged to the side. "Sure enough, you are not that easy to deal with." Harry laughed happily. Ever since his fight with Kingpin, he hadn't met any opponents worthy of a fight. They were all ordinary people with guns, so boring. He felt like his body was rusting. Therefore, no matter what the purpose was, he would not let Uncle Ben leave easily. "Hey, wait! Uncle Ben is not a young boy, so he naturally doesn't want to get into a meaningless fight with Harry. Besides, there are crowds of onlookers around him. What if he hurts someone?" Harry ignored Uncle Ben's words and flew straight towards him. Alas, adolescent children are trouble. In desperation, Uncle Ben had to dodge desperately, and with the help of Spider Sense, he was temporarily out of danger. However, Harry was very unhappy. He tried for a long time but failed to hit Uncle Ben with a solid punch. He dodged all the punches and was accidentally stuck on the face or body by the sticky spider webs shot by the uncle, looking a little embarrassed. He even saw the crowd whispering and pointing, and many of them were holding cameras or mobile phones and filming him. If this continues, his reputation will be ruined. Only this one thing is not okay. Harry decided not to hold back and attacked with all his strength, his speed rising to another level. Uncle Ben only felt a flash before his eyes, and then he lost sight of Harry. Even though he made evasive moves in advance with the help of spider sense, he was still caught up by Harry. After just one punch, he flew backwards like a cannonball and hit the advertising sign of the building opposite, causing the crowd to exclaim in surprise. Uncle Ben coughed violently twice. Without having time to check his injuries, he hurriedly dodged the heat rays shot from a distance by Harry, shot out spider silk, and swung away quickly. Harry was chasing him closely behind. How did things turn out like this? Uncle Ben felt that the situation was getting worse and worse. If it continued like this, he would really be arrested and detained in the police station half dead. Of course this won't work, it will make May and Peter worry. He just wants to help others, why is it so difficult? Does he want to find an officially certified identity for himself like this fellow countryman? Uncle Ben was distracted while escaping, and Harry seized the opportunity and punched him hard on the back. The powerful force directly broke the spider silk, and Uncle Ben suddenly fell from the air and hit a moving car on the road like a meteor. The unfortunate car instantly lost its balance, rolled over several times, and only stopped after hitting a fire hydrant on the side of the street. Damn it! Seeing this, Uncle Ben, regardless of his own painful body, struggled to get up, jumped on one foot to the car, and through the broken window, saw that the driver and the person sitting in the passenger seat had bloody heads and were unconscious. Not only that, he also recognized that the girl sitting in the passenger seat was his nephew's classmate. How could such a coincidence happen? After a brief surprise, Uncle Ben hurriedly tried to tear off the deformed and twisted car door, but he was seriously injured and couldn't do anything about it for a while. Damn it! You! Uncle Ben looked back at Harry who was standing in the air, and his heart softened when he saw the confusion on his face. Never mind, he was just a kid after all. Uncle Ben took back the harsh words he was about to say and shouted, "Homelander, what are you still standing there for? Come and save them." Harry woke up with a start, gritted his teeth, flew down quickly, and easily pulled the car door off. Save her, save my daughter first. The driver was not hit on the side that was hit, and the injury was lighter than the girl. He woke up faster and pleaded with Harry. Harry remained silent, nodded heavily, carefully carried the girl out of the car, then flew into the sky and quickly disappeared. Can't you save me? The driver looked at Uncle Ben standing outside and took a deep breath. Oh, sorry for the trouble. In Osborne Building, Norman sat in his renovated office, dealing with work issues. Compared with the minor matters of Dr. Lizard, Natasha, and the missing security guards, the reconstruction of the Super Serum Research and Development Laboratory is undoubtedly more important. A large number of core researchers either died or disappeared, so he needed to recruit a large number of people. After all, he didn't want to do everything by himself. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and Harry appeared in front of Norman with a girl in his arms. Norman looked at the broken glass and said expressionlessly, "Harry, it seems that the pocket money I gave you is too much." "I'm sorry, Father, I'm in a hurry." Harry carefully placed the girl in his arms on the sofa and said anxiously, "Please save her quickly. I know you can find a way." Norman shook his head, "I'm not a doctor, how can I save her? Send her to the hospital quickly." "No, I don't trust anyone else. I only trust you. Father, you are omnipotent. You will definitely find a way." "Oh, what a lot of honest children." Norman smiled, stood up and walked over. "Okay, let me take a look." Harry was overjoyed and stood aside nervously. "Hey, isn't this Jessica?" Even though the girl lying on the sofa had blood all over her face, Norman recognized her as Parker's good friend Jessica at a glance. How did these two people come into contact? Norman looked at Harry strangely, which made Harry feel uneasy. "Dad, what's wrong?" "It's okay. I was wondering if I should customize a green helmet for you." Cough cough. Norman changed his expression and said seriously, "Harry, I'm not a professional doctor. The only way I can think of is to inject her with superhuman serum. But you know how painful it will be when injecting the serum." I'm afraid she won't be able to bear it. Father, hasn't the superhuman serum been stolen? I also secretly kept 2 of them in case of emergency. Looking at the dying Jessica, Harry made a decision without thinking for long. Well, let's inject her with superhuman serum. Her misfortune was caused by Harry, and the only compensation was to turn misfortune into fortune. As for the issue of failure in injecting the superhuman serum, Harry did not consider it. He firmly believed that the superhuman serum developed by his father must still have a 100% chance of success. Failure? Not possible. Okay, help me move her to the lab and I'll inject her with the serum. Okay. Chapter 65. On the street, Jessica was strolling happily. Suddenly, a truck loaded with goods lost control and crashed into her. The dazzling headlights made it impossible for her to open her eyes, and even her body was firmly fixed in place, unable to move. Boom! Jessica woke up suddenly. She looked at everything unfamiliar around her in shock and found herself in a pure white room. Her hands and feet were bound with bandages, but her right hand seemed to break free in her sleep. Jessica tore at the restraints on her body, perhaps because the material was too poor. She easily tore all the bandages apart, while searching her mind for her own memories. By the way, she is going out with her dad today and plans to go to the newly opened amusement park. As a result, the car seemed to be hit by something halfway through the road, and then the whole place started spinning and she couldn't remember what happened afterwards. Could it be that I was rescued and this is a hospital? Jessica checked her body and found that she had just been changed into a set of looser clothes. Even her underwear was intact. There were no scars on her body. Instead, she seemed to have become much whiter. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps rang beside her ears, as if stepping directly on her ears. Jessica was so scared that her body trembled and she jumped 3 or 4 meters high lightly. Her back was pressed against the ceiling, her feet were on the walls on both sides, and her eyes were fixed on the door. After several seconds, the door opened and a familiar figure appeared at the door. When their eyes met, both of them let out a light exclamation. Jessica couldn't believe it. You are Homelander, Harry Osborn. Harry was a little surprised by Jessica's actions at this time. How did you climb up? And, cough, you are exposed. What? Jessica screamed and landed flexibly, her feet touching the ground without making any sound. She was no fool and immediately noticed something was wrong with her body. What's going on? Where is this place? Asshole, what did you do to me? Calm down, don't get excited. Harry tried to speak in a gentle tone. Do you remember what happened before? You were in a car accident and your life was in danger. Well, actually I accidentally injured you when I was chasing a criminal. In order to save you, I brought you here. This is Osborn Building. Osborn Building? Shouldn't you send me to the hospital? Jessica still stared at Harry vigilantly. It turned out that it was him who caused her to be unable to go to the amusement park and her body also showed abnormalities. Your condition was too critical at that time, so My body. You injected me with superhuman serum. You're very smart, that's what this whole thing is about. Jessica was shocked to hear Harry's admission. Some time ago, there were news about Homelander and Superman serum every day, and each day was different. There were also many fans of Homelander in the school, so she knew what Homelander looked like and his name. But she never imagined that one day she would be injected with superhuman serum like her fellow countrymen. So, I am a Superman now too. Jessica felt very complicated. Happy? Well, a little bit, who hasn't dreamed of being a superhero? But what was more uneasy was that it meant that his peaceful life was coming to an end. She won't become a big star like her countrymen in the future, right? Oh, so annoying. Well, your situation is a little different. Everyone's physique is different, and different effects will appear after being injected with superhuman serum. As for you, Harry's face was full of confusion, as if he didn't know how to start. How am I doing? Jessica crossed her arms and said impatiently, if you have something to say, just say it now. You are so shy like a woman. How can you be a Chinese? Harry didn't get angry after hearing such impolite words. He just pointed to the bathroom in the room with a little embarrassment and said, there is a mirror in the bathroom. Go in and take a look yourself. Jessica had a bad feeling in her heart, so she rushed into the bathroom, and soon a shrill scream was heard from inside. In the mirror, there was a pretty and cute girl, but she had 3 lines on both sides of her cheeks like cat whiskers. Even her ears, which were originally normal, became much pointier, and black hair visible to the naked eye grew on them. She opened her mouth, revealing 2 long, sharp canine teeth that made her look like a vampire. Harry Osborn. Jessica walked out of the bathroom and bared her teeth at Harry. Why did I become like this? Ahem, didn't I explain it before? Jessica's angry look was not scary at all. Harry spread his hands and said, a more scientific explanation is that after the superhuman serum entered your body, it activated the cat-related fragments in your genes, causing you to regress. You mean, my ancestor was a cat? No, it's just that we have certain genes. In fact, the genetic similarity between humans and cats is as high as 90%. Judging from the appearance, it may not be a cat, maybe a lion or a tiger. See, isn't this cooler? Haha, cool. Jessica pulled the corner of her mouth and said with a fake smile, how about I exchange bodies with you? How can I go to school in this state? Well. Harry pinched his chin and really thought seriously, the patterns on your face can be covered with makeup, or I can ask someone to do a skin transplant for you. The ears are even simpler. You can cover them with your long hair, so others won't be able to see them, right? Jessica took a deep breath, so, there is no way to completely cure it. Not yet. Jessica was immediately deflated. She sat on the edge of the bed with her head down, looking lost. She is just an underage girl. When encountering such a situation, she always worries about the future. She doesn't know how her family, friends, and classmates will view her now. Harry can only be ruthless when facing criminals. When facing the girl implicated by him, his heart is filled with guilt. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Jessica. Okay, Jessica, what I want to say is, why don't you try another more exciting life? You are no longer an ordinary person now. You have great strength and the agility of a cat. You can become a superhero who fights criminals. Like you. Yes, just like me. Harry stood in front of Jessica and extended his right hand to her, his green eyes full of sincerity and hope. He found himself drifting away from his former friends, and he longed for a companion of his own age with whom he could face the challenges of evil together. Jessica, people need you. I need you too. Chapter 66. In the office, seeing Harry walk in with a gloomy expression, Norman smiled and teased, so, our Catwoman is unwilling to join the Patriot Alliance. No, she said she needed to think about it. Harry replied, sitting on the sofa. Oh, you should think it over carefully. Harry, you should also know that this responsibility is heavier than you think. Okay, now let's talk about what mistakes Homelander made. Now Harry couldn't sit still. Father, this is all the fault of that Spider-Man. If he hadn't been preaching to me like that and hadn't been preventing me from subduing the criminal, why would I have attacked him? And he was sneaking around and covering his face. Isn't it possible that he's a fugitive? Norman nodded. I know all this, but others don't know your intention. Spider-Man has been helping people recently and has a good reputation. At least he only destroys public property occasionally. Oh, and the spider webs scattered everywhere also affect the city appearance, even though they will automatically decompose after a few hours. So, you want me to turn a blind eye to him? A guy who sympathizes with a criminal? If he sympathizes with the criminal now, he might become an accomplice of the criminal next time. Harry was still indignant. No, not by ignoring him. On the contrary, I intend to invite him to join the Patriot League. What? Harry stood up suddenly and looked at Norman in disbelief, hoping that he had heard it wrong. You heard me right. I do want to invite him. No, I don't want to be a companion with someone like that. Harry, you are still too young and your thinking is not thorough enough. Norman shook his head and said, if you want to be a qualified superhero, you can't let your emotions control your thoughts and actions. It is precisely because Spider-Man's thoughts are biased that we have to correct him in time to prevent a powerful superhero from becoming a supercriminal. Harry, now our enemies have stolen at least 10 tubes of superhuman serum, which means we have to face at least 10 opponents like you, so we need more companions, do you understand? After listening to Norman's explanation, Harry quickly realized how big a mistake he had made. I'm sorry, Father, I didn't think it through. As long as you can correct your mistakes, you are still a good kid. You don't have to worry about the news, they dare not publish it. When I find Spider-Man, you will go and invite him in person. And your task now is to invite Miss Jessica to be your companion. Go ahead, if necessary, I will allow you to use the beauty trap. After watching the shy Harry leave, Norman chuckled and looked at the plan in front of him, Plan for Acquisition of Life Foundation. It is not known whether the symbiote has already fallen to Earth at this time, but it does not prevent him from making arrangements in advance and directly acquiring the Life Foundation. This company has been established since the Cold War. Even if there is no symbiote, there will be other useful research results, so his acquisition plan will not seem abrupt. In the world of capital, it is normal for big fish to eat small fish. On the other side, Uncle Ben, who was hiding on a rooftop somewhere, woke up. After he sent Jessica's father to the hospital for treatment, he couldn't hold on the way home, so he found a place to rest, and accidentally fell asleep. When I woke up again, it was dark. The wounds from being beaten severely by the Homelanders had almost healed. Uncle Ben didn't waste any more time and hurried back home, inevitably worrying about Jessica. I wonder if Homelander can save her? He should be able to, he's so powerful. If Jessica died, Uncle Ben didn't know how to face Parker. He was also one of the culprits of this accident. Back home, he quietly took off his tattered uniform as usual and changed into his own clothes. Glancing at the time, Aunt May was probably watching TV downstairs, and Parker had locked himself in his room. I wondered if he was doing something that teenage boys like to do. Uncle Ben checked his clothes and made sure that no wounds were exposed before leaving the bedroom. Parker seemed to have been waiting for him. As soon as Uncle Ben left the bedroom, Parker came out and waved to him. Uncle Ben, you're back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come in. I have something good to show you. What is this? It's so mysterious. Uncle Ben smiled comfortably. No matter what kind of blow he suffered outside, he always felt unprecedented relaxation and peace of mind when he returned home. He walked into Parker's room and looked in the direction Parker's arm was pointing, his eyes slowly widening. On the hanger, there is a brand new Spider-Man suit. Compared with his previous red battle suit, this one has a blue base color, with red stripes crisscrossing and interweaving into a spider web pattern, which looks more beautiful. It's beautiful. Did you make this all by yourself? Haha, of course Aunt May also contributed to this. Parker put his hands on his hips and said proudly, it's not just beautiful, I added new functions to it. Uncle Ben, haven't you been an electrician for more than 20 years? I think you should have a lingering love for electricity, so I specially added a small device that can release current to the gloves. I've tried it, and the spider silk you shoot out has good conductivity. So, after you put on this new suit, not only can you release electricity to knock down the enemy when you punch them, but you can also let the enemy experience the feeling of electric shock suddenly through the connection of spider silk. Of course, the voltage of this current is not very high. It won't kill people, it will only temporarily paralyze their bodies. Oh, and the uniforms are also made of insulating materials, so you don't have to worry about accidentally hurting yourself. Uncle Ben listened to Parker's endless voice, feeling extremely satisfied. He couldn't help nodding his head. Great, Peter, I like this suit very much. It is the best gift I have ever received. He. Parker scratched his head and grinned foolishly. All his efforts these days were not in vain since he could make Uncle Ben so happy. But Uncle Ben also has something to tell you. What? I met your female classmate today. Jessica. Yep. Uncle Ben briefly recounted the accident, but did not put the blame on Homelander. Instead, he took all the blame and said that he had caused the accident through carelessness. He didn't want Parker to harbor hatred, no matter who it was. Her father is fine now, but I have no news about her for the time being. Parker was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile. It's okay, Uncle Ben, don't blame yourself, it's just an accident. You don't know, Jessica is super powerful, I can't beat her, she will be fine. Well, she must be fine. Uncle Ben patted Parker's shoulder gently and hugged him in his arms. Chapter 67. The next day, after Uncle Ben saw Parker off to school, he put on a new Spider-Man suit. This new suit, which he named the electric suit, is made of much better material than the original one and is more comfortable to wear. After kissing Aunt May goodbye, he swung from the roof on a spider web and headed towards Manhattan. After a while, Uncle Ben stopped on the roof of a building. He looked at the Osborne building not far ahead and hesitated about how to pay the visit. Fortunately, he didn't need to think for long. A figure flew out from the Osborne building and stood in the void in front of him with a cold expression, "Follow me." After saying that, he ignored Uncle Ben and turned around and flew back. Uncle Ben, who was tense, was stunned for a moment, then relaxed, followed Harry, jumped into the house through the open French window, and saw Harry standing behind a middle-aged man with his head lowered. He was very surprised. "My name is Norman Osborn, Harry's father." Norman extended his hand to Uncle Ben with a kind smile on his face. "You are Spider-Man, right? You seem to be dressed a little differently than before." Uncle Ben secretly said as expected. The man in front of him was the chairman of the Austin Corporation. It was he who developed the Superman serum and made Homelander appear in this world. Such a big shot but without any airs, Uncle Ben was like a spring breeze. He also stretched out his hand and shook it gently. "Yes, I am Spider-Man, the previous suit was accidentally torn, so I changed into a new one." "Careless?" Norman glanced at Harry, and Harry curled his lips and said nothing. "I think Mr. Spider-Man came here because he is worried about Miss Jessica's safety. Harry, go and invite Miss Jessica over." "Oh." Harry turned and left immediately, as if he didn't want to stay here at all. Uncle Ben showed a surprised expression. "Jessica is okay." "Yes, although the process was a bit thrilling, we still got a good result in the end." Norman walked to the water dispenser and asked, "Coffee or tea?" "No, thanks." Uncle Ben was flattered and waved his hands repeatedly. He was wearing a hood and had to take it off to drink, which was a bit troublesome. Norman smiled, got him a glass of cold water, handed it to him, and pointed to the sofa. "Let's sit down and talk." "Okay. First of all, I want to apologize to you on behalf of Harry. He is still a young man after all. After he gained power, he became a little arrogant. I think you also had an unspeakable psychological process before becoming Spider-Man." "No, I have not." Uncle Ben coughed and nodded. "Yes, anyone would be confused and at a loss if they suddenly had superhuman powers. However, with great power comes great responsibility. Since I have such power, I must shoulder greater responsibilities. This is why I became Spider-Man." "Wow, your noble character is truly admirable." "No, I just did what I was supposed to do." Uncle Ben was embarrassed to talk about himself anymore, so he turned the topic back to Harry. "Homelander is young and hot-tempered. I understand that, and I don't blame him. It's just that he really needs to get back on the right path in time. It's my fault. I'm not a qualified father." Norman spread his hands and looked directly at Uncle Ben. "You can see that it's hard for me to keep an eye on Harry when I have to manage such a large company. So, I hope there is someone trustworthy who can stay by Harry's side and guide and educate him so that he doesn't go astray." "You mean? I would like to invite you to join the Patriot League, a super team composed of superheroes to fight against evil organizations that are likely to appear in the future. Currently, there is only Harry in the Patriot League, and I really need you to join." "This." Uncle Ben came here just to find out about Jessica's situation. He never expected to be invited to join the Patriot Alliance. He was a little confused and didn't know how to answer for a while. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. Harry brought Jessica over. Jessica looked the same as before, except that there seemed to be some light wrinkles on her face, but they were not obvious, and she seemed to be in good spirits. Uncle Ben was completely relieved, as he could now give Parker an explanation. "You are, Spider-Man." What Uncle Ben didn't expect was that Jessica's eyes lit up when she saw him. She ignored Norman and came to him in 2 steps, her expression full of surprise. I am. That's great. I have a friend who likes you very much. He always talks about you and says that you are the kindest and most powerful hero. If he knew that I had talked to you face to face, he would definitely be super jealous." Wait, your friend, could it be Peter?" Uncle Ben smiled awkwardly. If that was the case, Peter wouldn't be envious. He could see Spider-Man every day and occasionally eat the meals cooked by Spider-Man. "Thank you, and your friends for your love, I'm very happy. Hey, Harry, there should be some paper and a pen here. I want Spider-Man to sign for me." Reluctantly, Harry went to get a paper and pen. After watching the little episode between them, the ignored Norman finally spoke. "Jessica, I want to apologize to you for Harry's recklessness and formally invite you to join the Patriot Alliance." "Invite Jessica?" Uncle Ben looked at Norman in confusion. Norman explained, "In order to save Jessica's life, I gave her the superhuman serum. Yes, now I am also a superwoman." Jessica shrugged and said, "I'm not an adult yet. I should ask my father about such a big thing, right? I'm going to the hospital to visit him, too, even though he said on the phone last night that he was fine." "It should." Norman looked at Harry and said, "Go and see Jessica off. You're going to be late for school." "Okay." Harry agreed immediately. After watching the two fly away from the French window, Norman turned to Uncle Ben and said, "As for you, you should be able to decide for yourself." Uncle Ben fell into thought. It seemed that there was no harm in agreeing to Norman, and he really didn't want to see Harry go astray. "Okay, I agree to join the Patriot League. However, I don't want to be forced to do anything." "Of course." Norman smiled happily. "Welcome to the Patriot Alliance. By the way, I have a small question. Can you take off your mask?" "What?" "After all, we will be a group in the future, and I can't entrust the children to someone whose name I don't even know, right?" "Of course, I will keep your true identity a secret from the outside world and will never leak it out." Uncle Ben thought this request was reasonable and took off his mask. "Hello, my name is Ben Parker." Chapter 68. Because of Norman's warm hospitality, Uncle Ben stayed in Osborne Building for most of the day before leaving. Then he went to do his job as Spider-Man, until night fell. When he was about to return home, he found a black car he had never seen before parked at the door. This strange scene made Uncle Ben alert. He quietly returned home, changed his clothes, went back outside, and opened the door as if he had just returned. Inside the room, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline was talking to Aunt May. "May, I'm back." Uncle Ben looked at Coulson strangely and asked, "Who is this?" "Oh, he said he came to bring warmth. Maybe he's a community volunteer." Aunt May smiled and winked at Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben understood the tacit understanding of the past few years. He suddenly said, "That's great. Are there any new services?" Coulson interrupted, "No, I'm here to visit you. You are Ben Parker, right? Do you want to talk here, or somewhere else to talk privately?" Uncle Ben restrained his smile, tilted his head and said, "Let's talk alone, come with me." The two of them went out one after the other. Aunt May was worried, so she walked to the windowsill, lifted a corner of the curtain, and peeked at Uncle Ben and Coulson standing in the yard. "What do you want to see me about? Time is limited, so I'll just say it directly." Coulson looked at Uncle Ben and said confidently, "You are Spider-Man, right? Don't rush to deny it. Although you pay attention to the location of the cameras when you go out to avoid being photographed, after reviewing the street surveillance videos these days, it is not difficult to lock Spider-Man's address in this area of Queens. After checking dozens of families living here, it's not difficult to find your abnormality. You look very different from before. It's not just hair dyeing or beauty treatments, but you've regained your youth. You look at least 20 years younger." Uncle Ben opened his mouth, wanting to argue but couldn't find a tenable reason, so he simply didn't answer and asked, "What is your purpose?" This was tantamount to tacit agreement. Coulson smiled and took out his ID. "I am an agent of SHIELD. I have no ill will towards you or your family. I just want to invite you to join SHIELD. Your skills are really a waste of your talents for ordinary people. We have a more suitable stage for you in SHIELD. Shield." Uncle Ben only took a look and shook his head. "Sorry, what I'm doing now is what suits me best, and I've already joined another team." "Other teams?" Coulson frowned. "Yes, there will be a press conference soon." Uncle Ben said, "I'm sorry, I can't help you. Also, I hope you can keep this a secret. I don't want my family to be affected." Coulson exhaled lightly and nodded, "Okay, we'll keep it a secret." Watching Uncle Ben go home and close the door, Coulson took out his phone. "I'm sorry, Chief, but I'm afraid we'll have to give up on Spider-Man. SHIELD headquarters." Fury put down the phone and looked at the document in front of him. He picked up the pen with a sullen face and put a cross on Spider-Man's name. This is the list of members of the Avengers that he temporarily drew up. Most of them were crossed out, and the only ones that were checked were Matt and Agent May. There are also several names with question marks, including Captain America Steve, Winter Soldier Bucky, Hawkeye Barton, and Eddie, who was recommended by Coulson. Among these people, Captain America is missing, Hawkeye is bedridden, and Bucky and Eddie are under observation and have not been included in the official list for the time being. If only nothing happened to Natasha and Clinton. Fury sighed. SHIELD is extremely short of staff right now, and there are not many people he can completely trust. After learning from Bucky that the Hydra organization has been operating in secret, he became even more worried about the agents around him. After all, the decline of Hydra was largely due to Captain America and the two founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., Peggy Carter and Howard Stark. There is a high probability that they will specifically retaliate against S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps, now S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra. Fury has to prepare for the worst. He thought about it, checked Bucky and Eddie's names, and then his eyes stopped on Captain America's name. It seems that it is time to find our Captain America. The Avengers need someone with enough reputation as a leader, and the person who is more suitable than him, as Tony said, is Captain America Steve. No one is more suitable than him. Fury stood up and took out the parchment from the safe with a serious expression. After several days, the parchment he had crumpled into a ball was still as smooth as before, without a single crease, and all the words on it had disappeared, leaving only a blank. The more mysterious events he encountered, the more Fury felt that the parchment was alive, with its own thoughts, and seemed to seal the soul of a devil. However, for the sake of SHIELD and the Earth, he had to make a deal with this devil. Does the deal we agreed on before still stand? 1 eyeball for Steve's position. Fury said to the parchment. A line of words soon appeared on the parchment: sacrifice your eyes and 1 person in exchange for the exact location of Captain America Steve Rogers. Fury's face turned dark. The worst thing had happened. The other party was indeed a flexible guy who would propose different conditions as the situation changed. Compared to last time, he is undoubtedly looking forward to Captain America's appearance more this time. Anyone please? This time the parchment did not respond, as if it was disdainful of answering the question. Fury frowned. For this parchment that could not be damaged by any other means, he could only pray that the other party would keep his promise. However, it was just 1 more life, so Captain America still made a profit by changing it. There is no shortage of death row inmates or people who deserve to die in prison. Compared to this, your own eyes are more precious. A few days later, an insane death row inmate was secretly sent to SHIELD. Fury only took Coulson and Agent May with him, walked into the secret room where the death row prisoners were held, and took out the parchment. His eye patch was changed from covering his left eye to covering his right eye. The exposed left eyeball looked a little unnatural. It was a high-tech product that was processed from the originally necrotic eyeball. It finally prevented him from being completely blind. Director, how about letting me come? Need not. Fury looked at the parchment and asked, how do I offer the sacrifice? Put the parchment on the eyeball and his head. This time, Parchment responded much faster than before, as if it couldn't wait any longer. Fury narrowed his eyes, walked forward, spread out the parchment, placed it on the head of the death row prisoner, and also placed his eyeballs stored in form Allen on it. Then he immediately stepped back to the side of Coulson and Agent May, observing the subsequent changes. After only a few seconds, the parchment began to glow an eerie red. Then, the prisoner let out an extremely shrill scream, and the parchment seemed to have grown a bloody mouth, which gradually swallowed up the prisoner's body. First the head, then the neck, torso, arms, and legs were all swallowed up by the parchment and completely disappeared in front of Fury and the others. Looking at the parchment that fell to the ground, Fury took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, walked forward and picked it up. The red light on the parchment slowly disappeared, and two numbers emerged. Coulson, it looks like you'll have to go there yourself. Chapter 69. In the secret room, Fury told Coulson the two coordinate numbers on the parchment and asked him to bring all the men to rescue Captain America immediately. This coordinate is at the North Pole. I think it should be correct. Captain America flew the plane out of control to the North Pole and has not been heard from since. Ah! Coulson nodded. This was not a secret. This was how it was promoted to the public. In order to prevent the out-of-control plane from crashing into a densely populated area, Captain America chose to fly to the North Pole and died heroically. Who would have thought that after decades, Captain America is still surviving tenaciously? Coulson suppressed his excitement and said, "Director, I hope to bring Bucky with me. He must want to reunite with Captain America as soon as possible." No. Fury flatly refused. This operation is of vital importance to SHIELD and there can be no mistakes. Bucky's experience is sympathetic, but he is not safe now. It is best for him to stay in the safe house. As long as we successfully rescue Captain America, they will meet one day. Coulson knew that Fury was right. He sighed slightly and asked, "Should I take Agent May with me? I'm worried that this trip is not safe." It is indeed safer to have someone injected with superhuman serum following Coulson, but in this case, SHIELD will have no security guarantee. There are still too few people. No, Agent May needs to stay with SHIELD. If she disappears with you, the enemy will definitely become suspicious. Fury said, "Matt or the new guy Eddie, you can take one of them with you." Coulson nodded, "Okay." Coulson left with Agent May, leaving Fury alone in the secret room. He looked at the parchment in his hand, which had faint red lines on it, and his fear grew deeper and deeper. However, he still wanted to give it a try. "I want to know if there is any way to revive Hawkeye Clint Barton without side effects." A red light flashed on the parchment, and a line of words appeared, "Sacrifice 10 people in exchange for a method to save Hawkeye Clint Barton." 10 people. Fury thought to himself that exchanging the lives of 10 death row inmates for a recovered Hawkeye was definitely a good deal. The only thing to be wary of is whether some uncontrollable changes will occur after the parchment devours 10 people. After some tangled thinking, Fury finally shook his head. SHIELD is short-staffed right now, and if any problems occur, it will be difficult to deal with. Let's wait and see until Captain America and the others return successfully. Hawkeye has to endure the injustice for the time being and continue to lie in bed, just like taking a vacation. In the training room, Eddie collapsed on the ground in a shabby position, his forehead covered with sweat, like a fish stranded on the beach, his mouth wide open, gasping violently. "I thought it was a happy thing to train with a beautiful woman, but I ended up meeting a female devil. If I slacked off a little, I would be beaten up. The worst thing was not that I was unwilling to fight back, but that I couldn't win even if I fought back." He missed those gentle young ladies in the nightclub so much. Suddenly, the door opened and Coulson and Agent May walked in together. Eddie jumped up from the ground reflexively and stood straight, like a soldier waiting for his leader's inspection. Coulson raised his brows and looked sideways at Agent May with a strange look in his eyes. "Look how scared you are, what did you do?" Agent May smiled and said to Eddie, "Go to the boxing machine and show Coulson the results of your training." "Yes." Eddie walked to the boxing machine with a serious face, clenched his fists, prepared himself for a moment, and punched out. Boom! The number 103 appeared on the display. Eddie didn't stop and threw several punches in succession, and the numbers on the display kept updating. 98, 101, 99. It was surprisingly stable. Seeing this result, Eddie breathed a sigh of relief. Coulson on the side also showed a surprised expression. It was difficult for even him to control his power so stably. Eddie, how did you do that? That's awesome. Boom. A loud bang made Coulson swallow back what he wanted to say. He stared blankly at Eddie, who flew several meters away, as if he understood something. Agent May retracted her long legs as if nothing had happened and said coldly, "You idiot, it's been so long and you still can't control it perfectly. You embarrass me." Eddie stood up with his face covered, looking so timid that Coulson couldn't bear it. After all, Eddie is just a little frivolous and vulgar, but he is still a good person. Coulson coughed and chimed in, "Well, I think it's pretty good actually. Eddie, your training is over, come with me." Eddie was so happy that he didn't even ask where to go. He nodded repeatedly, "Okay, okay, right away." Agent May snorted, and considering his old boss's face, he didn't say anything more and let Eddie follow Coulson away. After they got outside and closed the door, Eddie hugged Coulson and cried bitterly, "Boss, you will be my boss from now on. Is it that exaggerated?" Coulson pushed him away with disgust and walked forward. Eddie wiped away his bitter tears and hurriedly followed behind him. "Boss, where are we going?" "Don't call me boss, call me sir." "Oh, sir, where are we going?" "Don't ask, just follow me. If you want to be a secret agent, you have to keep your mouth shut." "Oh." Eddie pulled a lock bar on his mouth and made an okay gesture. "How are you feeling recently? Is there anything unusual in your body?" After a long time without a response, Coulson turned around and said unhappily, "Answer me when I ask you." "Oh, why didn't you say it earlier? I'm almost dying of suffocation." Eddie took a breath and answered, "Well, I'm always beaten by that woman, and I'm not feeling well. By the way, when I go to bed at night, I always seem to hear someone whispering in my ear." "Okay." Coulson suddenly became alert, "What did you say?" "I don't know. I didn't hear it clearly. I couldn't tell whether the voice was male or female. It just felt weird." "Then you should always pay attention. If there is anything unusual, contact me immediately." "It is good." In a remote alley, a homeless man who had been hungry for many days was rummaging through a trash can, hoping to find some food to fill his stomach. As an illegal immigrant, he was unable to receive any relief money from the government and could only beg for a living. When he could no longer support himself, he chose to find food for himself. Unfortunately, his luck was not good and he did not find any food in the trash can. When he was about to go to the next place, he suddenly saw a vending machine next to him. Just now, it seemed that there was no such thing. Out of curiosity, he walked over and saw some strange things in the vending machine. What caught his attention was a fruit that was bigger than a watermelon. If he ate it, he would not need to eat for many days, right? He swallowed reluctantly and looked at the price tag below. "Oh, 10 years of life? Is this someone's prank?" He shook his head, then stretched out his finger and clicked it with the mentality of giving it a try. If only my lifespan was really all I needed. Chapter 70. Early morning, Midtown High School. "Did you hear that?" "What?" "A demon. It seems someone saw a demon in the alley near the school last night." "Ah? You must be kidding, right? You lied to me. I went straight to the bathroom to eat the buffet. I heard about it too. It seems that the demon is 3 meters tall, 3 meters wide at the waist, has horns on its head, and can breathe fire." Listening to the discussions of his classmates around him, Parker's mouth twitched. 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide at the waist, is that devil a round ball? This is obviously a made-up statement, but it can deceive a large group of people. It's really enough. Spider-Man and Homelander are both products of technology, but if demons also exist, this world would be too magical. Parker instinctively disbelieved it. As if seeing his expression of trying not to laugh, Lightning Thompson, who was sitting not far behind him, stood up, walked over to him, and said seriously, "Parker, you know my dad is a policeman. Something did appear near the school and brutally killed many people. I don't know if it's a demon, but it's dangerous enough." "No way." Parker opened his mouth and asked nervously. After the last friendly exchange, his relationship with Thompson had improved a lot, and they could even be called friends, so he trusted what Thompson said very much. "It is true." Thompson nodded and said, "If we haven't caught that guy by tonight, for safety reasons, the school should organize students to leave together after school. Parker, you have to pay attention to safety as well." Parker took a deep breath. For some reason, he didn't feel afraid. He even felt a faint sense of excitement in his heart, as if he couldn't wait to fight the villain criminal. "What am I thinking?" Parker was frightened by his own thoughts and wanted to slap himself. He was just an ordinary person, how could he fight with those vicious criminals? "You should run far away. Let Uncle Ben handle the fighting. He will be the strongest support behind Uncle Ben." After Parker sincerely expressed his gratitude to Thompson, he got up and went to find Jessica. He also had to tell Jessica the news and asked her to be careful. Strangely, Parker looked around but couldn't find Jessica in the classroom. "Did you go to the bathroom?" But when he went to the girls' restroom and asked the female classmates who had just come out, no one had seen Jessica. It was almost time for class, but Jessica still hadn't shown up. Parker had a bad feeling in his heart, so he asked Thompson to help him ask for leave from the teacher, and ran out of the classroom alone to look for Jessica. Finally, he found Jessica in the familiar grove, panting, but there was a disheveled man in front of Jessica. He wore an expensive suit on the top and a floral skirt on the bottom, which looked out of place. His green eyes swept over Parker's body, and the greed hidden in his heart made Parker shiver and feel very uncomfortable. "Jessica, who is this guy?" Parker suppressed his inner fear, gritted his teeth and walked forward, standing side by side with Jessica. When he turned his head, he found that Jessica was sweating profusely, her bangs on her forehead stood up strangely, her eyes with pupils shrunk into lines, staring at the man, grinning, revealing two sharp canine teeth. Seeing Jessica like this, Parker couldn't help but think of a cat with its fur standing on end. "Parker, why are you here? It's almost time for class and you're not here. I'm worried about you." "Idiot. You don't need to worry about me, you should worry more about yourself." Jessica cursed angrily. She had been staying in the classroom, preparing to take a nap, but suddenly she smelled a dangerous scent. She was surprised and went there alone, and ended up meeting this strange man. Standing in front of him, Jessica actually felt a sense of impending disaster. This was the fear, tension, and uneasiness that only comes with facing a predator at the top of the food chain. In just a moment, she became furious and entered a state of alert. If she hadn't been worried that the man would harm the students in the school, she would have run away long ago. Now, Jessica could only stand in front of the man and pray that Harry, who had received the news, would arrive quickly. As a result, the first person to come over was not Harry, but Parker, the big fool who couldn't even beat a goose. "Parker, go away, get out of here!" Jessica yelled. From Jessica's nervous tone, Parker roughly understood the current situation. Could that man be the dangerous guy mentioned by Thompson? Did he really come to the school? Parker couldn't help but take a step back. Facing the vicious criminal who had killed someone, he was terrified and his voice trembled. "Jessica, let's go together." Before Jessica could curse again, Parker's firm voice reached her ears, "Although I don't know what happened to you, you have become weird since the accident. But, I am your friend, and I can't leave you alone." At this moment, the man who had been silent finally spoke. He showed a ferocious smile, opened his arms and laughed, "Haha, you don't have to fight anymore, all of you stay here. No one can leave." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly grew in size. All his clothes were torn into rags, revealing the green skin underneath. Even his head became bigger, and his face was swollen and ugly. He no longer looked like a human being. "It's actually a ball." Parker was still complaining when Jessica grabbed his belt and held it in his hand the next second. The view in front of his eyes suddenly rose and fell, as if he was on a roller coaster. Ah, slow down. Shut up. Jessica jumped quickly on the branches holding Parker. Behind her, a devil-like man rolled over like a heavy tank. He grabbed all the big trees that were knocked down on the way and stuffed them into his mouth. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat you. Hey, since you're not so picky about food, you should eat up the garbage that's thrown away. New York produces more than 10,000 tons of garbage every day, which is enough for you to eat. While dodging flexibly, Jessica turned around and gave the devil the middle finger, and used words to provoke the devil in an attempt to lure it away from the school. However, the devil did not lose his mind. Seeing that he could not catch the two delicious snacks jumping in front of him, he gave up decisively and moved towards the teaching building. It was class time and there were thousands of students there, enough to fill him up. Damn it, you didn't fall for it. Jessica put the pale Parker down and said, run away quickly and notify the police. I'll hold him back. After saying this, she immediately turned around and left, quickly getting away from Parker in a few jumps. Looking at her rapidly shrinking figure, Parker gritted his teeth and dialed the number. Uncle Ben, something big happened. Chapter 71. NYPD. It is not known at which stage the documents for building a new police station have reached, but they are still under review, so the police officers are still working in the not-so-sightly old police station. Due to the strange incident last time, many police officers are still frightened and they run away every time it's time to get off work. Some are even under so much pressure that they are willing to transfer or resign rather than stay in the police station. Therefore, there is a severe shortage of police officers. In the office, Director Stacy looked at the report in front of her with a worried look on her face and sighed, so, the result of your discussion is that this is another strange incident. The deputy chief took the blame for the last incident, and Stacy is still working as the police chief, but he would rather not do it. He is so annoyed by the endless stream of strange events every day that his hair is turning white. The most important thing is that these ordinary police officers are helpless in the face of strange incidents. They can only report to their superiors and then let the matter go. At most, they can set up cordons and prohibit people from entering. Yes. The middle-aged police chief who was reporting on his work also looked helpless. According to the testimonies of many eyewitnesses, it was a monster 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide at the waist, capable of swallowing people alive in one gulp. Oh, some people said it was 4 meters, taller than a floor, but it was obviously an enemy we could not contend with. Stacy frowned. If it's a monster that big, it should cause panic wherever it goes. Haven't you found the monster yet? No, I can't find it. He seems to be able to disguise himself. The middle-aged sheriff hesitated for a moment and said, there happens to be a high school near that guy's activity area. Should we ask them to evacuate in advance? What? High school? Stacy took a breath, took out the map to confirm, and immediately made a phone call. Hello, is this SHIELD? There is a case. As soon as I put down the phone, an internal call came in. Stacy's face suddenly changed and she stood up abruptly. What? A monster appeared in Midtown High School. Looking at the giant demon in front of her that had grown to 2 stories high, Jessica looked stern. She jumped several meters into the air and kicked the demon on the back of the head. Boom! The dull sound and Jessica's groan of pain sounded almost at the same time. She fell to the ground, covering her ankle that was almost sprained, and was shocked. Why is this guy's head so hard? You know, after she was injected with the superhuman serum, she once tried to kick down a tree that was so big that a person could barely hug it, but when she kicked the guy's head just now, it was like hitting a rock, which was too hard. But her efforts paid off. The demon turned around, glared at her fiercely, and stretched out a hand big enough to completely cover her. It looked big, but it was not clumsy at all. The big hand came straight towards her with a whistling sound. Jessica's hair stood on end, knowing that if she was slapped down by this palm, she would at least lose half her life, so she quickly moved her feet nimbly and hid aside. Boom! As if with a roar of a landslide, the clean and tidy cement road of the school was shattered into pieces. The strong vibration made the teachers and students who were in class in the teaching building mistakenly believe that an earthquake had occurred, and they all ran out of the classroom. Look! What is that? It's so loud. Could it be the one that caused the vibration just now? Great, it's not an earthquake. What a bullshit. Everyone, run. That's a man-eating demon. What? Jessica is down there. What is she doing? Don't worry about her, let's run away. The devil was ugly, and no one thought he was a decent person. With the revelations of insiders, the teaching building was in chaos. Even though the teachers tried their best to maintain order, it was useless. Most of the students were so scared that they just wanted to escape as soon as possible. They crowded on the stairs and even trampled on each other. The noisy sound immediately attracted the attention of the devil. Seeing that the reserved meals were about to escape, it roared angrily, and dozens of tentacles like dead branches suddenly emerged from its body. They flew out at a speed invisible to the naked eye and immediately wrapped around dozens of students. What the hell is this? Jessica gritted her teeth. Seeing that the students were about to be swallowed by the devil, she had to rush forward again and tear off the tentacles with her hands. Fortunately, the tentacles were not as hard as its head, and they could be broken in two with a little force, saving many students, but also attracting the devil's hatred. You deserve to die. The demon was furious, and all its tentacles chased after Jessica, while its body also attacked Jessica at the same time. Jessica's vision was soon completely covered by the overwhelming tentacles. The space for dodging was constantly compressed, and finally, she was not careful and her right foot was entangled by the tentacles. Before she could break free, dozens of tentacles swarmed over and wrapped her tightly, with her hands and feet pulled straight, just like the scenes in some mini-games. Jessica no longer cared about the issue of shame. What was more important was whether she could escape alive. She struggled desperately, but the tentacles became tighter and tighter, making it difficult for her to breathe. Oh no, Jessica was caught. Flash Thompson, who was working with the teachers to maintain order, noticed the scene of Jessica being tied up and immediately knew that Jessica was in trouble. Without hesitation, he grabbed a rock as big as a football and rushed in the opposite direction of the crowd. Using all his strength, he threw the rock at the devil. Let her go, come and catch me, you bastard. The stone spun in the air for a few weeks and hit the demon's head accurately, breaking into several pieces. The devil was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at Thompson and saw his two middle fingers raised. Court death. The demon was so angry that he was about to attack Thompson when something hit him on the back of his head. When I turned my head, I saw the boy with glasses who I had seen before staring at it. He held a few small stones in his hand and threw them at it again and again, but it didn't hurt at all. Haha, it's useless. Just watch me eat her up. Don't worry, I'll reunite you soon. As the devil said this, he opened his mouth as wide as the abyss towards Jessica who was in front of him. What about me? Two extremely hot heat rays fell from the sky, cutting off all the tentacles at an angle, and then hit the demon's chest straight away. Harry flew down with an angry face, and a constant stream of heat rays shot out from his eyes. The powerful thrust made the demon take a step back for the first time. More than 10 spider webs shot out one after another, tightly entangling the demon's legs. Uncle Ben held the spider silk and activated the electro-optical device in his hand. A strong electric current rushed along the spider silk to the demon's whole body, making it scream. Jessica broke free from the tentacles and a smile appeared on her face as she looked at the powerful helper who came to support her. Homelander. Spider-Man. Let's take down this ugly guy together. Chapter 72. In the open space outside the school building, Homelander Harry, Spider-Man Uncle Ben and Black Cat Jessica gathered together to face the man who turned into a devil. Harry was not wearing his Superman suit, but an ordinary student uniform, and looked like he had come in a hurry. He saw that the demon's feet were tightly trapped in the spider silk. His eyes flashed and he withdrew the heat ray. He flew over and punched it with all his might. Be careful, its head is hard. Jessica's reminder was a little late. Harry's fist had already hit the demon's shiny forehead hard. The powerful force that was enough to shatter a house caused the demon's huge body to begin to tilt, and then it fell heavily to the ground, shaking up a pile of dust. Harry hid his trembling hands behind his back and said nonchalantly, "Humph, that's all." We've all been injected with superhuman serum, are our physical conditions so different? Jessica looked at Harry suspiciously. Don't worry about that for now. Uncle Ben jumped over, continuously shooting out spider webs to bind the demon firmly to the ground, and said urgently, Jessica, take Parker and the others away from here first and help the students retreat. Leave this place to Harry and me. Call me my countryman. Hey, how did you know Parker's name? None of this matters, go. Uncle Ben rarely lost his temper, so Jessica decisively shut her mouth, and quickly came to Parker's side, grabbed the back of his neck, and ran out with him in her arms. Hey! I'm not a cat, you might as well grab my belt. Parker was so scared that he danced with joy, but unfortunately Jessica ignored him. It didn't matter. She brought Parker to Thompson's side and then let go. Hey, thank you for your help just now, even though it didn't help. Thompson snorted, I still like the way you were quiet before. That's right, I don't like you liking me. The three of them returned to the teaching building together and helped those students who were unable to move due to pushing, shoving, trampling, etc. to evacuate the school. Suddenly, Jessica looked at the school police who were maintaining order and asked in surprise, Hey, Parker, have you seen Lee? No, I haven't seen him today. Is he supposed to be okay? Oh, I dare say he is alive and well. In the apartment, Levi, who happened to be unwell and had taken a day off, was lying on the sofa, enjoying the service of Tom and Jerry. Well, today is another nuclear peace day, I guess. The original version of the devil fruit in this Marvel world only has the function of creating mutants, and the setting of being afraid of sea water is no longer useful. Levi simply gave it new abilities and made it a real devil fruit. Anyone who eats a devil fruit will gain some of the devil's power and be able to transform into a devil. Their character will also be slightly affected. People with weak wills will be quickly corrupted, just like that man, who loses their sanity and is exposed at the first moment. This has advantages and disadvantages. Levi touched his chin, thinking about how the next version of the devil fruit would not reduce the intelligence of the person who ate it too much, or in other words, directly tamper with their memory and make them mistakenly believe that they were originally devils. As for the current beta version of the demon, let it make use of its remaining energy and serve as a commentator for the pilot expansion pack. Shield. Fury looked at the huge demon in the picture and the dwarf-like Homelander beside him with a serious face. Agent May, go over and take a look at the situation. Give priority to helping the students evacuate. As for the battle, it should be enough to leave it to Homelander and Spider-Man. Yes. Agent May took the order and left. Fury was the only one left in the office. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the safe. There was only one thing in it, parchment, so why did it move at this time? Fury frowned, hesitated for a moment, walked over, and carefully opened the safe. A faint red light shone through the opening of the safe. Fury took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wrapped it around his palm, took out the parchment from it and placed it on the table. When he unfolded it, he saw a message written on the parchment, sacrifice the devil fruit in exchange for the answers to 3 questions. 1 devil fruit equals 3 problems? Fury raised his brows, immediately realizing that this devil fruit was extremely valuable. What is a devil fruit? The original text on the parchment quickly disappeared, and was replaced by a fruit pattern with strange patterns. This is... Fury quickly remembered that a similar fruit pattern had appeared in a mysterious incident reported by Coulson some time ago, and he retrieved the file from his computer. Codename, MS-026. Name, Magical Item Vending Machine. Description, it looks similar to an ordinary vending machine, but the main difference is that it sells goods with magical functions, which consume 10 years of the buyer's lifespan. The assassin potion can make a person as agile as an assassin, but the side effect is hearing unknown mumbling when the consciousness is blurred. The specific effects of the other masks, fruits, and death notes sold are unknown. Activity pattern, unknown. Danger level assessment, C, may endanger a small number of people. Comparing the pattern in the file, Fury was sure that the devil fruit described in the parchment was the item in this magical item vending machine. Could it be that it wanted to find this vending machine itself? No, that's not right. If that's the case, why is it reminding me now? Fury suddenly raised his head and looked at the demon on the screen, and a terrible thought came to his mind. There is another possibility. Someone has already bought the devil fruit in the magical item vending machine and eaten it, and then turned into this. If this is the case, then the danger level assessment of the vending machine will have to be raised by at least 2 levels, to at least a Class A event that could endanger the entire city. Fury looked grim and asked Parchment, where can I find a devil fruit? Midtown High School. Really? Fury stuffed the parchment back into the safe and left the office. This matter is not that simple, he can't just sit in the office and watch it happen. Villa, Underground Laboratory. Sir, there is a video suddenly on the internet, I think you will be interested in it. Really? Let it out and let us see. Yes. Tony raised his head and looked at the giant demon wreaking havoc in the picture, as well as the students crying and running away. His originally indifferent expression became solemn. It seems that the time has come for Iron Man to officially appear before the public. Sir, I must remind you that Homelander Harry Osborn has appeared on the scene. Really? Then I'm going even more. Tony snorted and raised his head slightly, let everyone see that Iron Man is more trustworthy than this underage brat. Chapter 73. Mike is a huge fan of mysteries. A few months ago he was still dismissive of mysterious events, but ever since he saw himself in the mirror smiling strangely at him during a ghost story experiment, he felt uncontrollable excitement in addition to fear. Come on, isn't this cooler than singing and dancing rap? Therefore, even if the other friends quit the club because they were too scared, Mike still insisted on staying alone, even if he was considered to have lost his mind due to dirty things. You don't understand the charm of mysterious events at all. Mike has been searching for mysterious events on the internet and has met a large number of like-minded people. However, he never expected that the mysterious events would appear around him again. Hello everyone, welcome to Mike's mystery decryption video. While the teachers and students were running for their lives, Mike found the most suitable shooting angle in the teaching building. He leaned on the railing with his mobile phone in hand, and while reciting the opening lines of his video, he aimed the camera at the people fighting below. Oh my god, did you see that? The most conspicuous green fat guy is the protagonist of this incident, a demon, a living demon. It is said that it has killed many people, and it did so by eating them. I dare say that most of those people are vegetarians. So, I call it the devouring demon. Mike is quite famous on the internet. As soon as the show started, many people watched it, and they were shocked by the content. That's a living demon, how come he appeared openly in a live broadcast? Of course, there are also many people who don't believe it and think it is a movie being filmed, a video clip from a Hollywood blockbuster that has been leaked. However, the appearance of Homelander and Spider-Man made them shut up and quickly turned into a live party. Yes, it's true, I was there. More comments were made to cheer for the motherland. Come on, handsome fellow countrymen, knock that disgusting guy down. The popularity of the live broadcast room soared rapidly. Mike was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling and continued the live broadcast. The ones fighting against the devouring demon are Homelander, who we are all familiar with, and Spider-Man, the superhero who has recently emerged. There may be many people who are not very familiar with Spider-Man. Let me briefly explain it here. As he was talking, the situation below was changing rapidly. The devouring demon fell heavily under the combined efforts of Homelander and Spider-Man, and there was cheering in the live broadcast room. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The tied-up devouring demon suddenly broke free and launched a counter-attack against Homelander and Spider-Man. At this moment, Mike felt the back of his collar suddenly tightened, and his body rose involuntarily. He yelled in horror, "No, no, no, I haven't taken a shower for several days. It's not delicious. Who wants to eat you?" Jessica looked at him with disdain and carried him downstairs. "You are the only one left in this building. Luckily I came up and took a look around, otherwise you would be dead." Seeing that it was not the devil's companion, Mike breathed a sigh of relief, but soon returned to his old ways, chattering non-stop, "Hey, hello, my name is Mike, I'm live streaming the battle between the Homelanders and the Devils, put me down quickly. My god, you are so strong that you can lift 80 kilograms of me with just one hand, and it's not hard at all. I guess you are also a superhero? Why haven't I seen you before? Oh, I see. You haven't officially become a superhero yet, right? Haven't you decided on a name yet? Let me help you think of one. How about calling you Hercules? Jessica was so annoyed that she took 3 steps at a time and jumped down the dozen steps. The sudden feeling of weightlessness scared Mike so much that he finally shut up. After going downstairs, Jessica threw Mike directly into the last car and patted the door. Okay, there is no one in the teaching building, let's go. The stressed-out driver stepped on the accelerator as if he had been pardoned and drove out of the school. Parker leaned on the car window, stuck his head out, and shouted to Jessica, "Hey, Jessica, get in the car too." "No." Jessica waved her hand and turned back, her young face full of determination. "That fat guy is wrong, I am already a superhero." Just as she was about to get up and rush to the battlefield, she heard the roar of a helicopter overhead. She looked up and saw Norman giving her a thumbs up and throwing a large box down. Jessica took the box with a puzzled look on her face, and then opened it at Norman's signal. When she saw what was inside, her eyes lit up. Time goes back to 5 minutes ago. After sending Jessica away, Uncle Ben's expression under the mask suddenly became serious. "Homelander, this guy is a bit tricky. Have you used all your strength?" "Full strength? How is that possible?" Harry's expression wasn't looking good either. His eyes were fixed on the devouring demon's chest. The place that had been bombarded by his heat rays before was only slightly broken and a little red. "Damn it, why is this guy's body so hard? Is this the power of the devil? I don't believe that your whole body is so hard." Harry's eyes moved upwards and landed on the red eyes of the devouring demon. "Spider-Man, hold its head still for me." Uncle Ben didn't hesitate and took action directly. Spider silk spurted out from his wrists like it was free and stuck to the neck and head of the devouring demon. The devouring demon seemed to sense the danger and struggled hard. With a strong pull of its strong arms, it tore apart most of the spider web. Uncle Ben was shocked and jumped over and grabbed one of its arms with all his strength. Seeing this, Harry no longer hesitated, and his bright eyes turned extremely red. The next second, dazzling heat rays burst out from his eye sockets, distorting the air and falling directly on the eyelids of the devouring demon. "What?" A shrill scream rang out, and the intense pain made the devouring demon struggle even harder. In just 2 seconds, all the spider silk wrapped around its body broke at once, and even Uncle Ben who was holding its arm was thrown out. The devouring demon regained its freedom. It raised its arms to block the heat rays, rolled over, and stood up again. "Damn bugs, you made me mad." Just as Harry guessed, the defense of its eyelids was a little weak and it was almost penetrated by the heat rays. The devouring demon glared at Harry angrily, and then, dense tentacles extended from all over its body again, piercing Harry in front of it as quickly as a group of dancing snakes. "Humph, these attacks are of no use to me." Harry simply used the heat ray again and killed most of the tentacles. Without the obstruction of the tentacles, Harry clearly saw the devouring demon grab the large rock at its feet and stuff it into its stomach. Chapter 74. Early in the morning on a weekday, Midtown High School was deserted. Except for a few unlucky people who died in the initial attack, most of the teachers and students had evacuated the school. Now, except for a few people who were ready to fight the devouring demon, there was only a police helicopter that arrived here in advance and the helicopter that Norman was riding. The 2 helicopters maintained a suitable safe distance and filmed the battlefield. Seeing the scene in the camera, the photographer was puzzled. "That demon is eating stones? Isn't this the most intense time of the battle?" Harry had the same question in his mind, but it did not stop him from continuing to attack the devouring demon. However, the damage that fists could cause was limited, so Harry had to continue using heat rays. The devouring demon, who had suffered a loss once, used his arms to protect his eyes tightly and ate stones fiercely, leaving Harry helpless. Uncle Ben was even more helpless. His attacks were weaker than Harry's, and his newly added electric shock ability was of little use against the devouring demon. "Are we just going to watch it eat stones?" At this moment, Harry and Uncle Ben turned their heads and looked behind them at the same time. A black phantom rushed up at a speed that ordinary people could not achieve, passed directly over the two stunned people, and went towards the devouring demon, leaving behind only a familiar voice. Homelander. Spider-Man. We can't let it eat anything. Every time it devours something, it will gain corresponding abilities. Is it Jessica? When did she change into a new battle suit? No wonder they both didn't recognize that what Jessica got from Norman was a new battle suit tailored for her. The battle suit was all black, and the tight-fitting design outlined Jessica's youthful and charming curves. The Batman-style mask covered her upper face, revealing only a pair of wild eyes. As she ran, her long black hair fluttered behind her, adding a touch of charm to her. Hey, be careful! Harry couldn't help but remind. Jessica chuckled but didn't reply. Her nimble figure had already turned to the side of the devouring demon. She leaped up and stepped lightly on the devouring demon's thigh. She shook her hands and spikes flashing with cold light popped out from all 10 fingers. Swish! The devouring demon, who was still busy eating stones, made a slash with his hands, and before he could react, 10 crisscrossing scars appeared on his face. What? The devouring demon cried out in pain, and the stone in his hand was kicked away by Jessica. He looked so embarrassed. Jessica did not linger in the fight. She dodged its grabbing hand, stuck the 2 balls on its body, and immediately retreated back to Harry and the other man. The next second, there were 2 loud explosions, and the huge body of the devouring demon was swallowed by the instantly expanding flames. Pretty. Uncle Ben praised Jessica's wonderful performance, and Harry was also smiling. Jessica looked down at her twisted sharp alloy nails and shook her head. No, its body is harder than I thought. My attack can't do anything to it. Sure enough, the flames disappeared quickly, and the devouring demon opened its mouth wide and swallowed most of it, revealing its body, which was a little charred but not seriously. Are you kidding? Even the fire was destroyed by it. Jessica's face turned ugly. This was beyond her expectations. Jessica, you just said that it has the ability to swallow things that enter its body. Yes. Jessica briefly recounted the story of the devouring demon that after eating a tree, tentacles like dead branches could be extended from its body. Yes, it is growing. Uncle Ben took a breath and said, it was definitely not as tall as it is now. The most obvious thing is the comparison with the teaching building not far away. It was less than 2 stories high just now, but now it is a head taller. Harry clenched his fists. That means if we don't get rid of it soon, it will become stronger and stronger, and even devour the entire city. As if sensing the fear in the hearts of the 3 of them, the devouring demon coughed out a puff of smoke, then turned around and gave them a creepy smile. Then, it opened its mouth wide and raging flames gushed out from it, hitting Harry and the other 2 like layers of fire waves. Harry's pupils shrank, and he quickly grabbed one person's arm with one hand, and quickly flew into the air with the other 2. The 3 of them were speechless for a long time as they watched the scene below turn into a blazing sea of fire. Sorry, I made things worse. Jessica blamed herself. She knew that the devouring demon had this ability, but she didn't expect that it could even devour the flames formed by the explosion. Harry shook his head and said, No, if you hadn't told us about its ability, the situation would have been even worse. Uncle Ben nodded. There's no need to discuss who's right or wrong right now. The most important thing is to deal with that guy down there. Does anyone have any hidden tricks? Everyone was silent. Below, the devouring demon found that it could not kill the people who flew into the air, so it decided to continue filling its stomach. It was so hungry that it even ate tasteless stones with relish. Chief, it seems they are helpless against that demon. Ah! Another helicopter flew over, carrying Fury, Agent May and other S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Through the telescopes, they found that the 3-person team headed by Homelander was in a stalemate. Although they saved their own lives and the lives of their teachers and students, they were unable to eliminate the demon that brought the disaster. This result was a little beyond Fury's expectations. He originally thought that Homelander, whose strength was comparable to Superman's, would be able to turn the tide and get rid of this demon, or at least repel it. I never expected that it was our countrymen who were repelled. Even they are helpless, and adding one more agent won't make much difference. What on earth is a devil fruit that can turn an ordinary person into such a terrifying being? Fury's face was extremely gloomy. The emergence of more and more difficult and mysterious events made him feel heavy in his heart. If just one of them got out of control, the big city of New York would be on the brink of destruction. So why New York? Chief, look! Agent May's voice called Fury back from his thoughts. He picked up the telescope and looked at the battlefield. Sure enough, he saw that Homelander put the other two down and flew towards the devouring demon alone. Does he still want to defeat the devil by himself? Harry didn't pay attention to the many prying eyes around him. All his attention was focused on the devouring demon in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the devouring demon, put his hands on its waist, shouted loudly, and slowly lifted the devouring demon up. Then, the target, blue sky. Chapter 75. Haha! Harry roared, tensed all his muscles, and used all his strength in his hands to lift up the devouring demon that was happily eating stones, and kicked off the ground with his feet. Under the tense gaze of Uncle Ben, Jessica, and others, Harry lifted up the devouring demon, whose body was as big as a small building, and flew up slowly, and his speed was getting faster and faster. Yes, this was the final method Harry came up with, imitating the last blow that completely defeated Kingpin, bringing the devouring demon high into the sky and then letting it free fall. It can't have swallowed up the air and learned to fly, right? Among the people present, only Harry could fly independently, so this was destined to be a task he had to accomplish alone. Harry, this is something only you can do, don't make any mistakes. Harry said to himself in his heart. He gritted his teeth and tried his best. There was only one thought in his mind, that is to fly higher. But the devouring demon was not in a fainting state like Kingpin. After leaving the familiar ground, it felt a little panic. After a brief moment of confusion, it immediately struggled and turned its body back and forth. At this moment, its huge body became its disadvantage. Harry only needed to change direction in time and keep his hands close to it, so he didn't have to worry about it getting out of control early. The devouring demon was like a big ball, rolling back and forth in his hands but unable to roll away. As time went by, they flew higher and higher, already passing several hovering helicopters. The school below became smaller and smaller, and the human figures became as small as ants. The devouring demon was completely panicked. Countless dead tentacles extended from all parts of its body again and attacked Harry frantically. Harry, whose hands were tied, was unable to avoid the attack of the tentacles, and he was unwilling to dodge, so he had to use heat rays to clear the tentacles that were flying over. But there were too many tentacles attacking, and Harry's heat rays could not be rotated and cut at will. His body was soon attacked by the sharp spikes on the top of the tentacles. The ordinary clothes on his body were torn into pieces in the first time, and the skin underneath was also pierced with red spots. Seeing that he could not avoid it, Harry simply gave up using the heat ray, saved his energy, closed his eyes, and prepared to withstand the attack. Haha, this scene seems familiar. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Let's see who can last longer. Soon, Harry couldn't laugh anymore. Apparently realizing that the dead branch tentacles could not kill the man in a short time, the devouring demon immediately changed its strategy and changed the piercing into the entanglement. The dead branches and tentacles tightly wrapped around Harry's body, even his head, and wrapped him up like a mummy. The tightening was so strong that Harry actually had difficulty breathing for a moment. To make matters worse, Harry's hands were free from the devouring demon. He quickly opened his eyes and used the heat ray again. Two blazing rays of light penetrated and burned the layers of dead branches and tentacles, blooming a brilliant red light in the sky. Jessica, who was on the ground, squinted her eyes and saw the red light, and was worried, will the people from the motherland be okay? Will not. Uncle Ben said firmly, he is a native of our country. Yes, it would not be so easy for him to get into trouble. He is the first person to announce that he has superpowers, and is now recognized as the strongest person in the world. Jessica clenched her hands and prayed silently for Harry in her heart. High in the air, Harry struggled to break free from the tentacles. However, the devouring demon also broke away from his push, its upward momentum slowed down, and it began to fall, and it also changed from facing the sky to facing the ground. Harry had no idea how high they were now, but he still felt a lurking sense of uneasiness. If this attack cannot completely defeat the devouring demon, he will be completely powerless. The devouring demon, who has been fooled once, will not be able to be brought to heaven so easily again. So, this was Harry's last stand. In this case, we must risk everything and do our best. Harry made a decision after only a second of thinking. His figure flashed and he was already under the devouring demon. The man and the demon looked at each other and roared in anger. Kill! Die! Shhhhh! Two much thicker heat rays burst out from Harry's eye sockets, instantly crossing a distance of dozens of meters and bombarding the devouring demon's chest, causing its falling body to suddenly stop. Not willing to be outdone, the devouring demon opened its mouth and spit out a sea of fire. Harry moved in the air, quickly changing position, avoiding the sea of fire, and rushed under the devouring demon. He stretched out his palms and held it back again. Keep going up to heaven. The devouring demon learned to be smart and not only swung its fist at Harry, but also immediately extended a large number of dead branch tentacles from its body and wrapped around Harry. Harry was distracted and couldn't concentrate on flying it, and it even continued to fall. Is this my limit? Harry's face was full of reluctance. Just then, there were a few strange noises coming from the side. Harry turned his head and his pupils shrank suddenly. He no longer cared about continuing to fight with the devouring demon and quickly dodged to the side. Two small missiles with tails of flame hit the devouring demon with incredible accuracy. The next second, a large fireball suddenly expanded in the sky, and the air waves it created even affected Harry, who was dodging, and pushed him away. What happened? Was it a missile launched by the military? Harry quickly steadied himself, his eyes swept across the large cloud of smoke rising in front of him and looked not far away. An iron battlesuit reflecting red and gold light appeared in his field of vision. The advanced sense of technology made Harry feel alert. Who are you? A military man. Oh, I am me, not anyone else's. Tony's usual frivolous voice came out from the Iron Man suit. Little boy, you can't handle this guy, let the adults handle it. My lord? You. Harry hated being treated like a child. He snorted and said, you don't think you can kill the demon with this weird robot? How naive. What an unpleasant child. Forget it, just don't get in my way and stay here obediently. As the two were talking, the devouring demon had already emerged from the thick smoke, and its descent speed gradually increased. Tony dropped these words and flew towards the devouring demon, launching various attacks on it at the same time. Small missiles, palm cannons, armor-piercing shells. All the weapons equipped on this latest model of battlesuit were used on the devouring demon, as if it was used as a target for testing the weapons. To be honest, Tony felt great. Looking at the Iron Man suit that represented an arsenal of weapons, Harry put away his contempt. He had to admit that he was no match for this strange robot in terms of attack. However, this does not mean that Harry has to be obedient. He snorted coldly and chased after the devouring demon. Chapter 76. Commissioner, what is that? Iron Man, Tony Stark. Fury showed a surprised look. He didn't expect that with Tony's personality, he would take the initiative to get involved in such a dangerous matter. Maybe it was his confidence that gave him the courage? Ever since meeting Tony, who broke into S.H.I.E.L.D. that day, Fury felt that he had escaped S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance and control, so he asked his subordinates to collect information about Tony and obtained specific information about the Iron Man suit from the military. The Iron Man suit is a mobile arsenal with all-round combat capabilities. It is self-contained and far superior to all current fighter planes and tanks. Its strategic importance is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. The most important thing is that Tony is the richest man in the world and he can mass-produce iron suits. After realizing this, Fury knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. could not become an enemy of Tony, but should try its best to win him over, even though Fury always believed that Tony's character was not useful. He cannot be made a member of the Avengers, but he can be given the title of consultant. Fury looked at the blurry image of the Iron Man suit transmitted back by the satellite, wondering how he could get Tony to work for him and S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. Send a beautiful and unexposed agent? Tony had no idea that the black salted egg he was talking about was planning to plot against him again. He was staring in shock at the rapidly falling devouring demon below. What's going on? Is its body made of steel? This is unscientific. Under the continuous bombardment of the Iron Man armor, the devouring demon could not be said to be unscathed, but it could be said that he was not seriously injured. His arms and thighs were intact, without any signs of breakage. There was a charred spot on his spacious chest, one of the few records of his battles. Got it, naive uncle. Harry flew to Tony's side and teased, this guy can't be dealt with by just talking. Hey, what uncle? My name is Iron Man. When Tony thought about it carefully, he knew why Harry had gone to so much trouble to bring the big guy up to the sky. It was simply to use the huge impact of the fall to smash it into a pool of meat. However, given the height just now, it doesn't seem very safe. Boy, what you can't do, I will help you complete. Jarvis, calculate the trajectory and speed of that guy's fall. The thrusters at both hands and feet of the battle suit were activated at the same time, and Tony accelerated his downward dive, quickly passing the dancing devouring demon and coming under it. At this time, they were not far from the ground. Jessica and others clearly saw the iron armor and the devouring demon, and even Harry's figure was vaguely visible. What is that? A robot. No, it shouldn't be as simple as a robot. Under the gaze of everyone, another violent explosion occurred in the sky, and the dazzling flames were clearly visible even in the apartment several kilometers away. Levi calmly took a sip of ice cola and started eating melon seeds. In the air, Tony once again bombarded the devouring demon with artillery shells, but this time he attacked from below. The powerful driving force created by the explosion gradually eliminated the devouring demon's falling tendency, successfully keeping it in midair. The next step is to push it to an even higher altitude. Damn demon, come and have a taste of the charm of technology. The hands of the Iron Man suit quickly transformed into two heavy hammers. Driven by the jet, they slammed into the devouring demon in just a blink of an eye and pushed it upwards again. The devouring demon was like a toy being played with. No matter how loudly it screamed, it could not free itself from the state of having its feet off the ground. The fire of rage turned into endless flames that gushed out of its mouth. Boom! Two heat rays shot out from the other side and hit the devouring demon's jaw, causing it to close its mouth and saving Tony from the danger of being roasted. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to help you, I just want to kill this ugly guy. Harry said with a cold face. Okay, I'm not going to say thank you though. Is this your method? You alone can't be any better than I was just now. Who said I only have one? Okay. Harry looked into the distance with a changing expression, and four agile figures cut through the sky and appeared in front of him. There were actually four of them, all of which were iron suits that were not much different from the one next to him. Now it's showtime. Tony chuckled, and accompanied by the dynamic music playing from the battle suits, the five iron suits moved together, directly grabbing the limbs of the devouring demon and rushing into the sky at a speed several times faster than before. This guy. Harry gritted his teeth, he could still handle one, but it would be very troublesome if there were more. He couldn't believe that he, who was supposed to be the strongest person in the world, would lose to a nasty guy who suddenly appeared. No, I'm still the strongest. He just relies on his battle suit. I have a battle suit, too. He was originally full of disdain for the battle suit, but his mentality changed in an instant. After this incident, he wants Norman to create a more advanced and powerful Superman suit to make him invincible again. Harry's eyes became sharp again, and he flashed and flew out after the guys above, using heat rays to help Tony reject those annoying dead branch tentacles. Just like he said just now, he didn't want to help Tony, he just wanted the devouring demon to die. With Tony and Harry's increasingly tacit cooperation, the devouring demon rose higher and higher, breaking through the troposphere in a few minutes, entering the stratosphere, and continuing to rise. The buildings on the ground are no longer clear, and the outline of the earth is becoming more and more obvious. Harry stopped helplessly. He was made of flesh and blood and could not stay in a place with thin atmosphere for long. Without Harry's support, Tony was almost reaching his limit. This height should be enough, then get down. 5 steel armors broke away from the devouring demon at the same time, flew above it, and released all their fire power together. Boom boom boom. Amid countless roars, the devouring demon suddenly fell. Its huge body rubbed violently with the atmosphere, gradually turning red and igniting flames. From a distance, it looked like a meteor with a long tail, streaking across the sky and falling to the earth. 5 iron suits appeared in unison beside Harry. "Hey, it's not time to rest yet." One of the suits stopped beside Harry and said to him, "We need to adjust its position so that it won't fall into the downtown area." After saying that, Tony flew down. Harry took a deep breath and flew down with Tony. Being very competitive, he would not allow himself to show any sign of fatigue in front of outsiders, especially those he disliked. They succeeded. Looking at the huge fireball falling from the sky, Fury couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but his expression was still solemn. If he guessed correctly, the devil fruit would appear soon, and S.H.I.E.L.D. could not allow such a dangerous item to fall into the hands of others. Chapter 77. A huge fireball with thick smoke billowing fell from the sky. With the efforts of Tony's 5 battle suits and Harry, the place where the devouring demon fell returned to Midtown High School. Jessica and others who received their notification quickly evacuated the school, staring at the smoke-emitting devouring demon falling down and hitting the teaching building. Rumbling. A deafening roar like a landslide echoed in everyone's ears. The tall teaching building collapsed, raising thick smoke and dust. Even though she was hundreds of meters away, Jessica could still clearly feel the vibration of the ground and the strong wind blowing in her face. She covered her mouth and nose and said in a muffled voice, "Ahem, does this mean I won't have to go to class for a long time?" Uncle Ben glanced at Jessica and shook his head, "Don't worry, I will ask Chairman Osborne to solve this problem." On the other side, Tony and Harry stood in the sky, looking at the thick smoke and dust below, unable to find the figure of the devouring demon that was covered. "If it doesn't die even after this, I don't have any other ideas. Am I supposed to just throw it to a remote place and destroy it with a nuclear bomb? If the nuclear bomb can't kill it, we will be facing a terrible monster that can emit radiation. Are you sure you want to use this method? It can evolve infinitely by devouring. This ability is too shameless. We should send it to a place where there is nothing and imprison it." Under the mask, Tony narrowed his eyes, as if he had thought of something. At this time, after discovering that there was no danger, the helicopter sent by the police came above the teaching building and used the wind pressure generated by the rotation of the propeller to quickly disperse the thick smoke below. The devouring demon still could not be found. It seemed that it was buried very deep under the collapsed building. Seeing this, Tony asked Jarvis to control one of the Iron Man suits, drop it into the ruins below, and do the hard work of moving bricks. The other 3 suits stood in a triangle to monitor all directions for possible dangers. "It's a bit slow, but it's safer. Tony has poured his emotions into every suit and they can't be sacrificed in vain." Harry frowned, the uneasiness in his heart still lingered. The longer he delayed, the longer it would take for the devouring demon to recover. He frowned and also fell into the ruins. He grabbed a large piece of broken ceiling debris with both hands, lifted it up with force, and threw it out. Jessica and Uncle Ben, who came over, looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and joined the ranks of moving bricks. Young people nowadays are so impatient and have no patience at all. Tony shook his head and didn't intend to join in. Instead, he landed on the open space and sat down on the ground without any image. After the battle just now, his suit had consumed too much energy, so he needed to save some in case of emergency. At this moment, Fury showed up and came over. "Tony, we meet again. Wow, look who's here, isn't this the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony took off his mask, looked at Agent May standing behind Fury with an exaggerated expression, and whistled, "Mr. Black Salted Egg, where is the super-powerful Avengers you formed? How come you didn't take any action in such a big event? Could it be such a coincidence that you all asked for leave because you ate something wrong last night?" Agent May's face suddenly turned colder. Fury waved his hand, his expression unchanged. They have more important tasks. You should know, Tony, that the world is undergoing unprecedented changes. The dangers are not just the demons you see now, there are many more terrifying existences. So, what did you come here to tell me? Did you change your mind after seeing my wonderful performance, and are you willing to let me become the leader of the Avengers? No, not a leader, but an advisor. Fury smiled and said, I would like to hire you as a consultant for SHIELD, with a regular position, so that we can benefit each other. Ha ha ha, you mean I can get a salary from SHIELD? Wow, that's awesome. There was no smile on Tony's face. He spread his hands and asked curiously, mutual benefit? I can't think of anything you can do to help me. It's not intelligence, right? Please, can't I get it myself? No, it's not intelligence, but many items in SHIELD that you can't get or see. For example, the things your father left in SHIELD. Fury said confidently, you have stolen confidential documents from SHIELD. You should also know that your father Howard Stark is the founder of SHIELD. The items he left behind involve SHIELD's secrets, so you are qualified to view them only if you join SHIELD. Don't look at me like that. I don't know what your father left you, but I still have some integrity. Hee. Tony sneered twice to express his disbelief. After only meeting him twice, he knew that the black salted egg in front of him not only had a black face, but also a blacker heart. My father has been dead for more than 10 years. What's the use of the things he left behind? They are nothing more than those words asking me to keep working hard and stop playing all the time. Do you think I care about them? That's not necessarily true. You don't know how great your father is. He is a man who created a new era. Fury knew that Tony would only respond to soft tactics, so he slowed down his tone and said, I'm not saying this to threaten you, but to show that we can cooperate, benefit each other, and achieve a win-win situation. You should understand that there will be more and more powerful enemies like this demon in the future. You can cooperate with Homelander this time, so why not cooperate with SHIELD? There is no need for us to be enemies, right? Tony lowered his eyes slightly, thought for a while, and then nodded, although I hate you, you are indeed right. We have a common enemy. Even if we can't be teammates, we can still cooperate. As he said this, he took off the armor on his right hand and extended his hand to Fury, happy cooperation. Fury looked at the hand he extended and narrowed his eyes slightly, I don't remember you having the habit of shaking hands with others. People always change, don't they? Indeed. Fury hesitated, but still shook Tony's hand. Even though they separated after just a touch, at the moment of contact, a myriad of images were already flashing wildly in Tony's mind. Kree? Skrulls? Captain Marvel? UN Devouring Beast? Cosmic Cube? Captain America? Hulk? Thor? Loki, the god of trickery? Pictures kept flashing through Tony's mind, and finally stopped at a shocking picture. Tony knew that this was New York, but not the peaceful New York of the past. Instead, it was a New York caught in war and destruction. Countless alien soldiers swarmed out from the wormhole in the sky, covering the entire sky. The city was filled with slaughtered citizens, like hell. Tony even saw his own Stark Tower destroyed. Finally, a familiar giant mushroom slowly took shape in the center of the city, and endless flames devoured the familiar steel armor, ending everything. Is this the future? Do not. Impossible. I will never allow such a future to happen. Tony opened his red eyes, his expression extremely ferocious. Chapter 78. Tony. Tony shuddered as if he was suddenly awakened by the calls and came to his senses. Tony, are you okay? Fury stared at Tony, who was obviously abnormal, and became suspicious. He took off his armor and shook hands with me. It didn't make sense no matter how I thought about it. Tony Stark really had a secret. His reaction after shaking hands with me was also extremely strange, as if he had seen some incredible scene. Can he steal memories from other people through physical contact? After everything he's been through, it's reasonable for Fury to make any bold assumptions. It was impossible for Tony to tell his secret to the black-hearted director in front of him. Just when he was about to find a random excuse to fool him, Jarvis' voice rang out urgently. "Sir, something is wrong." A strong energy reaction suddenly erupted under the ruins. "What?" Tony didn't have time to think, he turned around and yelled to Harry and the others standing on the ruins, "Get out of the way!" Before he could finish his words, the ground began to shake violently as if it had been hit by an earthquake wave. Harry and the others reacted very quickly, and evacuated immediately upon noticing any unusual movement. The next second, piles of teaching building rubble exploded, and a huge arm comparable to the building stretched out from underneath. From the familiar green skin, it was not difficult for everyone to guess that this was the devouring demon that was trapped under the rubble. Judging from the size of its outstretched hand alone, the devouring demon had expanded several times in just a few minutes. "Damn, how did this guy get so big?" Tony looked grim. He turned around and saw Fury also had a serious expression on his face. All nearby residents have been evacuated to a safe place, using the excuse of a gas leak, and the police have set up a cordon. "Tony, kill it right here, don't let it run away." "You don't need to tell me, I know." As he spoke, Tony put on his mask, his eyes lit up red, and he flew into the sky. Fury looked at his retreating back and clenched his fists. "Let's go too." "Director, aren't we going to take action yet? Can our manpower rival Homelander and Iron Man?" "As much as I hate to admit it, we can only rely on them at this point. If even they fail, the military will use their last resort." "The military's last resort?" Agent May's face darkened slightly. She knew that the so-called last resort was to attack the area with missiles, and it was even possible to use nuclear bombs. By then, the consequences will not be just the loss of a few lives. Tony came to the sky above the ruins and stood opposite Harry. Jessica and Uncle Ben watched the battle from a distance and were not needed for the time being. The two of them had no mood to talk. They just watched the huge devouring demon crawl out from the ground and finally reveal its full appearance. The most obvious thing is that its size has expanded by at least twice its original size. Its height of more than 10 meters makes it look as huge as a mountain. The overall appearance has not changed much, except that there are rock-like lumps on various parts of the body, making it uglier and more disgusting than before. Tony curled his lips in disdain. This guy must have eaten so much dirt and rocks after falling into the ground. He grows so fast. Harry's face was gloomy. "If you have any other ideas, please tell us now, otherwise we will have no choice but to run for our lives." His last attempt had failed. There was no other way to deal with this extremely tenacious demon. Of course, running away was just a joke. He would not allow himself to become a deserter and be laughed at by the world. Even if he died, he would keep the devouring demon here. "What else can we do?" Tony sighed. "I originally planned to exile it to the outer space. Even if it can't die, it can't harm the Earth. But now, such a huge body has an astonishingly terrifying weight, which cannot be supported by a few iron armor suits." The two fell silent, an air of despair lingering between them. "However, this is just the beginning." The devouring demon completely climbed out of the pit, suddenly raised his head and laughed, "Ha ha ha, no doubt about it, this is the taste of the human world, I am back to the human world again." Tony's face was full of question marks. Did this guy hit his brain? What is he talking about? Unexpectedly, the devouring demon seemed to have heard his words, and turned around to show him a terrifying smile. "I also want to thank you for breaking up that fool's consciousness, so that I can occupy this body so easily. My name is Bo Gang, and I am a demon that controls the power of devouring. I was sealed in hell by an immortal 10,000 years ago, but now I finally have the chance to return to the human world." A voice like thunder rang in everyone's ears, and the hidden message in the words surprised everyone. "What? Is this guy a demon that existed 10,000 years ago? What is an immortal? So, the previous devouring demon has been defeated by us, and the enemy now is Bo Gang." Among these people, Fury had the most information. He knew that the previous demon was originally just an ordinary human being, and he became a demon after eating the devil fruit. Considering what the devil named Bo Gang said, it was not difficult for him to guess that the so-called devil fruit was Bogong's effort to break free from the seal, but why did it appear in the magic item vending machine? How does the being behind the parchment know about the devil fruit? Will there be any connection between them? A series of questions echoed in Fury's mind. As things continued to progress, the mysteries did not decrease, but increased instead. Did our actions release a terrifying demon? Harry looked at the demon, whose aura became more oppressive. He believed that what Bogan said was true, and he couldn't help feeling annoyed. Just then, Tony spoke up. Bogang, is your so-called thank you just verbal? Is there any substantial thank you gift? A thank you gift? Ha ha ha, you human being are quite interesting. Bogang looked at Tony in the iron suit with great interest. His huge eyes were filled with a dazzling red glow. His gaze seemed to penetrate the iron suit and fall on Tony, making him break out in cold sweats. No human has ever dared to speak to me like this. Now, do you see it? Oh, then I will mercifully spare your life. From now on, you will be my servant and help me manage all humans. And I will be the ruler of your world. Tony raised his eyebrows. Ruling the world again? Why don't you villains have bigger dreams, like getting a doctorate, marrying a beautiful wife or something like that? Oh, with your looks, it's really hard to find someone who likes you. The sarcasm in the tone was particularly obvious, and Bogang naturally understood it. Court death. Its face darkened, anger surged, and it clenched its fist and punched Tony. Boom! The air was compressed rapidly, making a sharp explosion sound. Before the fist landed on the iron suit, the hurricane it created had already blown Tony away. Even Harry, who was closer, was blown dozens of meters away by the strong wind from the fist. The police helicopter within the attack range was directly smashed by a punch, sparks flew, and parts were scattered all over the ground. Jessica, who was watching the battle from a distance, took a breath. Chapter 79. Deep in the Himalayas, there is a hidden ancient temple. This is Kamartaj, the holy place in the hearts of all mages. On the top of the mountain, Gu Yi, wearing a simple robe, looked at the clouds in the distance. There was no expression on his handsome face, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. Suddenly, Gu Yi's eyes moved slightly, and he turned around, just in time to see his disciple Mordo with thick eyebrows and big eyes walking out of the portal with sparks flying. Master Ancient One. Looking at the pair of clear eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world, Mordo lowered his head and said respectfully, "There is something that I care about and want to tell you." Ancient One shook his head slightly, "I don't know." "What? What you want to ask is the news about the appearance of the devil that appeared on the internet. I don't know if it is true. How is that possible? You are the supreme sorcerer, there is nothing in the world that you don't know." Mordo said excitedly. Ancient One's expression remained calm. "You are wrong, Mordo. There are many places in this world that even I cannot see through, including New York at this moment. A few months ago, New York was shrouded by a mysterious force that blurred my perception." Mordo's eyes widened in disbelief. If he had never seen the Ancient One lie, he would have suspected that the Ancient One was joking. "Then you are not curious about what appeared there?" "Mordo, as mages, curiosity is the emotion we need to control the most." Ancient One said slowly, "Our mission is to protect the temple and resist the invasion from the dark dimension that may appear at any time. We don't need to care about other things, and there is no need to care about them, as long as these things are not serious enough to endanger the entire world. Even if a large number of people die because of this." Mordo did not quite agree with this point of view. Gu Yi nodded. "Like life, death is also an inevitable stage in the development of things. Everyone will die, including me. But these people shouldn't have died. They were just affected by supernatural forces. We mages have the responsibility to eliminate these supernatural forces that shouldn't have appeared. They hinder the normal laws of nature." Looking at the emotional Mordo, Ancient One sighed and said, "Mordo, since you insist so much, then follow your heart and go to New York to see for yourself. I have only one request, do not bring danger to the New York temple." "Yes." Mordo pursed his thick lips, bowed respectfully to Ancient One, turned around, opened the portal, and left. Gu Yi sighed, there was something she hadn't said yet. Ever since the emergence of that mysterious and vast power, not only the present world, but even the future has become blurred in her eyes. Even with the power of the time stone, she could not clear away all the fog. It seemed that the future had already fallen into chaos, and any influence could lead to different changes in the future. Now she is not sure what kind of change is good. So, to be on the safe side, Ancient One chose to act according to the trajectory he had seen before and did not rashly face the mysterious existence. At least, she would have to wait until her designated successor appeared and took over the mantle from her, then she would be able to disregard everything and die bravely. Until then, just ignore those minor fights. Gu Yi sighed slightly and closed his eyes. The once beautiful Midtown High School has now become a ruin. Under the raging violence of the devouring demon, no, it should be said that it was the demon Bogong's fist, Tony and Harry couldn't get close at all and could only flee in panic. Even an iron suit was broken into pieces in order to save Jessica and Uncle Ben. During this process, Bogang did not forget to devour the debris around him, and his body continued to grow. Damn it, how can a guy like this be defeated? Tony's previous confidence was gone, and he gradually fell into despair. If this continued, New York City would be eaten up and wiped out in a few days, even before the alien army invaded. There must be a way, what is it? On the other side, Harry also fell into despair. The power he was proud of was simply a joke in front of the demon Bogon. The indestructible heat rays could not leave even a scar on its body. After continuous devouring, Bogang's defense and strength are skyrocketing, and the gap between them will only get bigger and bigger. Harry! A familiar voice sounded in his ears. Harry turned his head and saw Norman yelling at him in the helicopter. Even Jessica and Uncle Ben were taken in by him. Dad! Harry panted, flew into the helicopter, and gently hugged Norman's arm. Dad, it's too dangerous here, why are you still here? You haven't left yet, how can I leave first? Norman smiled and handed him the suitcase in his hand. Here are the things you missed. You were very busy just now and I didn't have a chance to give them to you. Is this my battle suit? Harry took the suitcase, and his originally gloomy expression gradually brightened up with new brilliance. Well, only when you put on the Superman suit can you be a complete Homelander. Norman patted his shoulder and encouraged him, go, your battle is not over yet. But it's so powerful that I can't hurt it at all. Harry was afraid that he would disappoint everyone's expectations. Harry, didn't your teacher teach you when you were in school? The powerful dynasties or organizations in history often fell apart due to internal problems. Hearing Norman's hint, Harry's eyes became brighter and brighter. Father, I understand, thank you. Before entering the helicopter, Harry was a dejected student, but after coming out, he had transformed into a confident native. After waving goodbye to Norman and the others, Harry showed a determined look and flew straight towards the enemy, with the black cloak behind him fluttering in the wind, rustling. Okay, the pre-dinner dessert time is over, it's time to have dinner. A long scarlet tongue stretched out from Bogang's mouth and licked the corner of his mouth. His eyes passed over the wall of Midtown High School, fell on the panicked police officers outside, and he chuckled. It raised its foot and took a step toward that direction. Boom, boom, boom. Every step seemed to step heavily on people's hearts, and everyone became more and more panicked. Hey, wait a minute, we haven't had enough fun yet. Tony bravely controlled the Iron Man suit and appeared in front of Bogon, blocking its way. Why don't we play something else? How about hide and seek? Humph, you should know that you can't stop me no matter what. Just be happy that you can save your life from me. Bogang ignored Tony's attempts to stop him and kept walking forward. You're so nervous, is there someone you care about in that direction? Then I'll go faster and eat them all. Damn it, he is indeed a demon with a bad personality. Tony watched helplessly as Bogang walked past him, but he could do nothing. At this moment, Harry, wearing a battle suit, appeared beside Tony and said anxiously, I have an idea. Chapter 80. Are you sure this will work? After listening to Harry's description of the method, Tony expressed that he didn't quite believe it. I feel like I'm delivering food to it. There's no other way, is there? Tony thought about it and finally nodded, because at this time the demon Bogong was about to cross the school wall and was about to start his buffet. So, how can we make it open its mouth? I'll be the bait. Harry said without hesitation, I will make its mouth open wide, and all you have to do is stuff all the explosive things into its body at that moment. As he spoke, Harry handed all the special bombs he had just obtained to Tony. Be careful, one can blow up a building. Wow, I didn't even notice you changed your clothes until you told me. It's nice to have someone give you some equipment. Tony took the bomb and whistled, luckily, I have one too. In the sky, a new iron suit slowly fell down. It was filled with gunpowder and a new arc energy core, enough to keep Tony hard for another half an hour. As early as during the break, Tony asked Jarvis to prepare supplies in advance, and fortunately it didn't take long. Harry nodded slightly and flew towards Bogong first. Is this the devil? Even our countrymen can't kill it, how can we possibly stop it? Retreat, give the order to retreat immediately, Chief. At the police cordon, a group of police officers hid behind the car door, watching with cold sweat as the tall figure as big as a hill broke through the school wall and appeared in their sight. The green skin, red eyes, ugly appearance, and the huge body that could not be ignored all told them that this was not any creature currently known to humans, but a demon that had turned from a legend into reality. Faced with such a monster, it is commendable that the police officers were able to persist and not run away. Director Stacy knew very well that if the demon continued to take a few more steps, someone would surely be unable to resist running away. For a salary of a few $1,000s a month, no one would risk their life. He also wanted to evacuate with his men, but there was a residential area behind them. How could he retreat without orders from above? At this moment, the secretary beside him handed him a cell phone. Director, it's General Ross's call. General Ross. Director Stacy picked up the call, and General Ross's voice came from the other end of the line. Director, let your people retreat. The military will take over now. It is good. Chief Stacy breathed a sigh of relief, and after hanging up the phone, she immediately ordered everyone to evacuate and continue to evacuate nearby residents who had not had time to leave. A large number of police cars roared away, and they were replaced by steel beasts, the kings of land warfare. The tanks and armored vehicles dispatched from the military moved their long gun barrels and aimed at the demon Bogong who had just come out of the school. In the air, fighter jets that had been on standby for a long time were also ready for bombing. Ready. Fire. Boom. 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 Dozens of shells were fired at the same time, drawing beautiful parabolas and landing accurately on Bogong or around him, with an error of less than 10 meters. The flames of the explosion rushed outwards like a bunch of blooming flowers, deadly and enchanting. Bogong's huge body instantly disappeared in the artillery fire, and the military force that the Americans were proud of successfully razed the area to the ground. The artillery explosion set off a shock wave that forced Harry, who was flying from behind, to stop and retreat. Did you make it? The commander on the scene stared solemnly at the area where even the air was distorted. Under such powerful firepower, even the strongest bunkers in the world would be destroyed, but now they are facing the legendary demon, and they have no idea whether they can succeed. Suddenly, the flames that had not yet disappeared rolled strangely, turned into whirlpools, and finally disappeared into Bogong's big mouth. Bogong burped, exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke, and showed a ferocious smile towards the tank in front of him. It's only right to return gifts. You gave me such a big gift, so I have to give you something in return. The next second, it opened its mouth wide and an extremely thick beam of flame spurted out from it, instantly crossing a distance of hundreds of meters and accurately hitting a tank. Boom boom boom. As the column of flame moved sideways, the tanks that were difficult to move became like fixed targets, exploding with a loud bang under the burning flames. In the blink of an eye, the entire tank formation was wiped out. General Ross, who was in the command center, turned pale. This demon was much stronger than the previous kingpin. They were not even on the same level. The military was able to fight back against Kim Byung, but now it seems to be being crushed. General Ross slumped in his chair and said to his adjutant, "Inform Mr. President that it is time for us to discuss whether to use nuclear bombs." To deal with this terrifying and immortal monster, only the invincible nuclear bomb can bring them a little sense of security. Harry took a deep breath. He knew the military would be defeated, but he didn't expect it to be so complete and for Bogang to consume so much flames. Seeing how easily it devoured the flames, Harry began to doubt whether his method would succeed. Was it really like what that annoying Iron Man said, that he was just giving the devil a delicious snack? At this moment, Harry's eyes lit up slightly, and he saw that there were still a lot of burning flames around Bogang. Why didn't it swallow up all the flames? Is there a limit to its swallowing? In any case, the feasibility of this method is the highest at present. No, it should be the only way. Harry gritted his teeth and was about to create an opportunity for Tony as planned, when he suddenly noticed a few sparks flashing in front of Bogang. These sparks appeared out of nowhere and more of them formed a big circle. Through this big circle, Harry saw a scene completely different from this side. What was even more bizarre was that a black man holding an iron rod passed through the circle, stepped over from what looked like a house inside, and came in front of Bogang. What is this? To Harry's surprise, even Bogang showed a puzzled look. It feels like a portal. Is this the demon rumored on the internet? Isn't it only 3 or 4 meters tall? Now it's almost 20 meters tall, right? Mordo felt the pressure brought by that huge body and his face became extremely solemn. He knew that he was indeed a little impulsive, and such an existence was obviously not something a mage like him could deal with. Could it be that this demon is the reason why Ancient One's detection was ineffective? How to do? Want to fight? Or just open the portal and escape in shame? Suddenly, Mordo's body stiffened and he found himself shrouded in shadow. When he looked up, the demon was giving him an evil smile. Chapter 81. It didn't take much time for Tony to replace the energy core, and his Mark IV Iron Man suit was basically restored to its original condition. After rushing to the battlefield ahead with the 4 iron suits controlled by Jarvis, Tony discovered that the person fighting against the Devil Bogang was someone he had never seen before. Who is that guy? I don't know, it just popped up out of nowhere, Harry replied. How should I put it? Like an acrobat performing magic tricks in an amusement park. What Tony said was a bit too harsh. As a mage, Mordo was actually cooler than them when fighting. Sparks burst out from the soles of his shoes from time to time, and he jumped in the air, nimbly dodging Bogang's huge fists. The iron rod in his hand is also very famous. It is called the Scepter of the Life Tribunal. It is actually a powerful magical weapon. Whenever it hits Bogang's arm, a bunch of sparks will always splash out. Of course, this level of attack is just a tickle to Bogang and cannot break his defense at all. Mordo obviously realized this. He put away the iron rod and began to use various magic to deal with Bogang's attack. It looked fancy, so Tony made such a comment. Hey, you two over there, if you keep watching the show, your helpers will be in trouble. Mordo jumped into the air, panting, and said to Harry and Tony. As he often surfs the internet, he naturally knows Harry, his fellow countryman, but he doesn't know much about Tony next door. Helper? Sorry, I don't remember having a helper whose name and identity are unknown. Tony took the initiative to play the villain and sneered, in fact, if you had stayed in the air like you are now, Bogang would have ignored you. Sure enough, Bogang just gave them a cold look, ignored them, and continued walking forward. Who made it unable to fly? Mordo was relieved. Is that guy called Bogang? Yes, have you heard of it? No. Well, I think so. It existed 10,000 years ago. Tony was still very curious about the newly appeared Mordo, and continued to ask, so what about you? Can you tell me your name and identity? Which magic troupe are you from? Harry looked at Bogang who was gradually going away and frowned slightly. You guys talk first, I'll go and block it. After saying this, he flew away without waiting for the other two's consent. Is he always so anxious? Yeah, it's better than a procrastinator. Hurry up and tell me, I still have to prepare to kill that guy. Mordo glanced at Tony and said, my name is Mordo, and I'm a wizard. Hi, a wizard, the kind from the movies? Well, even demons have appeared, so it's not surprising that there are wizards. If the timing wasn't wrong, Tony really wanted to take off his gloves and touch this Master Mordo to see what his future would be like. So, Master, why did you come here alone to die? Where are your master, that's the right name, right, and your fellow disciples? Modu pursed his lips and said, they have more important things to do. Hearing such familiar words, Tony snorted coldly, no need to say, I understand, it turns out that the whole world is suffering from persecution. By the way, I don't think I have introduced myself yet. My name is Tony Stark, and I am now Iron Man. We have a plan against the demon Pogon, and we need your help. Okay. Question, what method can be used to make a foodie stop? Answer, feed him. Harry used this method. He picked up the wreckage of the tank on the ground, aimed it at the demon Bogong's big mouth, and threw it hard. It would be rude not to eat the food that is served to your door. Bogang opened his mouth wide and swallowed the flying tank wreckage in one gulp, without even having to chew it. Harry never expected that things would go so smoothly. Perhaps the other party did not take humans seriously at all and would not care about any traps they set. Although they were unhappy, it was more beneficial to them. It seemed that they didn't need any bait at all. As long as they threw something loaded with explosives over, Bogang would swallow it without hesitation. This is a good opportunity. Harry looked in Tony's direction, wanting to tell him the good news, but he saw the 4 iron suits flying over, each carrying a large bag. Boy, get out of here quickly, don't blame me for not reminding you. Listening to the sound of the battle suit, Harry raised a brow and flew back to Tony. What are you doing? Hey hey. Tony laughed twice, just wait and see the show. As he spoke, the iron suits controlled by Jarvis tore open the bag in their hands and threw it towards Bogang. Immediately, a large ball of grey powder flew all over Bogang's head. Bogang only inhaled a little, but his nose kept moving and his mouth opened wide involuntarily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the warriors rushed forward. Those things, could they be? Bingo! It's Pepper. Tony smiled and pointed at Mordo. This mage Mordo can open a portal to any place, so I asked him to bring a few bags of pepper. Not just any place, but a place I know, Mordo corrected. This is quite convenient too. Harry shook his head. How do you know pepper works on demons? I don't know, but what's the harm in trying? Tony smiled, then immediately stopped smiling and said seriously, Jarvis, what's the situation? All battle suits have successfully entered the target's body. Self-destruct mode has been activated. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, 0. Everyone looked at Bogang standing on the road at the same time, and saw that it was still sneezing continuously. The next second, its stomach suddenly swelled up, and for the first time, an expression of fear appeared on Bogang's face. What's in the stomach? Tony sneered, feel the power of the energy core explosion. Not only are there 4 arc reactors, but they are also fully loaded with bombs, which can directly blow up a long street if placed outside. And since all these things are compressed in Bogang's stomach, the result is obvious. Boom! Endless flames gushed out from Bogang's mouth, nose, ears, and even eyes, like a volcano about to erupt. A blazing column of light shot up into the sky, instantly tearing apart the clouds on the sky, revealing a clear blue sky. Bogang's face was filled with pain and anger, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable violence, and his body was trembling in the flames, as if every inch of his skin was burning, turning a strange red. Under the tense gaze of Tony, Harry, Mordo, and the others, Bogang's huge body collapsed and did not get up for a long time. We won. Well, probably. I have a feeling it's not real. Why don't we go over and take a look? Tony pulled Mordo and flew with Harry to where Bo had fallen. Looking at its eyes that had turned white, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that we have won. Be careful! Mordo shouted. Tony didn't think twice and pulled Mordo up into the air. When he looked down, he saw an illusory green figure slowly emerging from Bogang's body. Chapter 83. Not only Tony but also Harry flew out like a frightened bird. Who knows what other tricks the devil might come up with, so it's never too late to be cautious. The 3 of them gathered together again, looking down at another little Bogong emerging from Bogong's body. and they were very nervous. Mordo, do you know what that is? I feel an extremely evil wave. Mordo said in a deep voice, that is most likely the soul of the devil. Soul? Is there really such a thing? Of course. Knowing and perceiving one's own soul is the foundation of a mage's practice. Is the soul in danger? Yes, some evil spirits can take over other people's bodies, which is called possession. The demon's spirit is obviously more evil and more terrifying. Tony was horrified when he heard this. It would be too disgusting if he was possessed by this guy. Finally, Bogang's soul completely escaped from his body. He looked almost the same as before, except that he was much smaller in size, even smaller than an adult man. It stared at Tony and the others angrily, and its furious voice rang directly in their minds, "Humans, I underestimated you, but don't think you can defeat me like this. The soul of the devil is eternal and immortal. Let me show you my true power." As soon as he finished speaking, Bogang's soul began to recite difficult and obscure spells and made various gestures in coordination. Even though Tony and his friends didn't know what it was planning to do, they knew the situation was getting worse. "We have to stop it immediately. Mordo, think of a solution quickly." Mordo gritted his teeth, knowing the urgency of the situation. He quickly folded his hands together, pulled out a bright rope, and threw it towards the Bogong soul. However, the rope was stopped by a solid protective circle covering Bogang's soul. Tony and Harry didn't sit there and wait for death. One of them shot out a palm cannon and the other shot out a heat ray. However, both attacks penetrated directly into Bogong's soul and could not touch it. Mordo shook his head and said, "It's useless. The soul cannot be attacked by ordinary means, and my spells cannot break its defense." They could only watch as Bogang finished reciting all the spells. When the last note of the spell fell, a strange wave spread out from Bogang's body. The next second, countless thick green vines suddenly broke through its iron-hard body, like giant pythons with bared fangs and claws. Part of the vines quickly penetrated into the ground, while the other parts continued to climb upwards, intertwining and entwining with each other, and finally twisting into a strand, like a steel gun pointing straight to the sky. In less than a minute, the vines had climbed to a height of more than 300 meters and then began to expand horizontally in all directions. As everyone stared in amazement, they weaved a gigantic umbrella-shaped object with a diameter of hundreds of meters, like a magnificent tree canopy, blocking out the sky and the sun. No, this is simply the tree canopy. Bogang actually cast a spell to transform his body into this towering tree. Shit, this tree is taller than my Stark Tower. Tony yelled in disbelief. You should say this is almost taller than the Empire State Building, Harry said grimly. Look, Bogong's soul has entered the tree. Mordo, who was always paying attention to Bogong's soul, shouted loudly, causing the other two to look down, only to see Bogong's head disappear into the tree trunk. The vicious expression on the ugly face made Tony and Harry tremble in their hearts. I have a very bad feeling. We need to get rid of this tree as soon as possible. I feel the same way. Don't feel it anymore, the other party has already started to act. As soon as Bogang's soul entered the big tree, the originally quiet tree suddenly became manic and restless, and thousands of branches suddenly expanded in all directions like a group of crazy snakes. Nearby houses, trees, cars, and even humans were instantly tightly entangled by these branches, woven into mummy-like shapes, hanging on the branches, looking both weird and terrifying. Tony and the others were undoubtedly also attacked by the vines. After the palm cannon and heat rays had little effect, their faces changed drastically and they flew up to a height of thousands of meters before they avoided the attacks of the vines. They are different from before. They seem to have inherited the defense of the original guy. Tony's face was solemn. No, it's not that bad. Harry clenched the small piece of vine that was torn off in his hand and whispered, it's not as strong as that guy's skin. But, looking at the big tree that occupied a large area below, and the crazy vines that kept plundering everything, he shook his head, we have already lost, let's get out of here quickly. After saying that, Harry flew straight in the direction his eyes were locked on. Call. Tony let out a long breath, met Mordo's inquiring gaze, and nodded, well, he is right, our battle is over. Their attacks were insignificant against such a huge enemy. "Mr. Mage, it's time to use your portal again." "Ma'am, it's very dangerous here now. Can you please leave? If there is any danger, just go and deal with it. Are you wasting all our taxpayers' money on you? This is my home. Where are you going to leave me?" The police officer was about to continue persuading the woman when suddenly there was a loud bang and a giant green python jumped out of the house, directly wrapped around the obese woman's waist and pulled her away with a whoosh. "What the hell?" The police officer nervously took out his gun and walked in carefully, only to see that the house was in a mess and even the windowsill had a big hole in it. He slowly approached the broken windowsill, with a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. When he finally stuck his head out, the scene in front of him made him gasp. The originally quiet and peaceful community was now swallowed up by green vines as thick as bowls. These vines wriggled as if they had life, like the tentacles of a devil, constantly entangling unsuspecting people and dragging them into an unknown abyss. Some people were entangled by vines and disappeared in the sea of vines in an instant. Some people were hung high in the air, letting out heart-wrenching screams, the sound echoing in the air. It was creepy. His eyes followed the direction of the vines and saw a huge tree in the distance, like a monster rising from hell, blocking out the sky and the sun, almost occupying his entire field of vision. The trunk was as thick as a tower, and the intertwined branches and leaves gave off a sense of oppression, as if the entire sky was swallowed up by it. He felt his heart beating faster, his palms sweating, and his mind in a mess. The scene before him was so strange that he couldn't help but wonder if he was in a dream. However, the screams and the wriggling sounds of the vines were so real that he had to accept this cruel reality. In the end, all his thoughts were reduced to one sentence. "I am Defa." Chapter 84. I am Defa. The policeman couldn't help but curse, and he raised his gun and pulled the trigger at the green vines that were swimming towards him. Bang bang bang! The bullets hit the vines and bounced off, but they still entangled his body and pulled him out. Just as he closed his eyes in despair, preparing to face the end of his fate, he suddenly heard a sound of breaking air in his ears. He opened his eyes and saw a familiar figure falling from the sky and appearing in front of him like a god descending from heaven. The man held a piece of car door with the police logo on it in his hand and swung it like lightning, instantly cutting the deadly vine in half. He felt a strong vibration, his body suddenly became lighter, and he fell to the ground. His heart was beating wildly, almost jumping out of his chest. "Hey, you okay?" The police officer looked up and saw the familiar uniform that always appeared in his computer files. He was stunned and said, "Are you Spider-Man? You know me? Well, a lot of people called the police and wanted us to catch you. But I didn't do it." "Ha, thank you very much." Uncle Ben took him to a temporarily safe place and gently put him down. There was no smile on the face behind the mask. There was a hint of anxiety and uneasiness in his eyes. Time waits for no one. Without saying anything else, he turned around without hesitation and rushed to the next place that needed rescue. In this neighborhood that has turned into a chaotic ruin, not only Uncle Ben, but also Jessica, Harry, Tony, and others have joined the rescue efforts. However, reality is always cruel. Even if they try their best, they can only save a drop in the ocean. Their figures shuttled through the vine-filled area, leaving less and less space for them to hide. If they continued like this, even they would be in danger. Norman obviously knew this clearly, and ordered on the intercom, "Come back. If you are also captured, God knows what the devil will become." Yes, the devil's devouring ability may still be there. Uncle Ben shuddered at the thought of those vines having the ability to spray spider webs. If that happened, no one would be able to escape their capture and restraint. "Okay, I'll go back now." Uncle Ben sighed deeply, his eyes full of helplessness and heaviness. He looked around, and the scene before him was like the end of the world. Buildings collapsed in flames, thick smoke billowed, the streets were in a mess, and rampant vines were everywhere. In the distance, people's cries and cries for help could be faintly heard. At this moment, his eyes fell on a shivering puppy. The little guy was curled up beside a collapsed corner of the wall, his eyes full of fear and helplessness. Uncle Ben took a deep breath, and before the vines were about to wrap around the puppy, he shot out spider silk, pulled it over, and held it in his arms. "Hey, Spider-Man, where are you? I need your help. They're all coming towards me." Jessica's panicked voice came from the headset. After all, she is just an underage girl. It is very good that she can do this when she encounters such a serious incident when she debuts as a superhero. "Hold on, I'll be there soon." Uncle Ben shot out the spider silk without hesitation, flew away from here, and rushed to support Jessica. Boom boom boom. The roar of military fighter jets pierced the sky. Like a group of angry birds of prey, they launched a frantic attack on the giant tree that suddenly emerged from the ground. Missiles whizzed out and artillery fire poured down on the huge tree canopy like raindrops. Flames flew everywhere and the explosions were deafening, as if the whole world was shaking. However, the vines that made up the tree canopy seemed to have an endless vitality. Although they were torn into countless pieces by the artillery fire, they quickly grew out again in just a few seconds, and even became more lush and tougher. In the cockpit, the pilots gripped the joysticks tightly, their foreheads covered with sweat, their eyes filled with anxiety and unwillingness, and their heartbeats as rapid as a fighter jet's engine. They understood that this battle was not just against a giant tree, but also a contest between life and death, and a contest between humans and legendary aliens. Another round of attack. The commander's voice came from the headset, carrying an unquestionable order. The fighter jet adjusted its direction again, locked onto the target, and fired a missile. The roar sounded again, and the light of artillery fire illuminated the entire battlefield. However, the giant demon tree still stood tall, and its vines ignored the fighters, corroding all living things and objects on the ground with all their might, as if silently mocking the powerlessness and insignificance of human beings. It seems that it is impossible to destroy this demon tree with conventional methods. It continues to absorb nutrients and will only become stronger and stronger, and its vitality will become more and more vigorous. Compared with the previous demon, the current form is undoubtedly more difficult to deal with. In the Shield Command Center, Fury looked at the images on the big screen and said in a deep voice. When the giant demon tree emerged, he had already evacuated to a safe place. He always sensed danger earlier than others. That feeling was like a cold winter wind blowing across his cheek, making him alert in an instant. A large number of SHIELD agents came to support and rescue the people who had not yet had time to evacuate. Fury was only accompanied by Agent May and several other civilian staff. "Director, look, this is an enlarged picture of the demon tree. This place seems a little different." Fury looked intently and saw a hint of a deeper green among the layers of green vines. That green also had some strange patterns that allowed him to recognize it at a glance. "There's no doubt about it, it's a devil fruit. The devil fruit is hidden deep within this giant devil tree, and it may very well be the key to completely destroying it." Fury's face was as heavy as a dark cloud. His brows were furrowed as he paced back and forth in the room. His thoughts were surging in his mind like a storm. The air was filled with a tense and depressing atmosphere. Soon, he stopped, took a deep breath, his eyes became firm again, and his deep and powerful voice echoed in the room, "Find the location of Iron Man for me immediately." Yes. Fury doesn't know if he can trust Tony, but he trusts him more than Homelander, who was injected with the superhuman serum, which has obvious side effects. In any case, Tony has accepted his invitation and become a consultant for SHIELD. He is temporarily considered half a SHIELD member and is qualified to know certain secrets. However, before Tony's location was found, a call came to the command center. "Hello, I'm Fury Pierce. Why is it you?" "What? Are you kidding me? There are tens of thousands of civilians here. Are you going to abandon them all? Does the committee agree?" Listening to the voice in the microphone, Fury's face turned completely cold. Chapter 85. Dear audience, please pay attention. In the news station, the host's voice trembled slightly, and a trace of nervousness appeared on her pretty face. "We just received an urgent message." A line of large red characters flashed across the screen, as dazzling as blood, causing the heartbeats of many people who saw the news to accelerate instantly, and an invisible sense of oppression permeated the air. According to reliable information, a major accident has occurred near Midtown High School in Manhattan, New York City. The situation is extremely critical. Please remain calm and try to avoid going to the scene of the accident to avoid causing unnecessary confusion. The camera switched to the scene, the sirens of ambulances sounded one after another, and the busy figures of medical staff and police appeared particularly tense under the flashing lights. What is even more bizarre is that there is a giant tree in the background of the scene that blocks out the sun. Those tall buildings seem so small in front of that giant tree. A young reporter stood in front, the microphone in his hand trembling slightly, his face full of anxiety and uneasiness. This is the scene of the accident. She took a deep breath and tried to steady her voice. I think everyone saw the huge tree that appeared behind me. This is not a movie. I repeat, this is not a movie. This tree is real. It is very dangerous. Ah! Suddenly, the ground behind her shook violently, as if the earth was groaning. Then, a green vine as thick as a bowl suddenly broke out of the ground and quickly wrapped around her body like a hungry python, lifting her into the air. What? The female reporter let out a sharp scream, and the photographer carrying the camera stared, standing there in a daze, still filming diligently. At this moment, a red gold figure flashed by like lightning, and seemed to draw a dazzling arc in the air. The green vine instantly collapsed under the impact of some force, and fragments flew everywhere. The female reporter who was caught by the vines was rescued by Tony, who arrived in time and carried her like a princess. He put her on the ground and left quickly after saying only a few words. If you know the danger, don't stay here. Run for your life. There are not only reporters from one TV station here. It can be said that all news media with a normal sense of smell have sent their elite groups to obtain news intelligence as soon as possible. Oh my God, this is a demon. Which news media has reported on this creature before? As for danger or something, it should be okay. Didn't you see so many people not running away? Some people heeded Tony's warning, some ignored it, and some tracked Tony's location and wanted to interview this superhero who suddenly appeared in high-tech armor. To Tony, it was just an insignificant thing he did casually. He returned to the disaster area ahead, and while repelling the surrounding vines, he said to Mordo, who had been maintaining the portal, "The situation is not good. Those vines have even spread out from underground. I don't know where they have spread to. How long can you hold on?" Mordo's face was covered in sweat, and beads of sweat slowly flowed down his forehead, dripping onto the ground, making a slight sound. He licked his dry lips, looked at the rescued people heading to a safe place through the portal beside him, and took a deep breath. At least we can hold on until we save everyone here. Don't force yourself. Save as many as you can. You've done a good job. Tony was right. If it weren't for Mordo's portal, most of the people here would have been caught by the vines and turned into mummies hanging on the trees. The area they were responsible for suffered the least casualties. Mordo nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. He wanted to save some energy. Tony sighed and said, "Alas, the only good news is that the farther away from the giant tree those vines are, the weaker they become. Once we get to the city center, we should be able to smash them with a stick." "No, I have good news for you." Fury and Agent May appeared in front of them like a ghost, and said in a deep voice, "I found its weakness." Tony lifted his mask, looked at Mordo, and raised his eyebrows. "Are you sure?" "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't risk my life and appear here." Fury glanced at Mordo and the portal beside him, and nodded slightly. "Sir, please stop this thing, we also need your help. As for the remaining people, we will be responsible for rescuing them." Mordo glanced at the many more men in black around him and silently removed the portal. After finding a deserted place, Fury whispered to Tony and Mordo about S.H.I.E.L.D's discovery. The reason why he did not avoid Mordo was not only because he needed his help, but also because Fury wanted to recruit this suddenly appearing wizard into his team and make him a member of the Avengers. There is no need for Mordo to be very powerful. Just because he knows the strategic skill of Portal, Fury has taken a fancy to this mage with thick eyebrows and big eyes. "Devil fruit? The core of the giant devil tree?" Tony asked in confusion. "How did you know this? I know you are hiding a lot of things. If you know something else, tell me now." 20 minutes. What? Fury said solemnly, the president has confirmed that he will launch a nuclear strike on the demon tree. I have gained 20 minutes to evacuate, but now there are less than 10 minutes left. Are you sure you still have time to discuss those secrets with me? What? Are those politicians out of their minds? Tony scolded them without mercy. They actually want to use nuclear bombs in New York. What are they thinking? Aren't they afraid of being scolded to death by the people? Compared to this small loss, they are more afraid of the entire United States being destroyed. A nuclear bomb can't kill that guy, it will only make him stronger. So, now only we can save the world. Fury narrowed his eyes and looked at Tony. Let's act quickly. We must completely eliminate this demon before the nuclear bomb falls. He's right. Mordo said, Tony, we don't have time. Okay, tell me where the so-called devil fruit is hidden. Tony paused and added, also, find me that sullen brat as soon as possible. One more person means more strength. Without him, I don't have the confidence to destroy the devil fruit under the attack of so many vines. Homelander Harry Osborn. Fury thought about it and nodded, if you insist, I can help you find him. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Chapter 86. It is reported that Vice President Jordan claimed that the government will definitely solve this disaster, and said that the devil theory is nonsense, and it is actually just an accident caused by a biological experiment. According to information provided by enthusiastic citizens, superheroes such as Homelander and Spider-Man have joined the rescue. Listening to the news on his mobile phone, Parker, sitting in the car, frowned, worried about Uncle Ben and Jessica who are still struggling, and had some complicated emotions in his heart. His closest relatives and best friends were fighting, but he could only stay in a safe place, waiting for the final outcome. This feeling is too torturous. His heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. He couldn't breathe. Every second seemed as long as a century. Anxiety and powerlessness surged in his chest. As if seeing his worry, Flash Thompson, who was sitting next to him, stretched out his big hand to rub Parker's head, put his arms around his neck, and whispered in his ear, "Don't think too much, Jessica will be fine." Homelander and Spider-Man are also there. They are the most powerful superheroes right now. Parker forced a smile. I know, but I'm a little unwilling. Why can I only sit here? Why can't I fight with them? I always feel like I've been abandoned by them. Thompson raised his eyebrows and laughed. Parker, I thought you wouldn't care about this kind of thing. After all, you are very free and easy when facing us. That's different. The reason why I don't care about what you do is because I have their support behind me. But now, they seem to be getting farther and farther away from me. I'm afraid that I can no longer keep up with them and be left behind by them. But, Parker. Thompson put away his smile, looked at Parker seriously, and said, in the football team, none of us will deliberately slack off in training and lower our level to the same level as those substitutes sitting on the bench just because of a good relationship. They have no reason and it is impossible for them to stay where they are and wait for us. We can only rely on ourselves to become stronger and eventually stand by their side. Hearing his words, Parker let out a long breath and nodded seriously. Thank you, Thompson, I think I know what I should do. You're welcome. We're friends, aren't we? Yes, of course. They took the school bus to the hospital for a checkup. Parker was naturally fine, and he was quickly released from the hospital and returned home. Aunt May sat in the living room, staring at the news on TV. Parker stood for a while, then walked over and hugged Aunt May. Aunt May, Uncle Ben will be fine, and everyone will be fine. Meanwhile, Washington. A team of armed soldiers, led by Crossbones Brock Rumlow, arrived at the door of a SHIELD safe house. Of course, at this time Crossbones is still the captain of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Rapid Response Special Forces, and his identity as a Hydra spy has not yet been exposed. While Fury and the people he trusted were outside dealing with the incident with the demon Porgan, their group came to the place where the Winter Soldier was hiding, wanting to retrieve Bucky, whose memory had been restored. Crossbones leaned against the wall next to the door and winked at his younger brothers behind him. One of them nodded slightly, walked forward, and knocked on the door.
After waiting for a few seconds, there was no response. The man glanced at Crossbones, coughed, and said, "I'm from SHIELD. It's not safe here. Follow us and move quickly." There was still no response. Crossbones frowned, having already smelled something unusual. He took a deep breath, glanced around with a sharp gaze, then waved firmly at the team members, his fingertips drawing a sharp arc in the air. After receiving the signal, the team members immediately launched a strong attack. A low explosion sounded, and the sturdy security door broke open. Relying on dozens of training sessions and actual combat experience, the team members' movements were as swift as flowing water. They were as agile as cheetahs and quickly and silently broke into the safe house in front of them. "Captain, there's no one." "How can there be no one? Where are the people?" Crossbones checked the house and found no signs that anyone had ever lived there. Bucky had never been here in the first place. But it's clearly recorded in the files. Crossbones made a phone call with a grim face and sighed, "We were fooled by Fury. The Winter Soldier is not there." No, this may just be Fury's habit. You also know how suspicious he is. He will investigate if too much toilet paper is used. "Okay, I understand, sir." After hanging up the phone, he kicked the chair beside him angrily and said gloomily, "Pack up the troops, retreat, we will leave here and leave America immediately." The team members looked at each other and nodded, yes. When they evacuated in an orderly manner, they did not notice that there was a man wearing a black mask hiding on the opposite floor, holding a cell phone with a dialed call in his hand. "Director, you guessed it right. Someone went to look for Bucky. There are 20 of them in total. I have memorized all their breathing sounds. I will be able to recognize them next time we meet. Do you need support? It doesn't look good. I hope to see you again." Fury hung up the phone with a gloomy face. He just tried to set a trap and didn't expect that someone would actually step into it. Based on Daredevil Matt's description, Fury has roughly identified who the problems are. It seems that the shield, which was once thought to be impregnable, has actually become as leaky as a sieve. "Hey, we're saving the planet, can we be serious?" Of course, it was Tony who spoke so rudely. He glared at Fury and said unhappily, "Are you sure that's where the devil fruit is?" In the simple command center, there are not only S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, but also Tony, Mordo, and Harry are here, looking at the photos taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. together. "Yes, the devil fruit is in the center of the canopy," Fury said. "If we force our way in, we will definitely encounter stubborn resistance, so the best way is to use Master Mordo's portal." Facing everyone's gaze, Mordo nodded and said, "I can open the portal, but the specific location may be a little off, and it may not appear directly next to the devil fruit." "How many meters is the error?" "Well, 20 meters at most." "Enough." Tony clapped his hands and said firmly, "Then let Mordo open the portal, and Homelander and I will rush in and destroy that damn devil fruit." "Fury, how long will it take before the nuclear bomb is launched?" 3 minutes 17 seconds. "Then let's set it to 2 minutes. Mordo, after we go in, you must immediately close the portal, and then open it again after 2 minutes to pick us up." 2 minutes? Isn't that a bit too late? "No, those tentacles won't be able to keep me here for another 5 minutes." "Okay, it's decided." Tony took over the command without any explanation, and no one present objected because this was indeed the best option. Even Harry just listened silently. After finalizing the plan, they immediately began to prepare against all odds. Chapter 87. In the open space outside the command room, everyone stood beside Mordo in full readiness, waiting for the portal to open. Among them, Tony and Harry, who undertook the most important work, were particularly focused and adjusted themselves to the best condition. "Jarvis, how's the suit doing?" "It has been debugged to the best condition and can enter combat status at any time." "Very good, you will be responsible for the operation of the weapon system later. Kill those vines that are blocking the way." "Okay, sir." On the other side, Harry put special eye drops into his dry eyes to avoid any accidents when using the heat rays later. After everything was ready, Tony nodded to Mordo, "Let's get started." Mordo took a deep breath and stroked the ring on his finger. He had never felt this ring so heavy. He stretched out his hands skillfully and moved his right hand as usual. Tsitsize. Some sparks immediately appeared in front of Tony and Harry, which was a sign of the appearance of the portal. Hey, just like we agreed just now, you clear the way for me and I will destroy the devil fruit. Got it? You don't need to remind me again. I won't steal your limelight at such a critical moment. I've had that kind of thing many times. I just don't want such a burden to fall on the shoulders of a brat. The adults haven't all died yet, and it's not your turn to be the master of the times. Harry turned his head to look at Tony, who was wrapped tightly in the iron armor beside him, with obvious surprise in his eyes, as if he met Tony for the first time. Just then, Tony shouted, "Charge!" The portal in front of him had already expanded to a size large enough to accommodate one person. On the other side was a green area filled with slowly crawling vines. They seemed to have also discovered the sudden appearance of the portal and instantly became violent. Harry didn't have time to think about it, his body rushed through the portal and entered the core area of the giant demon tree. Tony followed closely behind and rushed in. Their figures were quickly covered by green vines and disappeared from the sight of Fury and others. The tips of the vines kept trembling, as if they had smelled the scent of prey, and each vine tried to pass through the portal and attack Fury and the others. Mordo was quick-witted and quick-handed. He waved his hands and quickly closed the portal. As the portal closed, the vines that had emerged were ruthlessly cut off, green juice flowed out of the broken parts, and they fell to the ground and twisted wildly, as if wailing for their lost vitality. A layer of fine beads of sweat seeped out of Mordo's forehead. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, but his heart was still beating wildly. He looked at Fury and asked, "Has the time started?" "Well, I'll tell you in advance when the time comes." "It is good." As the vines slowly lost their ability to move, the faces of the people on the field became solemn. They all fell silent for a moment, silently waiting for time to pass. They understood that whether the disaster could be minimized depended entirely on the performance of Tony and the other two. Harry's eyes widened, and two blazing rays instantly burst out from his eye sockets, cutting through the air and heading straight for the green vines in front of him. At the same time, he activated all the weapon systems inside Superman's suit without hesitation. These weapons that he once disdained to use have now become his last resort. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out one after another, and the flames were like a roaring dragon, tearing the vines into countless pieces and sending burning debris flying everywhere. Tony looked at the anxious battle ahead and asked anxiously, "Jarvis, haven't you found the location of the devil fruit yet?" "Found it. It's diagonally above us, 28 meters away." Looking at the red dot indicated on the system screen, Tony looked up and saw a fruit with strange patterns protected by dense vines. "Harry, attack it together." As he shouted, Tony also opened fire at full force, and all the artillery fire and missiles on his iron suit poured out, rushing towards the direction where the devil fruit was. Rumble! The deafening sound of explosions continued to ring out, and the slightly weaker vines were torn into powder by the power of the explosion. However, the vines guarding the devil fruit seemed to be a reinforced alien species. They just swayed left and right under the powerful impact of the explosion and were not destroyed. Therefore, the devil fruits protected by them are also safe. Hoo, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. In such a close explosion, Tony's Iron Man suit was slightly affected, and he shouted, "Harry, can you still hold on?" Without looking back, Harry shouted, "Of course. Then let's just charge forward." Harry flew in front, using heat rays to cover Tony behind him, but there were too many vines and he was caught by a vine by accident and thrown to the other side. His figure soon disappeared among the layers of vines. Tony did not waste the opportunity Harry gave him. He turned around flexibly in his iron armor, dodged the attack of the vines, successfully broke through the obstacles, and came to the front of the devil fruit. This fruit is completely different from ordinary fruits. Its skin is covered with strange patterns, like a work of art painted by nature. What's even more amazing is that it is huge, 10 times larger than an ordinary watermelon, as if a big fat man is sitting slumped in front of Tony. More than a dozen thick vines are closely connected to this devil fruit,
seeming to provide it with a constant supply of nutrients. As if aware of the impending danger, the devil fruit suddenly emitted a rapid and heavy rhythmic sound like a human heartbeat. The sound echoed in the silent air, striking Tony's heart like an alarm bell. The surrounding vines seemed to be driven by some invisible force, becoming increasingly manic and restless. They were like enraged poisonous snakes, rapidly winding and twisting, sweeping towards Tony frantically with immense malice and murderous intent. Tony no longer hesitated. He raised his iron arm and smashed hard at the devil fruit in front of him. With a clang, the devil fruit was intact. What? Tony wanted to keep trying, but the vines that swarmed over him had already tightly wrapped around his body. Damn it, did I waste my last chance? As the vines tightly entangled him, the battle suit made a shattering sound and Tony's face showed despair. At this moment, he suddenly found that the vines had let him go. After regaining his vision, Tony first saw Harry attacking his devil fruit with heat rays, and the vines turned to attack Harry. However, even after being bombarded by heat rays, the devil fruit still did not suffer much damage. The proud voice of the devil Pogon suddenly rang in Tony and the others' minds. It's useless, your attacks are too weak, there's no way you can do anything to the devil fruit. Oh, that's not necessarily the case. Tony struggled to pull out the energy core from his chest and threw it at the devil fruit. Harry! The heat ray suddenly changed direction and landed on the energy core. Chapter 88. 2 minutes passed in a flash. Fury, who was counting on a stopwatch, shouted, "Open the portal!" Mordo, who was always ready, started to rub circles quickly, and soon a new portal appeared in front of everyone. Through the portal, they could only see the vines tumbling endlessly, full of life and showing no signs of decay. If they hadn't heard the roar of artillery fire not far away, they would have thought that Tony and his men had failed. Seeing that some vines had already passed through the portal, snaking like venomous snakes and attacking the people behind the portal, Fury shouted, "Attack!" The shield agents, including Agent May, immediately pulled the trigger, and bullets poured down like a storm, like a torrent woven of steel, roaring through the air, tearing the silence, and all hitting the vines passing through the portal, making them shake their heads and tremble. Hold on to! Fury also had a gun in his hand and was shooting at the vines with a ferocious look on his face. No matter what his purpose was, he didn't want to see Tony and Harry die in there. At least hold on until the nuclear bomb is launched. Director, the nuclear bomb has been launched. What? Impossible, there's at least 1 minute left. It's the vines. There are vines appearing on Wall Street. You know, there are a lot of rich people there. Fury looked up at the sky and seemed to be able to see a missile loaded with a nuclear warhead approaching this side rapidly. Fuck. He cursed and looked at Mordo while panting, "Master, you heard it too. We should leave now. Although this place is quite a distance away from the giant demon tree, the impact range of the nuclear bomb is undoubtedly wider. If you continue to stay here, you will die on the spot if you are lucky, but if you are unlucky you will be slowly devoured by cancer cells and die in pain." Mordo was not an ascetic monk who had always lived in the mountains and forests, so he naturally knew what a nuclear bomb meant. After a brief hesitation, his right hand, which was drawing circles, moved slower and slower. At this moment, a deafening noise suddenly came from the other end of the portal. The sound seemed to tear apart the space, causing the air to tremble. Immediately afterwards, a wave of blazing air surged out, mixed with countless fragments and sparks, like a violent fire dragon, roaring and pouncing in all directions, and the originally tough vines were torn into pieces. The people standing not far from the portal felt a strong shock wave coming towards them, and everyone's bodies involuntarily took a few steps back. Mordo looked into the portal, and through the rolling flames, he seemed to see a unique red color. That is. He flipped his left hand, and a glittering rope appeared in his palm. He threw the rope into the portal without hesitation. The rope drew a graceful arc in the air, like a golden lightning, heading straight for the target and wrapping around the red figure without any danger. A look of joy appeared on Mordo's face. He pulled hard and successfully pulled him out of the portal, and the portal closed. When everyone saw the person on the rope, they were pleasantly surprised. "It's Tony. The iron armor on Tony's body was already in tatters, with almost no part intact, and the place where the reactor was originally embedded on the chest was empty. The surface of the suit was covered with deep scratches and dents, almost every one of which told of the fierce battle it had just experienced. Tony's mask had disappeared without a trace, and his face was exposed to the air, revealing a face covered with fatigue and dust. He was breathing rapidly, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he was trying to focus on the scene in front of him, but his fatigue made it difficult for him to concentrate. He seemed to see Mordo's face, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then he fainted. At this moment, a bright streak of fire flashed across the sky, and it was obvious that the landing point was the giant demon tree that was constantly shaking in the distance. "Master, hurry!" Fury shouted, and he immediately realized what it was. Mordo didn't have time to check on Tony's condition. He rubbed circles with his hands skillfully and quickly. In less than a second, a new portal appeared in front of everyone. The atmosphere outside exuded a peace and tranquility that was completely different from here. "Hurry, hurry, everyone, get out of here immediately!" Tony, who was lying on the ground, was also carried through the portal. At the core of the giant demon tree, Harry, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, looked at the disappearing portal and felt a chill in his heart. He was unlucky and was blown in the opposite direction of the portal by the blast, missing the chance to escape. The devil fruit underneath had been blown into half, revealing the green flesh inside that looked like blood and flesh, which was very disgusting to look at. When Harry saw that the vines around him had begun to wither on their own, he knew that his and Tony's action had been successful. But suddenly he felt a sense of fear, and when he looked up, he saw a missile falling towards him rapidly. "No way!" Harry's pupils shrank and he was about to fly away, but the next second, a tentacle suddenly shot out from the flesh of the devil fruit and instantly wrapped around Harry's feet. Harry looked down and saw the fat face of the devil Bagon emerging from the fruit flesh. "Damn it! Why can't you just die quickly?" "Die? Demons don't die!" Bogang sneered, "Even if I am destroyed by you this time, a new me will come soon. Demons are immortal. Haha, let me tell you another secret. I am not the only demon who entered this world. There are 7 others. They are not as merciful as me." "What? There are 8 demons as powerful as Bogang? Are they also lurking on Earth like Bogang, waiting for the opportunity to revive?" Harry's scalp tingled, but looking at Bogang's mocking expression, his heart was filled with anger, and he said fiercely, "Even if I can't kill you, I will make you suffer heavy losses. I will start with you and get rid of all the demons." As soon as he finished speaking, the missile crashed into the huge crown of the demon tree. The next second, the missile exploded, triggering a chain reaction in the nuclear bomb inside. In just a moment, the entire world seemed to be torn apart. Flames rose into the sky like a giant dragon and quickly spread in all directions. The hot red and orange colors intertwined into one, like opening a door to hell. Countless vines were devoured in the flames and burned to ashes. Bogang's soul wailed in the flames and slowly dissipated, leaving behind only one classic sentence. "Damn it, I'll be back." Harry's body was also engulfed by the flames. At the last moment, he looked at the devil fruit that was turned into ashes, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing an innocent smile. Boom boom boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose up above this international metropolis, expanding rapidly and reaching into the sky. The cloud was like an angry beast, devouring everything around it with its fangs and claws. Its color gradually changed from bright white to orange-red, and finally to deep black, as if a doomsday flame was burning in the sky. Chapter 89. There are ruins everywhere, and the once prosperous streets are now only broken walls and ruins. A large number of houses were razed to the ground, and steel bars and concrete were twisted into strange shapes, as if silently telling of their former glory. On the ground, charred trees and vehicle wreckage were intertwined, like the traces left after being engulfed by a huge flame. The air was filled with choking smoke and dust, and the sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick haze and fell on the devastated land, appearing particularly dim. Suddenly, a beam of light penetrated the smoke and dust and fell on a distorted plaque, and the words Midtown High School could be vaguely made out. "We've arrived." This should be the core of the demonic giant tree. Everyone, form teams of 2 and search the area carefully. Send out signal flares immediately if you encounter any situation. Yes. A team of agents wearing thick radiation-proof suits spread out, searching for any devil fruit remains or other valuable items that might be left here. After a while, a bunch of flares rose up with a whoosh, exploding with brilliant light in the air. The captain in charge of this operation identified the direction and rushed over immediately. "Captain, look!" Looking in the direction pointed by the team member, the captain saw a body that was completely black, as if it had been burnt to charcoal, with some familiar battle clothes remaining on it. The captain was silent for a while, then he took out his communicator and said, "Chief, I think we have found our countryman. Bring him back." "Yes." Carrying the body that looked like a native of Homelander, the team of search agents evacuated the radiation-infested land in an orderly manner. In the next 10 to 20 years, this should be a military defense zone where ordinary people are prohibited from entering. In the darkness, a pair of orange eyes followed the group of people until their figures disappeared in the smoke and dust. Then the owner of the eyes slowly crawled out from his hiding place. This is a black puppy with most of its hair falling off, revealing its mottled skin. Its body was trembling slightly, and every step it took seemed so difficult, as if every bone was protesting against its moving forward. Suddenly, the puppy's nose twitched slightly. It seemed to smell a familiar scent in the radioactive air, and its staggering steps quickened a little. It came to the mountain of plant debris and used the little strength left in its body to dig out the carbonized, fragile remains. With a click, a green fruit only the size of a fist rolled out from where it was digging and was blocked in front of it. The puppy sniffed the smell on it and found it had a peculiar meaty aroma. Without any hesitation, he immediately opened his mouth and swallowed the fruit in one gulp. A large number of liberals spontaneously held demonstrations, criticizing the government's irresponsible use of nuclear bombs in local cities. A large number of people also said that the president's brain is full of history, and the government's trust has dropped to the lowest level in nearly 100 years. We have specially invited a famous nuclear physicist from Columbia University to explain to us what impact a nuclear bomb exploding in Manhattan will have on our future lives. In fact, with our current nuclear bomb technology, we can already achieve precision strikes. We can see from the picture that the explosion of the nuclear bomb only affected a few hundred meters. Of course, the more terrifying thing about nuclear bombs is the residual radiation. It is estimated that it will take a considerable amount of time to eliminate the nuclear radiation in that area to a level that is not harmful to the human body. Many people have questioned superheroes like Homelander, wondering what they were actually doing when the disaster happened. Snapped. The TV screen turned black in an instant. Pepper turned off the TV, walked to the bed, and looked at Tony with a gloomy face with concern. "Tony, don't take it to heart. Those people are just talking nonsense. They don't know what kind of efforts you have made. Then let them all know." Tony's face turned pale, his bloodshot eyes burning with anger. "Do you think I'm the kind of person who lets others beat me up without fighting back? Arrange a press conference tomorrow and invite all the reporters who can be invited. I'll show them what superheroes do." "Tony, don't be impulsive." "Thank you, I'm calm and do as I'm told." Pepper sighed and nodded, "Okay. I came here to tell you that someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. wants you to go to the headquarters immediately." "What am I doing there?" "I heard that the people from our motherland have been found." Tony opened his mouth, and his throat seemed to be blocked by something. It took him a long time to utter a word. "Then go there. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, conference room." The door was opened and Tony walked in with a cane. He looked around and found that there were quite a few people sitting inside, many of whom were familiar faces. In addition to Fury and other S.H.I.E.L.D. people, there was also the wizard Mordo, who had fought side by side with him before, and Norman Osborn, who he often saw next to his photos. "Tony, come here and sit down. We're waiting for you," Fury called. Tony licked his dry lips, refraining from saying anything unkind, and sat down in the empty seat at the front, opposite Norman Osborn. Tony didn't see any sadness on his face, just a lot of fatigue. "Mordo, it's nice to see you again. Tony extended his hand to Mordo beside him. I thought you had already opened the portal and returned to your wizard's secret place. What is it called, a secret place? Mordo pulled the corner of his mouth, patted his palm, clenched it for a while and then let go. Tony, there is no secret realm. I often go to the bar, and the wizard is not an ascetic. Tony didn't hear clearly what Mordo said. After trying to digest the image in his mind, he murmured, Illuminati. What? No, I just thought of a nice name. Okay, Tony, let's talk about the past later. Fury coughed and got down to business. I called you here this time because of the demon incident 2 days ago. Everyone present here is an eyewitness. The specific situation depends on the report in your hands. I will not go into details. Here I will mainly talk about the subsequent situation. After 2 days of searching, it is basically certain that the Demon Bow Gang has been eliminated by us. This time we won. Everyone had a heavy expression and none of them felt the joy of winning. The price of victory was a huge loss that they could not afford. The nuclear bomb alone had left an unhealable wound in their hearts. What's the difference between such a tragic victory and losing? Fury also knew this situation, so he didn't say much and moved on to the next topic. We also found our countryman. He is still alive. Chapter 90. Homelander, still alive. Tony blurted out, looking more excited than Norman, or rather, more excited than anyone else present. Because everyone else had already learned the news from Fury, only Tony, who was late, knew it for the first time at this time. Yes, I can't go into the details here. I will pass the information to Mr. Osborn. Norman nodded to Fury as a token of thanks. Seeing this, Tony didn't know what to say and felt relieved. If Homelander unfortunately died, he would probably feel guilty for a while. After all, it was he who asked Harry to help. Everyone. Fury emphasized his tone, put his hands on the table, leaned forward, and said in a deep voice, from this demon incident, there are more and more mysterious events threatening humanity and the Earth. It has reached a point where we can no longer ignore it. These incidents cannot be solved by us alone or by a certain organization. We need to unite and gather all our strength to fight against such mysterious incidents. Therefore, I propose that we establish a superhero organization to deal with such incidents. When these words were spoken, Tony almost laughed out loud. It turned out that this was what Black Egg was planning. He actually wanted to recruit all the superheroes under his command. I have to say that Fury has a really good appetite and he is not afraid of overeating. Except for Jessica, the young girl who was not very worldly wise, the others all frowned. Norman was the first to clearly express his refusal. I'm sorry, Director Fury, your suggestion is very pertinent, but we are actually affiliated with the military, so the decision needs to be made by General Ross. Mordo also shook his head. I hate what the government has done from the bottom of my heart. I will not join you. Well said. Tony clapped his hands and said without hesitation, I don't like them either, so I decided to set up a superhero league called the Illuminati. What do you think, Mordo? Why don't you join the Illuminati and save the world with me? Mordo remained non-committal. I'll think about it. Fury did not even stop Tony from poaching people in front of him. After they finished talking, he smiled and said, since no one wants to set up a new organization, can we at least cooperate? For example, share intelligence and make some deals that are beneficial to both parties. For example, if we encounter difficult problems, we can cooperate to fight against them. This is Fury's real purpose. He deliberately made a proposal that was difficult for everyone to accept in order to pave the way for this cooperation. The Osborn Group has a lot of technologies that S.H.I.E.L.D. is interested in, and the magic in the hands of the wizard makes Fury envious. Of course that's no problem. Me too. Master Mordo, what about you? Mordo nodded, as long as it involves supernatural forces, you can ask me to take action. I heard that there are not only you but many mages. Can you also? Sorry, no. Our duty as mages is to defend against more terrible enemies. My actions have violated the principles of mages. The Supreme Mage will never allow more mages to betray their duties like me. Sorcerer Supreme. Tony was a little concerned about this title. The Sorcerer Supreme is the most powerful wizard in the world. Understood. Soon, this simple meeting came to an end. Norman and others were going to take Harry back to Osborne Building. Tony wanted to go with them, but was declined by Norman. Why? Perhaps I can give you some advice on treating Harry. I don't recall Mr. Stark having any medical accomplishments. Hehe, I'm a genius, isn't it normal that I know everything? Tony smiled and spread his hands, saying, if necessary, I can also build him a real body of steel. No, thank you. Norman said goodbye with a smile and left with Uncle Ben and the others. Mordo also said goodbye and left. He sensed some unusual auras here, and he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and cause trouble for those auras. Soon, Tony and Fury were the only ones left in the conference room. Tony, you seem to have some issues with Osborne. I should say that I have issues with a lot of people. Tony shrugged. Osborne is an excellent man, but unfortunately he went the wrong way. The reason why humans control the earth is not because of their own strength, but because they have learned how to use tools. In his opinion, modifying the body is far less important than creating more weapons. Their differences are also consistent with the two voices within the military. One side insists on carrying out the super soldier program, and the other side wants to develop cutting-edge weapons. Fury naturally knew the differences between the two factions. He was neutral and would use whichever one was more useful. Who stipulated that super soldiers could not use super weapons? Perhaps, the ultimate correct answer is for the two factions to join forces. Fury didn't want to waste time on this question, and smiled and said, Tony, your performance last time changed my opinion of you. Although you are very selfish, you also have a selfless side in your heart. Oh, you don't think I'm willing to sacrifice myself for others, do you? Tony sneered, I just hate that demon, that's all. No matter what, you are a hero who saves the world. You deserve the title of Iron Man. Don't keep flattering me. Just tell me what you want to do. Facing Fury, who had a black face and an even blacker heart, Tony was extremely alert in his heart. Fury shook his head, okay, come with me. There is something I think it's time to give it to you. Tony had a vague sense of anticipation in his heart, and then an ordinary-looking storage box was handed to him. Yes, you are right. These are the things your father Howard Stark left behind in S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, everything is handed over to you. Tony took a deep breath and took the storage box with trembling hands. He thought he would be calm, but he still couldn't let go of his father. You can read it here, or take it home and read it slowly. Fury left the room, leaving Tony alone, and went to a back room. There was only a table in the secret room, and on the table was a piece of parchment. As if sensing Fury's arrival, the parchment flashed red and a line of words appeared. Sacrifice the demon vines in exchange for the answer to a question. Devil vines. Fury took a deep breath. He had indeed collected quite a few vines, but most of them had withered and lost their biological activity. They were not even worth studying, so it seemed worthwhile to sacrifice them to the parchment. Anyway, since it's not a devil fruit, it shouldn't be a big problem, and he does have many questions he wants to figure out. Fury had Agent May bring some vines over, all on parchment. A familiar red light suddenly flashed, instantly illuminating the entire room. With a power that could not be ignored, it quickly spread out and covered all the vines above. The parchment was like a person who had been hungry for many days, and it swallowed up all the vines in an instant. After a brief calm, the parchment emitted an even brighter red light, and under the nervous gaze of Agents Fury and May, it slowly floated up, with two deep red dots slowly appearing on the front, like a pair of red eyes. Nick Fury, nice to meet you. You can call me Holy Lord. Chapter 91. Holy Lord. In the secret room, Fury and the other man were surprised when they heard the parchment making a sound and calling itself the Holy Lord. After all, they only suspected that this incredible parchment might contain some mysterious wisdom and might seal an evil soul, but they didn't expect that this speculation would be confirmed. Fury's alertness intensified. He stared at the pair of red spots on the parchment that looked like eyes and said in a deep voice, Holy Lord, who are you and why are you in the parchment? Hehe, does this matter? The Holy Lord laughed in a low voice, and the sound lingered in the ears of Fury and the others like the whisper of a devil. You should focus on the fact that I can help you a lot, a lot. I can help you, too, right? Ha, I like talking to smart people. It saves me a lot of time. Yes, I will follow the principle of equal exchange. As long as you offer me something of sufficient value, I will answer your questions. Of course, even though I am knowledgeable, there are things I cannot solve, such as how to make a perpetual motion machine. Please don't waste your time on these questions. If it was Tony, he would most likely ask such a question, but not Fury. Fury has always been efficient and practical, and he hates wasting time the most. He observed that the parchment did not make any other small movements, and he relaxed a little and said, I also like equal exchange, but it seems that you have not fulfilled my sacrifice just now. Oh, yes, of course I haven't forgotten. The Holy Lord smiled and said, Tell me, what do you want to know? Is it a way to wake up Hawkeye, or a chance for Black Widow to escape from the plight of the living dead, or do you want to know how to kill the projection of the God of Punishment? Can Black Widow be saved? That triangular iron-headed man who was so terrifying that he almost wiped out their entire team was actually just a projection of the God of Punishment? A lot of information was revealed in just one sentence. Fury felt more and more that the Holy Lord in front of him was extremely important to them and was the key to reversing the current situation. Of course, Fury would not completely believe what the Lord said, which in itself was an unsafe factor. After thinking for a while, Fury narrowed his eyes and said, I want to know, after how many times of sacrifices like the previous one, you will be able to kill me. What? This question obviously surprised the Holy Lord, and even the red spot on the parchment expanded slightly. No, are you sure you want to waste this rare opportunity on such a useless question? There was obvious doubt in the Lord's tone when he spoke. Nick Fury, do you know the current situation of mankind? Your enemy is not me, but those guys outside who are starting to stir up trouble. But once you get out of this, won't you be just like those guys? It's different. All I want is freedom, and they want chaos. Freedom? It's that simple. Fury sneered and didn't believe what the Holy Lord said at all. Well, at most I can add a piece of land that belongs to me. That's not too much, right? After all, I was also an important figure 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago. The last time Fury heard of this time point was when he was fighting the demon Bogong. Could it be that this Holy Lord and Bogong were characters from the same period? They may even be in the same group or enemies. Thinking of the Holy Lord's urgent need for devil fruits, Fury felt that the probability of them being enemies would be greater. This is good news, which shows that those monsters are not a monolithic group. We can win over some of them and attack others. The Holy Lord in front of him is a good target to win over. To be honest, I don't trust you. Fury frowned and said, You are smarter than those monsters and a greater threat to us humans. Rather than waiting for you to escape and threaten us, it is better not to cooperate with you from the beginning. You are like Pandora's box. Opening you means disaster. Haha, in that case, why are you talking so much nonsense to me? Wouldn't it be better to just lock me in the safe and never let me out? The Holy Lord suddenly became fearless. Nick Fury, admit it, you need me. You don't have to play any tricks in front of me. As the king of agents, you are just an insignificant existence in front of me. Equivalent exchange is the principle I abide by. I can't guarantee you anything else. Even so, do you still insist on asking that question, Nick Fury? Fury's face darkened. His attempt had some effect, but it did not achieve his expected goal. This Holy Lord is no ordinary guy. Holy Lord, I want to change the question. Time is indeed not on humanity's side. The Holy Lord can wait for thousands or even tens of millions of years, but if this continues, the world will become a paradise for monsters in less than 10 years. So, Fury chose to compromise with the Holy Lord. Oh, that's a wise choice. Now, tell me your problem. After a brief silence, Fury's eagle-like eyes suddenly cast on the parchment in front of him, his gaze sharp and determined. I want to know how to gain the ability to kill those mysterious beings, including the God of Punishment. At the same time, the North Pole. The sky was gloomy, the wind was howling, and on the extremely silent and sparsely populated glacier, a group of people wrapped tightly suddenly appeared. Yes, the coordinates are right here. Everyone, start working. Yes. The people who received the order immediately started to get busy, taking out various instruments and detecting the surroundings. Sir, we've found signs of life under the glacier. It's very weak, but it does exist. Call. Carlson took a long breath and nodded heavily. Dig it for me, break these glaciers in the shortest and safest way. Yes. He was ordered to come and find Captain America Rogers, but he didn't expect to find him in such a short time. Captain America has always been his idol. When he heard that Captain America was still alive, he was happier than anyone else, and even his heart felt warmer. What? Carlson suddenly thought of something and looked around, but he couldn't find the familiar figure. He simply took out the communicator and contacted, Eddie, where have you been again? Don't run around. Your mission is to protect everyone here. I'm protecting you. Eddie's voice came from the communicator. Don't worry, I'll find a good place to hide and watch you from the dark. You're not going to spy on the enemy. Why are you being so sneaky? Because I drank the assassin potion. According to the meaning, I should be an assassin now. Since I am an assassin, of course I have to hide. Moreover, I found that when I hide like this, the whispers in my ears seem to decrease a lot. So, just leave me alone and do your own work. Who is the boss here, Eddie? Carlson sighed helplessly. Chapter 92. Osborne Building. The damage that was sustained in the Triangle Iron-Headed Man incident has been renovated and repaired, and it has become even more magnificent than before. In the large laboratory that had been rebuilt at great expense, Harry, a fellow countryman with tubes inserted all over his body, was carefully moved to the laboratory table, where a large number of instruments and equipment were used to maintain his extremely weak vitality. It's unbelievable, really unbelievable. After enduring the power of a nuclear bomb explosion at close range, the people of Homeland can still survive. This is a real miracle. Professor Andrew, who was hired at a high salary to be the head of the laboratory, stared intently at Harry in the protective shield in front of him and spoke excitedly. Even if it is a miracle, there should be enough theory to explain this situation. Norman, who was standing aside, said expressionlessly, it is likely that the Superman serum has improved his physique, allowing him to withstand greater damage. The next step we need to do is to use the Superman serum to develop a serum that enhances the body's self-healing ability and completely cure him. Will this work? Professor Andrew, who didn't know much about the superhuman serum, expressed doubts. In the past, this kind of large-scale necrosis of the body would result in death from various complications before long. Professor Andrew, if you want to carry out scientific research smoothly here in the future, the first thing you need to do is to discard all your old ideas. Norman looked at the somewhat confused Professor Andrew and shook his head. Forget it. Just listen to my assignments from now on. You don't need to worry about anything else. Oh, by the way, our Austin group will acquire a company that studies healing factors recently. Their research results should be very inspiring to us. You can pay attention to them in advance. After saying that, Norman turned and left the laboratory. Uncle Ben and Jessica were standing outside the laboratory with worried looks on their faces. When they saw Norman coming out, their eyes turned over instantly. Chairman, how is Harry? Don't worry, he won't die for the time being, and he won't give up so easily. You have to have confidence in him. Ah. Jessica nodded, her expression relaxing a little. Indeed, he never bows his head easily, even when facing death. Just now, when I was standing here, I could hear the sound of his heart beating hard in his body. He is still fighting. In this case, we cannot fall behind. Uncle Ben smiled and said, let the two of us guard New York until he wakes up. It is good. After bidding farewell to the two re-energized superheroes, Norman showed an intriguing smile, walked into his office and sat down. General Ross's slightly gloomy face suddenly appeared on the computer screen in front of him. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Norman. I'm sorry, General. I just finished examining Harry. General Ross was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm sorry about Harry. It's okay. This is his own choice. In fact, I didn't expect that he would fight to this extent. He is worthy of the name of his motherland." Norman smiled and said, "Okay, General, let's talk business. I hope I can hear some good news. I've heard too much bad news these days." "Good news indeed." General Ross did not smile at all. "The Patriot Alliance's plan has been approved. From now on, the Patriot Alliance is a legal organization. Of course, it will be directly under the jurisdiction of the military. As for the selection of the Patriot Alliance, General," Norman interrupted him and said, "as for the candidates, I have already decided on 3, namely Homelander, Spider-Man, and Black Cat. The rest will be decided by you, General. Of course, we have to wait for some time for their superhuman serum." General Ross narrowed his eyes and saw Norman so strong, as if he was meeting him for the first time. "The personnel issue is related to the military's control over the Patriot Alliance, but the superhuman serum still needs to rely on Norman, and the relationship cannot be too rigid." General Ross fell into deep thought, with complex lights flashing in his eyes. The balance of gain and loss kept swaying in his heart. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was facing a difficult puzzle. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, making a slight and rapid sound that was particularly clear in the silent room. After a while, General Ross raised his head with a firm look in his eyes. "I can agree with your decision. However, given Harry's current condition, I can only allow him to continue to be a member of the Patriot Alliance, but we need a new captain." Norman nodded indifferently. "That's no problem. You can decide who will be the captain, General. I have no objection." "Very good." General Ross finally smiled. As long as the captain was on his side, the Patriot League would not become Norman's private property. Norman knew General Ross's little thoughts and sneered in his heart. People will change, especially those who have gained great power. Hope everything is fine. The two smiled at each other, and everyone was happy. Military base, secret laboratory. Dr. Adela looked at Kingpin, who was tightly chained, and chuckled. "Kingpin, have you not thought it through yet? Do you want to stay here and accept the endless torture of the military, or choose to join Hydra? This choice should not be difficult, right? The former underground king is now just a prisoner who cannot move." Kingpin looked at Dr. Adela coldly and said, "You can ask me to join. I want to be the leader of Hydra. No one in this world can order me around." Unexpectedly, Dr. Adela nodded and said, "Based on your previous performance, you are indeed qualified to be a leader, but whether the other leaders can nod their heads depends on your performance." "Oh, interesting, you will see my performance." Carrying his father's belongings, Tony left SHIELD and returned to his villa. He locked himself in his study, and no one knew what he saw among Howard's belongings. By the time he came out of the study, it was already the next morning. The frivolous look on Tony's face had subsided a lot, as if he had matured a lot overnight. He tidied himself up, put on his new iron suit, and activated the thrusters. Driven by the flames, Tony soared into the sky like a cannonball. After figuring out the direction, he headed towards Stark Tower. In less than 10 minutes, Tony appeared at the press conference, descending from the sky and kneeling on one knee. Looking at the large number of heads in front of him, Tony lifted the mask of his iron suit, and his hoarse voice resounded throughout the audience through the microphone. "Yes, I am Iron Man." Chapter 93. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. A month is enough time for many people to forget the disaster that happened in Manhattan before, but for Parker, who experienced the disaster personally, it seems like it happened just yesterday. Since the school was closed, Parker simply gave up transferring to another school and directly came to the Austin Group as a researcher under the recommendation of Uncle Ben. "Of course, I am still an intern at the moment." "Hey, Parker, make me a cup of coffee, thanks." "Okay." "Parker, didn't I ask you to help tidy up my lab table? Why is it still so messy?" "Sorry, I'll get it done right away." "Parker." Well, even after entering society, the seemingly introverted and shy Parker still became a miserable inferior who was ordered around and exploited. However, Parker's mentality changed. Instead of complaining about himself, he did everything seriously because he was the idlest person in the entire laboratory. His main job is to run errands and do hard work. His main job is to take care of the most valuable person in the laboratory, a bandaged man lying on the laboratory table, with tubes inserted all over his body and bandages wrapped around his body. Parker checked and recorded the various indicators of the surrounding instruments while chattering to the bandaged man who could not speak. This was his daily compulsory course. "Hey, man, you know, Jessica caught another criminal gang yesterday. There were 17 of them. They all had guns in their hands. I don't know how she was able to defeat those guys so easily. Maybe it's because she and I learned kung fu together? Oh. Come to think of it, I haven't seen that guy Lee for a long time. I wonder if he will starve to death if he loses his job. He is so lazy and always slacks off at work. No one will hire him, even though he is a good fighter. Oh, poor Lee, why didn't I write down his phone number? I could have helped him out, at least get him back as a security guard at Osborne House, so the three of us could be together again." As if talking to a priest who only knew how to listen, Parker poured out all the words that were in his heart to the poor man on the laboratory table until someone remembered him. "Parker, where are you? Come here quickly." "Oh, I'll be right away." Parker knocked on the protective shield and said goodbye, "I'm leaving first. I'll come and chat with you tomorrow." "Goodbye, Harry." He immediately turned away, but didn't notice that Harry's fingers suddenly twitched. Parker took on an errand task from a colleague to buy desserts. He didn't think it was a hassle, but instead felt a surge of anticipation from the bottom of his heart. He quickly left the Osborne building, crossed a street, and came to a simply decorated cake shop. He immediately saw the girl with a sweet smile behind the counter. "Hi, Anna, good evening. I want 6 of this, and 2 of that cake." Parker tried hard to suppress the smile that curled up the corners of his mouth, but it was still useless. He looked like a fool when he smiled. Anna looked up at him, and the sweet smile on her face overflowed automatically. "Parker, are you here to buy a cake for your colleagues again?" "Ah, yes. It's so late, do you want to continue working overtime?" Almost time to get off work." "What a coincidence, me too. How about we watch a play together later?" "What?" Anna handed over the packed cakes. "My friend who was originally scheduled to meet me suddenly had something and couldn't come. I can't waste the ticket." "That's great. I mean, I like watching plays, too." "That's great, it's settled then." Parker had to admit that it was an incredibly wonderful night. The noisy sounds in the theater did not affect him at all. From time to time, he glanced at the elf-like girl beside him, and felt extremely satisfied. After the play ended, he didn't know why, but he followed the girl home in a daze. "Anna, aren't we going too fast this way?" "How can it be fast? Don't you like me?" "Hi, I like it." "That's fine." Anna pushed Parker down on the bed, showing a charming smile, then took out a rope and tied Parker's hands tightly to the head of the bed. Parker looked at her movements stupidly, and said in confusion, "Anna, what are you doing?" "Parker, you are such a simple and good boy, that's why I wanted to share this with you." Anna smiled foolishly at Parker and took out a knife from behind. No matter how much Parker was in love, he realized something was wrong. He showed a panicked look on his face and said uneasily, "Anna, don't be impulsive. You are a good girl. Don't do anything that will make people regret." "Regret? How could I regret it?" Anna's smile became a little crazy. "I want to be with you forever, don't you want to be with me forever? Then let us become loyal believers of our Lord together." As soon as he finished speaking, the knife drew a swift arc in the air. With a pu sound, drops of blood splashed onto Parker's face. The warm feeling made him open his eyes wide in horror. He looked at Anna who had cut his wrist in confusion. "Anna, don't do this, don't hurt yourself." He. Anna smiled foolishly, smeared the blood from her wrist on her face, drew a weird circular pattern, opened her arms fanatically, and said devoutly, "Immortal God who does not belong to this world, you are the master behind the shadows, you are the source of all chaotic forces, your humble believer is here to make a request to you, begging you to give a little bit of your love to the poor lost lamb under me." Hearing these obviously weird words, Parker's eyes suddenly darkened, as if a curtain of shadow appeared. Behind the curtain, an indistinct tall figure sat on a towering throne, emitting a faint aura of majesty that made people shudder. Just one look at Parker caused Parker's head to feel an extremely intense pain as if it was about to explode, and his chest felt a sharp pain as if it was burning. The pain seemed to last only a moment, yet it seemed to last for a very long time. When the scene in front of Parker's eyes became clear, what he saw was Anna's beautiful face full of disbelief. "No, you have been favored by the Lord. You have actually been favored by the Lord." Taking advantage of Anna's daze, Parker somehow felt a surge of strength in his body and broke his hands free. He stood up suddenly, pushed Anna away, and staggered out of the house. When they reached the street downstairs and looked at the people passing by, Parker breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at Anna's room and saw a figure with long fluttering hair standing by the window, staring at him. Parker felt a chill in his heart and didn't dare to think any more. His legs seemed to be injected with powerful power, and he took quick steps and ran forward madly. Chapter 94. Chief, look. In SHIELD, Coulson walked quickly into Fury's office and handed him a report with a serious expression. Fury took it and looked at it, his expression changed rapidly. "How is this possible?" There were clearly recorded on it a passage that he was extremely familiar with: "Immortal God who does not belong to this world, you are the master behind the shadows, and you are the source of all chaotic forces." Coulson knew what Fury wanted to ask, and said directly, "This passage suddenly appeared on the mysterious dating platform in recent days. It is estimated that it has spread among mystery lovers. It is said that if you perform a spiritual ceremony and recite this passage, you will be blessed by the great gods. Director, this is not." "Ah." Fury nodded grimly and said, "This is the answer given to me by the Holy Lord." A month ago, when Fury asked the Holy Lord how to gain the ability to kill those mysterious beings, the Holy Lord did not speak, but only showed him these 3 paragraphs on the parchment. Later, the Lord explained that as long as you recite these words, you may get the attention of a great being. If that person is in a good mood, he will be rewarded and gain powerful power. At that time, Fury felt cheated. How could such a high-risk and low-success rate method be used on them? In response, the Holy Lord asked, "Why, do you think it's easy to gain the ability to kill mysterious beings? You don't have to take any risks at all, you can just lie in bed and gain the ability to kill gods? Do you think this is a comic? This is the method with the highest success rate that I know of." Fury was suddenly speechless. He was so eager to gain power and reverse the current situation that he wasted the opportunity to ask questions. Afterwards, he did not give up and conducted experiments on death row prisoners. It turned out that out of 10 people, 2 were stupid, 7 were crazy, and only 1 person looked normal on the surface. However, after 2 weeks of observation, it was discovered that he had become a fanatical believer of that great being and his mental state was extremely unstable. Fury finally realized that this so-called great being was actually an evil god, and he immediately sealed up this conversation and classified it as S.H.I.E.L.D's top secret. But what he never expected was that he actually saw this passage again. "Director, could it be a spy within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Coulson guessed. "No, no one has permission to touch it except me." Fury looked at Coulson and ordered, "Go check where this message first spread on the internet. I'm worried that it has gotten out of control somewhere." "Yes." Coulson took the order and left. Fury concentrated on thinking for a while, then stood up and left the office, went to the warehouse, took out a large wallet, and then after passing a number of verifications, came to a secret room. After unlocking the large safe in the secret room, a red light impatiently emerged from it. "Long time no see, Holy Lord," Fury said in a deep voice as he looked at the parchment floating in front of him. "Haha, it seems that you have encountered another difficult problem. Let me guess, it's about that person, right?" It sounded like the Holy Lord was in a good mood. Fury's face darkened, and he felt more and more that the Holy Lord did it on purpose. "You knew that the text would appear soon, so you showed it to me on purpose, right?" That person is actually an evil god, just like you, a mysterious being. I prefer to call it weird. The Holy Lord said, I will not reveal anything else. You just need to know that even if you do nothing, they will slowly revive and then descend into this world. Weird? Resurrection? Advent? Fury took a long breath. Although he had a premonition, the shock in his heart still rolled like waves in a storm, shattering the embankment of self-confidence that he had built with great difficulty. The Holy Lord excluded himself in his words, but to Fury, they were exactly the same. Fury suddenly sneered as he had a flash of inspiration in his mind. In fact, you are also very anxious, right? Among those beings that are gradually recovering, there must be your enemies. If you are slower than them in regaining your strength, your fate will not be good. As if his concerns were addressed, the Holy Lord was silent for a long time before continuing, Nick Fury, among a group of ant-like humans, you are indeed an extremely outstanding one. I underestimated you, and perhaps I shouldn't have made a deal with you. No, you didn't underestimate me, you underestimated humans. Even if humans are ants, they can bite you when they gather together. Ah! The Holy Lord sneered and said, so, Mr. Nick Fury, who is a little bit bigger, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? You are able to see through people's hearts, don't you already know this? Fury looked at the Holy Lord coldly and said slowly, I don't trust you, so we need to conclude an unbreakable contract between us and become a community of destiny. We will prosper together and suffer together. Oh? This is the solution you came up with. With your ability, you should be able to do it. It can be done. The Holy Lord snorted coldly, but, do you think that I, who am so high and mighty, would sign such a contract with an ant? This is not a request, but an ultimatum. If you don't agree, I will have to bury you hundreds of meters underground, leaving you with no chance of escaping. Oh, then aren't you afraid that I will lie to you? The worst we can do is die together. Fury stared at the parchment, his eyes gleaming with determination. His reckless behavior surprised the Holy Lord. After a brief silence, he laughed, okay, let's sign a contract. But I can only sign a contract with one person. I will not allow myself to become a nanny for a group of ants. Okay, that makes sense. So, this candidate is you. No, there is someone more suitable than me. In a room decorated with a sense of age, an old radio plays sports news from nearly 70 years ago. The man lying on the bed slowly opened his eyes and suddenly turned over and got up. He had golden hair, blue eyes, a handsome face, well-developed muscles, and a perfect butt that all women envied. He frowned and looked at everything around him. The scenes seemed both familiar and strange. In my memory, it seemed like I was fighting a final, life-and-death battle with my destined enemy, the Red Skull. How come I ended up here the moment I opened my eyes? Who won the final battle? No, I won and then I was flying the plane out of control. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, interrupting his thoughts. A one-eyed old man dressed in black walked in. He looked at the alert Captain America Steve Rogers and said with a smile, Captain, welcome back. Do we know each other? Steve's eyes darted around, observing the situation around him. He instinctively didn't believe the man in front of him. He gave him a very bad feeling. Captain, there are very few people who don't know you. Fury chuckled and walked to the window, pulling the curtains aside. Steve looked in the direction of his movement, his eyes went through the open window, and he saw the tall buildings outside, and his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Captain, welcome to the 21st century. Chapter 95. You said I was frozen for nearly 70 years, and now it's the 21st century. After listening to Fury's story, Steve still found it hard to accept. Some people may not even live to be 70 years old, but he lost this long period of life. Fury said softly, Captain, I know you still have doubts, so please ask one of your old friends to come. Old friend? Steve seemed to sense something and looked out the door. A pretty girl in a nurse's uniform walked in pushing a wheelchair. He didn't pay any attention to the girl at all. His eyes were all on an old woman sitting in the wheelchair. He opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something but his throat was blocked by emotions. His bright eyes, at this moment, were like stars soaked in tears, shining with a heartbreaking light. Peggy. Well, it's me, Steve. I haven't seen you for a long time. The woman in the wheelchair raised the corners of her mouth, revealing the pretty smile that Steve remembered, but it made Steve feel even more uncomfortable. Fury and female agent Sharon Carter quietly left the room, closed the door, and left all the space to the old lovers who had been separated for 70 years. Sharon, there shouldn't be anything wrong with Peggy, right? Sharon's eyes were fixed on the closed door, and she seemed distracted. She only came back to her senses when Fury repeated the question. Well, Peggy is in good health, thanks to the anti-aging serum the director sent. The so-called anti-aging serum is a new product obtained by SHIELD from the research process of Superman serum. It strengthens the activation function of cells and reduces the enhancement of strength. People who have been injected with the anti-aging serum will look 20 to 30 years younger, so Peggy Carter, who is nearly 90 years old, now looks only in her 50s or 60s. Her complexion is much better than before and she no longer needs to lie in bed for recuperation. Seeing the good effect, Fury, who was gradually feeling a little overwhelmed, also wanted to give himself a dose. Director, is that really Captain America? This is too unbelievable. Of course it's real. No one can impersonate him. Just the clear eyes that made him feel ashamed were enough for Fury to confirm the identity of the person in front of him. He and Steve seem to represent the two sides of human nature, one extreme darkness and the other extreme light. They should repel each other, but they have to work closely together to protect New York and America. Perhaps, the two of them combined represent the true American spirit. Thinking of Steve's appearance, Sharon nodded slowly and murmured, "No wonder my aunt waited for him for so many years." After waiting outside the door for a long time, the door was opened again from the inside. Steve pushed Peggy out. Their emotions had calmed down and there was no sign of their previous behavior. Only the gentle expressions they showed when they inadvertently looked at each other revealed the affection flowing between them. "Hello everyone, let me introduce myself formally. My name is Steve Rogers," Steve said to Fury and the other man with a smile. "Sharon Carter. Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. Well, I heard from Peggy that you are a very good agent." Steve's eyes fell on Fury, with a sense of oppression. "I also heard that you need my help with something." "Yes, all of us need you right now." Fury didn't back down at all. He looked directly into Steve's eyes and said, "Captain, although I really want to give you some time to adapt, unfortunately, we don't even have that much time now. The situation now is more serious than it was 70 years ago. Captain, I hope you can return to the team as soon as possible." Steve glanced at Sharon, who was full of expectation, then looked down at his old lover and nodded heavily, "Okay." In order to let Steve understand how serious the current situation is, Fury took him directly to the deepest part of the archive room. "Captain, take a look, these are the mysterious events that happened recently in New York." Mysterious incident. Steve frowned slightly and looked over. Codename, MS-001. Name, Man in the Mirror. Description, at 12 o'clock in the morning, blow out the candle in your hand in front of the mirror. You can see another strange-looking self in the mirror. No casualties have occurred so far. Activity rules, appear through rituals. Danger level assessment, D, may endanger individuals. Codename, MS-007. Name, Slit-Mouthed Woman. Description, a woman standing alone on the street at night, with a nice figure and wearing a mask. When she meets someone, she will take off the mask, revealing her mouth that is split to the roots of her ears, and ask passers-by if she is beautiful. If you answer incorrectly, the woman with the split mouth will cut the corners of her mouth with scissors. Cannot be killed with bullets. Activity pattern, unknown. Danger level assessment, D, may endanger individuals. Codename, MS-016. Name, Death Bus. Description, a bus running at night, all the people on board will disappear. Correction, one of the missing people reappeared 6 days later, having lost 60 years of his lifespan, and became insane and incommunicable. Activity pattern, unknown. Danger level assessment, C, may endanger a small number of people. Code name, MS-024. Name, Triangle Iron Head Man. Description, pull people in a certain area into a different world, where the triangular iron-headed man constantly hunts people. The killed people will lose some of their memories and then be resurrected. If they are killed too many times, they will become monsters. The first derivative monster is a strange one, which moves quickly and has strong recovery ability. The second derivative monster is the Black Widow, who is proficient in using weapons and has a physical fitness far superior to that of ordinary people. The main monster, the triangular iron-headed man, is invulnerable to swords and guns, has infinite strength, is extremely difficult to kill, and can be resurrected. Activity pattern, unknown. Danger level assessment, A, may lead to the destruction of the entire city. Code name, MS-031. Name, Devil Fruit. Description, people who eat the devil fruit will be corrupted and their bodies will be taken over by the devil Pogon. The devil Pogon has strong defense and grows and gains abilities by devouring, making it extremely difficult to kill. After being killed, it will be resurrected as a 300-meter tall devil tree, using countless devil vines to continue devouring, which is extremely dangerous. Weakness, the devil fruit at the core of the devil tree. Activity rules, may appear in the magic item vending machine. Danger level assessment, S, may lead to the destruction of the entire country. Code name, MS-048. Name, Evil God. Description, after reading the words Immortal God who does not belong to this world, you are the master behind the shadows, you are the source of all chaotic forces, there is a chance that you will be corrupted and become a fool, madman, or believer. No other hazards have appeared yet. Activity rules, reading text. Danger level assessment, B, may endanger a large number of people. Chapter 96. In the archives room, Captain America Steve silently read through all the files on mysterious events, and his originally determined eyes became increasingly confused. He had only been asleep for 70 years, so how come the world had become so strange? For him, those updated technological products are easy to understand and he can figure them out by reading the instructions. But what exactly are these mysterious events? It completely overturned his three views. Seeing Steve closing the file silently, Fury, who was standing beside him, coughed and said, "Captain, now you should know how much we need you, right?" "Need me?" Steve laughed at himself. "I'm just a soldier who's a little stronger than an average person. How can I help you? If these records are true, my performance may not be as good as a missile." "No, you underestimate yourself, Captain." Fury seemed to have transformed into his little fanboy, and said seriously, "Compared to your strength, your integrity, courage, and wisdom should be the real reason why you became Captain America. Your unparalleled personal charm will conquer your companions one by one, and lead them to victory as before. So, I would like to invite you to be the captain of the Avengers." Steve knows that he is just an ordinary person who can cry and laugh, has desires and longs for love. He is not as divine and selfless as Fury said. Therefore, he was not corrupted by Fury's sugar-coated bullets and asked calmly, "Avengers? A special team of superheroes like you, created to handle these mysterious incidents." Fury explained, "4 people have now been confirmed to join the Avengers, and one of them is your old friend." "My old friend?" Steve shook his head. He couldn't imagine that any of his old friends would be alive and well at this time, and be qualified to be valued by Fury and join the team to resist the mysterious events. Fury was in no mood to amuse Steve, and announced the answer directly, "It's Sergeant Bucky Barnes." "Bucky? He's still alive?" Steve's heart seemed to be suddenly grasped by an invisible hand and almost stopped beating. His eyes widened instantly and his breathing became rapid. At that moment, it seemed as if the whole world had stopped, and only that sentence kept echoing in his mind. "Bucky, my former comrade in arms and closest friend, is still alive?" Steve's thoughts raced, fragments of memory flashing through his mind. Those days of fighting side by side, those moments of life and death, and that tragic battle, the scene of Bucky falling from the train was deeply engraved in his heart like a brand. "Bucky, is he really still alive?" Steve couldn't help but ask again, his voice trembling slightly, hope and uneasiness flashing in his eyes. He was eager to know more and to confirm the authenticity of the news. "Yes, Captain, Bucky is still alive and safe now. But I have to tell you about his past experiences." Fury also told Steve what happened after Bucky fell from the train, including being brainwashed by Hydra and brutally killing Howard Stark and others. Sergeant Bucky's mental state is not very good. He has been blaming himself and is worried that you will hate him because his hands are stained with the blood of innocent people. "Bucky, how could I possibly hate you?" Steve's eyes were filled with grief. The best friend and brother who grew up with him, such an upright and reliable person, had actually suffered so much. Damn Hydra! I hate myself for not uprooting it and completely destroying it. Steve took a deep breath and looked at Fury sharply. "Since you already know about the existence of Hydra, you should have found a lot of information related to Hydra, right? Give it all to me. I want to make a break with Hydra. Rescue Bucky completely." "Captain, I'm sorry to tell you that times have changed." "Okay. I'm afraid you are no match for those Hydra guys right now." Fury sighed, a trace of bitterness on his face. "Captain, the super soldier serum that made your body so strong has been copied, and its performance is even better. It is now called the Superman serum. The bad thing is that Hydra has a lot of Superman serum in its hands." Although the expression on his face was 9 out of 10 fake, Fury actually felt extremely troubled by Hydra. Last time he deliberately set a trap and caught the spy Crossbones, but the other party reacted quickly, left America immediately, and cut off all clues, causing the investigation to almost come to a standstill. What worries him even more is that with every passing day, the other party may create one more Superman. In the final battle with Hydra, he may face a large number of extremely powerful Supermen, each of whom can crush Captain America. After hearing Fury's explanation, Steve immediately fell silent. He finally understood how Fury's hair fell out. "Don't you have any good news to tell me?" "Yes, not much." Fury observed Steve's expression. He used Bucky's experience to successfully arouse Steve's sense of solidarity with the enemy, and he should have a certain sense of belonging to SHIELD. Next, it was time to reveal the real purpose of what he and Steve had patiently said so much about. "Captain, now there is a mission that only you can undertake." Fury became serious and said solemnly, "Whether we can turn the situation around depends entirely on you." Steve's heart tightened when he saw Fury's solemn expression and the sense of urgency in his words that could not be ignored. "What's the mission?" "You come with me." Instead of saying it directly, Fury tilted his head and motioned Steve to follow him. The two of them walked through several security doors one after the other and arrived at a secret room deep inside, where they once again saw the parchment glowing red. "What is this?" Steve immediately became alert. Before Fury could answer, 2 scarlet spots appeared on the parchment, which moved slightly like eyes, and the red light fell on Steve. "Ha, look what I found! Isn't this the popsicle man that was successfully excavated under my guidance? Speaking of which, I should be your savior." "A talking parchment?" Steve looked at Fury, hoping he could give him an explanation. Fury exhaled lightly. "As you can see, there is an evil soul living on that parchment. It is called the Holy Lord and is temporarily our partner. Now, due to the trust issues between the two sides, we want to make the cooperation closer." "Closer?" The Holy Lord chuckled and said, "He meant for me to become one with you." Chapter 97. In the secret room, the air seemed to freeze, making people feel suffocated. Steve took a step back suddenly, staring at Fury with eyes as sharp as a hawk. "Director Fury, you'd better explain it clearly. Is what it said true?" Fury sighed, "The Holy Lord is not wrong, it's just a little ambiguous. Bound together means that your life and the Holy Lord's life are linked. The death of one will lead to the death of the other. Only by concluding such a contract can we have some trust between us and continue our cooperation." Steve glanced at the parchment floating in the air and shook his head. "This so-called contract was also made by it, right? I don't believe it won't tamper with it." The Holy Lord snorted, "Humans, I don't bother to deceive you on this matter. Only beings as weak as you humans would be so keen on playing such conspiracies and tricks. These words made Steve and Fury silent. They looked at each other, left the room tacitly and closed the door. Why choose me? Because you are the most suitable person. Fury replied, only if you have a will of steel can I rest assured and not worry that your soul will be corrupted by the Holy Lord. Steve, you can see that there are more and more mysterious incidents and the danger level is getting higher and higher. We don't have much time to hesitate. The Holy Lord is the only mysterious being we have encountered that we can communicate with smoothly. Only by obtaining more information from it that we don't know can we better deal with the mysterious events that will occur next. Steve, I don't think you want to see so many innocent citizens die tragically, right? Steve was silent for a while, then nodded and said, in that case, fine, I can promise you, but I still have to say that I don't trust that guy. Steve, I don't believe in it either, but cooperating with it is our only hope. Call. Steve let out a long breath and lowered his eyes, I hope you are right. I also hope that. After reaching a consensus, the two returned to the secret room, and the Holy Lord said at the right time, it seems that you have made your choice. Ah! Steve took 2 steps forward, staring coldly at the red spots on the parchment, I can make a contract with you. Tell me, what do I want to do? Haha, it's very simple. Just put your hand on the parchment and leave the rest to me. Steve looked back at Fury and saw him nod slightly. He pursed his lips and placed his palm on the parchment as he was told. The parchment felt unexpectedly smooth, not as rough as he had originally thought. Its surface was as smooth as the scales of a venomous snake, glowing slightly red. When his palm slid lightly over it, he felt an icy coolness, which reminded him of the coldness and weirdness of snake skin sticking to his skin. Steve frowned slightly. Then, his eyes were suddenly covered by a dazzling red light. The red light gathered rapidly on the parchment like a raging flame, as if it had life, and with immense power and heat, it desperately drilled into